Chapter 1 The Lingering Moon of Chang'an, the courtesan Uxiang. As the Ather's clumsy hands struggled to craft an opening, Eisenkerly hope thought the handsome gentleman and beautifuladius Hovenscherein can exhibit patience and delve deeper into the subsequent chapters. Adostoff gratitude toyual. Should fadialawi auto complete the first volume, if firm libelevithis buquil unveil toyworld done like Ian Yother. Themos admirable readers. Int illustrious city of Changanli Estheranon Donxiang Tower, for Medford Scortons. Today, Ida said that the celebrated courtesan, Yui Xiang, known as the Moon Fairy off mortal realm, will grace the establishment, enchanting gal with Hergukin melodious and graceful dances. The imperial examination, a grand event held Vera 3 Earsinth Tang dynasty, draws scholars from across the land, compelling them taliva thero mesin journey to Chang'an. Upon hearing Goff T courtesan's appearance, scholars flock in droves. The Moon Fairy, Yui Xiang, stands among the top 3 beauties in Theorem. Her mastery spans across heart-soft music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, captivating countless nobles and dignitaries. Any ordinaryman would die earned for a glimpse of her ethereal visage. Tomerla listen to her tunes would be blissinge of inflating sight would suffice for Talsoft grandeur upon returning home, regardless of their names being absent from the examination rankings. In an instant, Onxiang Tower is brimming with patrons. Onani arbistreet, Ironman's trolls leisurely. Dressed in pristine white, possesses a narrow-filigan Cian Danather world liquor. Strange, isn't it supposed to the imperial examination? Yet, I see so few scholars in Chang'an soon expected, he muses. Ashwalks, he arrives before a building rivaling Isonyuiming Tower. He pauses, curiosity piqued, and gazes upward. The words Onxiang Tower come into view. At that moment, he hears the melodious scatterand laughter echoing from within. In a brief silence, the Unmans tried us confidently inside. How a sit hat said? Toby youth fuel with thought romances a wasted outh? How true ethidus? Upon entering Onxiang Tower, the Unman quickly realizes that the type leaf daughter of Chang'an is not Morelia boast. The establishment boasts 3 floors. Theferstisa Hall, the second houses private chambers, while at Hay Turtised Tobti Bo Dofti Courtesan, a place in Uni Hasaver been known to visit. At present, Onxiang Tower is already bustling with over 100 scholars. Thieris fled with laughter and song, a scene of joyous revelry. A delicate, almost ethery fragrant suave strut he air, casting a dream like a reverie a thought lures on into intoxication. As she surveys the enchanting environment, a keened maiden spots the Unman, and with a giggle, severalities approach, swaying thigh waists gracefully. What a hand, some gentleman. One a lady light liling sharum with he's, whisperings, wheat lion he's Another a firstian daisiet, wily a thirstinder massage his shoulders. Amidst Hekarman Gattenshin soft he's a beautiful maidens, the Unman find Shimsel for irresistibly drawn to sit down. Listening to Ezof whispers and inhaling Thefra Grant perfumiof to lovely combined with theflated glimpses so faller beside a heme, Hikano felt bootsai. Heaven. However, after a moment of indulgence, Apangafangziata begins to stir within him. His unis does not stem from being amidst a throng of butterflies, butrither from that. This must be complimentary, right? Casting his gaze around, Hinata sees Zeta Peromanot fair off, whopper squeak charming. With a flourish, the Unman toss viral gaming silver soints to the maiden sath tending him, will accept them with effortless grace, showing no sign of embarrassment. The interaction flows like water, indicating a familiarity theta unmistakable. Witnessing this scene, the Unman's expression stiffens. Hirachisen to high somi adger pocket, falling into contemplative excellence. For the first time, he feels say twinjo finvi towards the 12-room diamond. In the past, Hekud obviously overwhelmed 100 such oblivia gia ungans with his wealth. On supina time, the steamed Mester Offuiming Tower wood na they've had to ponder the matter of finances. Ifoder Swardo learned that the current master of Huiming Tower is present in Thice establishment. Surely more than half off Twimen and Onxiang Tower will drush to him, eager to shower him with affection. Yet now, the Unman lets it a soft sigh. Time shave changed. As if sensing Gemus gaze, the dapper youngman turned Stoluk. Noticing G seat Mingathrong of beauties, yet appearing somewhat stiff, he seems amused. After a moment's consideration, he approaches Jimu, Wynekup in hand, and greets him. Didio Komito Day 4th Moon Fairy as well? Moon Fairy? What Moon Fairy? Thea Nungman is taken aback. Having just arrived in Chang'an, he's unfamiliar with such titles. Yet, seeing the expectant look on Theather's face, Heckinanly no din feigned understanding. Theunman beams with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Indeed! I wondered you appeared so solitary amidst such warmth it seems Sayu, like him, a real ready captivated." Captivated? What do Eshamin be that? Jimusman disawhirl, yet this face frequently no sin agreement. What is your name, my friend? Jimu, courtesy named Chongfeng, here plies. I am Li Hani, still underage, so I shall address you as Chongfeng. Li Hani? Jimu is momentarily taken aback. Thenum seems familiar, yet the cannot placete. Meanwhile, unlike Jimus' confusion, Li Hani exudes sa familiarity. Hekazali drapes Zainar mover Jimus holder, inquiring with a hint of mystery. Chongfeng, how much do you know about Moon Fairy? Before Jimu can respond, Li Hani suddenly slaps his thigh, transforming into an ardent Tad Myron an instant, declaring, "I have admired her forages. I comito Changan Sali for a fur." Isn't it for the imperial examination? Jimu tentatively asks, only to receive a look of incredulity in return. Chongfeng, are you truly unawary or merely pretending? Scheist the finished beauty of Central Plains, the Ling Long Moon Fairy. Aiming gal the beauties in theorem, she ranks within the top. Look around. Near livery scholar in Thys establishment to share to see her. In comparison, the imperial examination is so little consequence. Is it really extraordinary? Jimu is taken aback by Li Hani's fervor. At that moment, the bustling Anxiang Tower gradually falls silent. The mellifluous in their play series' agent leaned elegant melody thoughts this desperate. Jimu glanced at the crowd, noting fever-like concealed excitement in their faces, realizing that the main event Li Hani spoke euphemismet. Sure enough, with the Rin Jinjof delicatechems, a lay de graceful emerges from the upper floor, her presence commanding gal attention. She stretches her delicate hands, leaning lightly against the railing. Her pallor daughter, adorned with subtly embellishments, clings slightly to her skin, accentuating her buchakantoa flawless automon. Her eyes, like willows, glimmer with intrigue, captivating gal Hoderetta gaze upon her. Asher lips spart an original smile, a myriad of farms manifest, rendering gal the woman in Nanxiang Tower pale in comparison. Leaning against the railing, she surveys the crowd with keen interest, as if she has not stepped outside Inquitsum time. Jimu finds Shimzel Famong Thethrong, Thyrius meeting farm afar. As if drawn by his distinct presence, her gaze lingers in him for a brief moment before shifting away. After a pause, Thelida's voice, sweet as silver bells, resonatest through the whole. Thank you all for our kind affection. I am you, the humble woman, adhering to the court's request to meet you before the imperial examination. I am here to compose you melody to inspire you all. May a kafi achieve jakescent be compiler so for great Tang dynasty. Herv y Sarah Verberich drew on Xiang Tower, melodio sand enchanting, instilling gas and zavzarenitinal ho hear it. Thescalars rise, cupping their hands in respect, respond in unison. Thank you, Missy Xiang. She's indeed beautiful, Jimu murmurs, while firmly pulling Theodrely Hanyabak, who seems ready to rush up to the third floor. If he didn't intervene, Li Hanya might very well dart up Theriotnimamit. At this juncture, Thelody atop the staircase dresses Thecrodinsmary. Traditionally, would play a piece in Thegican at this moment. However, this year, I wish to add a special twist. Have been in Anxiang Tower for 3 years, performing 3 pieces. The first is Sping Shaluo Yen. Thesakandis Pai Pa Xing. Thetherdis Guangling San. This time, naturally, it will be different composition. Today, the pieces shall perform as so nearly Arna Dinmeouth, Theona Playbist. Ida said that Thismlada has been lost to the world. I, a humble soul, shall resurrect it today. As a special twist, Shudainyon correctly nameth this piece, Ishal glad lie Sherry Denier with them. Asher word Seko, Yuxiang besto sa captivating smile. With a gentle press against the railing, she gracefully leaps down, her skirt billowing, her feet lightly touching the ground. Her flowing hair dances in the air, perfect life framing here exquisite features. In her crimson attire, Heron paralleled beauty shines true. And thus, she descends. Chapter 2 A solitary musician playeth Guqin, who says there are no kindred spirits? As Yu Yixiang touches down, Thecrode instinctive parts, creating a spacious alluring. Shestan sathacenter, effortless lie captivating the gazeful present. Yu Yixiang bo slight lighteth Thecrode. A samite approaches with oniscient Guqin, she gracefully settles down, positioning the instrument upon her lap. By a twist of fate, as Yu Yixiang lands, Thecrode parts just so, placing Jimun Liheni at the forefront. Without speaking Goff being nearest to Thelady, that distance is not great enough to prevent a clear view of her exquisite features. While Jimu's expression remained uncaged, Liheni was filled with an exuberance in tatado fakakaro roused bethe dawn. Haji Muno trestrained his shoulder, itis like Klihi would have allunged forward. Of course, Jimu did not believe a thought such an advance would result in a scener reminiscent tofahungritager pouncing on its spree. This seeming lidlicity and frail woman had just slipped down from the third floor unscathed. Surely, such a feat was beyond the capability of so fain ordinary person? Thephermost Kortsanov Chang'an, it appeared, possessed more than mere beauty. Yu Yixiang had resided in seclusion in Shangan for several years, appearing insincere, yet she had always maintained her virtue, never on see embroiled in scandal, a testament to her formidable background. Jimusrius enforced training Lihani was, in essence, to spare him from embarrassment. Naturally, there was also degree of concern regarding potential repercussions. Yu Yixiang gun wrapped the inscient zither sway the dinsik. With delicate fingers, Shagant like caressed the string sand tenderly touched the body of the instrument, displaying gutmost affection. Before you rested das of instring Jukin. The surface of the instrument borfant scratches, clear live evidence of many trials and tribulations. Observing this, Jimu felt a growing curiosity towards the woman. How could Danuho cherish such an ancient instrument allow it to suffer such wear? The story is it must harbor were sorely fascinating. Yu Yixiang's gaze flitted about the hall, her lips curving in Tojudal smile. Her jade fingers began to pluck the string soft tegikin, her movements graceful and fluid. As the string squivered, Yu Yixiang parted her vermilion lips, and a mournful yet melodious song throughout her pavilion. Remembering the pluminy thuisternissels, Eisen dabbering to the northern banks. The cease waters dream endlessly, your sorrowous mismenial. The southern wind understands me heart, blowing dreams to thuisternissels. As the final notes faded, the musicling aired with appointed beauty, evoking tears from the listeners. In the hall, everyone closet these, savoring the ethereal essence of the music. Yet, Jimulo neo penasizid, astonishedens and whatatalas. Huazel to familiar with thismlity. So familiar Thetis the fierce notes arose, have found himself engulfed in Nazov memories. Thrughouthish childhood, nearly ever night spent Ming Villa, Huo drift in Tas lumbered the sound off Shao Lion playing this vera piece. In them morning, Hilda kinto its melody. Thus, Hekud never mistake this tune. The only difference was the two Yixiang played a ton thegikin, while Shao Lion had used a flute. Jimu had on saying quite about the origin soft this piece from Shao Yin. Hohud state de tways a song taught to her bethemistress, Thevery mother Jima had on lid thechinsidamittance. In Thisment, Jima started at heen chanting booty before him, rendered speechless. Did she share some a connection with his mother? Asked the sound off Tegikin faded. Theodian se gradual lira turned to their senses, praise erupting like Yachorus. Yu Yixiang paid no heed to thecalades, simplicilencing Thequin. After rappin jitin second hand in Jitoa made, Shuslola Rosand bowed to Thecrode. Parting her lips, her ethereal voice and Sige commanded along the assembly. Dice Sani gentlemen know the name of ta piece have played? At their inquiry, an immediate hush fell over the room. Noon coldenswer. It was no that the patron saw Fanxiang Tower where lacking in sophistication. Rather, the tune she had played was Senilis Tothworld, and noni had ever heard it before, let alone no wit's name. Amidst exchanging glances, some scholars sophomodish renown fell topping Goff shame, realizing thy ignorance saint apprentice of such talent. One scholar stepped forward and clasped Hishin stoge there. Miss you, Yorgican skillsery exquisite. Where be thumble students, unworthy to beckham pared toy or celestial music. Up in my departure today, is shall diligent listity, striving for knowledge, so as not a disappointy our honest teachings. With on letting Thwei, Manaskolars followed suit, hastily taking their leave. In a short time, nearly half Thepatron Fontyong Tower had departed. Those who remained were ethos unable to tear their gaze from the Celestial. After a moment of silence, Uyuxiang Gonsmer bowed to the road before us Lola Torning Talif. From beginning to end, she had uttered no superfluous words, her countenance remaining calm and composed. Theta Parcherif Tech Road seemed to bull within your expectations. She had never anticipated the Tanyon would recognize a thinemi of timidity. Her decision to add this flourish to day stemmed from Irenas of the early Routenman datad her sect of Flatingwam had prompted her to play her. She had assumed de twice at an ideal. Yet, it appeared she had overlooked an individual. Just as Yuxiang turned edge racefully to depart, a figure slowly merged. Jimu. Fair lady, please hold. Yuxiang paused slightly, her gaze shifting toward him. Acclamor erupted within Anxiang Tower. What does this mean? Hecant possibly know the name of the piece, Sanha? Impossible. Did not see the twa gentlemen Zao and Dwy leave? The Ari unaware how could Thyson known fellow possibly know? Notalis dependent upon reputation this gentleman ap her squitterfind, perhaps shadows? Ha! Heme Luke good, beauty softness. Alas, cease the chatter, we shall see. Indeed, whether he and Sir Sornotis of little consequence. A slongasitalos Yuxiang to linger a moment longer, Ida said light fuel occurrence. For otherwise, Shwood Hafti parted already. In the hall, discussions flowed incessantly. Some scholars doubted Jimu, eager to witness shistfully. Others seized the opportunity to gaze upon the real Yuxiang a mint longer. However, the lady herself remained indifferent to the reactions. Asha paused. Jimu, filled with curiosity, inquired. Fair lady, how do I know the Western Isles? Yuxiang's delicate tephramatrim bled slightly. Hirodom and water-like eyes slocked onto Jimu's, remaining silent for a long while. Asher regarded his respons, the scholar Sananxiang Tower big and Torilais isamething amiss, the rias woodening inestonishment. Had Yuxiang played in yother piece today? Jimu might know thaves, poken even if he recognized it. Butit was precisely because he truly wished to no one was sitting in change and wood plias on intimate Liling Keto his mother. Liheni was left dumbfounded. Hester dat Jimu in disbelief, tugging at this Lievi and pointing at them, unable to articulate a response. Well, so I were holding back all thighs while because what rest on her? You appeared despondent and disinterested. Yet it seems Sio wore a secret lie plotting against me? This is intolerable. What cal dido butindir? A special license side not know the name of the tune? And, given how you have embarrassed its minute today, I suppose it would not be misto gracious lie relinquish this little toy. You may take her for no. If we encounter any women from Thelistoff celestial beauty again, they shall no longer be permitted to vie for my attention. Unbeknownst to Jimu, while he exchange edgelances with Yuxiang, Lihanyi Hadelreedy made the arrangements for him. Of course, aside from Jimu. Noonie around paid Hito's hif-tinge motion softly honey. Elias were focused on Thetwo figures, Jimu and Yuxiang, Lacadinisalent exchange. Yuxiang, momentarily taken aback, gazed intent lieth a Schaller Lungmon before Heron softliest. What is your name? Jimu, courtesy name Chongfeng. How did you know this species the two Noft Western Isles? You have a Edo answer my question. Jimu replied, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Yuxiang fulsolent for armament. After a long pause, Shegas deeply at Jimu, leaving behind a single phrase before graceful at parting. Tonight, ishal awadiant hey third floor. Very well. Jimu responded absent-mindedly, onlatori lies isamithing wasamiss. Ah. Fair lady, wait. Caught off guard, G. Musmond went blank. Just as she intended to call out to Yuxiang, Shekasanato heed him again. With a elegance, the beauty vanished behind the curtain. After Yuxiang's departure, Anxiang Tower fell into and terrasolence. Then, countless spears sagazes fled with malice fell upon Jimu. Jima shivered involuntarily. Just as Sabaudo patiently explained the Thehad and Wantrist in romance, merely a serendipity to encounter, a sudden loud clap echoed from beside him. Startled, Jimu turned to Selihani, an Aphidofridge, pounding unfeedable. As if the noise were insufficient, heaving climby day top-thittable. Facing the gathering attention. Li Hanyai laughed maniacally 3 times, giving Jim Watham Sapan bellowing. Ha ha ha, brother G, splendid work. Thesa buff fun sarunwer thidashari an evening with the celish jamade nuishiang. Jim you wished to fin ignorancy of this person, beautitwastalit. Surrounded by predator gazi. Jim use a gedski word, contemplating. Kudit bethatayam trulid stein for famain changon? Chapter 3. With the measure of heaven in my hands, I traverse with the wind. What are you glaring at? Have you never seen this young master before? Blind, are you? Yes, I mean you. What's the matter? A bunch of useless fools, unable to respond, yet clinging on shamelessly? And you dare to call yourselves scholars? I am ashamed for you all. Within the dark fragrance pavilion, Li Hani rested 1 foot on the table. Gesturing grandly, his tongue battling fiercely in that moment, he resembled not a debauched young master, but a general commanding the battlefield. Jimu realized that the situation had spiraled entirely out of control, observing the murderous gazes around him. He raised his wine cup, seeking to numb himself. Let it be as it may, Himph. You accuse us of being shameless, yet you remain here as well, do you not? Li Hani's gaze shifted, landing on a scholar who had voiced his dissatisfaction. With a cold smirk, he commanded, You, step forward. What do you want? Li Hani chuckled, surveying the room. Whoever slaps him, I will reward with 100 taels. Slap, slap. 2 sharp sounds echoed immediately. Jimu. In no time, the previously vocal scholar was clutching his reddened, swollen face, glaring at Li Hani with a mix of despair and fury. You are shameless, 200 taels. Slap, 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 Jimu. After a moment, the scholar's face had swelled even further, yet this time he dared not utter another word. The power of money is indeed terrifying. Noticing his silence, Li Hani nodded in satisfaction, gesturing toward the 3rd floor. My sister-in-law is not someone of your lowly status who can covet. Jimu, with a mouthful of wine yet to be swallowed, sprayed it all out. What did he just hear? Sister-in-law? Initially, he had intended to observe a while longer, but he soon realized that Li Hani was becoming increasingly erratic, practically dragging him into a pit of fire. Thus, he yanked Li Hani down from the table, insisting on dragging him outside. Let us make a run for it. With the murderous gazes surrounding them, Jimu feared that if this continued, becoming infamous throughout Chang'an would be the least of his worries. He would soon become a national enemy. Li Hani, the pampered rich heir, could weather the storm, but what about himself? As he fled, Jimu's seemingly frail physique effortlessly pulled Li Hani along as if he were a mere chick. Meanwhile, Li Hani, as he was being dragged, did not forget to curse at those scholars. Upon exiting, he suddenly realized, what kind of strength do you possess? Ignoring him, Jimu continued to sprint. After turning through several winding alleys, they finally stopped in a corner where Jimu, his face contorted with anger, turned to Li Hani. Li Hani simply whistled, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Jimu's forehead throbbed with veins, barely restraining himself from knocking him unconscious and tossing him into a dung pit. How could he bear such humiliation? As a distinguished young master of the Moonlight Pavilion, he had never endured such indignities. Just as he prepared to grab Li Hani's ear, his movements faltered momentarily. However, it was only a brief pause. He quickly resumed, seizing Li Hani's ear again. Li Hani was about to protest when Jimu lowered his voice. Who have you offended? Li Hani's expression froze. Do not speak. Leave it to me, Jimu whispered. This damnable sense of security? Li Hani subtly nodded in agreement. Not far from the two, in a shadowy corner, a man with a furrowed brow observed the entangled duo with growing suspicion. Something felt amiss. After all, their scuffle had dragged on for far too long. Initially, he had little interest in the assassination target of this mission. Although the task description indicated that the individual was merely an ordinary person, uninitiated into the realm of hidden dragons, their identity meant they were not as easily dispatched as a commoner. To say it was impossible to complete would not be an exaggeration. Thus, the mission was certainly not assigned to him alone. With his current level, he was little more than cannon fodder. Wu Yang understood his own position well. He had come here merely with the mindset of giving it a try. However, during his month-long stay in Chang'an, he gradually discerned that every time the target entered the dark fragrance pavilion, as if to avoid suspicion, the hidden bodyguard would slip away. Every subsequent morning, once the target emerged, the bodyguard would reappear. This routine would have prevented him from seizing an opportunity. After all, violence could not be enacted within the dark fragrance pavilion due to certain clandestine matters of the martial world. But today, the target had not spent the night there. He had been dragged out. Wu Liang was momentarily stunned before he followed after them, only to discover that the two were actually in a scuffle. He felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a probability of 1 in 10,000, but he was puzzled. Why were they drawing closer to him as they fought? Wait, closer. Suddenly, Wu Liang realized, at that moment, a flying dagger shot straight toward his head. He barely managed to evade it, but the blade grazed his scalp, severing a few strands of hair, before he could process his shock and anger. A white figure appeared before him. Jimu coldly smirked, delivering a powerful kick to Wu Liang's chest. Then, Wu Liang, bewildered, touched his chest. Jimu stumbled back 3 steps. Wu Liang. Jimu. Li Hani. This is what you call leaving it to you? Li Hani glared at Jimu, his forehead veins bulging, nearly biting out the words. Coughing lightly, Jimu rubbed his nose. It was unexpected. Wu Liang clenched his fists, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. With that kick, he had already discerned Jimu's capabilities, a mere novice in the hidden dragon realm. Anyone above the 2nd level would be considered blind, while he, Wu Liang, though not at a high level, had spent years in arduous training and had at least entered the 4th level, stepping into the middle realm of hidden dragons. One was a novice in hidden dragons, the other an ordinary person. Wu Liang genuinely could not fathom how he could lose. Contemplating this, he smiled radiantly, as if he could already see the substantial reward beckoning him after completing the mission. Meanwhile, Jimu furrowed his brow, appearing troubled. Damn it, I've never fought before. Clearly, I've seen my sister handle fights with such ease. First a kick, then a couple of slaps, and finally lifting someone to throw them away. Where did it all go wrong? Li Hani, listening beside him, felt his heart sink. Brother G.HM, perhaps we should run first? Run? Where to? This question seemed to strike a nerve with someone, as Wu Liang nearly leaped up, shouting, "No more hesitation." He raised his hand to grab at the two. His bronze-skinned arms shimmered with a violent beauty, yet no one was there to appreciate it. For the 2 frail young men, the threat was all too real. The assassin's strike brought a gust of wind that stung painfully. Seeing Jimu still in a daze, Li Hani gritted his teeth and seized his arm, attempting to drag him away. But just then, Jimu appeared to have suddenly remembered something, a glint of determination in his eyes. Perhaps I kicked incorrectly. Let me try slapping instead. With that thought, Jimu raised his hand. Yet Wu Liang's robust arms were already closing in, the rushing wind painful against their skin. Li Hani's heart raced. Then, bang, white robes fluttered. Spiritual energy surged through the Ardai in that instant. Wu Liang felt as though a mountain had collided with him. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he was sent flying, crashing into the other end of the alley. With a cracking sound, several stones of the cobblestone pavement shattered. 7th level? Wu Liang's eyes rolled back as he fainted, filled with confusion. Li Hani. Jimu blinked in astonishment. Unexpected? I'll trust you. If you're lying to me, Li Hani nearly shouted in exasperation. Cough cough, it was my first fight. I'm still getting the hang of it. I won't mess up next time, Jimu replied earnestly. What level are you at? 1st level. You're talking nonsense, Li Hani blurted out, nearly in disbelief. He had seen clearly that when Jimu sent Wu Liang flying, spiritual energy had indeed overflowed from him. One could not unleash spiritual energy if they were below the 7th level. Really? Jimu forced a bitter smile. Just as Li Hani was about to inquire further, a shadow darted past, and a man exuding a powerful aura knelt before him. Your Highness, I apologize for arriving too late to provide assistance. Arriving too late? Li Hani murmured, a flicker of murderous intent briefly flashing in his eyes, though he concealed it well. Taking a deep breath, he chose to disregard the kneeling man and turned to Jimu, sincerely suggesting, Would you like to visit my residence? Jimu glanced thoughtfully at the man on the ground and shook his head. No. Then how about tonight's banquet at the Dark Fragrance Pavilion? I did not come for the banquet. I merely wished to inquire about the origin of that tune she played earlier. Jimu felt compelled to explain. Foolish youth, Lihani muttered under his breath. Jimu shrugged. Very well. Lihani shook his head, delivering a swift kick to the man kneeling on the ground, commanding, take that assassin back to the manor. I wish to interrogate him personally, as you command, the man replied, bowing respectfully before departing. Lihani cast a lingering glance at Jimu, ultimately smiling and gesturing. Let us be on our way. Jimu returned the gesture with a respectful bow. In the Grand Tang dynasty, individuals bearing the surname Li were few, yet there existed one who could be addressed as young master while daring to frequent brothels under the very eyes of the emperor without facing retribution, Prince Lihani of Huainan. On the streets, a shadowy figure followed closely behind Lihani, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward to inquire, Your Highness, that scholar has learned of your identity. Should we? The shadowy figure made a gesture across his throat. Lihani halted in his tracks. What did you say? His expression was as frigid as ancient ice, strikingly severe. The shadowy figure felt a chill run down his spine and immediately apologized. I have overstepped my bounds. I will accept 50 strikes upon my return. As you command. I in a guest house within Chang'an City. Jimu stealthily entered only to be abruptly seized by a figure awaiting him there, dragged into a small dark room. The figure demanded, Tell me, you certainly did not visit the Dark Fragrance Pavilion, did you? Observing the jealousy and indignation radiating from the other, Jimu hesitated for a moment before hastily shaking his head. No, I did not go. Really, you did not? The figure finally released Jimu, visibly relieved. His name was Huayu, a friend Jimu had made on his journey to Chang'an, accompanying him to participate in the palace examination. Upon arriving in the capital, Huayu had intended to visit the renowned Dark Fragrance Pavilion with Jimu, but alas, he had a younger sister who accompanied him to the city. Upon hearing that her brother planned to visit a brothel, Hua Jinlian had immediately intervened, throwing a tantrum that included tears and threats. Faced with such an uproar, Jimu had seized the opportunity to slip away, wandering aimlessly, only to inadvertently find himself at the Dark Fragrance Pavilion, where he unexpectedly garnered the chance to spend a delightful evening with the courtesan. Life's fortunes had diverged greatly. Naturally, Huayu was entirely unaware of these romantic escapades. Upon hearing that Jimu had spent an entire day in Chang'an without visiting the Dark Fragrance Pavilion, Huayu sighed in relief, yet felt a pang of frustration. Are you even a man? You finally arrive in Chang'an, and you do not even visit the Dark Fragrance Pavilion? Jimu felt tears welling up within him. What more could he possibly do? Huayu sighed, patting Jimu's shoulder in consolation. Fear not, brother Ji. I shall accompany you. We are both lost souls in this world. Observing Huayu's wistful expression, Jimu's countenance turned peculiar as he recalled the commotion he had caused earlier at the brothel. It seemed that this secret could not be kept hidden. After pondering for a moment, Jimu's lips curled into a subtle smile. He brushed off Huayu's hand from his shoulder and provocatively suggested, Would you like to go? Go where? Huayu inquired. What do you think? Jimu teased, Consider this. I could distract Shaolian for you, and you could sneak away tonight. What do you say? Huayu's demeanor instantly shifted to one of solemnity, adopting an air of righteousness. Just when Jimu thought the matter had fallen through, Huayu resolutely declared, Brother Ji, my life henceforth belongs to you. Jimu rubbed his brow, feeling somewhat exasperated, and sighed before continuing. But do not rush to agree. I have a condition. What is it? When you go tonight, remember to head to the 3rd floor. Perhaps you might even enjoy a complimentary meal. Just a meal? Huayu replied. Are you truly suggesting I engage in something more daring? Well, Jimu remarked, observing Huayu's sudden despondence, it is enough that you know you are a true man. Brother Ji. Do you not feel that you are quite deserving of a beating right now? I do not believe you possess the strength to beat me today. I shall spare you, considering your understanding nature. By the way, you truly did not go. Before he could finish, Jimu kicked him out the door and expressionlessly locked it behind him. The world fell silent. Jimu collapsed onto the bed, reflecting on the ups and downs of his life over the past few months, feeling a touch of weariness as he closed his eyes. He understood that his current comfort was not something he had earned himself. Having traversed the gates of death, he could not, nor would he allow himself, to indulge in the life that should be enjoyed by those of his age. He could not afford such luxuries. He must keep moving forward. Thus, when presented with an opportunity that others would covet, he chose to merely sample it. "Master, what is it that you truly wish for me to accomplish in Chang'an?" Accompanied by this question and the fatigue from days of travel, Jimmu gradually drifted into slumber. Little did he know, shortly after he fell asleep, a fiery figure gently slipped into his room. Akin to the evening glow weaving into his dreams. "Humph, you are the first in all of Central Plains to stand me up." Chapter 4. The subtle breeze rises, the earth conceals the delicate rain. This and the next 10 chapters will be in reverse order. It was a world of tranquil serenity. In the deep blue sky, countless stars twinkled, led by the moonlight, casting a delicate silver sheen upon the clear river's surface. In this ethereal realm, a small boat drifted from afar, gliding gently downstream. An elderly man stood at the helm. Paddling with a wooden oar, the oar lightly tapped the water, creating ripples, and soon the boat drew near. In the stillness of the night, with the bright moon hanging high, the old man could not help but break into song as he rowed. The spring waters are more azure than the heavens. The painted boat listens to the rain as it sleeps. What was it that I was to say by the shore? Just as he felt a twinge of embarrassment, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the riverbank. "The person by the shore resembles the moon, her delicate wrists glistening with frost and snow." The old man turned towards the voice and saw a young man standing beneath a willow tree. Clad in a flowing white robe, his brow exuded an aura of heroism, though he appeared to have just awakened, his eyes still heavy with slumber. The young man, noticing the old man's gaze upon him, smiled and bowed respectfully, saying, "Old sir, might you grant me passage?" His voice was soft, yet in this tranquil paradise, it resonated clearly. The old man studied the youth for a long moment, and just as the young man began to feel puzzled, the old man revealed a knowing smile. "Ah, so it is you," he murmured softly, a sound only he could hear. Strangely, the young man, who should not have heard those words, seemed to sense a shift in his essence. As if transformed by the old man's utterance, his originally clear eyes now appeared deep and dark, reminiscent of an eternal night, mysterious and untouchable. Suddenly, a flash of silver light sparkled in his gaze. As if a divine illumination had streaked through the everlasting darkness in an instant. The moment those words escaped, the world dimmed, and the stars flickered. Simultaneously, as the young man revealed his authority, a gentle breeze began to stir across the realm. It was unclear where it originated, for it was formless and soundless, invisible to the naked eye, yet it caused the stars to twinkle. This intangible breeze, accompanied by a fine drizzle, descended from the heavens. Though unseen, upon landing, it resonated like thunder, each drop heavy as a mountain, shaking the very earth beneath. As the subtle breeze arose, the delicate rain concealed itself within the earth. The old man abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Within those depths lay excitement, fear, and a complex blend of helplessness. "So it has come to pass." But in a fleeting moment, the young man shuddered slightly, his expression turning bewildered. "Did I just say something?" The old man remained silent for a while, finally shaking his head with a smile, calling out to the scholar, "We do not ferry people for free." The youth paused for a moment. However, being well-read and quick-witted, he soon grasped the meaning behind the old man's words. With a wry smile, he replied, I understand. As long as you are willing to take me across, I shall offer my gratitude." The old man recognized that the youth had misunderstood his intent, but chose not to clarify. He turned the boat towards the shore, rowing to the bank. "Young brother, what brings you out here so late?" the old man inquired with a smile. Delighted at the old man's willingness to take him across, the youth eagerly retrieved the basket he had previously set down beneath the willow tree. Hurrying to the boat. Once aboard, he responded, I was in a hurry and did not notice the time I inadvertently ended up here, intending to rest but succumbed to sleep instead. I only realized it was dark when I opened my eyes, and fortunately, I spotted you here." As the youth spoke, he found a spot at the stern to sit down. Seeing him settled, the old man called out, "Hold steady." With his command, the wooden oar swayed, and the boat gently set off towards the opposite shore. "What name do you go by, young brother?" "I am Jimu," styled Changfeng, Ji Changfeng. The old man mused, savoring the name. "A fine name indeed." Jimu clasped his hands in gratitude. After rubbing his aching legs and allowing some comfort to return, he began to survey the surrounding scenery. Verdant hills flanked both banks, and the azure waters stretched beneath a sky adorned with clouds. One must admit, this was the most exquisite landscape he had encountered since leaving the Sage Academy. Even though it was night, it possessed a unique charm. "Old man, what is the name of this river?" he inquired. "Qilong," the elder replied without turning his head. "Qilong," Jimu murmured softly, mentally noting the two characters. "By the way, old man, why are you out here alone at such a late hour?" After a brief pause, Jimu asked, "I am waiting for someone." "And then what?" "A ferryman." "Have you waited long?" The old man cast a meaningful glance his way, smiled faintly, and replied, "Of course." Jimu felt a twinge of confusion, for aside from himself and the old man, there was not a soul in sight. However, given their chance meeting, he deemed it inappropriate to inquire further and merely nodded as if he understood. Although the Qilong River was long, it was not particularly wide. After a time sufficient for brewing a cup of tea, the wooden boat gently approached the shore. The old man secured the vessel and turned to Jimu with a smile. "Young brother, the night is deepening. Remember to return home early." Jimu rose, slinging his book basket over his shoulder, and bowed respectfully to the elder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your kind assistance." Old man, upon finishing, he produced 2 silver ingots from his robe and presented them to the elder. "A small token of appreciation. Please accept it." The elder shook his head, not even glancing at the silver in Jimu's hand. Despite the fact that the amount was enough to sustain an ordinary family for half a year, Jimu paused, his hand holding the silver hovering in midair. "Material possessions hold no value for me." "Then what do you require, old man?" "I need a single strand of your hair." "A strand of hair?" Jimu was taken aback, almost doubting his hearing. Yet, the old man's expression suggested he was not jesting. Instinctively, he grasped a strand that had drifted beyond his headscarf and asked, "Just one strand?" "Indeed," the elder replied with a smile. Jimu hesitated for a moment, but then plucked the strand and handed it to the elder. Having studied at the Sage Academy from a young age and being well-read, he was aware that, aside from the court, there existed many peculiar arts within the martial world, not to mention the extraordinary mysteries of the immortals, which were even documented in his personal library. However, Jimu had never heard of any technique that could be performed solely with a strand of hair. This was why, after a brief contemplation, he decided to part with it. Of course, he believed that even if the elder were indeed a figure of transcendent wisdom, he would not harbor ill intentions towards him. Who would waste their efforts on an ordinary mortal? Though it was somewhat peculiar, he deemed it inconsequential. Seeing the elder carefully stow away the strand, Jimu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Could his hair truly be a miraculous remedy? Shaking his head, he cleared such unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Upon stepping onto the riverbank, he offered a slight fist salute to the elder. "I take my leave now." The elder nodded, smiling as he waved goodbye, then untied the small boat and floated away with the current. Jimu watched the elder's retreating figure, a hint of confusion etched upon his face. After a long while, he shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and buried his perplexity deep within. Striding forth with purpose, he embraced the wind. Chapter 5. The Hidden Dragon. The first tower of Jiangnan. In Chang'an, there was a maiden known as An Xiang, and in Jiangnan, a lad called Yueming. The Yueming Tower stands as the premier tavern in Jiangnan, renowned far and wide across the region. Countless scholars and poets flock to its doors. The specially brewed Jian and Chun within is rich and robust, its fragrance lingering through the ages, having reached great heights in the capital. At this moment, Jimu, having left the banks of the Qilong River, approached the intricately carved 3-story tower, his book basket slung over his shoulder. Before even entering, he called out, "Elder sister, come and greet me." Before long, a voice filled with exasperation echoed from the second floor of the Yueming Tower. You little rascal, only remembering your sister while completely forgetting about me? Jimmu cleared his throat, feeling a touch embarrassed, when suddenly a gust of wind burst forth from the tower. A spirited young woman rushed out, embracing Jimmu tightly while casting a fierce glare backwards. What do you remember? Wasn't it you who sent little Musi away to that coffin-like academy? As Jimmu struggled free from the woman's embrace, he caught sight of his father emerging from the tower. A pained expression on his face. Their eyes met, and they both recognized the shared look of helplessness. "It is the Sage Academy," they both said in unison as they made their way inside. 10 years ago, the poetry-loving Jimmu was sent to the Sage Academy, renowned for producing great generals in chaotic times and sages in peaceful ones. Due to his tender age, he served as a book boy to the sage for a decade. Immersed in literature day and night. Perhaps due to his intense focus on study, Jimmu had always been frail and often fell prey to bullying by other children. During such times, Jimmu's older sister, Ji Xiaoshua, just 4 years his senior, would step in to defend him. On one memorable occasion, she brandished a firewood stick from the kitchen and chased a group of bullies away for an entire 10 li, instilling such terror that the children never dared to bother Jimmu again. This incident later became a source of amusement for their neighbors, and Ji Xiaoshua earned the playful nickname of Fierce Threnyang among the patrons of the Wiming Tower. Yet now, in the second-floor compartment of the tower, the fiercely protective Ji Xiaoshua was delicately wiping the sweat from her brother's forehead with a handkerchief, her concern evident as she asked, "Little Musi, that old scoundrel at the Sage Academy hasn't bullied you, has he?" Jimmu managed a wry smile. The only person bold enough to openly refer to the sage, the most esteemed among the 7 saints of the Jianghu, as an old scoundrel was likely none other than Ji Xiaoshua. "The teacher treats me well." Ji Xiaoshua nodded thoughtfully, then her expression darkened. "If he dares to bully you, just tell me. I will personally go to the Sage Academy and pluck out that old scoundrel's beard." At her words, Jimmu recalled the first meeting between Ji Xiaoshua and the sage, and he couldn't help but chuckle. 10 years ago, when the Ji family brought Jimmu to the Sage Academy to meet the sage. Ji Xiaoshua, then merely a teenager, had been convinced that this elderly man was there to take her brother away. So, during their first encounter, she had boldly yanked a handful of white whiskers from the sage as a greeting. Shaking his head, Jimmu turned his gaze to the window, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. The Wiming Tower is divided into 3 floors, each more refined than the last. The first floor is primarily for revelry and drinking, frequented by chivalrous figures from the Jianghu, indulging in spirited toasts. The second floor is considerably quieter, catering mainly to cultured scholars, with a more elegant ambience. The third floor is said to host distinguished guests. Though Jimmu could hardly recall many who had ascended to that level, apart from his family, only 2 individuals came to mind. 1 was his current teacher, the sage of Confucianism and Taoism. As one of the 7 saints, he was highly respected and had disciples spread across the land, so it was no surprise he could enter the 3rd floor. The other was a ragged yet serene old monk. Aside from these 2, Jimmu could not remember anyone else ever stepping onto the 3rd floor. His father, Ji Yinfeng, was another enigma to Jimmu. Though he appeared amiable and unremarkable, he possessed an unmatched prowess in the game of chess. Ever since Jimmu learned to play, he had engaged in countless matches against Ji Yinfeng, only to suffer one crushing defeat after another. Jimmu was no novice to the game. The Sage Academy was teeming with talent, and many had excelled in various arts, including chess. Yet, Jimmu found himself perpetually outmatched, even to the point where the sage would occasionally falter in his own games. Regardless of how illustrious his reputation was outside, upon returning home to face Ji Yinfeng, Jimmu felt like a child who had never learned to play chess. More often than not, within the span of a single incense stick, he would be forced to concede defeat and retreat in disgrace. This conundrum had lingered in Jimmu's heart for over a decade. He had even sought advice from the sage, but the sage merely shook his head and smiled in silence. At that moment, the sound of footsteps drew Jimmu back to reality, and he spotted his father ascending the stairs with a jug of wine in hand. Accompanied by 2 servants carrying a chessboard, the flicker of determination sparked in Jimmu's eyes. "Hey, I refuse to be defeated this time, Muir. How long are you planning to stay this time?" 3 months. "Is it because of your mother's Memorial Day?" Jimu remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. With a decisive sound, Ji Yinfeng placed a black piece firmly on the board. Teasingly observing Jimu's fleeting expression as he asked, "Will you return to the academy after 3 months?" "No. My teacher said I must not solely bury myself in books. He even chased me out of the library with a ruler. Mind you, he had never scolded me before and I intend to go to Chang'an to participate in the palace examination." "Yes." Uncle Ji slightly furrowed his brow, perhaps due to the burden of a Jedi in the court filled with intrigue and scheming. How could it possibly compare to the straightforwardness of a young hero in the martial world? Upon hearing this, Jimu seemed to take offense at his father's subtly expressed dissent, abruptly rising from his seat with a thud. The exquisite chess pieces, crafted from precious jade, scattered across the floor, producing a crisp sound as they fell. A gentleman ought to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to lay down a destiny for the common folk, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to open a path of peace for all generations. Did not my father once say this? A true man in this world must have a purpose. How can one be content to remain in a corner, observing the sky from a well? The last statement was nearly a glare directed at Uncle Ji. Observing Jimu's fervent demeanor, Ji Yinfeng maintained his composure, blinking a few times before glancing at the disarrayed chessboard below, clicking his tongue. "So, the great sage Ji has chosen to rely on my game of chess. Let this match be a draw. Come, let us play again." Jimu, with a disheveled appearance, chuckled as he began to gather the pieces. Having returned from the academy, Jimu had made considerable progress. His eyes sparkled with delight at his father's praise. "Is that so? Has it truly become this evident? It seems that my continuous consultations with the teacher regarding the art of chess have borne fruit." Ji Yinfeng cast a casual glance at him. "I meant your shamelessness." Just as Jimu rolled his eyes in exasperation, a sudden roar erupted from downstairs. "Who dares to say I won Pei? Huh?" The inn fell into a brief silence as Ji Yinfeng and Jimu exchanged glances, both sighing in unison. "Here we go again." Following the roar, a human-shaped dent abruptly appeared on the street. Inside the moonlit inn, guests continued to chat and sip tea, unfazed, as they had long grown accustomed to such antics. Only a fool, unaware of the depths of the martial world, would dare to cause trouble in the moonlit inn. Outside, a young waiter, his head wrapped in a cloth, snorted coldly, expressionless as he returned to serve the customers. Finding it too tedious to intervene, Xiaoshua, returning from the market, chanced upon this scene, scoffing as he approached the ruckus-maker who had just emerged from the dent and landed a kick to his stomach. Cursing, "Get lost!" with a resounding thud, the burly man felt a dull sound reverberate in his abdomen, overwhelming him with a sense of dominance, causing him to fly backward and crash violently into a wall. It was hard to imagine that beneath Ji Xiaoshua's slender figure lay such astonishing strength. Perhaps Ji Xiaoshua had shown some mercy, for the troublemaker struggled briefly in the debris before clumsily crawling out. A glimmer of fear appeared in his eyes. Although he had reached the mastery of the hidden dragon realm, that blow had been utterly unpreventable, and the pain he felt was incomparable to any previous scrapes. In terror, he fled as if escaping a ferocious beast. All day dreaming of making a name for himself at the moonlit inn, he failed to weigh his own worth. Watching the man escape in disarray, Ji Xiaoshua sneered, then suddenly remembered something, her face brightening with joy as she ascended the stairs with the freshly purchased fruits, calling out to Jimu, "Little Musy, come, have some fruit. These are all freshly bought by me. Why bother with chess when I've never won a game in over a decade?" Jimu, just about to make a confident move in a new game, froze, his hands suspended in midair. "Nonsense. I just achieved a draw." "A draw?" Ji Xiaoshua cast a doubtful glance at Ji Yinfeng, guessing from the latter's intriguing expression, shaking her head as a peculiar smile crept onto her face. "Little brother, you're remarkable. Humph, indeed." Jimu patted his chest with pride, then suddenly recalled something, asking, "By the way, I haven't seen Xiaolian. Is she at the villa?" Ji Xiaoshua shot him a sidelong glance, sighing softly. "You only just remembered her? Alas, I don't know which heartless young master left tasks for his personal maid before departing. Now, the handwritten copies of the Analects nearly fill an entire bookcase. Jimu was taken aback. Assigning tasks? He suddenly remembered that he had said something to Xiao Lian before heading to the academy. With this thought, he sprang up from his chair, snatching 2 bayberries from Ji Xiaoshua's hand and popping them into his mouth before hastily descending the stairs. In the back courtyard of the Moonlit Inn, Jimu led out a snow-white steed. "Old friend, it's been a while." The white horse neighed a few times, nudging Jimu with its head. Jimu smiled, mounted the horse, and rode off towards the city outskirts. Back at the Moonlit Inn, Ji Xiaoshua gazed at the untouched fruits with a sigh. She then tossed the entire bag in front of Ji Yanfeng. Newly bought, it would be a waste not to eat. Ji Yanfeng. Chapter 6. The Copper Sparrow locks in the deep courtyard. A beauty accompanies the Blue Lantern. The Ji family in Jiangnan boasts 2 major enterprises. One is the Moonlit Inn located in Tianxiang County, and the other is the Mingyue Villa situated outside the city. Both are renowned properties, famous throughout the Central Plains. After leaving the city, Jimu headed straight for Mingyue Villa. "Xiaolian, you can't possibly have taken my words to heart." Xiaolian is Jimu's personal maid and childhood friend. She is 2 years older than Jimu, possessing a gentle and serene demeanor. And Jimu often regards her as a sister. Just before his departure, Jimu had half-jokingly remarked, "Xiaolian, though you are a girl, you should read more poetry and literature. Otherwise, when I become a sage, it will be rather dull if I have no one to exchange verses with." Jimu could assure anyone that this statement was entirely light-hearted banter, merely jesting before his journey. However, hearing Ji Xiaoshua's words in the inn made him suddenly recall how serious Xiaolian could become when she was truly focused. Though she usually appeared gentle and obedient, once determined, she transformed entirely. Her resolve was steadfast, unyielding against the winds and rains, intimidation, or temptation. Even Ji Yanfeng, the head of the family, could only shake his head and depart in the end. With unease stirring in his heart, Jimu rode his horse to the entrance of a tranquil and elegant estate, dismounting and walking inside. Within the estate, a path wound through the lush greenery, paved with stones of various sizes, gradually extending into the distance. As Jimu walked along the stone path, he inhaled the fragrance of flowers. Deeply in the depths of the estate stood pavilions adorned with sandalwood, serene gazebos and koi-filled ponds, rivaling the opulence of a royal palace. Yet, Jimu seemed oblivious to all this, his gaze directed solely towards the library. Sighing heavily in his absence, the library had remained nearly untouched. But now its doors stood wide open. After a while, Jimu ascended to the library. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he found the floor littered with handwritten copies of the Analects. Jimu's eyelid twitched involuntarily, and as he turned his gaze, he spotted a girl furiously writing at a desk, seemingly in a fit of pique. Jimu rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss for words. The girl, clearly unaware of another presence in the 2nd floor, continued tirelessly with her writing. Her delicate fingers gripped the pen, moving as gracefully as a phoenix. Her neat and elegant script danced upon the paper. In the library, the earnest girl sat cross-legged on a mat, diligently penning her notes. Her light pink dress was gently cinched at the waist, cascading down. Her features, though not stunning, possessed a unique charm, naturally reminiscent of a beautiful painting. Jimu stealthily approached the girl from behind, gazing at her cascading hair, before reaching out to lightly flick her head. The girl halted her writing abruptly, turning around in confusion. A pair of eyes, as clear as autumn waters, finally settled on Jimu. "Ah, the young master has returned." The statement was delivered in a dispassionate tone, lacking the joy one would expect after half a year apart, as Xiao Lian turned back to continue copying the Analects. As if nothing mattered more than completing her task, Jimu was nearly exasperated by her reaction but felt powerless. He understood that once Xiao Lian immersed herself in a task, everything else became inconsequential. Not even the collapse of the heavens could distract her. After a considerable pause, seeing that she genuinely ignored him, Jimu helplessly asked, "Aren't you tired? The villa has no shortage of books. Why copy so many scriptures? Didn't the young master say I should read more poetry and literature?" Without lifting her head, Xiao Lian replied in her usual indifferent tone, "But reading and copying are 2 different matters." Xiao Lian raised her head, glancing at Jimu standing before her. tilting her head adorably as if contemplating. She felt that Jimu had a point. Yet, almost immediately, she replied formally, Xiao Lian is not as gifted as the young master. So I can only rely on this clumsy method to memorize. I was joking before I left. How can a gentleman speak in jest? Jimu found himself momentarily speechless. Within the Ji family, Ji Xiaoshua was unreasonable. Ji Yinfeng was too hesitant to argue. And the only one who could converse reasonably with Jimu, backed by sound logic, was none other than Xiao Lian. With a wry smile, Jimu inwardly lamented, regretting his previous remarks. Looking at the nearly overwhelming stack of handwritten copies occupying the second floor of the library, Jimu was both impressed and reluctant to force her to stop writing. Opting instead to suggest gently, why not take a break before continuing to copy? Xiao Lian gently shook her head. She had yet to complete today's copying. How much have you transcribed? Xiao Lian raised her other hand, displaying 3 slender fingers point 3 times. A moment of silence fell upon the library. Jimu took a deep breath, and after a brief pause, resolutely declared, I shall assist you. And no sooner had he spoken, than he seated himself across from Xiao Lian, unfurled paper and ink, and casually picked up a scattered manuscript from the floor. He ground the ink and grasped the brush. His strokes flowed with the grace of a dragon and the agility of a snake. Jimu commenced his copying with unwavering focus, yet he remained oblivious to the subtle smile that graced the corners of the girl's lips. Within the confines of the library, surrounded by ancient tomes and 2 youthful souls, tranquility enveloped the space. A gentle breeze wafted through the curtains, stirring them ever so lightly, as if reluctant to disturb the two within it. He merely lifted a hint of ink's fragrance, lingering in the air. From the moment they began their work, the pair exchanged no words, yet their hearts resonated in silent understanding, choosing not to disrupt the serene passage of time. Jimu, inheritor of the literary lineage, wielded his brush with a powerful and vigorous style, a righteous aura emanating from his every stroke. Yet he possessed one notable flaw: he was excruciatingly slow. So much so that by the time darkness fell, the library had already lit several green lamps, yet the scroll he was tasked with remained unfinished. Beside him, Xiao Lian had already completed her 2 volumes and propped her chin on her hand, casting a look filled with inscrutable meaning at him. Jimu felt a surge of embarrassment, causing his pace to slow even further. Xiao Lian sighed softly. Facing the esteemed young master of the Ji family, she admonished him as if he were a wayward younger sibling, saying, Young master, should you ever serve in the court and the emperor requests you to review documents, how long would it take you to finish? Jimu's hand holding the brush faltered slightly, clearly struck by her words, and he shot her an indignant glare, retorting, You, be quiet. I'm going to take a break now. Xiao Lian chuckled, rising to smooth her skirt, feigning an intention to leave. Clearly, the anger of the young master had no power over her. I am assisting you with your copying, she teased. Shall I prepare a bowl of your favorite lotus seed porridge? Yes. Should I add sugar? Yes. Would you like me to warm your bed? Yes, huh? Jimu abruptly halted, lifting his gaze in astonishment toward the girl, only to be met with her innocent, untainted eyes. The purity of her gaze made him feel a wave of shame for his earlier thoughts. Let us just forget about that, he stammered. Xiao Lian replied with a gentle acknowledgement and leisurely made her way downstairs. Once she departed, Jimu finally exhaled, his cheeks flushing crimson. What was I just thinking? He remained unaware that below in the library, a smile had crept upon Xiao Lian's lips, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a newly blossomed magnolia. Stunning and beyond compare. Chapter 7. In the depths of the courtyard. Spring melancholy like willow fluff. The next morning, Jimu ascended to the library with a steamer basket of freshly made buns. Upon arrival, he noticed Xiao Lian, engrossed in her copying, seemingly having arrived quite some time ago. A gentle breeze stirred outside, flowing through the hall, causing her garments to flutter, her hair dancing gracefully. The earnest girl, meticulously writing, created a scene akin to a painting. Just as the day before, Jimu approached the table, placed the buns down, and casually took 2 for himself before snatching the brush from her hand. Eat first, then write? Xiao Lian was taken aback, blinking. She glanced at the steaming buns, suddenly recalling that in her fervor to copy. She had forgotten to eat breakfast. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing the delicious food, and she eagerly took one, blowing on it before taking small bites. Seeing her delight in the food, Jimmu felt a sense of relief and surveyed the library. The collection at Mingyue Villa, named Wanghai, could be described as boundless. Though it may not boast the same renown as the Guanhai Tower of the Sage S Academy, its volumes were still beyond what an ordinary person could hope to read in a lifetime. After a moment, Jimmu's gaze landed on a slightly yellowed booklet. After a brief silence, he walked over and extracted it from the shelf. Potential Dragon S First Encounter. Xiao Lian paused her eating, her heart aching at the sight of Jimmu with the book in hand. The Potential Dragon Realm is the first stage on the path to immortality. A necessary journey. It begins with the words, the potential dragon, through the human body, endures the harshness of winter and summer, absorbing the morning sun and collecting the evening moon. With limited resources, one creates infinite opportunities. Like a traveler climbing a mountain, though the road ahead is long. To reach the summit, one must persevere. This was a cultivation method comprehensible to many, yet for Jimmu, it resembled an insurmountable barrier that spanned his 20 years of life, for he could not sense the energy of the universe. While even a simple villager could feel the essence of heaven and earth, Jimmu had never encountered it. It was as if the heavens had sealed his limbs, isolating him within a mere foot of ground, exiling him from the world, all to imprison him alone. Though Jimmu often scorned the brash heroes of the martial world, he could not help but envy those unparalleled warriors who traversed the realms with ease. Despite having read countless tomes and possessing a maturity beyond his peers, he remained but a youth. Jimmu stared at the book in his hands, yet hesitated to open it. Ultimately, he returned the book to the shelf and turned to leave. "Are you not going to read today?" Xiao Lian inquired with concern. Jimmu shook his head, replying, "I'm going to explore the back mountain." Xiao Lian fell silent, refraining from further persuasion, for she understood Jimmu's intentions. Watching him leave, she glanced at the remaining buns, her brows furrowing slightly. "I can't finish all this alone." Mingyue Villa sprawled across a vast expanse. The front courtyard featured gardens and lakes. The central courtyard housed buildings and residences, while beyond lay the back mountain, serving solely to honor ancestors. In contrast to the lively ambience of the central courtyard, this area exuded a profound tranquility. Jimmu ascended the steps to the back mountain, where the trees intertwined to form a canopy above, casting cool shadows upon the ground. Whenever he visited the back mountain, his heart would gradually find peace, and all his troubles would vanish into thin air. Yet, it wasn't long before he fell into silence. He arrived at the spirit hall halfway up the mountain. Jimmu did not enter immediately, but instead carefully selected several blooming flowers. Taking his time, this process consumed half an hour, and only when his hands could hold no more did he remove his shoes and step barefoot into the hall. Winter had passed, yet early spring still bore a chill. The cold stone beneath his bare feet sent shivers through him, but Jimmu remained oblivious. He placed the flowers upon the offering table and knelt slowly before a spirit tablet. It was his motheress. He had only met her once, and thereafter, they were eternally separated. It was a lamentable reality, brought about not by external forces, but by himself. Although Jimmu could not sense the energies of the world, he possessed an astonishing memory and comprehension far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He distinctly recalled every moment since his birth, and he remembered well that upon his arrival into the world, he was greeted not by the jubilant festivities of the Ji family, nor by heartfelt blessings from the heavens, nor even by his mother's first embrace. Instead, he was welcomed by a clap of thunder. Jimmu was unaware of what transgression he had committed to invoke such wrath from the heavens since the moment of his birth. Even after miraculously surviving, he found himself deprived of the ability to sense the energies around him, severing all possibilities for cultivation and obliterating his future. If indeed there exists a cycle of karma, one could only assume that in a past life, he must have been a person of unspeakable wickedness. The heavens cannot tolerate their own existence. For 2 decades, this thought has repeatedly surfaced in Jimmu's mind. He believes that 2 decades ago, he should have been reduced to mere wisps of smoke amidst the thunder of heaven. Scattered throughout the universe, rather than existing as he does now. Jimu raises his gaze, silently contemplating his mother's spirit tablet, sorrow evident in his eyes. After a considerable time, his emotions gradually settle, and he kneels on the ground, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Completing this act, he slowly rises and approaches the stone cabinet nearby, retrieving tools such as a broom and cloth, and begins to personally clean the memorial hall. He first uses a duster to sweep away the dust, then goes to the stream to fetch a basin of clear water, dampening the cloth before starting to wipe down the surfaces. He spares no corner, each motion executed with remarkable fluidity, as though he has performed this task 1,000 times before. Jimu is unaware of what others might think, whether they believe that he, the one who indirectly caused his mother's demise, should vanish along with the thunder. Such thoughts are of no consequence. What truly matters is that he cannot betray his mother's determination to shield him from the wrath of heaven with her mortal form. By the time Jimu finishes cleaning the memorial hall, it is nearing midday. After approximately half a stick of incense, Jimu returns from the back mountain to the courtyard, only to bump into Ji Xiaoshua, who is covered in dirt and dust. Like a playful kitten, upon seeing Jimu, she joyfully waves at him. "I heard from Xiao Lian that you were on the back mountain. I was just about to find you. Look at the time. Hurry up, the dishes made by sister are going to get cold." No sooner had she spoken than Ji Xiaoshua, without allowing for any resistance, pulls Jimu along towards the dining hall. "Sister, you made dishes?" Jimu, just emerging from the back mountain, is struck by this distressing news, his expression immediately turning as wilted as a frostbitten persimmon. "Sister, I'm not hungry yet." "What do you mean you're not hungry? It's time to eat. Or when will you ever gain weight?" "Why should I gain weight? Do you think it looks good to be as thin as a bamboo pole? Those who don't know any better might think our Ji family is so poor we're starving." "How could that be? Huh?" As Ji Xiaoshua narrows her eyes, she seems on the verge of losing her patience. Jimu, feeling a shiver run down his spine, immediately quickens his pace, hastening towards the dining hall. "Let us go, go, go. Today we're having 10 bowls of rice." Chapter 8. The day is silent. Darkness has arrived. Part 1. The dining hall of Mingyue Villa is spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of diners at once. Yet at this moment, Xiao Lian sits alone at the table, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazes at what might be called food, resembling charred remains. Upon entering, Jimu's gaze fixates on the blackened dishes, and he falls silent. The fleeting sense of warmth he felt upon seeing Ji Xiaoshua's soiled appearance dissipates instantly. "Is this a meal? It's outright murder." Ji Xiaoshua enters shortly after. Noticing Jimu's expression, seemingly a bit embarrassed, she sticks out her tongue and stammers, "I might have overcooked it a little, and perhaps added too much salt. The sugar should be fine, and I'm not sure if the vinegar suits your taste. The chili should be just right." Listening to her endless ramblings, Jimu feels a wave of despair wash over him as he slaps his forehead. Sour, sweet, spicy, salty, perhaps even bitter. This truly encompasses all 5 flavors. Jimu looks up at the sky. "Oh heaven, would it be too much to ask for another bolt of lightning to strike me unconscious?" After indulging in this charred feast, Jimu, feeling utterly soul-depleted, rubs his tormented stomach and walks alongside Xiao Lian toward the study. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he asks, "Isn't someone missing from today's meal?" Xiao Lian tilts her head, pondering for a moment before replying. "The head of the family said someone needs to oversee the tavern, so he left for the county city early this morning." Jimu scoffs with a cold laugh. "Ha, I bet he is too afraid to eat." Xiao Lian chuckles lightly, shaking her head in resignation. She, too, has not touched her chopsticks. While idly chatting, the two arrive at the study. Xiao Lian stands at the entrance, hesitating to enter, and looks back at Jimu, inquiring, "Has your mood improved, young master?" "Very well." Xiao Lian seems to want to say something more, but ultimately refrains, gracefully stepping into the study. Jimu smiles and follows her inside, asking from behind, "Are we still copying scriptures this afternoon?" "Yes, but constantly copying isn't quite right. How about I teach you the essence of the scriptures? Aren't you afraid that all your skills will be learned by others? As long as they don't use them to argue with me, it's fine." "That's uncertain." In the evening, Gazing at the still pitch-black dishes that show no signs of change, Jimu contemplates fasting but cannot bear to waste his sister's intentions, so he pinches his nose and endures 3 days of this culinary torture. By the 4th day, Jimu finally reaches his limit. He finds an excuse to sneak out of the villa and heads to Tianqiang County, kicking Ji Yinfeng, who is indulging in fine food and drink at the Moonlight Pavilion, out of the establishment and taking over the role of the tavern's owner himself. The tavern staff, from the lowest errand boy to the upper management, simply observe, turning a blind eye. The cooks focus intently on their chopping, the dishwashers on their cleaning, and the waitstaff on attending to guests, as if the one sitting there is undoubtedly the owner. As for the disheveled figure that was just expelled, who? Did that happen? Isn't the owner sitting there just fine? Jimu enjoys a spell of blissful days at the Moonlight Pavilion, but his good fortune abruptly ends with the arrival of a visibly distressed Ji Xiaoshua. From the lowest servant to the highest official, they all watch as the young master steps down from the counter, only to see Ji Xiaoshua effortlessly take his place, confirming a simple truth. In the Ji family, the young lady is the true authority. As spring reaches its mid-season, the swallows darting about begin to seek out homes for themselves, their busy silhouettes occasionally visible in the sky. On the lakeside pavilion of Mingyue Villa, Ji Yinfeng stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward, a trace of worry evident in his eyes. Before him, an old, battered chessboard slowly drifts into view, scattered with a multitude of chess pieces crisscrossing in disarray. Strangely, most of these pieces are white, while only 5 are black. As Ji Yinfeng's gaze intensifies, the situation on the board shifts continuously, a misty aura gradually emanating, enveloping the world as if concealing the heavenly secrets. The Heavenly Gang, the Greedy Wolf, the Supreme One, the Southern Emperor, and the Lesser Hao, the 5 imperial stars gather in the mortal realm, each occupying a corner. Do you believe the situation has spiraled beyond control? Feeling fear, and thus feel compelled to intervene in earthly matters. As he utters these words, the sky above Mingyue Villa darkens abruptly, ominous clouds gathering in an instant. With a flash of lightning, a thunderous roar resounds across 100 miles. Lingering in the air, Ji Yinfeng spurts a mouthful of blood, his energy waning momentarily, yet his eyes gleam brighter. He speaks no further, but an uncontrollable laughter escapes him, and one knows what he finds amusing. Only that he laughs with unbridled delight, as if possessed. Strangely enough, a certain entity that ought to be more enraged gradually calms down. The dark clouds dissipate, the thunder fades, and light returns in an instant. The people within a 100-mile radius are left bewildered, entirely unaware of what transpired. Some even kneel, bowing their heads as if they believe they have committed some wrongdoing, fearing divine retribution. The instigator, however, remains calm, slowly retracting his gaze to rest upon the chessboard. Glancing at the 5 distant black pieces, then at the 2/3 of the board occupied by white pieces, Ji Yinfeng chuckles softly, remarking, "TSK, if that brat were here, he would have lost long ago." At the Moonlight Pavilion, Jimu feels an inexplicable sensation. He furrows his brow and looks up through the window at the sky. After a while, he withdraws his gaze. He sees no celestial phenomena, but instinctively senses something amiss. His heart inexplicably troubled. In the back kitchen of the Moonlight Pavilion, Ji Xiaoshua pauses her chopping, only to resume her work as if nothing had happened. Unbeknownst to her, her brow has already begun to furrow. At this moment, Xiaolian, who had followed Jimu to the Moonlight Pavilion, enters the back kitchen carrying a bundle of dark gray, grass-like plants. She places the peculiar gray grass on the counter, casually pulls out 2 or 3 strands, rinses them thoroughly in clean water, and hands them to Ji Xiaoshua. At this time, all the kitchen staff have gone to the dining hall for a meal, and aside from Ji Xiaoshua and Xiaolian, there is no one else present. No one witnesses this scene, nor does anyone see the strange little grass. The head of the family said, "After this use of the heart-concealing grass, there's no need to give it to the young master anymore," Xiaolian softly states as she hands the gray grass to Ji Xiaoshua. Ji Xiaoshua pauses her actions once more, looking up at Xiaolian, a hint of confusion crossing her lovely features as she asks, "Why?" Xiaolian remains expressionless, but a trace of worry creeps into her voice as she replies, because the head of the family also mentioned that the young master's aura can no longer be concealed. Ji Xiaoxua falls silent at this revelation. After a moment, she suddenly slams the heart-concealing grass she just received onto the counter. And with a huff, like a deflated balloon, she pouts, "If he doesn't want it, then I want to make him eat those disgusting things I can hardly bear to look at." It was not yet for the words to be spoken in full when her voice suddenly halted mid-sentence. Ultimately, she swallowed the remainder of her words. The dignified eldest daughter of the Ji family now found herself bent over her desk, weeping softly, resembling a child who had endured countless grievances yet remained unable to voice them. Chapter 9. The daylight is silent, darkness has arrived, Part 2. Her tears were not born from a sense of grievance, but rather from the frustration that despite her arduous efforts, she could not quell the aura emanating from Jimu. The Zongxin herb, a medicinal plant recorded in the Shinong Binchao Jing, ranked 7th among exotic herbs. It thrives in the fabled land of Penglai, a convergence of heaven and humanity. According to the Shinong canon, consuming this herb can conceal secrets for 6 periods and obscure celestial mysteries. Yet, its taste is overwhelmingly bitter and difficult to swallow. Thus, Ji Xiaoxu would grind this herb into a powder, mix it into dishes, and then mask its original flavor with copious amounts of salt and sugar, ultimately burning it to hide its ashen color. This resulted in the charred pot of food Jimu encountered each time he returned home. Unbeknownst to Jimu, there existed this herb within the meals prepared by his sister daily, and the reason Ji Xiaoxu went to such lengths to ensure Jimu consumed the Zongxin herb was due to the fact that his tribulation had yet to conclude. After Jimu's birth, their mother perished under the heavenly thunder while shielding him. The concepts of Hunyuan, Liangyi, Sankai, Xixiang, Wu Feng, Lu Yao, and Qi Xing represent the 7 tribulations that one deemed abandoned by heaven must endure. To be abandoned by heaven, as the term suggests, signifies being forsaken by the cosmos. While rare in history, such individuals do exist, sharing the common trait of short-lived existence. Without exception, no one has ever successfully traversed all 7 tribulations. And in Jimu's case, there was an additional peculiarity he was unable to cultivate. This singular issue effectively barred Jimu from any possibility of overcoming his tribulations through his own efforts. The adage that when heaven closes a door, it opens a window was a mere mockery to him, for not only had the heavens sealed his doors and windows, but they had also extinguished any chance of escape from his confinement. It was the Hunyuan tribulation that had claimed their mother's life, while Jimu's Liangyi tribulation should have descended before he reached adulthood. However, due to the peculiarities of the Sage Academy, it had been concealed until now, which was the true reason behind Ji Yinfeng sending him to the academy. Yet, as time passed, Jimu's connection to his tribulation intensified, and the academy could no longer suppress it. Thus, the book sage had no choice but to send him back to seek alternative solutions. This led to the series of charred meals over the past few months. But at this moment, Xiaolian remarked that the aura surrounding him could no longer be concealed. How could this not plunge Ji Xiaoxu, who had exerted so much effort, into despair? Xiaolian embraced the weeping Ji Xiaoxu, gently patting her shoulder, and softly reassured her, "There's no need for concern, young lady. The head of the family has his own arrangements. The young master is destined for good fortune and will surely be fine." On the moonlit pavilion, Jimu sat in a daze, gazing at a table laden with dishes of even color, and no longer were they charred, nor did they emit the usual acrid odors. Instead, a unique aroma wafted forth, tantalizing his appetite. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something. After staring at the food for a considerable time, Jimu picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, quietly savoring each bite. Once finished, he rose and descended the stairs. Leading out the white steed from the stable, he leaped onto its back, gave it a gentle nudge, and galloped forth towards the city's outskirts. On the windowsill, Xiaolian watched as Jimu resolutely departed on horseback. Her expression unchanged, yet tears began to flow slowly down her cheeks. When Jimu returned to the Mingyue villa, the sky had already darkened. The sun hung like an old man, clinging to its last breath, suspended at the horizon until it suddenly broke apart and fell silently beyond the earth. Only a streak of crimson remained in the sky. Jimu dismounted in the courtyard and rushed towards the back mountain. His frail body struggled to keep pace, breathless from the exertion, yet he pressed on until he reached the spirit hall at the back mountain. Today marked his birthday, as well as the anniversary of his mother's passing. Ji-mu stood outside the spirit hall, spending half a stick of incense's worth of time to adjust his attire and steady his breath before entering barefoot. After bowing thrice and prostrating 9 times before his mother's spirit tablet, he gently picked up the wilted flowers left on the offering table, retrieved cleaning supplies from the stone niche, and began to meticulously clean the hall, just as he had done before. As darkness enveloped the sky, Ji-mu's task became increasingly arduous, but as the moonlight gradually cast a silvery glow upon the earth, he found his rhythm once more. This time, his cleaning was distinctly different, meticulous and earnest. Not a single speck of dust was overlooked, and he scrubbed the offering table repeatedly, refusing to let any trace remain. The time spent on this cleaning far exceeded that of his previous efforts. By the time Ji-mu finished tidying the spirit hall and exited the back mountain, it was already deep into the night. The silent sky was dotted with stars, twinkling in harmony, and among these countless stars, one shone quietly. It stood there, voiceless, yet surrounded by innumerable celestial bodies as if a sovereign making its procession, all of creation in submission. This star was known as the North Star, yet today, this star, which had once guided countless souls, suddenly dimmed. In silence, it appeared inconsequential, almost unnoticed by all. However, in truth, a few did observe this dimming, and those few who did felt a tumultuous stir within their hearts. Within the boundaries of the Southview Royal Court, an elderly man painting suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. After a moment, he returned to his work as if nothing had occurred. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, his hand holding the brush trembled slightly. In the Central Plains, not far from Chang'an City, stood a mountain peak upon which a Taoist temple resided. Beside the temple, in a thatched cottage, a ragged Taoist was boiling water for tea. Suddenly, he paused and fanning the flames, his gaze, like the painter's, turned skyward in confusion. However, after a brief glance, he shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and resumed his task of stoking the fire and brewing tea. Unbeknownst to him, he began to recite scriptures, his voice clear and resonant, akin to the sound of a zither, growing increasingly fervent until it reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. Sages are unkind, treating the common people as straw dogs. There a void between heaven and earth, empty yet unyielding, dynamic yet ever-emerging. To speak excessively leads to exhaustion. It is better to remain centered. This night, in the mortal realm, many were destined to be sleepless. Within the borders of the Great Tang, at the foot of Mount Tai in the Duji province, stood an estate that could be deemed a temple, yet its grandeur far exceeded that of any ordinary structure. Half hidden within the mountain, its full visage could not be grasped at once to first glance. It might even seem less magnificent than the temple atop Mount Tai. Yet, no one, nor any force, dared to underestimate this estate, for it was the Sage Academy. This moment, within the Academy's courtyard, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, dressed in loose sleepwear, paced back and forth in the backyard. His eyes half closed, remnants of sleep evident on his face. He appeared somewhat comical. The old man furrowed his brow, occasionally rubbing his sleepy eyes, contemplating whether to disregard all matters and return to slumber. However, he sensed that whatever had roused him was surely of great import. As he pondered, he caught sight of the sudden dimming. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he froze momentarily before his eyes widened, all traces of sleep vanishing. He abruptly pointed towards the vast expanse, unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, ultimately, his words held no weight, merely echoing into the void. After a while, seemingly exhausted from cursing, he retreated indoors, retrieving a flask of wine and taking a hearty swig before resuming his tirade. He cursed heaven, cursed the earth, and even cursed every student within the academy. Yet as his invectives continued, his expression gradually calmed, betraying no hint of joy or anger. The students around him exchanged glances, but only a few of the closest ones began to glean his thoughts. Eventually, the old man lifted his gaze towards the sky, as if wishing to pierce the heavens. He then took a slight step, and in an instant, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he stood atop Mount Tai. The old man unfastened the flask at his waist and poured the potent liquor down his throat, wiping the remnants from his lips before inhaling deeply. In that moment, the mist within 100-mile radius dissipated. The liquor coursing through him flushed his complexion with vitality. He stomped his foot heavily, his voice booming like thunder, as he bellowed thrice from the mountain summit. Come, come, come. Each call echoed louder than the last. And by the time he uttered the final word, the sound reverberated like heavenly thunder, resounding in all directions. Before the Sage Academy, a sword had been planted for 10 years. It had stood there unwavering, impervious to the elements, never once moving. But at the moment the old man's first shout echoed, this ancient sword, which had remained as still as a statue, as if forgotten by the world, trembled slightly. When the second resounding call echoed, the ancient sword quivered with heightened intent, and when the final summons, reminiscent of thunder, reverberated through the heavens, the sword emitted a long, sonorous cry, unsheathing itself and instantaneously slicing through the air. Even in the esteemed halls of the Sage Academy, where talents abound, none could discern the movements of this blade. They merely beheld a white arc piercing the sky, akin to a chilling light, illuminating all without tainting a speck of dust, quietly asserting its solitary pride. This sword is named Junzi, Chapter 10. The majestic, distant mountains, a sword in Jiangnan. Upon emerging from the rear mountain, Ji Mu did not return to his dormitory but instead traversed the courtyard, seemingly intent on fleeing the estate. Ultimately, however, he halted before the south-watching pavilion at the heart of the lake. Ji Yinfeng stood silently within the pavilion, his back turned. Unlike their usual banter, this late-night reunion between father and son was marked by an oppressive silence, both merely gazing at one another. An air of palpable tension enveloped them, making it difficult to breathe. After a prolonged moment, Ji Mu stepped forward. He bowed sincerely to Ji Yinfeng, then strode past the pavilion with an air of resolve. Just as he was about to leave the bluestone path and step beyond the moonlit villa, Ji Yinfeng sighed softly. 20 years as a guest in this mortal realm, and you choose to depart just like that? His voice, though not resounding, traveled far, piercing Ji Mu's ears with crystal clarity. Ji Mu's footsteps faltered momentarily. Yet he did not turn back, instead stepping out of the moonlit villa. Beyond the gates, a white steed whinnied softly, and Ji Mu gently stroked its back before mounting. The entire process was eerily quiet, his serene demeanor concealing an unwavering determination, a solemnity reminiscent of a stubborn child. He glanced skyward, gently urging the horse's belly, heading westward. He understood the significance of that farewell, as did Ji Yinfeng. On the midnight official road, a figure in white, astride a white horse, galloped westward like a shooting star. Ji Mu was unaware of his destination. He merely felt an overwhelming urge to escape the confines of the villa. At least for today, he could not remain. His choice to head west stemmed from its direction toward Chang'an, though he was uncertain whether he would ever reach that imperial capital. However, after traveling several li, he unexpectedly encountered Ji Xiaoshua and Xiao Lian, who had just returned from Tianxiang County. The former, surprised to see him, was about to inquire, but Ji Mu, indifferent, urged his horse onward, raising a cloud of dust as he passed by without even a glance. Akin to a stranger they chanced upon, Ji Xiaoshua's complexion drained to a pallid hue, as if she grasped the gravity of the situation. Just as she was about to turn her horse to pursue Ji Mu, Xiao Lian firmly held her back. "Miss Xiao Lian," the two exclaimed in unison. With a resounding thud, Ji Xiaoshua did not hesitate to strike. Her fist, poised with barely restrained force, surged forth like a thunderbolt. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Xiao Lian held her fist steady, not even a tremor betraying her strength, and the horses beneath them continued to gallop unhindered. This was no easy feat. Ji Xiaoshua had never witnessed Xiao Lian practice martial arts. In astonishment, she managed to utter a single word before collapsing into Xiao Lian's embrace. In her final moments of consciousness, she caught a glimpse of the tears pooling in Xiao Lian's eyes. Accompanied by a voice laced with regret, "I'm sorry, Mississippi, this is the command of the family head." Ji Mu spurred his horse, maintaining his speed, until he himself lost track of how far he had fled or where he had arrived. He only knew he must keep running, as far away from the moonlit villa as possible. He anticipated what lay ahead. This was precisely why he wished to avoid the repetition of a scene from 20 years past, even though he yearned desperately to survive. Yet, it was precisely this desire to live that birthed the fear of losing what he held dear. In the night sky, the moon gradually faded, and the sun had yet to rise. Humanity was ensnared in the final darkness before dawn. A solitary rider and his steed raced through the shadows, akin to warriors charging toward an abyss. This darkness preceding dawn seemed to linger far longer than usual, as if the sun, symbolizing light, hesitated to rise out of fear. Amidst this endless gloom, all of creation lay in repose, save for one man and one horse galloping across the desolate plains, with no visible path to return. Time passed, and gradually, Jimmu came to a halt. Having traversed the darkness for so long, his eyes had adjusted enough to discern some semblance of the terrain. Though not entirely clear, it was sufficient. In contrast, the white steed beneath him far surpassed him in awareness. After half a day of searching, he discovered a large tree suitable for resting against, allowing the steed to graze nearby while he leaned against the trunk. Having journeyed all night without rest or sustenance, fatigue and hunger surged upon him, threatening to plunge him into a deep slumber. However, Jimmu understood he could not afford to sleep. He knew that this sleep might be eternal. He gazed into the inky blackness above, sensing something imminent. Thus, he ceased his flight, for he knew it would be futile. He had already distanced himself significantly from the moonlit villa, and there was no longer any reason to press onward. Perhaps I can rest for a moment, Jimmu's heart whispered to him. Yet, he did not close his eyes. He wished to witness how, 20 years prior, it had sought him out, and so, despite his exhaustion, Jimmu remained awake. In the realm of existence, there are many forms of waiting, some pleasant, others agonizing. Yet, awaiting the arrival of death is undoubtedly the most excruciating torment one can endure, much like Jimmu's present state. He stared at the sky, lost and bewildered. The surroundings darkened further, and dawn failed to materialize as anticipated. Having gazed into the darkness for so long, Jimmu could hardly distinguish between opening and closing his eyes. Resembling a senseless scarecrow, he waited for what felt like an eternity, just as he began to doubt his perceptions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted across the heavens. The sound, shattering any glimmer of hope, plunged him into despair. Jimmu's complexion paled as he stared, transfixed, at the calamity before him. A tempest of thunder far more formidable than the one he had faced 20 years prior, a dread that coursed through him. Yet, swiftly, that fear morphed into resolve. Jimmu inhaled deeply, achieving a state of tranquility that could confront death itself. He understood that today, he might meet his end, and he opened his eyes wide. Yes, he wished to witness and to remember. He intended to etch this tempest of thunder into the depths of his soul. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the anticipated lightning did not descend, remaining dormant. Just as Jimmu began to feel puzzled, a cacophony akin to countless beasts thundering across the earth reached his ears. Jimmu's spirit jolted. At this moment, the impending calamity emerged from the ground. One had foreseen that Jimmu's trial this time was not the second calamity following the primordial chaos, but rather the trial of the three powers. In the South-watching pavilion, even in Jimmu's absence, the serene Ji Yanfeng's countenance shifted dramatically at this moment. The three powers signify heaven, earth, and humanity. Jimmu now faced the first layer of the human trial. No one in the mortal realm had ever experienced anything akin to this. The celestial punishment, which should have unfolded in sequence, abruptly skipped a layer. Yet for Jimmu, the specifics of what was descending mattered little. He would meet his demise regardless, whether it was the primordial calamity or not. What difference was there in crushing an ant with Mount Tai or with a hammer? On the earth, a murderous intent began to rise. Initially, the sound was faint and indistinct. However, it soon grew clearer, louder, and heavier, akin to tens of thousands of hammers striking a colossal war drum, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Jimmu felt as though he were a war drum, relentlessly pounded by countless mallets upon his chest. This sensation was profoundly uncomfortable, Yet he found himself powerless to alter it. He yearned to roar in defiance, but was instead engulfed by an unending tide of drumbeats. Akin to the feeble buzzing of a fly amid the clash of two armies, so utterly insipid and impotent, Jimmu spat forth a mouthful of blood, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. For at that moment, the drumming had reached a fever pitch. The monstrous entities, whose true nature remained a mystery, had now arrived before him. He barely had time to draw the short knife he carried. Thrusting it towards the first creature that charged at him, he understood that in the next moment, he might well be consumed by darkness. He was acutely aware that survival was unlikely today. However, this did not signify a loss of his will to resist. Waiting for others to slay him would be far too humiliating. He could not bear such shame. Neither could his teacher, nor could his father. Even if he faced the tribulation of heaven itself. Having dispatched over a dozen creatures of indeterminate form, Jimmu ought to have felt a sense of pride for accomplishing what was ordinarily beyond his capabilities. Yet, in reality, he found no time to indulge in such feelings. His body was drenched in a viscous mixture of blood, both that of the beasts and his own, mingling and flowing over him. Creating an unbearable discomfort, he could not afford to pause. He could only continue to wield the short knife, wearied as he was, in a relentless fight against the onslaught. As he fought on, Jimmu's spirit grew increasingly numb. His awareness reduced to the mechanical motions of his arms. He could not tell whether the blood rolling over him belonged more to himself or to the creatures he fought. Human strength, after all, has its limits, especially for Jimmu, a frail scholar unable to cultivate his abilities. After a while, a sudden sharp sound echoed across the heavens and earth, though it was quickly drowned out by the surrounding cacophony. To Jimmu's ears, it resonated clearly. It was the sound of his short knife clattering to the ground. His arms had long since lost all sensation, rendering him incapable of retrieving the blade. With a grim smile, Jimmu realized that in the next instant, he would be torn to shreds, and thus he raised his gaze to the heavens. In his calm expression lay a deep-seated hatred that neither heaven nor earth could extinguish. Until his last breath, he remained perplexed, questioning what exactly he had done wrong. Was his very existence a mistake? Just as despair washed over him, he was suddenly taken aback, his gaze shifting from hatred to confusion. He beheld a small white that had unexpectedly appeared in the sky. This was diminutive and delicate, as light as a feather, drifting like dust. Under normal circumstances, it would be imperceptible in such vast expanses. Yet Jimmu, against all odds, saw it. The white dot grew momentarily larger. Although it seemed unchanged, slender as a silver needle, Jimmu felt it expanding. He initially believed it to be a star suspended in the firmament. But in the next moment, he realized his error. For in that instant, the white dot traversed the great distance and materialized before Jimmu. Like a meteor slicing through the night, it illuminated the profound darkness. It was a sword, a blade that had long been embedded in the earth, indifferent to worldly affairs. A sword so proud that it deemed itself unworthy to strike against mere mortals, for who possessed the right? Only heaven itself. It was that very sword, the unwavering blade, aptly named the gentleman's sword. In that fleeting moment, Jimmu's eyes beheld neither heaven nor earth, nor the monstrous entities that clawed at him. There were no mountains or rivers, no vast galaxies. Not even himself remained in his vision. All that occupied his gaze was the sword, the gentleman's sword, which towered above the peaks, stretching across the horizon. Pointing towards the heavens, this sword entirely consumed Jimmu's mind, instilling in him a sense of clarity. The creatures that had previously drained his energy now recoiled in unison, not daring to approach this blade's radiance. Thus, within a 3-inch radius around Jimmu, a natural barrier was formed. Within this sanctuary, winds and rains could enter, insects and birds could intrude, but the tribulation of heaven could not breach. Had Jimmu the capacity for thought at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize the parallel between the standoff in the wilderness and the teachings he had absorbed during his 10 years at the Sage Academy. These were the very words the sage had proclaimed upon achieving enlightenment. The foundation upon which the foremost academy of the realm was established. What a gentleman safeguards is intention. Intention signifies unity, and my path must be consistent. This is the renowned return to unity sword. No matter how immeasurable the might of heaven, I shall embrace simplicity and return to unity. As the sword was drawn, the world fell silent. The thunder of heaven ceased to rumble, and the drumbeats faded into oblivion. All the creatures that had lurked in the shadows disintegrated into nothingness. The heavens and earth settled into tranquility, all achieved merely by an ancient sword laden with dust and travel. A silence enveloped the world for an extended duration. But soon, the tempest returned, dark clouds gathering ominously. A heavy sky crackled with flashes of lightning, reminiscent of divine wrath. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the realm, its origin unknown. As it passed over the mountains, remained still, merely revealing the frost upon the stones. It seemed as though a century had slipped by in an instant. As it traversed the trees remained motionless, yet their branches succumbed to decay. It appeared that a lifetime had been traversed in a mere heartbeat. This wind, oblivious and unfeeling, seemed merely to be passing through, its sole target unwavering. Standing resolute on the plain was the gentleman's sword. In that moment, a tremendous collision occurred, from the onset of the wind to the gentle caress of all things, culminating in a clash. These events transpired in the blink of an eye. If a sword can traverse thousands of miles in an instant, why cannot the wind? The ancient sword, quietly suspended before Jimmu, trembled for the first time in response to the gust. Jimmu, suddenly awakened, looked around in bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired, as if sensing the impending peril. The gentleman's sword quivered slightly, emitting a ringing sound as it inverted. Standing with its blade pointed downward, it was as though, in that moment, someone had grasped the ancient sword and, with a sudden stroke, cleaved the vastness before him. Once again, it was a return to unity. Initially focused solely on defense, it now turned to concentrate on attack, coalescing the breath of heaven and earth into a singular force. Transforming the mountains and rivers into an overwhelming righteous energy, converging at the sword's edge, and striking downwards, it was as if the sword had become a pen, etching a character upright within the cosmos. This was the return to unity. A silvery brilliance burst forth, the sword's light extending for 300 miles, echoing a resounding cry that shook the heavens. It startled birds, fish, and insects, striking terror into the hearts of men and beasts alike. In that dark hour before dawn, a magnificent silver moon arose unexpectedly. However, after this strike, neither did the heavens rend apart, nor did the earth split asunder. The winds surged and clouds billowed, returning to tranquility. It was as if nothing had transpired, yet simultaneously, as if everything had already occurred. For upon gazing back at the world, the mountains and rivers remained, the flora and fauna unchanged, devoid of storm or sunshine. The wind ceased. The sword's aura, too, became formless. After the singular strike, the sword light gradually retracted, seemingly unable to maintain the 3-inch barrier. Shrinking down to merely an inch, it was evident that to unleash that previous strike, the venerable sage atop Mount Tai had paid a hefty price. Those familiar with the return to unity sword technique knew well that when the sword's empty domain contracted to an inch, it signified that the wielder had fallen into dire straits. When even an inch could no longer be sustained, it meant the wielder could no longer wield the sword in hand. And yet, the heavenly tribulation was far from over. Jimmu remained silent for a moment. After a decade of study at the Sage Academy, the thoughts and lessons he had absorbed crystallized in his mind, allowing him to discern the current predicament. Likewise, after 10 years at the academy, he could not possibly remain ignorant of the sword. This realization pierced his heart like a dagger. At last, he turned towards the eastern direction of the academy and slowly knelt. He knelt for the elder who had reached the twilight of his years, yet still willingly unsheathed his sword towards the heavens for Jimmu's sake. The old man had galloped through the night, traversing 100 miles, seeking to shield those dear to him from harm. Yin Feng, Ji Shaoshua, Xiao Lian, and all the residents of the moonlit pavilion, and the teacher who had guided him for a decade. Was he not also the dearest to him? Facing the gentleman's sword, Jimmu spoke earnestly. Teacher, you once taught me that life and death are fated, and that wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. A gentleman values three things: a clear conscience, fearlessness, and no regrets. Does the teacher, in his own righteousness, wish to entrap his student in a web of regret? Jimmu paused, taking a deep breath, and resolutely declared, "Please, teacher, sheathe your sword." Upon Mount Tai, the sage stood, his robes billowing, blood seeping from his lips, remaining silent. After a long while, he sighed, murmuring to himself, "Had I known, I would not have imparted those teachings. To grasp the essence and yet lose one's life. What benefit is there in that?" Shaking his head, the sage lightly waved his sleeve, and the ancient sword, far away, shuddered slightly, letting out a long, resonant cry, transforming into a white rainbow that shot through the void. Then, raising his gaze to the heavens, the sage's eyes glimmered with a hint of anger, yet he could assist no further. With a sigh, the sage prepared to depart. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he halted his steps, his wide sleeves again sweeping through the air. The gentleman's sword, which had been en route, abruptly halted, reversing direction southward, towards the Mingyue villa. The sage's gaze turned southward as he softly spoke. 10 years ago, the three of us made a pact. I would resolve the yang tribulation of the two instruments. You would resolve the yin tribulation, and should we save this child, he would be sent to the western regions to be aided by that holy monk in breaking through. Yet now, the heavenly principles have defied logic, descending instead as the three talents. What shall you do? In this moment, the Mingyue villa lies enveloped in an unusual stillness, an eerie silence pervading the air. No servants are visible, nor are there any night watch guards. Both Xiao Yin and Ji Xiaoshua have also vanished without a trace. The villa is desolate, leaving only Ji Yinfeng in solitude. Within the pavilion at the heart of the lake, a chessboard floats serenely. Ji Yinfeng, holding black pieces, silently observes the unfolding of the game, even though he perceives the current state of affairs on the board as insurmountable. Yet, he remains unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance. A glance at the approaching Junzi sword elicits a smile from Ji Yinfeng as he remarks, "Is it not a delight to have friends come from afar?" On Mount Tai, the book sage responds with a cold smile, offering no words. Within that icy grin lies a simmering resentment towards the heavenly tribulation, as well as lingering frustration at Ji Yinfeng's apparent inaction. As the two meet, one person, one sword, beneath the villa, the heavenly tribulation persists in the wilderness. The indifference of the heavens shows no intention of granting Jimmu even a moment's respite. At this juncture, a peak of a mountain suddenly manifests in the space between heaven and earth. This mountain, towering and majestic, seems to rise from the depths of the 9 nether seas, soaring upwards, piercing the heavens. Vast and insurmountable, just a fragment of it renders Jimmu unable to behold its entirety. No matter how he strains to look upward, he has never encountered a mountain of such grandeur. The earthly tribulation is imminent. As that fragment of the mountain appears, Ji Yinfeng, sensing something, gazes intently at the chessboard and exclaims in awe, "In this vast world are mountains, with the 9 nether as its foundation, the mortal realm beneath, and the heavens as its waist, proudly overlooking the universe. This mountain is called Sumeru." At the very moment Ji Yinfeng expresses his sentiments, Jimmu feels a chill run down his spine, a shiver coursing through him. Even though he fears not death, he is profoundly shaken by the mere glimpse of this colossal peak. He understands that he has truly reached the precipice of life and death. For that fragment of the mountain tilts downward, aiming directly at him. On Mount Tai, the book sage's expression darkens with fury. Is there still time for reflection? Is this truly your own flesh and blood? Ji Yinfeng rises slowly, sensing the fury of the book sage manifesting in the Junzi sword, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile as he inquires, "What does the appearance of the 5 directions Emperor star in the realm of the defeated signify?" As if aware that no one would answer him in this place, Ji Yinfeng sighs deeply and continues his soliloquy. It implies that the status of the celestial beings may once again be shaken. Even if such a possibility is but a sliver, it cannot be permitted. In such circumstances, they have painstakingly sought one among their ranks, perhaps only this one. What do you think they will do? On Mount Tai, the book sage remains silent. This situation is a deadlock. Even if the timid souls of the mortal realm were summoned today, the outcome would remain unchanged. At present, we lack the power to turn the tide. Our survival thus far has merely been a continuation of our ancestors' legacy. Ji Yanfeng gestures toward the chessboard, murmuring to himself, "How to play? How shall I proceed?" At his words, the brilliance of the ancient sword seems to dim slightly, emanating a tinge of sorrow. Yet, at that moment, Ji Yanfeng unexpectedly chuckles, stating, "But I can still make a move." The tip of the Junzi sword raises slightly, seemingly intrigued. Ji Yanfeng offers a gentle smile, beckoning the Junzi sword closer. Come, let me show you how to play." The Junzi sword drifts nearer. Suddenly, Ji Yanfeng seizes it forcefully, grasping it in hand, and with all his might, he brings it crashing down upon the chessboard suspended in midair. Shouting, "I shall smash it." Not a cleave, nor a slice, but a strike. He wields the mightiest sword of the mortal realm as though it were a hammer. Such wanton destruction! Atop Mount Tai, the book sage spits a mouthful of blood. His hair disheveled, his face flushed with rage, and in disregard for his status as a sage, he unleashes a torrent of curses. "You beast!" Of course, the instigator can no longer hear the book sage's rare outburst of invective. This abrupt and unanticipated blow perfectly achieves the effect Ji Yanfeng desired. The chessboard shatters into countless pieces, scattering throughout the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, an incredibly pure essence of heaven and earth surges skyward. Piercing the clouds, Jimu, upon witnessing the peak of Sumeru descending upon him, suddenly finds mountains materializing beside him. Not one, but countless peaks. Between the mountains, waves of water flow, and vast seas rise. Though individually they may not rival Sumeru, their sheer number is overwhelming. Some mountains appear familiar to Jimu, and squinting, he is astonished to confirm. These are the mountains and seas of the mortal realm. The Sumeru and the mortal realm collide in midair. In an instant, there is a deafening silence. The firmament fractures, and the entire realm seems to shudder. It is as if the stars themselves have fallen to the earth. Yet Jimu remains unscathed. Beneath the pavilion, Ji Yanfeng's chest is stained with blood. He holds the book sage's Junzi sword, having shattered his own mountain sea disc. In this moment, he is neither the proprietor of a tavern nor the master of a villa. He is the chess sage, second among the four revered saints of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Moreover, he is a protective father. Chapter 12. The shifting stars and the deceptive colors of black and white. The saints, who ascend to the heavenly mandate and descend to the earthly seasons, align with the will of humanity. Each one of them is a prodigy born once in several centuries, yet in this current era, heroes contend and talents abound, with the essence of heaven and earth brimming to its zenith. The number of the most formidable beings in the mortal realm far exceeds that of any previous dynasty, standing as a pinnacle across all ages. Even so, the saints of today remain few and far between. Before attaining their saintly status, each saint must refine a vessel of their own, accompanying them in their ascension to sanctity, known as a companion artifact. Saints regard their companion artifacts as treasures, often valuing them more than their own lives. They rarely reveal them unless in the direst of circumstances, let alone allow outsiders to touch them. Yet at this moment, Ji Yanfeng has forcefully shattered his companion artifact, the mountain sea disc, with the Junzi sword. Even though it was done of his own volition, the repercussions of such recklessness are not to be taken lightly. This blow could cost him dearly. Atop the mountain, the book sage, while berating Ji Yanfeng for his unfilial behavior, cannot help but show admiration and respect. He understands that Ji Yanfeng's assertion that the chess game is unsolvable is indeed true. However, his claim that he can still make a move is equally valid. No destruction, no establishment. Only by breaking can one then establish. He resolutely shatters his fateful chessboard, disrupting the heavenly mechanisms, seeking a glimmer of opportunity for Jimu amidst the chaos. This gamble, besides a madman, who else would possess such audacity? In the wilderness, Jimu swallows hard. Everything he has witnessed today has reshaped his understanding of the pinnacle of power in this world. Humans, it seems, are capable of such feats. In the midst of shock, he realizes he is still alive, feeling as though he is caught in a dream. It is as if he has seen a ghost. When he was nearly consumed during the tribulation, the Junzi sword swooped down from the heavens. This he could comprehend. But how could that mountain, taller than Mount Tai, simply vanish during the earthly tribulation? How many tribulations remain? What other tricks are there? If I had not chosen such a vast grave, would it have truly been insufficient for all this turmoil? Oh, heavens, could you not put me out of my misery tonight? One moment it is overwhelming, the next it dissipates into nothingness. Am I being toyed with? This night, Jimmu experiences countless perils. He has nearly stepped into the gates of death on multiple occasions. Only to be yanked back. To die is impossible, yet living seems futile. This sensation is most uncomfortable, leaving Jimmu utterly drained. Yet, curiously, the heavens seem intent on denying him a swift end in his exhaustion. Jimmu's anger simmers, and he sits upon the ground, pointing toward the vast void above, cursing, "Tell me, what have I done to offend you? Do you not wish for a clean death? Fine, fine, if you do not want to grant me a swift demise. Then let us engage in a verbal duel for 300 rounds. If this scene were to be witnessed by the book sage and the chess sage, who have wagered their very lives against the heavenly will for him throughout the night, one can only imagine their thoughts. Jimmu's words echo into the air. A brief silence envelopes the world. Seemingly incensed by his utterance, thunderclouds gather ominously at the horizon. Suddenly, bolts of heavenly lightning erupt from the dark clouds. Flashes of electric light illuminating the sky, followed by the resounding roar of thunder echoing in all directions. The tribulation of the 3 talents descends. Jimmu curses vehemently and bolts away. But can he outrun lightning? A dark purple bolt of lightning rushes forth, poised to strike him down. What can surpass the speed of lightning? The chess sage's moves. Just as the heavenly lightning reaches out from the clouds, Ji Yinfeng, far away in the pavilion, bellows, "Go!" Holding the Junzi sword in one hand, he disrupts the cloud formation, while with the other he casually tosses out 2 chess pieces, one black, one white. One in, one yang. One void, one reality. The black piece vanishes into the void, disappearing in an instant, while the white piece lands with a clang at Ji Yinfeng's feet, in the wilderness. As Jimmu gazes in bewilderment, a black piece materializes from thin air, gently settling into his palm. Jimmu is momentarily taken aback. What is this? The moment the black piece touches Jimmu's skin, it instantly transforms into white. Simultaneously, the white piece lying quietly on the ground at Ji Yinfeng's feet also shifts to black. The heavenly lightning descends successfully. However, instead of striking Jimmu, it alters course at the last moment. Targeting Ji Yinfeng, the wheel of fate turns, and the stars shift in their celestial dance. At this moment, unbeknownst to the heavenly will, the last soul destined to face the trials of the 3 talents has quietly been replaced. A true act of deception. Little did I expect it would come to this. Ji Yinfeng sighed and shook his head, then coldly regarded the swift thunderbolts approaching from 100 miles away. Spitting disdainfully onto the ground, his weathered face bore an expression of utter contempt. He mockingly declared, "If you dare, strike me down today. If you cannot, do not even think of harming anyone from my family again." As if in response to his words, the night stretched on interminably in the misty rain of Jiangnan. It all transformed into a stormy torrent on the vast plains. Jimmu suddenly found his surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence. As if nothing had transpired, it felt like a fleeting dream. Yet the white piece he held firmly in his hand reminded him that everything had indeed occurred. For a moment, he felt lost. After a long while, he gazed towards the direction he had come from, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. Jimmu could not possibly be unaware of the origin of this chess piece. Throughout his life, Ji Yinfeng had never divulged to Jimmu the secrets of his lineage, and their conversations as father and son had been few. Whenever they gathered, it was solely to engage in the game of chess. Each time Jimmu inquired, his father would deftly deflect the question with jest, rendering Ji Yinfeng a mysterious figure in Jimmu's heart. However, this did not preclude Jimmu from harboring his own speculations. In fact, in the eyes of the various nations, this legendary chess sage, whose strategies were said to be infallible, remained an enigma. No one had ever fathomed the thoughts swirling in his mind, nor did anyone wish to become the target of his calculations. Among the 7 sages of the realm, if the sage of books commanded the highest esteem, then the chess sage was undoubtedly the most formidable presence to behold. Fortunately, over 20 years ago, the chess sage had suddenly vanished, relinquishing his esteemed position as the celestial astrologer, quietly departing from Chang'an, never to return. Aside from a few old friends, no one knew of his whereabouts, and those who did chose to feign ignorance. Moreover, very few were aware that he had established such a vast estate in Jiangnan. With the chess sage's unparalleled cunning, if he wished to remain hidden, there was virtually no one capable of locating him in this world. Conversely, should he resolve to find someone, only the Taoist atop the mountain outside Chang'an could elude his grasp on the chessboard. Just then, as Ji Yinfeng shattered his own companion artifact to conceal Ji Mu. Even the tribulations of heaven could not hope to uncover Ji Mu in such a short span of time. Of course, this came at a significant cost. The tribulations faced by one forsaken by the heavens are not easily borne, even if he were a sage. Moreover, Ji Yinfeng's forced intervention in Ji Mu's tribulations would only amplify the wrath of the heavenly tribulations, especially for a being of such immense power. Had he attempted to shift Ji Mu's 3 talents' tribulations from the outset, the chances of survival would have been non-existent. The sage of books had barely managed to wield 2 strikes before nearly succumbing to the onslaught, his hands still trembling in the aftermath. Ji Yinfeng had directly exchanged the target of the heavenly tribulation. However, what troubled Ji Yinfeng most was not how to navigate the tribulations, but rather how to conceal Ji Mu beneath the watchful gaze of the heavenly will. Yet now, this seemingly impossible task had been accomplished. In the center of the lake, Ji Yinfeng was drenched in a sea of blood, appearing on the brink of collapse. Yet he remained unfazed, as thunder rumbled overhead. He shook his head with a wry smile, lamenting, "I have searched for you in this world for 20 years, yet you have never appeared on my chessboard. If that is the case, what use is this chessboard to me?" Slowly lifting his gaze to the heavens, he mused that if he could not find her in this world, then 2 possibilities arose. Either she had met with some misfortune below or had not returned to this realm. Both Shuo and Mu have grown. It is time to seek you out. A hint of reluctance flickered across his face. Truly, the Tianshu is formidable. Its ability to wreak havoc is no trifling matter. Amongst the multitude of sages and virtuous beings in this world, why must they come to torment me, deliberately choosing to be a thorn in my side? Nevertheless, I commend your discernment. If heaven intends to strike you down, it must first reckon with me. Ji Yinfeng paused, his gaze drifting towards the direction Ji Mu had departed, murmuring, "If you are indeed feared by the heavens, let me witness how you shatter this callous expanse." The cosmic mechanisms disturbed by the chessboard can sustain themselves for a maximum of 3 years. After that, you must navigate the tribulations on your own. This is all I can do as your father. Once these words were uttered, Ji Yinfeng's countenance betrayed a moment of uncertainty. Surely he can endure, right? With a father of such unparalleled talent, the bloodline should not fall short, not in the slightest. The mere 4 symbols tribulations. Surely he can manage. Ji Yinfeng nodded repeatedly, satisfied with his own reasoning. At that moment, a multitude of thunderbolts roared forth, yet they were swallowed and obscured by the black and white chess pieces. These pieces rotated slowly, their positions shifting incessantly, and combined with one that had previously fled, they totaled exactly 361. The remaining pieces formed a board of heaven and earth, reflecting the stars and creating various intricate patterns, forming an indomitable barrier that enveloped the cosmos. Each piece emitted a faint glow, white as silver and black as gilded gold, shimmering in the darkness like stars in their celestial dance. Ji Yinfeng stood quietly beneath this luminous veil, his entire being marked by the passage of time. His complexion grew increasingly pallid, yet his eyes shone ever brighter. Though drenched in blood, his countenance remained unchanged. The heavenly officials may rage, but I remain unfazed. Chapter 13. After enduring trials, the plum fragrance blossoms in the mortal realm. A faint light gradually ascended from the horizon, heralding the end of night as dawn's fresh embrace graced the earth. Within a modest abode, Ji Mu slowly opened his eyes. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, he felt a twinge of confusion. He had initially believed he was ensnared in a dream, reluctant to accept the events of the previous night. It was only upon spotting the ancient sword hanging on the opposite wall that he could no longer deny the reality before him. This sword, which had drawn him back from the underworld, now lay devoid of glimmer and menace, appearing utterly ordinary. It seemed as though it were just a simple weapon. Yet Jimmu vividly recalled that this seemingly unremarkable sword had, in that dark and lightless realm, returned him to life, radiating boundless brilliance. Ordinary? It was merely a sign of disdain. As Jimmu contemplated in silence, the door curtain lifted, and a young woman entered. She moved gracefully, approaching the bedside with an air of poise. Though her beauty was not striking, she possessed an innate dignity. Upon noticing Jimmu's awakening, her lips parted slightly in surprise, clearly unaccustomed to the presence of outsiders. Momentarily at a loss for words, she eventually found her voice. "This young lady, I am Jimmu, styled Changfeng. I offer my respects. May I inquire where this place is?" "This is Langhua Village, part of Huainan Dao. A few dozen miles to the east lies Yangzhou City," the young woman replied, her voice tinged with shyness. "Yangzhou?" Jimmu furrowed his brow slightly, then inquired further, "How did I end up here?" Hearing Jimmu's question, the young woman hesitated, her lips pressed together as she contemplated before eventually pointing reverently at the sword on the wall. "You were brought here by it." Jimmu paused momentarily, following her gaze at it. The young woman nodded. "It brought me here how?" She tilted her head slightly, recalling uncertainly. "It should be considered as carrying you, I suppose?" "Carrying me?" Jimmu's mind began to conjure a whimsical image of the Junzi sword flying through the skies while holding him aloft, but he found the notion utterly implausible and reluctantly abandoned the thought. He turned his attention to another pressing matter. Why had his mentor chosen not to return him to the mountain estate directly, but instead to this place? Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, the young woman's timid voice broke through. "Are you a celestial being, my lord?" Jimmu was taken aback, seeing the mixture of awe and curiosity in her eyes. He forced a wry smile, contorting his face into a comical expression. "Jesting, have you ever encountered such a down-to-earth celestial being?" The young woman burst into laughter at Jimmu's antics, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating considerably. Her gaze shifted from the floor to Jimmu. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him for a while before finally speaking. "My lord, when you arrived at our humble abode yesterday, you were gravely injured. Did you encounter bandits?" Jimmu remained silent for a moment, then replied with a wry smile, "I faced the greatest brigand in this world." "Ah? What sort of brigand is that?" "You managed to survive their grasp. You must be quite formidable." "No, it was not my strength." "Are you not formidable, my lord?" "Not at all." "Then who is?" Just as Jimmu was about to respond, he hesitated, scrutinizing the glimmering eyes of the young woman, sensing something amiss. "May I ask how I may refer to you?" "Young lady? Oh, I am surnamed Hua Jianlian. A lovely name. Thank you for the compliment, my lord." "Miss Lian, may I pose a question?" "Please do." "Why do you have so many questions?" Within the modest confines of the dwelling, a sudden stillness enveloped the air. A delicate blush rose to Hua Jianlian's cheeks, and her slender fingers fidgeted atop her chest as she apologized. "My apologies, esteemed sir. I did not mean to." At that moment, a calm and composed male voice resonated from beyond the door. "Xiao Lian, young Master Ji has just awakened and has yet to recover. How could you disturb him so? Is this not a breach of decorum?" Accompanying this voice, the door curtain swayed, revealing a scholar of approximately 20 years of age. He greeted Jimmu with a slight fist salute, expressing regret. "I am of the Huajia clan, with the given name Yu and the courtesy name Chunfeng. I have the pleasure of meeting you, Brother Jiam." My younger sister has grown up in the village, seldom venturing beyond its borders, hence her curiosity towards outsiders may have led to her impudent remarks. "I hope you will forgive her. It is of no consequence." "I rather appreciate Miss Hua's candor," Jimmu replied with a chuckle. Beside him, Hua Jianlian's face flushed a deeper shade as she shyly hid behind her brother, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, as if she were a child encountering the wonders of the world, stealthily observing Jimmu. "Xiao Lian?" Jimmu mused, momentarily lost in thought, before shaking his head with a smile. Recalling the spirited demeanor of the girl moments ago, He couldn't help but marvel at the rarity of such a character, a harmonious blend of two extreme personalities. Huayue let out a wry smile, somewhat embarrassed, and explained, "My sister possesses a rather unique temperament. Since childhood, she has shown little interest in traditional feminine crafts. Instead, she is fascinated by the exploits of the world beyond. This is her first encounter with such matters, hence her excitement." "Indeed, you have mistakenly chosen the wrong person to idolize. I am but a fledgling in the realm of cultivation, having labored for a decade without success, hardly worthy of such regard from Miss Hua." Ji Mu jested, though beneath his seemingly tranquil words lay a trace of bitterness known only to him. "Brother Ji, do not jest. Even at the initial stage of qi sensing, my brother and I can perceive your extraordinary demeanor. You are indeed a dragon among men. How could you possibly fail to cultivate?" Hearing Huayue's incredulous words, Ji Mu sighed. "Were I not the one involved, I too would find it hard to believe." With that, he began to demonstrate as Ji Mu's movements unfolded. The eyes of the Hua siblings brightened with fascination, fixated on his every action, as if witnessing a celestial master imparting mystical arts. Ji Mu seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, following the method delineated in the initial sensing of the hidden dragon, and began to circulate his energy, attuning himself to the breath of the world. This was an action he had performed countless times, and he was thoroughly familiar with it. Yet, what transpired next diverged drastically from past experiences. In the courtyard, an invisible force rapidly coalesced, creating a tempest that ordinary people could not perceive, with the essence of heaven and earth swirling within, almost tangible, rushing towards Ji Mu at the eye of the storm, as if paying homage to an emperor. Huayue was taken aback. Hua Jianlian was equally astonished, yet their shock paled in comparison to the tempest of emotions raging within Ji Mu. He could finally sense the qi. His mind was a blank slate, perplexed as to why this was happening. The body that had shown no change after 2 decades of effort was now, in an instant of fortuitous convergence, graced by the heavens with the opening of a window that had long remained shut. He reached out to touch the abundant essence of heaven and earth. Lost in a reverie, the exclamations from the Hua siblings fell on deaf ears. He was entirely absorbed in a near-manic bliss. He had attempted this countless times and had despaired just as often. He had witnessed many peers at the academy jubilantly celebrating their first encounters with spiritual energy, but that had never been his fate. He could recite the initial sensing of the hidden dragon word for word. Yet he had never succeeded in cultivating it. He understood he was a child forsaken by destiny. He wished to spare those he cherished from bearing the weight of his shortcomings. He yearned for strength to bear all burdens alone. He wished to voice the grievances within his heart, to ascend to the heavens and question the injustices laid upon him. But he had felt utterly powerless. Yet now, perhaps due to surviving great tribulation, fortune awaited. Perhaps it was because the sage had concealed him beneath the heaven's gaze for 2 decades. Or perhaps it was due to the chess sage quietly placing a few pieces in his favor. In any case, after weathering the trials of heaven and earth, everything had subtly shifted. Indeed, he could now sense qi. Chapter 14. Awakening from the Dream. A beauty by one side. Brother Ji, is this what you mean by failing to achieve the initial sensing of the hidden dragon after 10 years? Huayue asked, her gaze dazed. Wow, so Brother Ji is truly a celestial being. Hua Jianlian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Ji Mu snapped back to reality, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This whirlwind of spiritual energy left him at a loss for words. The breakthrough had come so suddenly that he felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. After a moment of silence, Huayue's voice broke through once more. Brother Ji, I presume your arrival here is to partake in the forthcoming palace examination? Ji Mu shook his head. Perhaps he initially intended to travel to Chang'an, but now he had more pressing matters at hand. After that fateful night, he was still unaware of his father's fate. The enigmatic piece that had drifted into his life had sparked some speculation regarding Ji Yinfeng's identity. Yet even so, he did not believe his father could emerge unscathed from that heavenly tribulation. After all, 20 years prior, his mother had been no less formidable, yet intervening in his tribulation had led to her tragic demise. That had merely been the first layer of the chaotic tribulation. Thus, Jimu understood that upon returning home, he might encounter any outcome. However, not witnessing it with his own eyes would leave him restless. Now that he could sense Qi, it signified that he had officially entered the first tier of Hidden Dragon, qualifying him for cultivation. Although the allure of the palace examination was significant, it no longer held the same weight as before. Jimu reached into his robe to retrieve the chess piece. But his expression faltered slightly. He could not find it. Yet he could indeed sense its presence. It was merely invisible to him, as though it had melded into his being. At that moment, Huajian Lian, her lips pressed together, peeked from behind her brother to glance at Jimu, hesitating to speak. After a prolonged silence, she mustered her courage and timidly asked, "Brother Ji, are you truly not going to Chang'an? My brother is the top scholar in both subjects." "Indeed?" Jimu returned to the present, casting a glance at Huaiyue with an expression of intrigue. "Forgive my impertinence," Huaiyue said, repeatedly clasping his hands in apology. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial examinations were held every 3 years, gathering learned individuals from across the provinces. The examinations were divided into 3 tiers: the county examinations, the provincial examinations, and finally, the palace examination in Chang'an. Only those who passed the first 2 rounds were eligible to participate in the palace examination. Once successful, one would be directly appointed by the court, bringing glory to one's family, akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Based on Huajian Lian's earlier remarks, it was evident that Huaiyue had passed the previous 2 examinations with top honors, which explained Huajian Lian's proud demeanor. As for Jimu, he had never participated in any examinations. For there existed an unwritten rule among all nations, including the Tang, that disciples of the Sage's Academy were exempt from such tests. This exemption did not imply a complete avoidance of assessments. Rather, it allowed them to bypass the initial screenings and directly qualify for the palace examination. This exemplified the esteemed status of the Sage's Academy in the eyes of the court. However, Jimu, eager to return home, had abandoned the thought of attending the palace examination after experiencing survival against death itself. After politely declining the siblings' proposal to accompany him, Jimu expressed his gratitude and took his leave. Yet, the moment he stepped out and set his foot toward Jiangnan, the gentleman's sword that had hung silently on the wall suddenly stirred. Motionless until now, it moved with the swiftness of thunder. The siblings could only perceive a flash of silver light before they comprehended what was occurring. The gentleman's sword now stood poised before Jimu, blocking his path. Jimu was startled, retreating several paces until he realized it was the gentleman's sword that had followed him all the way. After observing for a moment, he found the sword hovering there, motionless, without any intention to advance. Jimu blinked, pondering for an instant. He stepped lightly to the left, attempting to bypass the sword. To his surprise, as he moved left, the sword mirrored his actions, and when he shifted right, it followed suit, steadfastly obstructing his way, refusing to allow him to advance a single step. After much toiling, Jimu found himself back where he started. Having made no progress at all, not far away, the Hua siblings held their breath, swallowing nervously, witnessing the tug-of-war of wits between one man and one sword. Jimu felt somewhat helpless, gazing at the sword before him. He perceived it as a benevolent elder, sitting there with a serious expression directed at him. He wished to push the sword aside, yet as soon as his hand approached within 3 feet, he was compelled to withdraw it. An invisible yet undeniable force gently repelled him. He understood this to be the sacred domain of the sword's 3-foot radius. After a moment of silence, Jimu spoke slowly. A good sword should not obstruct the path. The Junzi sword remained utterly unresponsive. Yet, Jimu was acutely aware that someone was listening. The lack of reaction signified disapproval of his intention to return to Jiangnan. He vaguely speculated on the reasons behind this, but dared not dwell on them, nor did he wish to. After a moment of silence, Jimu redirected his course and hastily ran towards another direction, the direction of Mount Tai. However, in the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light appeared, blocking his path to the Academy of Saints. Jimu's veins surged with anger, his teeth grinding in frustration, filled with a desire to storm into the academy and replicate his sister's audacity in plucking a tuft of that old man's beard. Yet, at this moment, he could not pass. Clenching his fists, he ultimately relinquished the thought of confronting the Junzi sword. In ignorance, Ji-mu once exhibited fearlessness. However, now that he had begun to connect with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, he faintly sensed the chilling sword intent emanating from the Junzi sword. Its weight was akin to Mount Tai, its form as ephemeral as a delicate rainbow, boundless as it entwined with the sun and moon, and proud like a lotus on a snowy peak. Facing such a sword, opting for a confrontation was far from a wise decision. Ji-mu sighed and turned his gaze to the utterly astonished brother and sister. Offering a wry smile, "Are you in need of a horseman for your journey to Chang'an?" In the Chang'an Inn, Ji-mu awoke as night fell, the sun now merely a sliver of light on the horizon. Rubbing his slightly swollen head from the copious wine consumed at the dark fragrance pavilion, Ji-mu slowly rose. Yet, as soon as he sat up, he sensed something amiss. That moment, a languid and sultry voice drifted into the room. "Does the Junzi ever break promises?" Ji-mu paused in his actions. After a brief silence, he stiffly turned his head to gaze at the woman whose visage lingered in his mind despite their fleeting encounter. "It is not yet time for the banquet. I know you do not intend to come," she remarked. Ji-mu opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for a retort. Why, Yu Yixiang smiled brightly, radiating charm. "So, I came to find you." Chapter 15. Fates Entwined. Accompanied by Ji-mu gently shook his head. "I cannot recall having done anything that would leave such an impression upon you." "Is that so heartless?" Yu Yixiang sighed softly, seating herself beside Ji-mu on the bed, her eyes sparkling with emotion, entirely devoid of the awareness expected of a guest. They were now exceedingly close, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him. Instinctively, Ji-mu shrank back into the bed, remaining silent, yet his gaze was fixed on Yu Yixiang, clearly conveying a message. "Please, conduct yourself with propriety." After a considerable pause, Yu Yixiang, feeling somewhat helpless under his scrutiny, retorted in annoyance, "Why do you act as though you see a monster? Am I really so fearsome? After all, I am a renowned courtesan. Should you not show me some respect?" Ji-mu remained unmoved, his expression still indifferent as he regarded her. Frustrated, Yu Yixiang raked a hand through her hair. She realized that no matter the approach, she could not sway this wooden man and thus opted for a different tactic. "Aren't you curious why I played that particular tune?" Upon hearing her words, Ji-mu's interest was piqued, and he leaned in, visibly intrigued by the story behind it. Yet just as his curiosity was aroused, Yu Yixiang giggled playfully, "I want to tell you." Ji-mu's expression instantly soured, darkening with displeasure. He lay back down, pulling the covers tightly around himself, and coldly stated, "If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to take your leave. I need to rest." However, Yu Yixiang was undeterred, her laughter echoing like silver bells throughout the room. "Did you not just wake up?" Ji-mu, although considerably more composed than his peers, now faced the most renowned courtesan of Chang'an, a beauty famed throughout the realm. Alone with a woman in a room, he felt a tinge of awkwardness. Though he had played and frolicked with Xiao Lian and Ji Xiaoshu in his youth, those were sisterly bonds. Thus, being teased by a woman as enchanting as Yu Yixiang caused his ears to redden. "You'd best leave, or I shall report you," he blurted in a fluster. "Oh? Report me? For what offense?" Yu Yixiang laughed, as though she had heard a most amusing joke. With a delicate hand, she began to enumerate. "Let me think. The Chang'an Prefecture's Jingzhou Inn? That old miser would dare send someone after me? The Yulin army in the southern city? Whether you could even see the one with the coffin-like face is debatable. Even if you did manage to drag him out, what then? Are you planning to obstruct the imperial carriage? Such audacity, sister. Why not give it a try?" After her enumeration, Yu Yixiang raised her chin, casting a provocative glance at Ji-mu. Ji-mu felt as if a stone were lodged in his throat, unable to articulate a single word. The nonchalant dismissal of the powerful aristocrats of the Tang dynasty. Was this the power a courtesan wielded? A chill ran through Ji-mu. He realized this woman was far more complex than she appeared. Her identity as a courtesan was likely a mere facade. He recognized that he had encountered the third woman in his life whom he could not contend with, and her level of difficulty seemed to far surpass that of the other two combined. As he weighed the balance of power, Ji Mu's peripheral vision caught sight of Yu Yixiang propping her long legs on the bed, inadvertently revealing a glimpse beneath her crimson skirt, a sight both enticing and alluring. By the heavens, a fairy, a fairy. How could anyone withstand such temptation? Ji Mu's mind spiraled into chaos. Do not look, do not look, do not look. He fervently repeated the admonition from the Academy's teachings in his mind, forcing his gaze away from Yu Yixiang's captivating figure. Why, Yu Yixiang beamed with a radiant smile. Is it beautiful? Ji Mu slapped himself awake, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and helplessly inquired, what exactly is your purpose here? Of course, to admire the visage of a gentleman so noble and upright, she began. But Ji Mu interrupted with an icy demeanor, speak plainly. The young lady speaks only truth. I hardly believe my mere smile could drive even the most enchanting of fairies into a frenzy. Yu Yixiang's words faltered as she sighed, feeling a headache coming on. She realized this man was utterly devoid of any charm. She yearned to crack open his skull and see what lay within. Could it not be filled with thoughts of me? However, continuing this line of conversation would likely drive her to the brink of exasperation. In a fit of fatigue, Yu Yixiang decided to be direct about her intentions. Do you possess a piece of blue jade? Ji Mu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively placing his hand on his waist. After a moment's contemplation, he unfastened the almost ever-present semicircular jade pendant from his waist and waved it before Yu Yixiang, asking, Is this what you mean? Yu Yixiang gazed intently at the piece of jade, her eyes momentarily clouded as if lost in recollection. After a long pause, she spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Would you consider selling it to me? Name your price. Seeing her expression, Ji Mu felt that even if he named a staggering sum, the girl before him would not hesitate to agree. He had no doubt about her financial means. Moreover, he was currently in a dire economic situation. Yet, faced with Yu Yixiang's request, he responded without a moment's hesitation, I will not sell. Why not? Simply unwilling. Upon hearing this barely adequate explanation, Yu Yixiang fell silent for a considerable time. Before seemingly coming to a realization, she cast Ji Mu a meaningful glance, her lips curving into a subtle smile. If you are unwilling, then cherish and protect it well. Never let it be lost. Do you understand? Ji Mu sensed that the way Yu Yixiang regarded him had shifted. It was no longer the seemingly warm demeanor concealing a hint of coldness. In that instant, her gaze appeared much more sincere. Unaware of the underlying reasons, he merely nodded in confusion and of course. Seeing him nod, Yu Yixiang smiled brightly, her beauty captivating Ji Mu, leaving him momentarily entranced. Is it beautiful? She inquired once more. Beautiful, Ji Mu replied almost instinctively. Yu Yixiang nodded in satisfaction, her silver bell-like laughter filling the room. Before departing, she softly remarked, when we meet again, I hope you will have become a bit more interesting. Otherwise, it would be too much of a disservice to me. As the gentle breeze stirred, the curtain fluttered slightly. Once the wind ceased, no trace of the enchanting figure remained by the window, leaving only a pool of moonlight behind. Ji Mu remained silent for a long while, then slowly approached the window, gazing outside. Fixating on the crescent moon in the sky, he sighed softly after a lengthy contemplation, murmuring, truly beautiful. But he paused, lifting his gaze to the sky above, his fists tightly clenched, and slowly articulated the unfinished thought. Yet, I have no leisure to indulge. How could Ji Mu lack an appreciation for beauty? However, as a child forsaken by fate, with an uncertain future ahead, how could he dare to delay a fair maiden? Throughout history, there has never been a recorded instance of a child forsaken by fate surviving the 7 tribulations of heaven. Ji Mu was unaware that at the moment he uttered those words, Yu Yixiang stood quietly atop the inn's roof, gazing down at the myriad of flickering lights below. It was already evening. The moonlight draped over her like a silken veil, bestowing upon her a delicate sheen of silver. A gentle night breeze caressed her skirt and softly brushed against her fragrant shoulders, lifting a few strands of hair to dance gracefully in the moon's embrace, as her vibrant red garment fluttered. A crescent-shaped piece of blue jade subtly revealed itself. Upon hearing Ji Mu's sigh, Yu Yixiang paused for a moment in silence, then flashed a captivating smile and softly declared, I can wait. and no sooner had her words left her lips than she floated away, leaving behind a waft of fragrance reminiscent of osmanthus blossoms in August, lingering and ethereal. Not long after Yu Yixiang's departure, Ji-mu was met by the inebriated Hua Yu upon his return. As soon as they encountered each other, Hua Yu embraced Ji-mu, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Brother Ji, you are my fortunate star. I shall forever follow in your footsteps." Ji-mu was taken aback by his reaction, pondering whether Hua Yu had indulged too much at the dark fragrance pavilion. Yet, Hua Yu continued, "Brother Ji, do you know? I took your advice and went to the 3rd floor, where I met the flower of Chang'an. Do you realize? She is the flower of Chang'an, the first courtesan of the city, the enchanting moon fairy. Not only that, but I even shared a dinner with her, though she wore a veil and I could not behold her beauty. It was a moment of great fortune. This is a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes." As Ji-mu listened, he began to sense something amiss, and as Hua Yu continued, his expression grew increasingly vivid. Supporting the trembling Hua Yu, he cast a knowing glance, recalling Yu Yixiang's ethereal figure as she departed, and decided against revealing the truth. Let him remain immersed in this joyful illusion. After all, who doesn't harbor dreams? As the date of the palace examination approached, the number of scholars converging in Chang'an City increased steadily. In taverns, on streets, and at snack stalls, they were ubiquitous. Even the inconspicuous inn where Ji-mu resided was filled to capacity. With so many people, the inn was no longer the tranquil retreat it had once been, the sounds of bustling life drowning out Ji-mu's attempts to attune himself to the essence of the universe. Having inadvertently entered the hidden dragon realm, his initial joy gave way to a lament that he could not grasp its mysteries. Without guidance, it was akin to possessing a treasure mountain yet being unable to enter. Prompting Ji-mu to shake his head in despair, in that moment, he thought of his teacher far away on Mount Tai, knowing that the old man could surely provide direction for his cultivation. Yet he could not return. He had tried several times, but that wretched sword seemed to sense his every thought, blocking his path like a stubborn worm. In his frustration, Ji-mu decided to roam the streets of Chang'an with the Hua siblings. After several days, the three had become quite familiar with the city, leaving their footprints at the east and west markets, the great Xi'an Temple, and various renowned lakes. Yet, during these excursions, Ji-mu grew increasingly silent. No longer critiquing the beautiful scenery as he once did, simply moving from one place to another, as if searching for something, he was in search of a reason. "Teacher, what exactly am I meant to achieve here?" Ji-mu lamented while walking along the street, looking up at the sky. Behind him, the Hua siblings followed, wearing puzzled expressions. Thankfully, they had grown accustomed to this state of affairs over the past few days. Just then, Ji-mu halted abruptly, his gaze drawn to a nearby shop, where the words pawn shop hung prominently. A smile crept across his face. "Money is coming. Let them block my path. I shall sell you first." Under the bemused stares of Hua Yu and Hua Jianlian, Ji-mu dashed back to the inn, snatching the sword he both adored and despised from the wall. After a strenuous run, panting heavily, Ji-mu's excitement surged. He calculated inwardly. This sword must weigh several pounds. Surely it can fetch 2,000 or 3,000 taels. The Hua siblings had long been forgotten by Ji-mu, but they were no strangers to his antics and were merely curious about his intentions with the sword. When they saw Ji-mu enter the pawn shop clutching the Junzi sword, they exchanged bewildered glances and gulped in unison. "Brother Ji, he wouldn't be selling swords, would he?" "Surely not," Hua Yu mused, taking a deep breath with uncertainty. Ji-mu entered the shop and surveyed the surroundings, approaching the shopkeeper and dramatically slamming the Junzi sword onto the counter with a resounding clang. "Name your price." At the Sage's Academy lectern, a student timidly raised his hand. "Sir, your hand is trembling, I know." The Sage of Letters slammed his ruler down on the table with a loud crack, roaring, "Rebellious disciple! Rebellious disciple! Both father and son are worthless." The esteemed sage, usually composed, was now gritting his teeth in fury, his beard trembling with rage. "Sir, your book is upside down, I know." Inside the pawn shop, the shopkeeper, an elderly man with graying hair, was momentarily taken aback when Ji-mu tossed the sword before him. He squinted, scrutinizing it for a while. Soon, he raised his gaze and scrutinized Ji-mu, his observation as meticulous as a cleanliness-obsessed individual inspecting dirt on his clothes. His eyes, already small, narrowed further until they resembled mere slits. While the shopkeeper assessed Jimmu, he too scrutinized the shopkeeper, the two locking eyes in a tense standoff. Finally, the shopkeeper leisurely raised 10 fingers and nonchalantly stated, "10 won." Jimmu's expression, once brimming with dreams of becoming a wealthy magnate, froze in disbelief. He rubbed his ears, ensuring he had not misheard, and repeated slowly, "How much?" 10 won. "How much?" 10 won. "How much?" 10 won. 10 won. 10 won. The shopkeeper shouted in exasperation, his patience wearing thin. "My age, I'm not as deaf as you. How many times must I repeat myself for you to understand?" Jimmu stood in stunned silence for a moment, his dreams shattering around him. In a fit of frustration, he pointed accusingly at the shopkeeper's nose, shouting, "A black shop! A black shop! How can you, with a sword of unparalleled quality, offer me a mere 10 won? Even scrap iron is worth more than this." The old man chuckled disdainfully, retorting, "I thought you were merely hard of hearing. But it seems you're also blind. This sword is riddled with flaws. I wouldn't dare to wield it, let alone use it in battle. You call this a treasure? Are your eyes not functioning properly? With a heart as dark as his intentions and a mind as narrow as his vision, did your conscience get devoured by a dog?" Jimmu was equally incensed, hurling back insults. The old man erupted into laughter, even standing on the table, his frail hand trembling as he pointed at Jimmu. "You think I haven't read a single book? You think I can't curse? Let me tell you, by the time I had read countless volumes, you were still picking up stones by the river. A frog cannot speak of the ocean, and a summer insect cannot discuss ice. How dare you insult me? A rat has a body, and a person without propriety deserves to perish. You lack virtue yet flaunt your literary prowess. With sweet words like honey, you think yourself impressive. You wield a sword 3 feet long. Does your family know of your kind demeanor?" Outside the pawn shop, the Hua siblings sat at the entrance, expressionless. For a whole hour, the verbal battle inside showed no signs of abating. "Brother, should we go in and intervene?" "Little Yin, what time is it now?" Hua Jianlian tilted her head in thought and replied, "Probably around noon. Let's go back for lunch. What about Brother Ji? Don't worry about him. Can't you see his energy is more vigorous than someone on a blood rush?" Hua Yu paused, glancing up at the scorching sun at its zenith, and sighed, "Let us hope they'll be hungry." Inside the pawn shop, their quarrel intensified. From classical verses to colloquial expressions, back to literary flourishes, their exchange echoed through the alley, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Cheers erupted from the gathering. "Well said. That old codger has been annoying me for ages. Old Zhang, aren't you known as Chang'an's fastest tongue? How can you let a young brat make you sweat like that?" Outside the pawn shop, shouts of encouragement filled the air, with even some visiting scholars drawn by curiosity to witness the spectacle. When the Hua siblings returned, they nearly mistook the street for a different one. As the battle raged on, the elderly man, though spirited, eventually found himself at a loss for words, or perhaps his stamina waned. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, 10-1. Will you accept it or not? If not, then get lost. I have no time to waste with an unreasonable brat. It would disgrace my dignity. Pah, with your squinty eyes, you dare speak of dignity? Jimmu chuckled lightly. Less chatter. Do we have a deal or not? 10 taels of silver. I won't sell for a lesser amount, Jimmu declared decisively. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that the figure he proposed was a far cry from his initial expectations. 10 taels? Do you think silver is as common as cabbage, to be given away so freely? Very well, seeing your pitiful state, I'll offer you 21. Once more, I ask, do we have a deal or not? Jimmu, like a cat ruffled by an unseen force, glared with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth. 5 taels. Not a single copper less. The old man remained unmoved, leisurely raising 3 fingers. 31, I said. Not a single copper less. 41.3 taels. That's my bottom line. 1 tael. Impossible. At the very least, 2 taels, deal. With the pawnbroker's final decision, Jimmu plopped down onto the ground, utterly exhausted. At that moment, He felt more fatigued than if he had been struck by divine retribution. Half a stick of incense later, Jimmu emerged from the pawnshop, a complex expression on his face as he clutched the two taels of silver. However, as he stepped out, that complexity vanished, replaced by a subtle delight. What a profit he had made! After Jimmu departed, the pawnbroker shooed everyone away and locked the doors to the shop, even propping them shut with furniture. Once these tasks were completed, the pawnbroker approached the table where the ancient sword was displayed, trembling hands caressing the relic. This is the gentleman's sword. To observe such a sacred artifact up close, what a rare blessing bestowed by the ancestors of the Taoist temple. Where else could one behold such a treasure? While on the mountain, I never even heard the ancestors mention such a divine relic, let alone lay eyes on it. That foolish lad, possessing such a treasure yet remaining unaware, and even selling it. Could he be blind? The pawnbroker was overwhelmed with joy, unable to part with the gentleman's sword. For any great practitioner, the chance to closely examine a sacred object was an unparalleled opportunity, hence the old man's excitement. In the midst of his joy, the old man suddenly seemed to recall something, his brow slightly furrowing as he murmured, "This young man possesses the sword of the Sage of Books. He must be a disciple of the Academy. And certainly not an ordinary one. But among the 72 gentlemen of the Sage's Academy, I have never heard of such a figure. Could he belong to one of the other 3 halls? No, which disciple would dare sell their teacher's sword? Furthermore, judging by his cultivation, he is merely a fledgling who cannot even gather breath. Has the sage's vision grown dim? Something was amiss. I must investigate further." On the way back to the inn, Hua Yu occasionally glanced at Jimmu, who was gleefully toying with the 2 taels of silver, hesitating to speak as the elder brother. He adhered to decorum, thus remaining somewhat reserved, but his sister felt no such restraint. Facing her confusion, Hua Jianlian boldly inquired, "Brother Ji, why did you sell that sword?" "It's too clever to be discarded." Jimmu chuckled mischievously. Noticing the siblings still appeared baffled, he shook his head and began to stride towards the eastern direction of Mount Tai. However, just as he lifted his foot, he forcibly retracted it. Contemplating, is it inappropriate to retract my steps right after selling the sword? Yet in the next moment, he overcame this foolish notion. If he didn't retrieve it, how could he sell it again? Thus, in the following instant, the 2 siblings stood agape as Jimmu hummed a tune. One hand fiddling with the silver, the other proudly brandishing the gentleman's sword, striding confidently towards the relay station. After a few steps, Jimmu suddenly turned back, his expression serious. "You both saw it. This sword insists on following me. I cannot shake it off, understand?" The siblings nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grains. Satisfied, Jimmu turned back and continued on his way, leaving the bewildered young man and woman behind in the wind. "Brother? Is this really Brother Ji? Perhaps. Why does he seem a bit different than before? Maybe this is his true self." As the scholars of Chang'an City reached their peak gathering, the exact date for the imperial examination was announced. It would be in 3 days. Several notices detailing the exam were posted outside the Forbidden City. Hua Yu and Hua Jianlian went to gather information, while Jimmu remained behind at the inn to cultivate. Since opening his meridians outside Yangzhou City, Jimmu had advanced to the first level of the potential dragon realm, taking his first steps on the path of cultivation. The potential dragon stage involves refining the body and spirit, which are the 2 most crucial realms for a practitioner's foundation. However, Jimmu was different from the typical warriors of the potential dragon realm. He could emit spiritual energy. This ability typically required at least the 7th or even the 9th level of the potential dragon realm to achieve. From the 1st to the 6th levels, energy is contained within the body, yet Jimmu seemed to have completely reversed this process. Previously, he could not even budge the assassin in the alley but could effortlessly send him flying with his spiritual power. Moreover, Jimmu's physique was more akin to that of an ordinary person compared to other practitioners of the potential dragon realm. Although Jimmu was not well versed in cultivation, he instinctively sensed something was amiss. According to the descriptions of the potential dragon realm, Jimmu realized that if one were to disregard physical strength and focus solely on spiritual energy content, he resembled a practitioner of the void realm. At this moment, a scripture floated before Jimmu, slowly flipping its pages. However, It was evident that he had not yet mastered the manipulation of spiritual energy, leading to the scripture occasionally dropping. Yet, as time passed, such occurrences gradually diminished. After about 2 hours, the floating scripture no longer fell. He then began to experiment with other tasks, such as attempting to move the sword on the wall. Naturally, the gentleman's sword did not budge. Regardless of how much spiritual energy he amassed, it was futile. With his current abilities, attempting to move the gentleman's sword was somewhat beyond his means. Thus, after a brief period, Jimmu abandoned the effort. Opting for a more straightforward approach, he tried various techniques throughout the afternoon, including spiritual energy manipulation, barriers, mists, and blasts. To his astonishment, Jimmu discovered that his spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, flowing ceaselessly. Conversely, the continuous punches he threw left him panting and drenched in sweat. He felt there must be something amiss. Clearly, it was time to temper his physique. Jimmu slowly stood up, realizing he needed a peer for comparison. Having practiced for most of the day, Jimmu felt a pang of hunger and decided to leave the inn. Since entering the potential dragon realm, he felt much lighter. While others at the same level could leap onto rooftops with ease, Jimmu clearly could not do so. However, with his feet wrapped in spiritual energy, he could manage it effortlessly, though he might accidentally lose control and fall. This characterized Jimmu's current state. An unusual novice, he randomly found a small eatery and ordered 2 plates of side dishes along with a jug of fine wine, which nearly consumed half of his savings, 1 tael of silver. Thus, Jimmu finished his meal with tears in his eyes. Once a proud member of the Moonlit Pavilion, he had fallen to such a state. Could the first place in the imperial examination possibly fetch several hundred taels of silver? While he ate, this thought abruptly popped into his mind, but he quickly shook his head. What a ridiculous idea. If he pursued that, he would undoubtedly be hunted down by the feathered forest army to the foot of Shumi Mountain. After satisfying his hunger, Jimmu strolled leisurely down the street, digesting his meal. After about half a TS worth of time, Jimmu paused, his brow slightly furrowed in his line of sight. An elderly woman leaned on a cane, trembling as she walked down the street. It was nothing out of the ordinary, but suddenly, a luxurious carriage rushed out from the other end of the street, showing no signs of stopping. Given the speed of the carriage, Jimmu could not reach the elderly woman in time to assist her to safety, so he had to resort to other means, namely, his newly developed abilities. In a moment of urgency, Jimmu instinctively activated his powers. Spiritual energy surged, forming a thin barrier, manifesting just before the old woman. The carriage showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, the driver sneered upon seeing Jimmu's spiritual barrier. What a fool, daring to obstruct anyone's carriage. Besides, the entire carriage is expertly crafted. At the very least, it's a magical artifact. Do you really think a wall that looks like it could collapse will stop it? He was utterly oblivious to the elderly woman. Spiritual energy surged forth, strong winds whipped through the air, and dust danced wildly. Yet it was not a single gust. It was a multitude, a veritable tempest. In the instant that the first barrier of spiritual energy shattered, Jimmu swiftly conjured over a dozen similar barriers. Although their strength was lacking, their sheer quantity compensated for it. After more than 10 barriers were obliterated, the street was engulfed in a chaotic storm of spiritual energy. Though the carriage was an enchanted artifact, it was still drawn by mere mortal horses, imagine, repeatedly crashing against a wall. Even if the wall were not particularly thick, it would be too much to withstand. Thus, after the last barrier disintegrated, accompanied by a violent shockwave, the pulling horse collapsed onto the ground, kneeling, frothing at the mouth. The entire carriage tilted, and then a sharp sound echoed from within the cabin. For a brief moment, silence reigned, until an indignant voice erupted from within. "You wretched cur! Can you not drive? You nearly crushed this princess." Chapter 18. A taste of power, a glimpse of brilliance, a princess? Jimmu's ears perked up, keenly catching those words, and he felt a sense of foreboding. Seeing that the elderly woman had escaped danger, Jimmu quietly turned to depart from this perilous scene. But it seemed he was too late. Emerging slowly from the toppled carriage was a petite figure. There were many princesses in the Great Tang, Yet only one dared to flaunt herself in Chang'an without fear of reprimand. Princess Han Yue, the youngest daughter of the emperor. This Princess Han Yue was strikingly beautiful. Adorned in exquisite garments, yet most notably, she was exceedingly diminutive, so petite that she had to stand atop the carriage to be level with Ji Mu, who stood on the ground as she emerged. Their gazes collided. For a fleeting moment, the air between them felt suspended. At that moment, the coachman, Wu Yong, realized he had just collided with the princess. If this matter were not handled properly, his head would be at stake. In a state of sheer panic, Wu Yong spotted Ji Mu opposite the princess and hatched a plan. He knelt before Princess Han Yue, pointing at Ji Mu, tears streaming down his face as he lamented. "Your Highness, it is this man. I was driving quite well, but he suddenly rushed in front of your carriage, casting spells to obstruct it. I could not evade in time, and thus collided with you. A sin deserving of death, I beseech your Highness for punishment." Though these words were framed as an apology, they were laced with malice, shifting the blame squarely onto Ji Mu while he himself only bore a minor fault of failing to evade. Ji Mu's brow furrowed. Just as he prepared to speak, he heard Princess Han Yue coldly command, "Seize him." Wu Yong rose, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he approached Ji Mu, fists clenched. "Does the princess not wish to know why I obstructed the carriage?" Ji Mu's voice turned icy, his gaze fixed on Princess Han Yue, his expression devoid of warmth and need. With that single statement, Princess Han Yue retreated into the carriage, disregarding the events unfolding outside. For her, what had just transpired was but a trivial incident. Inconsequential, including the order to seize Ji Mu. Ji Mu fell silent, enveloped in a profound quietude. As the onlookers witnessed the emergence of the renowned Princess Han Yue from the carriage, they scattered like birds and beasts, none wishing to entangle themselves in trouble. After all, this princess was notorious for her capriciousness. Once Princess Han Yue returned to the carriage, Wu Yong, now nearly at the pinnacle of his power, advanced toward Ji Mu. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full force. His legs bulged with muscle, veins pulsating. As the cobblestones shattered beneath his feet with each step, Ji Mu barely caught a glimpse of a shadow before Wu Yong's kick was already aimed at his face. The disparity in strength compared to the assassins he had previously encountered was staggering. With a resounding crash, spiritual energy erupted, akin to a tempestuous cloud crashing to the ground. The moment Wu Yong began to frame Ji Mu, he had already commenced gathering a spiritual shield. Although it lacked sufficient strength and was shattered by the kick, Ji Mu utilized the explosion to propel himself backwards, creating distance. He was acutely aware of his weaknesses and knew he could not afford to engage in close combat. With energy converging at his feet, Ji Mu moved with the grace of a swallow, darting around the street in a display reminiscent of the king of Qin circling a pillar. At this moment, as Ji Mu evaded, refusing to confront him directly, Wu Yong taunted, "You dare obstruct the princess's carriage yet shy away from battling a mere coachman." He remained oblivious to the fact that Ji Mu's true realm was merely the nascent stage of the hidden dragon. Ji Mu maintained his silence, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Before long, during his frantic escape, Ji Mu suddenly pivoted and unleashed a series of spiritual projectiles formed from condensed energy. Wu Yong halted, smashing them with brute force using his fists. Though his hands turned slightly red, he suffered no substantial harm. "As that all you've got?" he scoffed, only for his expression to freeze in disbelief as hundreds of spiritual projectiles now hovered above him like a peacock displaying its feathers. Ji Mu paused, turned, and laughed softly. "This amount of spiritual energy is impossible. You are at the Void Realm?" Wu Yong exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. Ji Mu ignored him, snapping his fingers in an instant. The projectiles rained down, a tempestuous aura swept across the entire street. Inside the carriage, Princess Han Yue furrowed her brow. When the dust settled, Wu Yong struggled to rise, his body bruised and his eyes bloodshot. Smoke emanating from him. Boom. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yong stomped his foot heavily and charged at Ji Mu once more. Yet what awaited him was an even more solid spiritual shield at Wu Yong. Undeterred, struck with a powerful punch. With a crack, the shield was riddled with fractures, but it did not shatter as before. He struck again. The shield broke, Yet blood began to seep from his knuckles, and his advance faltered. In that moment of hesitation, another spiritual shield appeared at his side. Clearly, as the battle progressed, Ji-Mu's control over his spiritual energy grew increasingly adept, far surpassing the results of solitary training at the inn. Had it not been for that kick he received from the assassin, he would have never realized that battling required the finesse of kite-flying. At this juncture, Ji-Mu's speed in conjuring spiritual shields accelerated, and their solidity increased. A twinge of unease crept into Wu Yong's heart. He ceased his fixation on shattering the shields, opting instead to maneuver around and close the distance to Ji-Mu. Seeking a swift resolution to the conflict, he could not afford to delay any longer. The one within the carriage was never known for her patience. However, as he adjusted his course, he collided with yet another spiritual shield. Only to encounter another upon changing direction, Wu Yong came to a halt, surveying his surroundings in astonishment. To his bewilderment, he discovered that spiritual shields had materialized in every direction: north, south, east, west, above, and below, encasing him in their midst. To the outside observer, the coachman was ensnared within a verdant cube composed entirely of spiritual shields. Wu Yong cursed his misfortune and unleashed all his strength against one of the barriers, shattering it after 3 powerful blows. Yet, just as he prepared to escape through the breach, he was horrified to find another shield waiting behind the first. Moreover, as time passed, each shield grew increasingly thick, until the verdant cube became almost tangible, utterly sealing off Wu Yong's chance of escape. This is impossible. Where do you find such an abundance of spiritual energy? Wu Yong bellowed in frustration from within the cube. Ji-Mu remained silent, merely raising his arm and slowly clenching his fist. As he did, the cube began to levitate and gradually constrict. Witnessing the shrinking space, Wu Yong began to panic. Yet throughout it all, Ji-Mu offered no words. It simply was not worth his time. Before long, as the cube shrank to a point where Wu Yong could scarcely move, he finally lost composure. Fear etched across his face. He pounded on the spiritual barrier, shouting, "Stop! Stop! Are you trying to kill me? I am Princess Hanyuez." Inside the carriage, Princess Hanyuez sighed, her lips parting slightly to "I am weary." Understood. In a corner unnoticed by all, a shadow flitted away. As Ji-Mu concentrated on compressing the space with his spiritual energy, he suddenly felt a jolt of coldness pierce his heart. In a moment of desperation, he managed to conjure a spiritual shield of lesser thickness before a dry, withered hand pressed gently against it. Ji-Mu coughed up blood, sent flying backward. The Void Realm, Chapter 19. The Sage Academy. A disciple of the Sage of Books, Ji-Mu stumbled to his feet from a dilapidated stall. His gaze fixed intently on the spot where he had just stood. At that very location stood an elderly man. The old man's brow furrowed as he glanced at his withered hand. Seemingly dissatisfied that his strike had yielded no effect, a complete mastery of the Void Realm, yet he could not land a single hit on a mere hidden dragon. This was highly irregular. He slowly lifted his gaze to Ji-Mu. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-Mu bolted. There was no room for doubt. Yet the old man's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Ji-Mu, raising his hand like a blade, aiming to sever Ji-Mu's neck. The condensed spiritual shield was effortlessly cleaved by the old man, as if slicing through tofu. The ethereal ice palm, a remarkable skill, represents a unique application of spiritual energy. The green cube recently formed by Ji-Mu can also be regarded as a special utilization, albeit rather crude. Yet, for a novice just beginning his journey, achieving such a feat is indeed a testament to his extraordinary talent. However, when faced with someone who has attained the pinnacle of the Void Realm, it proves insufficient. Ji-Mu could see the old man's hands becoming as transparent as crystal, a chilling aura swirling around them. Before the hands even reached him, Ji-Mu felt as if his entire body was on the verge of freezing. He barely had time to react when he witnessed the old man's icy hand poised to sever his head. "Damn!" Ji-Mu cursed inwardly, but in the next instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Indeed, something had fallen. Yet it was the old man's arm that had dropped. Shifting his gaze, Ji-Mu beheld a battered ancient sword hovering before him. standing resolutely, impervious to wind and rain, and unwelcoming to those of unworthy character. This was the 3-inch domain of the gentleman's sword. The old man's hand, attempting to breach this sanctum, had to pay the price. Jimmu chuckled softly. Next time, I can't settle for just 2 taels of silver, he declared with unwavering conviction. It must be at least 20 times that. Upon hearing this, even the steadfast gentleman's sword trembled slightly. At that moment, the old man, still holding his arm aloft, stared in bewilderment at his blood-splattered limb, taking a long time to comprehend what had transpired. With a horrified cry, he retreated hastily inside the carriage. Princess Hanyu could no longer remain seated. She lifted the curtain, preparing to step out. She felt puzzled. One at the 6th level of the Hidden Dragon Realm and another at the pinnacle of the Void Realm. How could they not subdue a mere 1st level of Hidden Dragon in half a day? The coachman couldn't discern Jimmu's true capabilities, but she could, having only taken a single glance. As the favored daughter of the Tang Emperor, Princess Hanyu possessed more than just a capricious temperament. In terms of cultivation, she far surpassed most of her exceptionally gifted peers, having composed treatises before the age of 20 and ranking 7th on the Tang's list of heroes. The 2 she had just dispatched to handle Jimmu could be reduced to ashes with a mere snap of her fingers. This was also why she seldom traveled with guards, who would dare to assassinate a princess of notable prowess under the Emperor's watchful eye. At this moment, witnessing her subordinates' repeated failures, Princess Hanyu, who had initially dismissed Jimmu, felt compelled to confront this enigmatic youth personally. Just as she was about to act, a calm voice drifted over. Princess, perhaps you should reconsider. This young man is not to be trifled with. Jimmu was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Why did that sound like a word of caution? Turning to look, he quickly understood, for the speaker was none other than the pawnbroker who had purchased his sword for 2 taels of silver just days prior. The air fell into a tranquil stillness for several heartbeats. Jimmu contemplated fleeing, yet found himself ensnared by a nebulous aura, akin to a misty illusion, wrapping around him like invisible chains, rendering him immobile. He could not tell whether it was the princess or the pawnbroker who had enacted this restraint. With a wry smile, he thought that next time he would need to adopt a new guise for a while, to ensure his safety before re-emerging. However, what Jimmu did not realize was that the pawnbroker was also inwardly cursing. How could someone at the Hidden Dragon Realm wield enough spiritual energy to fill half a street? Where did this little rascal spring from? He certainly showed no inclination to conceal his prowess. It was fortunate that I happened upon him, or he might have been abducted by someone else tomorrow. Jimmu, of course, remained oblivious to the magnitude of what he had accomplished, having little concept of cultivation levels or abilities. His inability to sense spiritual energy previously rendered the teachings of the book Sage meaningless to him. Who are you? Princess Hanyua's voice was cold and commanding. Just a humble commoner, unworthy of the princess's concern, the pawnbroker replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Be gone. Haven't you caused enough trouble? An urgent, even slightly irate male voice pierced the air. Princess Hanyu was about to fume, but upon seeing the face of the newcomer, her expression shifted dramatically. Mind your own business. This is none of your concern. Aren't you Li as well? Li Hani's face darkened. He had just received word and rushed over with utmost haste. You? Hanyu was momentarily speechless. What do you mean, you? This is my person. Do not bully him, you scoundrel. Not far away, Jimmu watched the unfolding drama with curiosity. Deep in thought, this fellow dares to confront a princess of the realm. He's no ordinary individual. The most crucial point is that the princess doesn't seem particularly enraged. This is beyond what a mere son of the Huainan prefecture could achieve. There must be a story behind it. After a lengthy exchange, it remained unclear what Li Hani had said to her, but eventually, Princess Hanyu shot Jimmu a fierce glare before sweeping away in a huff. Jimmu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Once Hanyu departed, Li Hani turned to Jimmu, offering a wry smile. I apologize for arriving late. Please don't hold it against me. Jimmu shook his head. Had it not been for the esteemed son of the house arriving, I would have faced more than just a beating, Li Hani privately scoffed. Was that merely a beating? You pummeled them soundly. The coachman is still sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. while the old man's arm remains unreturned to its rightful place. A beating? At that moment, Li Hani seemed to sense something unusual about Jimmu. His brow furrowing slightly, his gaze shifted, and he caught sight of the pawnbroker, his surprise evident. Swiftly dismounting, Li Hani clasped his hands in respect towards the pawnbroker. Hani has met the Celestial Master. The pawnbroker nodded slightly before gesturing towards his shop. This is not the place. Let us speak inside. The three entered the pawnbroker's establishment, with Jimmu being somewhat dragged along. Brother Ji and I share an acquaintance. May I ask what has transpired today that has irked the Celestial Master to this extent? To warrant such binding? The pawnbroker chuckled, pointing towards the gentleman's sword that stood silently beside Jimmu, turning to Li Hani with a question. After a decade of concealment, have you heard of the gentleman's sword? Li Hani's pupils constricted. Under the pawnbroker's subtle hint, he swiftly deduced the origins of the ancient sword before him. 3,000 miles of grandeur, 14 continents of frost, in the Tang dynasty. Nearly everyone knew the tale of this sword. Yet, more importantly, it was evidently protecting Jimmu. The gentleman's sword, the scholar, Jimmu's background, all became clear. Disciple of the Sage's Academy, pupil of the book Sage. Chapter 20. 2 Jars of Spirits. Discussing the mulberry fields. Young friend, you are at the first level of the hidden dragon realm? The Celestial Master's gaze fell upon Jimmu. Although he had already discerned this, he still inquired once more. Jimmu remained silent for a moment before nodding. Truly the first level? Li Hani's expression was one of astonishment. Earlier, when faced with the assassin, Li Hani had posed the same question to Jimmu, but at that time, he had not believed him. Now, with the Celestial Master of the Wu Wei Temple personally inquiring, it seemed this matter was likely true. But crossing 4 or 5 realms, is that even possible? Li Hani pondered, questioning life itself. Could you enlighten this old Taoist on how you manage to project your spiritual energy? The old Taoist would not pry into the young friend's secrets without recompense. He promised to bestow Jimmu with a magical artifact afterward. Li Hani's eyes were keenly fixed on Jimmu, evidently intrigued by his secret. Under the intense scrutiny of the two, Jimmu could only offer a wry smile. Well, it's not really a secret. I suppose it happened after being struck by lightning. Lightning? Li Hani was both amused and perplexed, but the Celestial Master instantly connected many dots, his pupils narrowing in realization. Recently, the celestial phenomena had shifted, the North Star dimming, and the spiritual energy of the heavens was in turmoil. The higher one's cultivation, the more profound the perception of such anomalies. Although his realm was not the highest, it was sufficient to graze the edges of these secrets. I never expected this would lead me to the true master, the Celestial Master murmured. After a long pause, he rubbed his temples and said, old fool, casting a meaningful glance at Jimmu. The Celestial Master retrieved several radiant artifacts from seemingly nowhere, presenting them before Jimmu with solemnity. Young friend, wealth should not be flaunted, and prosperity should not be ostentatious. Please accept these artifacts, but use them with caution. An abnormal amount of spiritual energy should never be carelessly revealed to outsiders unless your life is in danger. Otherwise, it could lead to fatal consequences. Remember this most earnestly. Regarding today's events, the old Taoist would treat it as a token of gratitude for Jimmu's forthrightness earlier. At this moment, Jimmu suddenly felt the restraints lift, evidently released by the Celestial Master. He immediately bowed deeply, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. Though his revelation of personal secrets was unintentional, stemming from ignorance of the varying powers among practitioners, the advice from the Celestial Master remained profoundly significant and sincere. Not everyone possesses the leisure to concern themselves with your fate. Such kindness bears weight and deserves acknowledgement. After seeing Jimmu pay his respects, the Celestial Master nodded and proceeded to exit the pawnshop, evidently occupied with some matters of consequence. Only after his figure vanished did Jimmu slowly rise to inspect the items on the table. Among them lay a remarkable storage artifact, extraordinarily precious. As he collected them one by one, Jimmu couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. Once upon a time, he had deceived others for merely 2 taels of silver with his Junzi sword. Yet now, he was presented with an array of treasures, I shall repay this kindness in due time, he murmured inwardly, fastening the spatial artifact to his clothing, a simple brooch. After taking a few more steps, he removed the Junzi sword and secured it at his waist. Lihani had been observing his every move, and upon seeing him finish, revealed a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of it. He invited Jimmu once more. Why not come sit with me? After a moment of silence, Jimmu nodded. Lihani beckoned, and soon Jimmu noted a shadow flit past in the corner. Shortly thereafter, an exquisite carriage appeared, gliding gracefully towards them. Did you send someone to follow me? I mean no harm. Inside the lavish carriage, a prolonged silence enveloped them. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted at a secluded courtyard. Jimmu alighted and surveyed the surroundings, astonished to find it a private residence. Royal estate is nothing but a prison, devoid of any entertainment. You must be jesting if you think I would want to go there. Jimmu waved his hand to halt the conversation. This place is just fine, Lihani chuckled lightly, instructing the coachman to depart, and then entered the residence alongside Jimmu. Once inside the garden, which was uniquely designed with jagged stones, they noticed an eerie stillness, as if it harbored a touch of solitude. The illustrious son of Huainan, yet devoid of even a servant, would strike anyone as peculiar. Noticing the confusion in Jimmu's eyes, Lihani smiled and clarified. Maintaining a carefree demeanor can be quite exhausting. So this courtyard serves as my refuge in the capital. Rest assured, apart from us, there is no one else here, allowing us to speak freely. Why are you so concerned about me? Jimmu's first inquiry was direct and to the point. Because you've caught my sister-in-law's fancy? And I find that admirable. I believe you may be misunderstanding something. I have no connection with Miss Yu, Jimmu replied, but Lihani waved dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested he comprehended everything. Ignoring Jimmu's incredulity, Lihani beckoned him to sit at the stone table in the garden and cheerfully asked, "Care for a drink?" After a moment's hesitation, Jimmu nodded. Lihani rose and disappeared into the house. Moments later, he returned with 2 jars of wine, placing them on the stone table with a thud. As the cups clinked together, Jimmu's expression turned peculiar upon tasting. Lihani's cheeks flushed slightly as he exclaimed with pride. What do you think, Brother Ji? This is Jiannan Chun, a precious find from the renowned Yuming Lu in Jiangnan, procured at great expense. I wouldn't dare let my father, who is a notorious wine connoisseur, touch it. Only you, Brother Ji, hold the privilege to share this with me. How noble of me, right? Ah, indeed. It is an honor, Jimmu responded, coming to his senses and looking increasingly animated. Seeing Jimmu react this way only fueled Lihani's pride. As he continued to speak with unbridled enthusiasm, unaware that the young master of Yuming Lu sat before him. They conversed at length. Lihani loved wine, yet his tolerance was lacking. After finishing a jar, he was already quite intoxicated. Tell me, brother, what does your ideal life look like? Ideal life, Jimmu's expression momentarily faltered. In that instant, memories of his mother's death during the primordial calamity and the tumultuous scenes of the 3 Talents calamity flooded his mind. He realized he harbored no grand aspirations. Living comfortably as a tavern keeper would suffice, free from worries of sustenance. Ideals seemed burdensome and exhausting. However, Jimmu did not wish to be a source of trouble for others. This was his unwavering principle, especially when those individuals were dear to him. Yet, the more he cared, the more the reality contradicted his desires. His mother, mentor, sister, father. Along his journey, Jimmu had burdened too many with his presence. He was acutely aware of this fact. And though he did not voice it, the anguish within him ran deeper than anyone could fathom. Thus, upon recognizing his own condition, he had resolutely ventured into the night, fully aware of the impending doom. Yet determined to confront the tribulations alone. Was he not afraid? Indeed, he was. The haunting memory of his mother being struck down by the primordial calamity at his birth remained a recurring nightmare. He was terrified, even to the point that his hands trembled as he gripped the reins in the dark. He was not courageous. Yet, compared to fear, he dreaded being a burden to others even more. Therefore, after narrowly escaping death, Jimmu resolved to grow strong enough to face the impending calamity, relying solely on his own strength before the arrival of the 4 Symbols catastrophe. He no longer wished to witness anyone perish for his sake. Death beneath the heavenly tribulation would be a far kinder fate. So, in response to Li Hani's inquiry about ideals, Jimmu drained his cup and, raising his finger skyward, spoke calmly, "I know not what ideals I hold, but I am determined to ascend the Shumi mountain, strike it with my sword, and demand to know what gives it the right to forsake me," even if he spoke of an almost impossible feat. At that moment, Jimmu's gaze remained resolute, leaving no doubt about his ability to traverse countless mountains and rivers to achieve his goal. Though Jimmu had consistently maintained a facade of indifference, the deep-seated resentment towards the vast heavens burned within him. Why must I be the forsaken child of heaven? Why must I face the thunder from birth? Why must I be stripped of all? Why must I lose those most dear to me? The depths of his hatred remained unvoiced. Jimmu had lost far too much. Thus, irrespective of whether he could wield that sword, he was undeniably on the path to forge it. Until that sword was unsheathed, his heart would remain unsettled. Li Hani regarded Jimmu, momentarily taken aback, before following his pointing finger to gaze upward, his eyes suddenly brightening. "I knew I had not misjudged you." Jimmu shook his head, refilling his cup and looking towards Li Hani. "And you?" "I want to run away from home." Jimmu promptly spewed his drink in surprise. Li Hani, displeased, retorted, "This wine is quite precious. You cannot waste it so carelessly." Jimmu waved his hand dismissively. "I'll send you 10 jars later." "Ha!" Noticing Li Hani's evident skepticism, Jimmu inquired, "The Prince of Huainan commands 200,000 elite soldiers, with countless talented strategists and generals under his banner, regarded as the pillar of the Great Tang. Why would you wish to flee from such a vast inheritance?" In response to Jimmu's question, Li Hani chuckled self-deprecatingly, sighed, and softly remarked, "Things that are far away always appear beautiful, do they not?" Jimmu lowered his gaze, pondering. Li Hani gestured towards the direction of the Forbidden City, that is nothing more than a quagmire, adorned with vibrant flowers and grasses, yet beneath lies darkness and muck. If I were to bind my entire life within this mire, I would prefer death. Rolling in this muck pales in comparison to soaring through the skies with a sword in hand, or reveling in the freedom of traversing the world with a jug of wine in tow. Jimmu silently observed the invigorated Li Hani. In that moment, he was not the son of Huainan, but a peerless hero yearning for the thrill of the martial world. He was, in essence, a caged bird. After a prolonged silence, Jimmu asked, "What do you need me to do?" "I need to die once." With a clang, the Junzi sword was placed firmly on the table. Li Hani replied, "Wait, you mean to die? Not that kind of death. Then, do you need me to help you gather a couple of flowers?" Chapter 21. With a wealth of knowledge, the pen flows with divine inspiration. So you wish to feign death, to step out of the public eye, executing a flawless escape, and thereafter pursue your own path of cultivation? Li Hani nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "What does that have to do with me?" "Oh, dear brother, can't you lend me a hand?" Li Hani suddenly batted his eyelashes at Jimmu. A chill ran down Jimmu's spine, goosebumps prickling across his skin as he instinctively recoiled a few steps. Seeing this, Li Hani paused, then earnestly stated, "Would you not even warm my bed?" "Get lost?" Jimmu took a deep breath, steadying himself, and then said helplessly, "I am merely a student of the academy, a student wielding the sword of the Sage of Books." Jimmu rubbed his temples in exasperation before finally sighing. "I suppose I'll try." With that, he instinctively kicked away the leaping Li Hani. By the way, how much did you sell that sword for?" "Shut up. Such a sword belonging to the Sage of Books. I should at least fetch 2 cities for it, shouldn't I? I require assistance in composing a missive to the Prince of Huainan, in which I shall mention that one of his unfilial descendants is contemplating flight." "Ah, what splendid weather we have today!" In 3 days' time. On the day of the palace examination, at the Daming Palace, Jimmu entered, clad in a flowing white robe. Upon his arrival, he was met with the steely gazes of numerous scholars, rife with animosity. This was the individual rumored to have dined with Yu Yixiang. Such a fine cabbage, squandered upon swine. Most scholars internally seethed with resentment, had it not been for the prohibition of raucousness within the Daming Palace and the presence of examiners. Ji-mu would likely have been besieged by a torrent of vitriol. Nevertheless, many scholars harbored a burning desire to trample upon this interloper who had stolen their dreamlike muse, hoping to see him fail miserably, leaving him no face to present to the enchanting Yixiong. Oblivious to his newfound role as the target of their ire, Ji-mu surveyed the room, shrugged nonchalantly, and quietly took a seat. He nodded to Huaiwei, who sat nearby, and then shifted his gaze to the north. He knew that a certain heir had already departed Chang'an to pursue his aspirations, while Ji-mu, glancing down at the stack of examination papers before him, smiled, inked his brush, and began to respond with a fluidity akin to flowing water. It was time to provide an account for his 2 decades of existence. As he grasped the brush, Ji-mu mused to himself within the Daming Palace. Hundreds of scholars participated simultaneously in the palace examination, having traveled great distances from various counties to forge their destinies. Yet, it was inevitable that some would depart in despondency. The opportunity lay in the hands of all scholars. The life they would inscribe was solely their own affair, with no room for lamentation. Chief Examiner Feng Dongshan sat at the center of the hall, his keen gaze sweeping across the assembly to deter any opportunistic scholars from engaging in deceitful practices. However, his concerns proved unfounded. After a thorough inspection, he found no scholar bold enough to cheat in this venue, prompting a satisfied nod from him. Setting aside the academic prowess of this cohort, the sheer spirit they exhibited was commendable. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a scholar in white, his gaze momentarily pausing. Most scholars would deliberate briefly before answering, yet this individual's brush never faltered, as if he were not answering questions but practicing calligraphy. Feng Dongshan furrowed his brow. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Unwilling to ponder, merely seeking attention at the desk, Ji-mu remained oblivious to Feng Dongshan's scrutiny. Calm and composed, his wrist poised as he wrote, each stroke imbued with an undeniable grandeur. What defines a sage? To know others. What defines an accomplished individual? To know oneself. What must a strong nation possess? If only one could be retained, what would you choose? And why? Grain, strength, trust. If only one could remain, let it be trust. Since ancient times, all must eventually die. A people without trust cannot stand. If 2 nations engage in battle and the commander is slain, how would you rekindle the soldier's fighting spirit if you had the capacity? An army can lose its leader, but the will of a common man cannot be taken point one by one. He tackled the questions before him. His movements unhurried, yet thoughts flowed effortlessly, answers emerging as naturally as clouds drift in the sky. This was not mere showmanship. Ji-mu possessed a profound depth of knowledge far surpassing that of the average scholar. After all, no one had concealed themselves within the academy for a decade as he had. It could be said he emerged from a sea of books. Having read countless tomes, his pen flowed with divine inspiration. While most scholars were still grappling with the first sheet of paper, Ji-mu had already completed half of the second examination. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, he set down his brush and stretched his body. At this moment, there were no unfinished papers before him. Nonetheless, Ji-mu still muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. Xiaolian was right. My writing speed is indeed rather slow. As soon as he spoke, he shook his head and slowly rose. Under the watchful eyes of all the scholars in the hall, Ji-mu approached Feng Dongshan, gently placing the completed papers on the examiner's desk, bowing slightly, and then gracefully departing. A cacophony erupted among the scholars of the Daming Palace. He submitted them just like that? Surely he hasn't finished, merely seeking attention. Surely he will rank at the bottom. Dozens of disdainful gazes converged upon the retreating figure in white. Feng Dongshan was among them. He scoffed and lowered his head, intending to observe what prowess this scholar possessed, but his eyes widened in surprise, his smirk frozen on his face. The thin sheets of paper revealed powerful, vigorous characters, dancing like dragons and snakes, exuding an innate majesty that struck him. Feng Dongshan swallowed hard, his throat dry. He suddenly looked up, seeing Ji-mu on the verge of exiting the Daming Palace. Alarmed, he shouted, "Wait!" This exclamation reverberated like thunder in the quiet examination hall, startling all the scholars. The white-clad scholar halted abruptly. "What is your name?" "Ji-mu." and no sooner had he spoken than he turned and departed, leaving the scholars of the Daming Palace to ponder in silence. Indeed, he is Jimmu, a scholar poised to measure the world with his own 2 feet in the month following the palace examination. A significant event transpired in the Tang Kingdom, spreading swiftly throughout Chang'an. The heir of Huainan, Li Hani, in his quest to secure the position of the next Huainan prince, resorted to the fratricidal act of plotting against his own brother, only for the scheme to be exposed and ultimately fail. Furious, the Prince of Huainan imprisoned him. The emperor, upon hearing of this, was equally enraged, issuing an edict commanding the Prince of Huainan to demote Li Hani to commoner status and exile him to the frontier. Yet, the royal household remained unresponsive. Alas, have you heard? That wastrel has finally brought about his own demise. Within a tavern in Chang'an, Jimmu sat in a corner, his countenance calm, betraying no emotion as he listened intently to the patron's discussions. Ha! That fool! His father is still full of vigor, and he dares to contemplate succession? What a rush to be reborn! Alas, the Prince of Huainan, the pillar of the nation, has a son as unworthy as a cur. Jimmu remained silent, absorbing all the information, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. What follows now is up to you. Chapter 22. The Slightly Mundane Bird, Free in the Sky. In Yangzhou City, at the Prince of Huainan's residence, within the dark and damp dungeon, Li Hani, with iron chains binding his ankles, gazed with a complex expression at the figure standing outside his cell. It was a man resembling a lion, with a resolute countenance and piercing eyes devoid of any impurity, fixed intently upon Li Hani. Have you made up your mind? Although Li Hani found himself imprisoned, the only person capable of addressing the Prince of Huainan in such a manner was none other than his father, Li Hanzhan, the pillar of the Tang dynasty. Faced with his father's inquiry, Li Hani fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly replied, "Outside. Is it not also akin to being imprisoned? What do you think, father?" "Nonsense." Li Hanshan's fist struck the prison bars, shattering a row of the robust metal bars forged from a unique alloy. Li Hani had never witnessed his father so enraged. He was always the type to remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Yet, he did not flinch, maintaining a steadfast gaze locked with Li Hanshan's. The two held each other's eyes for an extended moment. Finally, Li Hanshan took a deep breath, remaining silent as he turned to leave. Li Hani felt as if that departing figure aged a few years in an instant. He bit his lip, wanting to call out, but ultimately remained silent, filled only with stubbornness. That day, news spread throughout Yangzhou City. The Prince of Huainan received an edict, demoting the heir Li Hani to commoner status and exiling him to the frontier. On the city tower of Yangzhou, a youth clad in gleaming silver armor listened to a subordinate kneeling before him relay the news. As he listened, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "What a good brother I have!" Beside him stood a general, who, upon hearing the youth's words, hesitated, stepping forward to whisper, "Your Highness, shall we send someone to eliminate future threats?" The young man turned, casting a cold glance at him, his eyes devoid of emotion, as frigid as ice. Under that gaze, the general felt a chill run through him, his heart trembling. "Take him away and execute him." At the young man's indifferent command, 2 burly guards approached, unceremoniously dragging the general away from the tower. The general, in a state of panic, summoned an unexpected strength, breaking free from the guard's grasp and kneeling before the youth. "Your Highness, spare me. I was momentarily possessed by foolish thoughts and made baseless assumptions about your brotherly bond with the Long Prince. I vow to never repeat this mistake. Please, spare my life, in the future." The young man turned to regard the general's terrified expression, a chilling smile emerging on his lips. "Death may be avoided, but the consequences remain. I shall demote you to commoner status and expel you from Huainan. Do you harbor any resentment?" The general was taken aback, staring blankly at the youth, seemingly grasping something from those icy eyes. Just as he hesitated, he noticed the youth's expression growing increasingly impatient, prompting him to quickly bow and say, "I bear no grievances." The youth chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in the ear of the general. "I recall you have a son who has just come of age, am I right? Send him to the army. Trust me, he shall have a promising future. and no sooner had the words left his lips than the general felt an unfamiliar object suddenly appear in his hand. He was unaware of its nature, yet he dared not glance at it, at least not here. After uttering that phrase, the youth's smile abruptly vanished, his expression reverting to one of cold indifference. "Take him away," he commanded. Once the hall fell silent, leaving him alone, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "Brother, there is give and take, is there not?" On that day, the last remaining prince of the Huainan Wangfu undertook a vigorous reform of the Yangzhou military camp, punishing numerous overbearing generals, earning him widespread acclaim in Chang'an. While awaiting the announcement of the results, Jimu received several pieces of news, both good and ill, all pertaining to Yangzhou City. One piece informed him that Li Hani had finally left home brazenly and would no longer be brought back, achieving his long-desired freedom. The other indicated that Li Hani's brother was purging the Yangzhou military camp, eliminating the detrimental elements. This was not inherently problematic, yet given the context of Li Hani's expulsion from the Wangfu and demotion to commoner status, it became rather intriguing. When Jimu had suggested some ideas to Li Hani during their shared drinking of Jian Nanchun at the residence, the mention of a mock assassination of his brother had sparked a glimmer of interest in Li Hani's eyes. It posed no significant danger, was simple to orchestrate, and its consequences would not lead to death. After all, he was still a scion of the Huainan Wang. An assassination of a brother could merely be considered a family scandal, well beyond the emperor's jurisdiction. The subsequent light-hearted edict reflected this sentiment. Even the Huainan Wang had not received any reprimands from the emperor, despite the prolonged suppression. Of course, this was characteristic of the Huainan Wang. Had it been another person, they would have faced multiple rounds of punishment by now. Thus, Jimu's proposition, while straightforward and even riddled with flaws, was easily discernible as one that would not see Li Hani truly assassinate his brother. The Huainan Wang knew, the emperor knew, and even the brother targeted for the mock assassination was aware. Yet, what did it matter? Once Li Hani took that step, he would have achieved his aim, and even if he wished to retreat, it would be impossible. The Huainan Wang could suppress the matter momentarily, but it would remain ingrained in the hearts of the populace. As long as Li Hani remained within the Wangfu, the memory would linger. From the instant Li Hani handed over the dagger, he forfeited his qualifications to inherit the position of Huainan Wang. Li Hani was acutely aware of this, and it reflected his resolve to his father. He had never yearned for the court. He aspired to the skies. A bird longing for freedom can never be caged. Li Hani's brother was also quite astute. From the moment his brother nearly plunged a dagger into him to when he was captured by the royal guards, Li Hanza appeared flustered, yet his eyes remained unblinking and tranquil. He could have seized the dagger and retaliated. He possessed the capability to do so, and no one could have contested him, yet he refrained. Even though he desperately wished for his brother's demise, he understood that such an act would leave an indelible blemish on his future illustrious life. He could not accept that. Thus, in that moment, he restrained himself. There would be a more opportune time to act. The same applied to people. Jimu resolved to leave the capital. While this was Li Hani's choice, he was indeed the architect of the current situation. He had initially believed this would be a joyous affair, a brother seeking freedom and another aspiring to the throne. However, he had overlooked the latter's character. This was his oversight, one compounded by his unfamiliarity with the latter. The brother did not wish to kill the sibling, yet the sibling might not share that sentiment. Even though Li Hani was demoted to commoner status, sometimes, a person's absence brings the greatest solace. Though this might be the worst outcome, Jimu, who had been favored by divine providence throughout his journey, had never placed much faith in luck. Since he bore some responsibility for the cause, he could not stand idly by. Chapter 23. The Phoenix returns to the wild. The hidden dragon raises its head at the dark fragrance pavilion. The entrance of the three-story secluded chamber was veiled by a beaded curtain, behind which one could faintly perceive the silhouette of a graceful woman languidly reclining on the bed, exuding a sense of languorous elegance. At that moment, the woman half-kneeled, addressing a veiled figure clad in purple outside the curtain. Ziying, how did the task fare? Reporting to the sect master, I have dispatched someone to remind young Master Ji not to interfere with matters in Yangzhou City, but it seems he has paid little heed. Is there anything else? Seemingly sensing the uncertainty in her tone, Ziying felt a gaze from behind the curtain settle upon her. Why does the sect master wish to specifically remind young Master Ji? Does the sect master truly harbor an interest in him? Ziying, present, I wish for you to focus solely on your tasks and not indulge in such trivial thoughts. Upon hearing the suddenly icy words from within the curtain, Ziying broke into a cold sweat, stammering. Ziying understands her mistake. It shall not happen again. Very well. You may leave. Understood. Once Ziying departed, the enchanting woman remained alone in the 3-story pavilion. With no one around, she suddenly stamped her foot heavily, pouting her lips in frustration as she muttered, "That fool! Even after I kindly sent someone to remind him, he still insists on wading into murky waters. It infuriates me." After venting her frustration for a while, Yu Yixiang fell silent, lost in contemplation. Her silence enveloped the secluded chamber in a profound stillness, as if it existed in its own realm. The outside world could not penetrate this serenity, nor could the lively sounds from below reach her ears. Only the beaded curtains swayed together, producing a tinkling sound. After a considerable time, Yu Yixiang rose from the edge of the bed, casually draping a thin red silk robe over her enticingly pale form, fully covering her delicate figure. Approaching the window, she pushed it open and gazed outside, silently observing the bustling street below. Letting out a sigh, "I must be leaving soon." After a long while, her lips curled upward slightly, as if recalling something joyous, yet the words that escaped her mouth painted a different picture. Had he not possessed the other half of the Sanxing jade, I would hardly care about him. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the curtains to flutter. Beneath the drapery, no beautiful figure remained. The proclamation wall of the Forbidden City, 2 pages of announcements were posted, adorned with names representing scholars who had leaped over the Dragon Gate. Upon finally finding his name amidst the throng, Hua Yu stood frozen in place, before excitedly embracing his sister beside him, tears of joy streaming down his face. Strangely, however, the top position of the list, the title of the highest scholar, was conspicuously vacant. This had never occurred in the annals of the Tang dynasty's examinations. In response, the assembled scholars harbored an unspoken understanding of the reason behind the empty slot. Yet some could not refrain from voicing their queries. Just then, a path opened in the crowd as a man clad in the attire of a third-rank official stepped forward, addressing everyone. The wise take pleasure in the mountains, the benevolent in water. A gentleman's heart is tied to the mountains and rivers, yearning for the clouds and seas, unwilling to enter my court. It is indeed a pity. Yet who else could claim the title of highest scholar but him? The speaker was none other than the chief examiner, Feng Dongshan. Everyone present understood that the vacant position was reserved for a specific individual. Of course, this had no bearing on Jimu, as he believed. At that moment, he had already slung a sword worth 2 taels of silver across his back and was riding a swift, snow-white steed, a solitary figure galloping out of Chang'an. Outside Yangzhou City, a carriage traversed the road to Jiangning. Inside sat 3 individuals. Li Hani had not anticipated that, once his identity had changed, only 2 people remained willing to follow him from the throng that once responded to his call. Moreover, they were merely 2 ruffians. These 2 were individuals he had rescued years ago. One was tall and robust, but not particularly clever, whom Li Hani had named Dazhuang. The other was slender, resembling a skinny monkey, and was dubbed Erbuzwang, yet his wits were equally lacking. Had they been astute, they would not have followed him out of the city. He was now merely a commoner, possessing nothing to offer. Nonetheless, the 2 remained steadfast, one holding the reins while the other shouldered a pack, resolutely following him. Unlike Jimu, who was merely conjecturing, Li Hani, having grown up under the same roof as Li Hanzi, fully understood the essence of his brother. Initially, he retained a glimmer of hope, for Li Hanzi posed no threat to him. He had never desired the throne. Yet, this was merely his wishful thinking. Li Hanzi truly wished to see him dead. In such circumstances, those willing to accompany him could only be deemed lacking in intellect. Or perhaps there was another possibility. Within the carriage, Li Hani let out a long sigh and addressed Dazhuang, who was driving, and Erbuzwang, seated beside him. Dazhuang, do you remember that year when you were beaten to a pulp, left naked and half dead in an alley during the bitter cold of winter? Dazhuang, driving the carriage, replied in a slightly muffled voice, "Of course I remember. Had it not been for the young prince carrying me into the Wangfu and having the doctor treat my wounds with precious herbs by the fire, I would have perished long ago. How could I forget?" Li Hani nodded slightly, his gaze shifting towards Heir Buzhuang. "Do you remember the time you owed several hundred taels of silver and, unable to repay, your enemies came knocking? They ultimately took your 70-year-old mother away. Do you recall who helped rescue her?" Heir Buzhuang fell silent for a long while, finally hoarsely replying, 327 taels. "I remember it clearly." "Your Highness." Li Hani nodded again, his tranquil eyes fixed on the two men as he softly inquired, "So, why?" No one responded. The carriage gradually came to a halt. This stretch of road, which connected Yangzhou to Jiangning, was usually bustling with activity during the day, but at this moment, it was eerily quiet, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the songs of birds, as if it had been isolated from the world. Time passed, and within the carriage, Heir Buzhuang lowered his head slightly, a complex expression on his face, and whispered, "I'm sorry, young prince." As soon as the words left his lips, a dagger slipped from his sleeve, securely grasped in his palm, and his right hand became a blur, swiftly stabbing towards Li Hani's chest with an astonishing speed. His movements were far more agile than those of a mere street thug. From the subtle tension in Heir Buzhuang's muscles and breath, it was evident that he was a practitioner of the fourth realm of the Hidden Dragon, though his cultivation was not particularly high. At such close proximity and with a sudden assault, even a practitioner of a higher realm would struggle to survive, let alone an ordinary person. From the moment Heir Buzhuang boarded the carriage, Li Hani's death was a predetermined outcome. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, Heir Buzhuang's hand remained steady as it aimed for Li Hani's chest. Yet, the anticipated scene of the dagger plunging into flesh and blood splattering did not unfold. Instead, a clatter echoed as the dagger fell to the ground. Concurrently, Heir Buzhuang felt an unexpected lightness in his body, as if he were gradually floating. No, he was indeed suspended in mid-air. Li Hani had lifted him effortlessly with one hand. Heir Buzhuang's eyes widened in terror, his face reddening as he gazed into Li Hani's icy cold eyes. "I gave you a chance." Chapter 24. This humble body, growing towards the sun. This is impossible. Heir Buzhuang felt as though Li Hani's hand was an iron clamp, firmly gripping his neck, rendering all his struggles futile. His breath began to falter, and even his thoughts slowed. A large question mark loomed in his mind. It was widely known that Li Hani, the heir of Huainan, was a frivolous youth, indulging in pleasure and vice, showing little interest in politics or cultivation, with rumors suggesting he lacked any talent for the latter. So, how could he now be lifted effortlessly by a single hand? Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary person? Heir Buzhuang, at the fourth realm, believed that even against someone at the fifth or sixth realm, he could hold his own, but the force emanating from Li Hani made him acutely aware that any action he took was utterly futile. This was sheer dominance and strength. As Li Hani's grip tightened, Heir Buzhuang's face turned a deep shade of purple. With the last of his strength, he tilted his head, casting a hopeful glance outside the carriage. At that moment, Li Hani's gaze sharpened, a flash of cold light flickered. A corner of the carriage was sliced away. Dezhuang, who had been waiting outside, could no longer contain himself. Li Hani regarded the knife in his hand with a touch of confusion. How had he managed to bring such a large weapon into the carriage without him noticing? Was he blind? But then, as if struck by a thought, he looked at Dezhuang in surprise. Spatial artifacts? Has Li Hanja invested so heavily? Dezhuang remained silent, his grip on the knife unwavering as he stared intently at Li Hani. A full cultivation of the hidden dragon, a half step into the void. The young prince is well concealed. You're not lacking either. Sensing the growing pressure from Dezhuang, Li Hani chuckled softly. He tightened his grip. And with a sharp crack, Heir Buzhuang's neck snapped, his body discarded carelessly aside. Without a glance at the corpse lying by the roadside, Li Hani beckoned to Dezhuang. Make your move. I'm pressed for time. Dezhuang hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fists slightly down. Why apologies? Young prince. As his words fell, he flipped his wrist, and the knife transformed into a blur, enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, radiating a chilling aura as it struck towards Li Hani's neck. Li Hani brought his hands together, forming a seal at his chest, and shouted, "Quake!" as the command echoed. Just as the knife was about to descend upon Li Hani's neck, De Zhuang suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. In the next instant, he was sent flying backward with a force that could not be contained, crashing heavily to the ground. De Zhuang's expression was one of bewilderment. The moment Li Hani shouted, he felt as if a mountain had collided with him, despite seeing nothing in his line of sight. After rolling twice, De Zhuang used the momentum to push up with his hands, agilely springing back to his feet. Retrieving his knife and cautiously eyeing the direction of Li Hani, his expression grave. But soon after, his pupils dilated sharply. For there was no one in sight, as a practitioner of the 8th realm of the Hidden Dragon. De Zhuang's reflexes were not lacking. Upon seeing Li Hani's figure vanish, he swiftly turned and slashed behind him with his knife. Yet, he still struck nothing but air. A mocking laugh echoed in De Zhuang's ears. "Looking for me?" Realizing the precariousness of the situation, De Zhuang instinctively felt a sense of dread as a heavy punch struck squarely against his chest. Even with his formidable defenses as an 8th realm practitioner, De Zhuang's chest caved in slightly. He spewed a mouthful of blood, his energy waning alarmingly. A glint of cold light flashed, and the knife was pressed against De Zhuang's throat. The scene seemed to freeze. After a long pause, De Zhuang sighed deeply, saying, "Go ahead, young prince. Dying by your hand wouldn't be so bad." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Hani's eyes as he tightened his grip. The knife piercing and slightly, blood trickling down the blade and dripping onto the ground. "I'm not surprised that Bu Zhuang would strike at me, but you? I can't fathom why. Moreover, you haven't used your full strength. Have you? If you didn't want to kill me, why accompany me out of the city?" De Zhuang remained silent for a while before shaking his head. "Just do it." Li Hani's breath suddenly quickened. The knife plunging deeper. "Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you?" De Zhuang slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Li Hani's rage flared, and he kicked him forcefully in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. Clenching his fists, Li Hani took a deep breath, slowly releasing it as he cast one last profound look at De Zhuang. He then thrust the knife into the earth before striding away. De Zhuang struggled to rise, silently watching Li Hani's retreating figure with a complex expression. "Why not kill me? You're not worthy." The wind carried Li Hani's disdainful voice. "Not worthy?" De Zhuang chuckled bitterly. Slowly rising, he stood still for a long while, and ultimately, he noticed the carriage halted by the roadside, a resolute glimmer emerging in his eyes. Not long ago, in a dilapidated alley, Li Hanja stood before a battered, barely conscious man, a smile gracing his lips. The latter's eyes were fixated on him, wordless. "Excellent, it's precisely this gaze I seek." Li Hanja appeared quite pleased. Leaning close to De Zhuang's ear, he whispered, "Hence, I have a favor to ask of you." "Little prince, please do not make things difficult for me." De Zhuang replied coldly. "Oh? You know me? That makes things easier." "I cannot do it." De Zhuang interrupted Li Hanja, as if he had anticipated what was to come. Li Hanja's expression darkened instantly. "Are you not afraid of death? You may certainly try." De Zhuang retorted defiantly. Li Hanja remained silent for a moment, and then, as if struck by a thought, a smile returned to his face. "I hear you married a flower-like wife. She even bore you a chubby son." De Zhuang's pupils constricted at once. Seeing his reaction, Li Hanja's lips curled upward slightly. "If I do not see his head within 3 days, then on the 4th night, you will witness her begging for mercy beneath me. What do you say? A rather tempting deal, is it not?" "You?" De Zhuang's eyes turned crimson as he desperately attempted to lunge at the beast, but was firmly subdued by 2 individuals of far superior cultivation. His only form of resistance was a few hoarse roars, pale and powerless. Meanwhile, over 10 miles away from the confrontation between Li Hani and De Zhuang, a group of more than 10 individuals was hastily making their way along the official road. Clad entirely in black, their faces obscured in various ways, they bore expressions filled with murderous intent. Exuding varying degrees of pressure as they advanced swiftly. "It should be just ahead. Make sure to act swiftly to avoid prolonged complications." The leader, whose aura overshadowed the others, spoke in a deep voice. He was the very vice commander who had been kicked out of the military camp by Li Hanja, one of the most formidable centurions in the Yangzhou army. "Commander, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? A useless heir? Any one of us could easily dispatch him multiple times over," a younger figure among the ranks remarked nonchalantly. However, the next moment, a sword hovered ominously above his head. The vice commander, Zhang Shan, slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The young man felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly fell silent. Spiritual energy manipulation, refining the spirit into the void. To one's astonishment, there stood a cultivator who had entered the fifth realm of the void. Observing his newfound compliance, Zhang Shan let out a cold snort and sheathed his flying sword. Should there be another instance, that very sword would manifest within your mind. Not merely the young man clad in black, but upon the utterance of his words, the entire team fell silent, as if struck by a sudden chill. After a brief interval, they finally caught a glimpse of the targeted carriage. Zhang Shan narrowed his eyes and subtly raised his hand. Every individual instinctively placed their hands upon the hilt of their swords. The slightly perturbed young man in black trembled as he raised his hand. Zhang Shan's murderous intent once again fell upon him without reservation. "I am sorry." The young man immediately fell silent. In truth, he wished to convey that the direction in which the carriage was heading did not align with their anticipated trajectory. However, a mere glance from Zhang Shan rendered him mute. Not far away, upon a carriage missing a corner, De Zhuang calmly listened to the distant sound of hoofbeats, a smirk of mockery briefly gracing his lips, only to be replaced by an expression of sorrow. "Little prince, in the end, I can do no more than this. The debt of gratitude for saving your life can only be repaid in the next life. You must survive." His voice faltered as an overwhelming hatred ignited in De Zhuang's eyes. Enunciating each word, "Kill that beast for me," after casting a profound glance towards the direction of Yangzhou City, De Zhuang cracked the whip and rode away. Xiao Zhuang, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy. I apologize." Chapter 25. The Frosted Blade Untried, Who Harbors Injustice. Upon leaving the capital, Jimu rode tirelessly, making his way directly to Yangzhou. Within a few days, he arrived at the city. After spending some time inquiring within, Jimu's countenance gradually darkened. He had scarcely uncovered any favorable news. Li Hani had already departed the city. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that Li Hanze was rigorously purging the Yangzhou military camp. It was no secret at all, indeed, it was even promoted as a positive image. Yet, Jimu was acutely aware that matters were far from as straightforward as they appeared. After a moment's contemplation, Jimu set forth from the city, pursuing the direction he had learned Li Hani might have taken. After running for nearly an hour, he saw no sign of anyone. Jimu furrowed his brow and sighed. At that moment, while riding his white horse, he caught sight of a village in the distance. Glancing up at the sky, the sun was beginning to set. Jimu hesitated for a moment before subtly guiding his horse towards the village. After days of relentless travel, his steed was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Tian Ru was a young woman from a humble farming family in a village south of the city. Due to her striking beauty, she often faced harassment from local ruffians. Hence, she grew up in an environment filled with fear and trepidation. It was only after she found a husband of remarkable stature that her circumstances began to improve. Yet, it was only later that she discovered her husband was the leader of the ruffians in the northern part of the city. She cherished her husband, recalling the moment when he single-handedly subdued all the ruffians from the north and, shyly presenting her with a withered flower, struggled to find the words to express himself. It was then that she fell for him. Eventually, disregarding her relatives' objections, Tian Ru married him. Together, they saved money to purchase a small courtyard in the village. And they were blessed with a chubby baby. Ever since her arrival in his life, her husband had ceased his life of crime, frequently heading into the city for work. With his impressive strength, he became favored by employers seeking physical labor. Amidst his work, he never neglected her. No matter how late it was, he would always return home, embracing his wife who awaited him at the door. And they would share meals and sleep together. Their life, though simple, was filled with warmth. Today, as the sun approached its descent, Tian Ru stood in the courtyard, cradling her one-year-old son, eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Yet, today was destined to be unlike any other. Tianru's palms were clammy with sweat, and a sense of unease gnawed at her. Earlier that afternoon, her husband had returned briefly, his demeanor grim, urging her to take their son and leave. Tianru had never seen such a look on his face. She repeatedly inquired what had transpired, but he remained tight-lipped, eventually raising his voice at her for the first time. Complying with his wishes, she left with their son, expecting him to follow. However, upon exiting the village, her husband pressed a handful of silver into her palm, casting a final, deep gaze upon her and their child before clenching his fists and departing without a backward glance. Tianru stood there in a daze, bewildered. After a considerable time, she returned silently to their small courtyard. Deep down, she understood she should heed his warning and leave. Yet, without him, where could she possibly go? She had no idea where to turn. That man, along with the child in her arms, constituted the entirety of her life's meaning. And no matter what, she had to wait for him to return. Just as she had through countless days and nights. Tianru remained in the courtyard for a long while, until the sun had completely set and night enveloped the land. She had yet to see the person she longed for. Uncertain of how much time had passed, she suddenly heard footsteps from outside. She was filled with joy, thinking he had returned, and she rushed to open the courtyard door to gaze into the distance. In an instant, her heart was doused with cold water. The two figures approaching were unfamiliar, and their silhouettes were unmistakably not that of her husband. Moreover, their secluded courtyard was distant from neighbors, and it was uncommon for anyone to wander by. Especially at such a late hour as she observed the figures drawing nearer, a wave of terror surged within her. She spun around and retreated into the courtyard, hastily bolting the door and barricading it with a wooden beam. After securing the entrance, she hurried towards the house. However, before she could step inside, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding thud. Two unfamiliar men entered with sinister smiles, their predatory gazes fixed upon Tianru. "Brother, is this the one the prince instructed us to capture?" One of them sneered. "She should be easy to catch. Not bad-looking either. Brother, the prince ordered her to be taken away. You don't have any ideas about her, do you? Why worry? She is not a virgin. The prince wouldn't be interested. But that scoundrel is quite lucky to have landed such a pretty lass. What of it? She is still in our grasp." With lewd grins, the two exchanged glances, making their intentions clear to Tianru, who stood petrified, trembling in fear, instinctively retreating. After a few steps, she suddenly remembered her son was still inside. She couldn't let them find him. In that fleeting moment, a surge of adrenaline propelled her forward, and she charged past the two men, racing towards the courtyard exit. The men seemed taken aback by her audacity. The older one quickly regained his composure and bellowed, "Stop her! Don't let her escape!" Though she had managed to gain some distance while they were momentarily stunned, Tianru, a mere ordinary and fragile woman, could not outrun two seasoned soldiers in a matter of moments. One of the men seized her by the hair and yanked her back into the courtyard. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The short distance from the house to the door felt insurmountable to Tianru. Once she was pulled back, the older soldier struck her hard across the face. The sharp crack echoed, sending her sprawling to the ground. They exchanged knowing glances, licking their lips, before advancing to tear at Tianru's clothing. Having never encountered such a brutal scene, she was instantly paralyzed with fear. Though she flailed her legs and resisted wildly, her garments continued to shred, revealing vast swathes of her creamy skin. Tears streamed from her eyes as she called out her husband's name. Hoping he would appear to protect her as he always had done if sensing her despair, the older soldier sneered while ripping her clothing, still hoping that scoundrel will return. "Let me tell you the truth. He was dispatched by our prince to assassinate that useless prince today. Whether he succeeds or not, it's a dead end for him. It's all because of you that he had to go. Ha ha ha." These words shattered the last vestiges of resolve within Tianru, plunging her into a state of utter bewilderment. Her gaze turned vacant, her lips murmuring insistently, "No, it's impossible. He wouldn't abandon me and leave. You're lying." With a resounding slap, another blow landed upon her. Simultaneously, her clothing had nearly been stripped away. The older soldier chuckled as he prepared to mount her. Just then, a loud knocking echoed from the courtyard door. Hello? Is anyone there? I beg your pardon, but I noticed that only your establishment in the vicinity remains illuminated. Thus I sought to intrude. Before I could finish my sentence, it abruptly ceased. Earlier, the wooden door had been forcefully kicked open by two individuals, so when it was subsequently closed, no bolt had been engaged. Jimmu gently rapped on the door twice before pushing it open, revealing the courtyard scene in its entirety. In an instant, the gazes of four individuals locked together. The air became dense with tension for a moment. With a click of his tongue, Jimmu unsheathed the Junzi sword. Chapter 26. The gentleman upholds his integrity, the sword drawn for benevolence when a famished individual hastily removes his trousers only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. His mood must be exceedingly foul. Such was the case for Li Si. His prolonged military life had deprived him of any taste of a woman's affection. Today, with such a splendid opportunity presenting itself, coupled with the appearance of a fair maiden, Li Si could hardly contain himself. Yet, just as he was about to proceed, Jimmu interjected, and one can only imagine the turmoil within him at that moment. Silently releasing Tianru, he instructed his subordinate, Wang Wu, who had accompanied him, to keep a close watch over her. After issuing his command, Li Si turned his gaze towards Jimmu, his murderous intent unmistakably evident as he advanced step by step. On the other hand, from the moment Jimmu grasped the Junzi sword, he had uttered not a single word. Upon witnessing Li Si approach with clenched fists, Jimmu's eyes remained disturbingly calm. Devoid of any ripple of emotion, Li Si stood before Jimmu with a grin. He remarked, "Brother, you shouldn't be looking at what doesn't concern you. Did your mother not teach you to be polite when entering someone else's home?" Jimmu slowly raised his head to meet his gaze, then, in the next moment, he lifted his hand, pushing the sword forth, unsheathing it in that instant. Li Si's smile was forever frozen in time, along with his severed head. This was Jimmu's sole response to Li Si. His tranquility stemmed from regarding a lifeless body. The moment Li Si's head took flight, he could not comprehend why he had met such an untimely demise. He had yet to fulfill the task bestowed upon him by the prince, had not savored the riches of life, nor had he ever tasted a woman. He could neither fathom nor understand. Who was this pale-faced scholar? Why was that sword so sharp? Even as his head fell to the ground, he remained oblivious, deprived of even a moment to plead for mercy. Meanwhile, Tianru and Wang Wu bore witness to this scene, their expressions starkly contrasting in an instant. The former wore a look of bewilderment, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity, while the latter, in addition to his confusion, was gripped by profound terror. The Yangzhou military camp belonged to a branch of the Southern Town Army. Although it had developed a somewhat independent character over time, the hierarchical structure still adhered to that of the Southern Town Army. In the realm of potential, those at the first to third levels of the Qianlong rank could become 10-man captains after slaying 10 enemies. From the 4th to 6th levels, slaying 50 enemies and 1 enemy commander could earn one the rank of 100-man captain. From the 7th to 9th levels, slaying 100 enemies, 5 enemy commanders, and 1 from the same realm could elevate one to 1,000-man captain. The standard for the rank of 10,000-man captain, regardless of realm, was singular. One must present the severed head of an enemy's 10,000-man captain. Lic was indeed a 100-man captain at the 7th level of the Qianlong rank. As long as his military achievements were sufficient, he could ascend to the rank of 1,000-man captain. For Wang Wu, who had recently enlisted, this was akin to a celestial being. Yet, such an existence was effortlessly decapitated by the suddenly appearing scholar in white robes. Originally, Jimmu could not have dispatched Li Si with such ease. Although both he and the charioteer Wu Yong from Chang'an belonged to a high realm of Qianlong, the latter was a seasoned 100-man captain. Having survived numerous battles, unlike the comfortably settled Wu Yong, of course, this assessment did not take the Junzi sword into account. Jimmu felt no apprehension regarding his ability to draw the Junzi sword. As long as one acts against evil and for justice, even an ordinary person could effortlessly wield this sacred artifact. Conversely, if one stands unsteadily and draws the sword for malevolence, even one at the pinnacle of sagehood would be unable to unsheath it. The Junzi sword had remained embedded at the entrance of the academy for a decade, and no one had ever managed to draw it, not due to its difficulty, but because none had approached it with the intent of performing virtuous deeds. When the one attempting to draw the sword is solely focused on the act of drawing it, they are doomed to fail. This had been the case for the past 10 years. Jimmu, having spent a decade at the academy, had never attempted to draw the sword, not because he believed he lacked the skill, but rather, what was the purpose of drawing it? He found it perplexing that individuals would attempt to draw the sword without a thought in mind. Was it merely to flaunt their prowess? Did they truly believe the Junzi sword would heed their call? However, faced with the scene in the courtyard, Jimmu found his reason to draw the sword. Thus, with a single stroke, a head fell, and the world fell silent. A gentleman stands upright, the sword drawn for benevolence. Consequently, the very essence of Li Si's demise lay in his own malevolence, which provided Jimmu with the justification to strike. When Jimmu's gaze shifted towards Wang Wu, an overwhelming dread surged within him. The way he regarded Jimmu was not unlike the way Tianru had observed them just moments prior. Perhaps even more so. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution inescapable. Perhaps due to being overly frightened and now numb, Tianru, upon witnessing Li Si's head being severed and blood gushing forth, felt not terror, but rather a sense of relief. It was as though a taut string had suddenly relaxed. After a night of anxiety, she swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. Yet Wang Wu had no time to attend to her. For Jimmu was already advancing towards him in a state of extreme terror. Wang Wu grasped at every possible opportunity for survival. He shouted at Jimmu, "Don't come any closer. I am from the Yangzhou military. If you dare to kill me, the young prince will not let you off." The louder his voice grew, the more it betrayed a cowardly bravado. Unexpectedly, Jimmu's advance faltered. "Oh? The young prince?" In Yangzhou, the only individuals who could be addressed as young prince were the two from the Huainan royal household. And now only one remained. Given Li Hani's current sensitive position, it was rather unrealistic for him to openly seek information about him. Jimmu had been pondering how to find someone knowledgeable about Li Hani's whereabouts without alarming Li Hanja. And here it was, serendipitously presented to him. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. He somewhat regretted having acted too swiftly earlier. Perhaps he should have asked a few questions before striking. However, if given the chance to rewind, he would still unsheathe the sword without hesitation. Yet, this moment could afford a brief delay. Wang Wu, seeing Jimmu pause, believed the title of young prince had worked, and his heart swelled with joy. But the next moment, in a flash of sword light, one of his arms was severed. Blood sprayed forth, staining the ground. But he had no time to cry out in pain before he collapsed, kneeling, his lower half exuding an unpleasant odor. He had soiled himself in fear. "Please, don't kill me." Wang Wu wept, pleading with Jimmu. The sword's edge pressed against his brow. Jimmu spoke with indifference. "I will ask, and you will answer." Chapter 27. A drop of water's kindness should be repaid with a fountain's generosity on the official road. After releasing Dezhuang, Li Hani wasted no time, heading straight for Jiangning. There, his mother's family held sway, and no one dared to harm him. He was aware that his brother had sent more than just Dezhuang and heir Buzhuang to kill him. Although Li Hanja had begun to purge the military camp just as Li Hani left the city and was unaware of his brother's actions, the spatial artifact given to Dezhuang hinted at his brother's resolute intent to kill him. The skirmish in the carriage was merely the beginning. Unlike his favored elder brother, the illegitimate Li Hanja had never received a kind word from the Huainan prince since birth. In fact, when he was merely 13 or 14, the Huainan prince cast him into the military. For this, Li Hani had even pleaded with Li Hanshan, yet his father's decision remained unchanged. Li Hanja was oblivious to this, and one could say that from that moment, the already tenuous relationship between the brothers deteriorated further, to the point where they exchanged little more than silence when they did meet. However, it was precisely this that compelled Li Hanja to claw his way back from the brink of death several times at a young age, thereby accumulating unparalleled prestige within the military dai in Yangzhou. Apart from the Huainan prince, Li Hanja was the undisputed authority. Yet, amid the myriad affairs he managed, the Huainan prince seemed unaware of this fact. Thus, it was no challenge for Li Hani to deduce the source of the pursuing threat. Having abandoned the carriage and fled for half a day, Li Hani began to frown. He glanced back, a look of confusion crossing his face. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet. Did the pursuers truly require such an extended duration to chase him? Were they not concerned he might escape? Could it be that his brother had suddenly softened and intended to spare him? As the thought just emerged, Li Hani shook his head and gave a self-deprecating smile. How could it be possible? From the moment he saw De Zhuang and Erbu Zhuang following him out of the city, the last glimmer of hope within him had already been extinguished. The journey to Jiangning would likely take another day, a distance that was trivial for those of high cultivation. If there were cultivators at the void entry stage among the pursuers, they would undoubtedly catch up to him before he reached Jiangning. After pondering for a while, Li Hani ultimately veered off the main road and turned onto a narrow path. Jiangning was not a destination he could approach just yet. Meanwhile, on the route diverging from the main road, Zhang Shan shattered an entire carriage with a single slap. His expression darkened. Damn it! Beside the carriage lay two corpses. One remained with its eyes wide open, as if it had encountered something utterly unbelievable before death, while the other bore a faint smirk at the corner of its mouth. A dozen black-clad figures stood silently beside the bodies, exchanging glances in disbelief. They had never anticipated that the carriage was empty, that Li Hani had long since fled. The coachman, upon being pursued, had violently killed one of them, and when surrounded and facing capture, he had resolutely chosen to take his own life, sending a chill down the spines of the onlookers. After trudging for half a day without even catching a glimpse of their target, the black-clad team had already lost one member, leaving all their faces somewhat grim. The young soldier who had previously clashed with Zhang Shan, named Ma Lu, quietly remarked, "I said something was amiss long ago." Zhang Shan shot a glare in his direction and then slapped him across the face, causing blood to spill from his lips. "If you utter another word, I'll tear your mouth apart right now." Ma Lu covered his face, wisely falling silent, though a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes, unnoticed by others. At that moment, someone in the group asked, "General, what shall we do now?" Zhang Shan gazed at the imposing corpse on the ground, took a deep breath, counted the remaining members, and commanded, "Form groups of 3, disperse, and find him before dawn." After the crowd dispersed, Zhang Shan silently approached De Zhuang's body and kicked it viciously multiple times. Once his rage was spent, he turned away with a grim expression. After leaving the main road, Li Hani walked for several miles and passed through a village. Ahead lay a plain where it would be easy to be spotted by pursuers, so after some contemplation, he entered the village. As night had fallen, every household had long since closed their doors, rendering the village eerily quiet. After taking a look around, Li Hani quietly slipped into the stable of an ordinary family to hide. With his level of cultivation, he could move without making a sound, and thus the family remained oblivious to the presence of an uninvited guest. After covering himself with some fodder, he intended to rest for a while. After running with his nerves taut for so long, he felt somewhat fatigued. Just as he had settled into the stable, 3 figures entered the village. They were the black-clad pursuers. This group, among the scattered black-clad individuals, possessed average strength. The leader was at the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon stage, while the other 2 were at the 8th heaven of Hidden Dragon. Upon entering the village, the 3 exchanged glances, and one of them ventured forward. After a brief moment, he returned and shook his head at the others. "There's a plain ahead. We can't see anyone. They should not have fled this way." The strongest among them, named Zhao Ku, frowned at his companion's assessment. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "Don't you find this a bit strange?" The young prince claimed he didn't understand cultivation, so even if that coachman delayed us for a time, how could an ordinary person run this far without a horse? The other 2 fell silent in contemplation. "Are you suggesting that the young prince is actually a cultivator?" one of them asked, his expression graved. "It's not certain, but it's always wise to be cautious. Oh, you're overthinking it. That useless prince, even if he hid his strength as a cultivator, how formidable could he be? With our combined strength, any one of us could easily deal with him. Pei, you're barely a step away from the void entry stage. What is there to fear?" Zhao Ke nodded, dismissing the concern, clearly confident in their abilities. He then turned his gaze toward the village and ordered, "Let's south search this place thoroughly, and then we'll move on to the next location." In the stable, Li Hani suddenly opened his eyes wide. Someone was coming. Unlike Li Hani, who had snuck into the village, the 3 black-clad figures allowed their auras to radiate freely, making them appear like three flickering candles in the dark to someone hiding in the shadows. Is this all there is? One of them mused aloud. No, they must have split up. If Li Hani had only sent these three fools, it would have been better to let me go free. After silently assessing the three individuals' cultivation levels, Li Hani sensed that the situation could be troublesome. The combination of a pinnacle hidden dragon and two at the 8th heaven was indeed formidable. Chapter 28. Ice Soul Spirit Blade. Talismans unleashed. Li Hani understood the weight of cultivators descending from battle. They were on an entirely different level than the likes of Dezhuang and Erbu Zhuang. Mere wanderers in the martial world. Although he concealed his cultivation, his combat experience was still relatively limited. His earlier victories over Dezhuang and Erbu Zhuang were primarily due to overwhelming superiority in realm and the fact that the former had not truly intended to harm him. Now, faced with the three individuals who had arrived in the village, he could handle one alone, but three together posed a significant challenge. He needed to find a way to separate them. Remaining hidden was futile. As long as he had not reached Jiangning, he would inevitably be found one day. Before exiting Huainan Road, Jiangning was his only glimmer of hope. Thus, Li Hani resolved to take the initiative. The dispersal of the pursuers was exceptionally advantageous for him. The knowledge that he was a cultivator was an undeniable edge. After running for half a day, it was becoming untenable to leave these three alive. It seems there's no one here. Shall we leave? One of the black-clad individuals suggested after searching the village for a while. Zhao Ku pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Just then, another person suddenly jogged ahead, saying, "Wait for me. I need to use the restroom. Lazy people tend to take long. Be careful not to come back." The one who had spoken earlier joked. Go to hell. What began as a light-hearted jest soon turned serious when, after a long wait, the black-clad man grew puzzled. His gaze met Zhao Ku's, and the latter suddenly realized, speaking urgently, "Not good. Something's wrong with that." He dashed toward the spot where his companion had vanished. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded corner of the courtyard, where they found a body lying motionless on the ground, as if it had breathed its last. Damn it! Zhao Ku's expression darkened instantly. One of the others rushed forward to investigate their companion's condition, but just as he approached the corpse, Zhao Ku's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "No! Get back!" But it was too late. A blade radiating icy energy pierced through his chest, instantly freezing his entire being into an ice sculpture. The Ice Soul Blade, a second-tier spirit artifact, could be wielded by those at the 7th heaven of Hidden Dragon or above. Any wound inflicted by this blade would result in the blood freezing from the point of injury outward. And only by channeling one's internal spiritual energy could one suppress the freezing. Otherwise, the blood would coagulate, leading to gradual total body frostbite. The moment the Ice Soul Blade penetrated his chest. The black-clad figure who had gone to relieve himself was already dead, leaving no possibility for him to channel his spiritual energy. Thus, the figure lying on the ground was not their companion at all, but rather Li Hani, who had killed the black-clad man and donned his attire. Fortunately, since the black-clad individuals all wore masks, after changing into the outfit and releasing the aura of the 8th heaven, Li Hani would not raise any suspicion in the short term. Although over time his ruse might be uncovered, the time he gained was sufficient for him to accomplish much. After pushing the ice sculpture aside, Li Hani brushed off his hands and turned his gaze to Zhao Ku. He was now the only one left in this group. Zhao Ku clenched his fists, barely able to contain his fury. He glared intensely at Li Hani and coldly remarked, "The young prince has hidden himself very well, deceiving us all, even wielding a spirit artifact." Li Hani smiled. "Oh, you mean this? My apologies, it was a gift from a friend. I initially intended to refuse it, but now that I think about it, I truly gained from accepting it. It has been of great assistance to me." The words spoken were not a mere fabrication. The Ice Soul Blade was indeed a gift from Jimu to Li Hani upon his departure from Chang'an, originally belonging to the pawnshop owner as one of Jimu's spiritual artifacts. From that moment onward, Li Hani became aware that Jimu had deduced he was not an ordinary person, but rather a cultivator. Although some secrets had been laid bare in an unsatisfactory manner, Li Hani nonetheless felt a sense of gratitude toward that unscrupulous scholar. Zhao Ku's gaze was predatory, as if he intended to devour him. With the demise of the two he had brought along, Returning would pose a considerable challenge in explaining the situation to the general, unless he could present the head of the young prince. Sensing Zhao Ke's escalating aura, Li Hani's expression grew increasingly grave. The opponent's realm was not inferior to his own, and he had spent years teetering on the brink of life and death. Thus, defeating him would not be a trivial matter, at the very least. It would require substantial resources. Taking a deep breath, Li Hani produced a piece of yellow talisman paper from his bosom. Having cultivated to the peak of the hidden dragon realm without anyone's knowledge, Li Hani was certainly no ordinary individual. Even without the spiritual artifact gifted by Ji Mu, he possessed a formidable foundation of his OW and, as he formed hand seals, he ignited one of the yellow talismans with his spiritual energy. In an instant, as the talisman caught fire, a golden light materialized from the flames, transforming into a colossal cauldron suspended between heaven and earth. The runes upon the cauldron flickered, emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. Perhaps still unsatisfied, Li Hani proceeded to ignite a crimson talisman. A fiery red bird soared into the sky. Next came the azure talisman, conjuring an ancient bronze sword. The blue talisman materialized into a silver moon wolf, while the purple talisman summoned a bolt of lightning exuding destructive energy. Moments later, dozens of ethereal beasts floated silently around Li Hani, each radiating overwhelming might. After completing these preparations, Li Hani turned his gaze towards Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke remained silent for a while, then quietly produced 2 pieces of black armor, affixing them to his legs. In the next instant, propelled by the speed enhancement of the leg armor, Zhao Ke turned and fled. Li Hani stood there, momentarily stunned. After a prolonged pause, he finally reacted, feeling a surge of frustration as he chased after him. Hey, stop right there. We promised a battle of 300 rounds, didn't we? Aren't you going to avenge your fallen comrades? You scoundrel, running off like this is a waste of all the talismans I've used. Zhao Ke paid no heed to the frantic shouts from behind, accelerating away with the aid of the spiritual armor, as if he were being pursued not by a person, but by a ravenous demon. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zhao Ke ran while murmuring to himself, those must be Taoist talismans. Right? Using over a dozen at once? Is he even human? He felt a pang of regret. Over a dozen talismans, just to deal with a single cultivator at the hidden dragon realm. If you gave me those dozen talismans, I'd gladly perish for you. Even though he was of the same realm as Li Hani, at that moment, he was thoroughly intimidated. Let the tall ones bear the weight of the heavens. After all, I am not the strongest in our group, so why should I risk my life against him? The instant Zhao Ke saw Li Hani pull out that stack of talismans, all desire to fight vanished. That array of talismans could spell his doom, even if he fought with all his might. He was not foolish, as Zhao Ke's speed increased, even when struck by the fastest bolt of purple lightning from the talismans. Causing him to spew blood, he did not look back, continuing his desperate flight until he completely lost Li Hani. Of course, the latter did not dare to pursue any further, even relying on talismans. A master at the peak of the hidden dragon realm was not an easy target to eliminate, and it was evident that Zhao Ke was fleeing with a specific purpose. Li Hani could easily deduce that he was seeking reinforcements, and pursuing him would be tantamount to courting death. Sighing, Li Hani watched as the various talismans dissipated into the wind, feeling a pang of regret. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly made his way in another direction. With Zhao Ke having escaped, pursuers would likely arrive soon. This place was no longer safe. Chapter 29. The Sunfire and the White Jade Dragon Suppression, Part 1. So, I saved the wife of an assassin? After dealing with the 2 corpses, Jimu looked at the unconscious Tianru lying on the ground, feeling somewhat troubled. From Wang Wu, he had learned that the woman's husband had been sent to assassinate Li Hani, and she was the bargaining chip that Li Hanja had used to threaten him. It was quite a twist of fate that he had inadvertently saved her. From this information, it could be inferred that Li Hani's current situation was likely precarious. Li Hanja would go to great lengths to eliminate his brother. After pondering for a moment, Jimu sighed and carried Tianru into the house. Apologizing silently to himself, he gently placed Tianru on the bed and, upon seeing the sleeping infant beside her, realized that she was a mother. After paying his respects, Jimu exited the room, closed the door behind him, and stepped into the night. Before departing, he left 2 travel talismans and some silver on the table, along with a note advising them to leave as soon as possible. The travel talismans were hidden treasures from the pawnshop owner's collection, and Jimmu could do no more than this. After he had eliminated the 2 sent by Li Hanja, it was unlikely that they would send anyone else so soon, granting the mother and child ample time to escape, unless they chose not to leave, which was beyond Jimmu's concern. That night was destined to be turbulent, and he could not afford to have a burden by his side, as that might hasten their demise. Initially, he had merely intended to borrow some fodder for his horse, but he had not anticipated encountering so many complications. Just as Jimmu emerged from Tianru's courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered 3 individuals clad in black. Both sides paused for a moment, taken aback. Were there really no one sleeping at this hour? Jimmu sighed wearily. Without further ado, he took action. 3 individuals, too cowardly to reveal their true identities, were making their way toward a mother and child's home in the dead of night. They certainly did not appear to be up to any good. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy coalesced, and hundreds of tangible azure swords instantly materialized, eyeing the shocked gaze of the 3 black-clad figures. Jimmu raised his finger slightly, pressing downward, and the hundreds of azure swords rained down upon them like a tempest. After the battle with Wu Yong and Chang'an, Jimmu had gained a deeper understanding of his own capabilities, and he could manipulate spiritual energy with greater finesse. Even without engaging in close combat, he could hold his own against those at the initial Void Realm, relying solely on his spiritual prowess. However, should he find himself in close quarters, even an opponent of the same hidden dragon realm could easily bring about his demise. The stakes were exceedingly high. Thus, Jimmu's intent in striking first was to force the 3 back, creating a safe distance for himself. Initial void. One of the 3 exclaimed gravely, "Scatter!" he bellowed, suddenly bending down and pressing his hands against the ground. With his movement, several solid earthen walls shot up from the ground, blocking the path of the azure swords. In an instant, the entire earthen barrier rattled, and the azure swords that struck it exploded, releasing powerful spiritual energy and leaving deep craters in their wake. As the earthen barrier dissipated, few azure swords remained. Jimmu furrowed his brow, sensing the situation becoming more complicated. The individual casting that technique was not at the initial Void Realm, but their power was not far off. Coupled with the 2 others, who, although at the Hidden Dragon Realm, were equally formidable, this battle promised to be challenging. Gripping the Junzi sword at his waist, Jimmu tested its mobility but found it unyielding. He shrugged his shoulders, not surprised by its lack of response. Raising his hand, several azure spiritual shields slowly materialized beside him, revolving like stars. This was Jimmu's precaution against any unexpected close encounters. After preparing these defenses, Jimmu directed his gaze toward the 3 figures before him. Having been caught off guard by Jimmu's sudden assault, the trio now steadied themselves, forming a defensive line and gazing resolutely at the unexpected visitor. Each side occupied opposite ends of the narrow path, and silence enveloped the atmosphere, thickening with tension. After a brief moment, the only one among the 3 who had reached the threshold of the initial void turned his attention to one of his companions. Commanding, "We will hold him here. You return and report. Inform them that the target has been located, and he possesses formidable strength. Urgent reinforcements are needed." The individual nodded, retreating and swiftly merging into the night. Upon witnessing this, Jimmu's brow furrowed, and just as he intended to strike, he saw a flash of a blade slicing toward him from a distance. Cursing under his breath, Jimmu reluctantly prepared to deal with the immediate threat. Although the attacker was far away and obscured by the darkness, the black-clad figure could only discern Jimmu's white attire, which resembled that of the young prince when he left the city. Thus, they mistakenly believed Jimmu was the target they sought. Moreover, Jimmu's immediate assault only reinforced their conviction that he was indeed the young prince. Everyone had misjudged the situation, thinking he was merely an ordinary person. Unaware that he was at the initial Void Realm, and that his concealment was profound indeed, the black-clad leader sneered while engaging Jimmu. Jimmu frowned, somewhat perplexed by the taunt, but at that moment, a torrent of blade energy surged toward him, leaving him no time to ponder. Taking a deep breath, Jimmu resolved to end this quickly. He retrieved a red talisman from his bosom and gave it a gentle shake. Sunfire, a crimson flame surged forth in a furious wave, sweeping upward like a blazing sun, transforming into a ferocious fire dragon that lunged madly towards the black-clad consul. The clash of blade energy and the fire dragon met with such ferocity that it vanished as if a cow had plunged into the sea, leaving only a few sparks in its wake. The consul's pupils constricted. The character. Among the spatial artifacts gifted to Jimmu by the pawnshop owner were several potent and exceedingly precious talismans from the Taoist sect, each meticulously annotated with its purpose and usage instructions. When Jimmu later perused them in his lodgings, he felt a twinge of doubt, as if the giver had premeditated the gift for him. Though he did not dwell on it, the creation of talismans was primarily the domain of Taoist practitioners, with only a rare scattering of talisman masters, making each one quite costly, particularly those produced by the Taoist sect. Their usage was straightforward. One merely needed to infuse spiritual energy to activate them. The talisman Jimmu currently wielded was the character from the 5 talismans of Taoist weaponry, and, boasting a rank superior to the talismans used by Li Hani. The character not only possessed greater power than the character but could also be used multiple times. Naturally, the former had drawn forth a weapon, making comparison moot, as the fire dragon roared towards him. The black-clad consul gritted his teeth and once more conjured the monument of thick earth, slowly gripping his blade. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy poured into it as if it were free, causing the blade to tremble ominously. When the energy reached its limit and cracks began to appear, the consul inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Die!" With the motion of his horizontal slash, a magnificent silver crescent blade of energy cleaved forth, rending the air with a sharp, piercing sound. The moment the fire dragon shattered the monument of thick earth and emerged, it collided with this blade of light. In an instant, the fire cloud erupted, illuminating the entire pathway as if it were day. The black-clad consul, thus, caught a glimpse of Jimmu's face, and his expression shifted dramatically. "You are not him?" Chapter 30. The Radiant Flame and the White Jade Dragon Suppressor, Part 2. The consul's voice was drowned out by the explosive sound of the collision, failing to reach Jimmu's ears. Amidst the fierce clash of the fire dragon and the blade light, Jimmu silently tossed a small white seal into the blazed eye in the moment of hesitation on the consul's part. The small seal expanded in the wind, becoming a colossal object large enough to cover several courtyards, then came crashing down towards the black-clad consul. By the time the consul realized what was happening, it was too late. He barely had time to raise his blade, but in an instant, the blade shattered into fragments, followed by his arm, right down to his ankle. A dignified practitioner of the second realm of void was thus subdued by Jimmu with a single jade seal. This jade seal was, indeed, a magical artifact. Its power was contingent upon the amount of spiritual energy infused by the user. Even Jimmu, should he swap it with another practitioner of the void realm, could not make the jade seal expand to such an extent. Therefore, this artifact could be somewhat superfluous for most practitioners, but in Jimmu's hands, it was undoubtedly a divine instrument. However, even so, Jimmu's complexion paled, and his breath came in quick gasps. The spiritual energy expended to activate the jade seal was vast. After calming the tumultuous emotions within him, Jimmu scanned his surroundings. If memory served him right, there should be another nearby. Mo Feng was the youngest among the black-clad group, having previously been slapped by Zhang Shan for his frequent loose tongue. This time, he happened to be assigned to the team investigating the southern village. Initially, he thought that in such a remote village, the young prince would hardly conceal himself here, and he could fish for information. However, to his surprise, he indeed encountered the main character, and to his dismay, he was in the Void Realm. At this moment, witnessing one team member dispatched to deliver a message and another being subdued by that damned young prince with a single seal, Mo Feng panicked. As a mere 6th-layer practitioner of the Hidden Dragon, the weakest in the team, what could he possibly do against a formidable opponent in the Void Realm? When the consul and Jimmu first engaged in battle, Mo Feng contemplated offering assistance, but upon seeing Jimmu merely flick his wrist, a menacing fire dragon surged forth, sending a scorching wind that whipped his hair backward. The pressure caused him to tremble, instantly quelling any thoughts of taking action. Thus, seizing the opportunity while his teammates drew fire, he fled. Zhang Shan was at his wit's end. After the teams dispersed to search, he led his two companions down the official road in pursuit. However, before long, Zhang Shan noticed Zhao Ke catching up alone. Puzzled, he asked, "Weren't you supposed to be heading to Langhua village? Where are the others?" "General, I encountered the young prince," Zhao Ke gasped for breath. "Huh?" A glint of sharpness flashed in Zhang Shan's eyes as he grasped Zhao Ke's shoulder and pressed urgently. "Where is he?" "He is hiding in the village. Taking advantage of our brother's inattention, he killed them. We were all deceived. He is a practitioner in the Void Realm and not a useless person." "I can't contend with him." Zhao Ke's expression was frantic. He recounted the events that transpired in Langhua village, omitting the fact that he had fled without confronting Li Hani. "You couldn't even handle him?" Zhang Shan exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed." Zhang Shan took a deep breath and turned to the others. "Let us go confront him." Just as he lifted his foot, a piercing scream echoed from behind them. "General!" Zhang Shan turned back, stunned upon recognizing the newcomer. "Weren't you supposed to be over at the southern village? Why are you alone? What happened to the other two?" The black-clad Wu Yu, who had been in the southern village, rushed back without a moment's pause, even resorting to secret techniques to exhaust his potential for speed. Finally reaching Zhang Shan, he grasped the latter's hand and spoke with a voice full of urgency. "General, we encountered the young prince. He saw us and without a word, attacked. We were all deceived. He is in the Void Realm. Chang Gu and Imo Feng told me to return with news. They're desperately holding him off." "But it looks grim." Zhang Shan was momentarily taken aback. His gaze darted between Zhao Ke and Wu Yu, attempting to discern who was telling the truth. However, before he could make a judgment, Zhao Ke, upon hearing Wu Yu's account, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Nonsense. The young prince was clearly with me. He even killed 2 of my brothers. How could he possibly be in the southern village? Don't he tell me he can teleport? Who fought with Chang Gu and the others? Was it you?" Faced with the doubt cast on his urgent message, Wu Yu was incensed, charging forward to confront Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke, having fled from Li Hani, showed no fear against Wu Yu, who was merely 1 realm below him. He sneered, "In the Void Realm? Why don't you conjure up a saint while you're at it? His Highness has fought valiantly for 3 years in the army, and still hasn't he reached the void? How has General Zhang traversed the gates of death so many times only to arrive at his current realm? What makes a pampered and useless heir like him so deserving?" Wu Yu scoffed in response. "Then how do you explain the people from the southern village?" The moment the young prince left the city, the guards saw him clearly. Besides him, only 2 practitioners of the hidden dragon accompanied him. Who else could it be? "Who cares who it is? I told you. He is in Langhua, in the southern village." "Langhua? Southern village? Langhua?" The two continued to bicker, their voices growing louder, until they were ready to come to blows. Zhang Shan felt the veins pulse angrily on his forehead, unable to contain himself any longer. He roared, "Shut the hell up!" He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Upon seeing the murderous glint in Zhang Shan's eyes, both men trembled and fell silent, no longer daring to quarrel. It was not just fear of his cultivation, but also the reputation he had as a ruthless killer in the military. Seeing the two quiet down, Zhang Shan fixed a sharp gaze on Wu Yu. "I ask you, did you see the heir in the southern village with your own eyes?" Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded firmly. "I saw him, dressed in white. There's no mistaking it." Zhang Shan nodded and turned his gaze to Zhao Ke. "What about you?" Zhao Ke was about to respond, but abruptly paused, his heart sinking. Indeed, that person had always been masked, and throughout the struggle and chase, he had worn the attire of the black-clad men. Until the very end, he had never seen the other's true appearance. What right did he have to assume that the figure was the young prince? Zhao Ke swallowed hard. Zhang Shan understood in an instant. Then, with a loud slap, he struck Zhao Ke sharply across the face. "You fool! You carelessly sacrificed 2 men and nearly misled me. If I didn't see any use left in you, I would have killed you right now." Zayok's nostrils bled profusely, yet he dared not utter a single word. He was acutely aware that Zhang Shan's words held truth. Zhang Shan let out a cold snort, his gaze surveying the combat strength of his side. There were 5 in total, aside from himself, a practitioner of the 5th realm of the void. There were 2 at the perfected level of the hidden dragon, along with 2 at the 8th level of the hidden dragon, while the remainder were scattered in various directions. This was sufficient. Secretly resolved, Zhang Shan turned his attention to Wu Yu. Lead the way. What a cunningly concealed prince, indeed, hiding his true capabilities so well. The 2 accompanying him upon leaving the city had been reduced to 1. As the hidden dragon realm coachman had perished, the remaining one, posing as a murderer, was presumably the one Zaok had encountered, correct? Moreover, with himself being a practitioner of the void realm. What a clever scheme. Had it not been for this general's keen perception, you might have truly escaped like a golden cicada shedding its shell. As Zhang Shan propelled himself forward with spiritual energy, thoughts coursed through his mind, a swell of pride rising within him. Feeling as though he held the upper hand, he glanced at those beside him. A hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. A bunch of dim-witted fools, I in the southern village. Achoo! Jimu rubbed his nose, surveying his surroundings, puzzled. How strange, why has my right eye been twitching recently? Chapter 31. The Long Night of Weiyang. An unexpected calamity. Jimu searched for a while but could not locate the remaining individual. With no other option, he returned to deal with the corpse of the earlier man. It was best not to stir up trouble in the morning. Of course, he would also take the opportunity to see if there were any valuable items to collect. Holding on to his spatial artifact, he felt he might as well take advantage of the situation. Ever since he sold the gentleman's sword for 2 taels of silver and exchanged it for a jug of inferior wine and 2 small dishes, Jimu had developed a frugal lifestyle. He was, after all, quite impoverished. Moreover, he bore no psychological burden in collecting from these individuals. However, after rummaging for a while, he managed to extract only a small silver-glinted sword. After flicking the back of the blade, Jimu surmised it was likely a spiritual weapon, albeit of low grade. Disheartened, he tossed it into his spatial artifact, dusted off his hands, and produced a fire talisman, tossing it onto the black-clad man's body. A wisp of spiritual energy ignited it, and flames erupted fiercely in no time. The black-clad man's corpse was completely incinerated. That moment, aided by the moonlight, Jimu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, prompting a soft gasp. An old piece of cloth lay quietly amidst the ashes. Wouldn't he burn? Jimu bent down to retrieve the tattered fabric, igniting a flicker of spiritual energy to illuminate it. Some inscriptions were visible, yet most were illegible. He could only vaguely discern the character for soul. After fumbling with it for some time without understanding it, Jimu tossed it into his spatial artifact, intending to study it later. Following the narrow path, he led his horse toward the village entrance. He had made some arrangements in Tianru's courtyard. If the fleeing individual dared to return, they would likely face some hardship. I hope that mother and child awaken in the morning and can leave on their own. Jimu murmured to himself. He could not remain here indefinitely. It was time to find Li Hani. He felt a growing concern after such a lengthy absence. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as though he had forgotten something. Beyond the village lay an expanse of plains. Jimu had not walked far when he suddenly pulled the reins. Halting abruptly, he recalled what he had forgotten. Gazing into the depths of the night, Jimu felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had neglected to send a warning. Opposite him, Zhang Shan and his companions emerged slowly from the darkness. Jimu surveyed the group. His heart sinking. 2 at the 8th level of the hidden dragon, 2 at the perfected level, and the lead figure exuded an oppressive aura that made Jimu's chest constrict, while his steed dared not advance another step. This restraint seemed to stem from the fact that they had yet to unleash their true power, suppressing their presence. This was undeniably a genuine practitioner of the void realm. 4 at the high levels of the hidden dragon, +1 at the void. This was an exceedingly formidable lineup. As Jimu assessed his adversaries, the black-clad figures were likewise scrutinizing him. Little prince, you truly make it easy for me to find you. Zhang Shan sneered upon their first meeting. What nonsense is this? Jimu was taken aback, but then suddenly realized something, a flash of understanding crossing his mind. These individuals were assassins sent to kill Li Hani. But why had they targeted him instead? Noticing Jimu's momentary confusion, Zhang Shan mistook it for disbelief at having been recognized. further affirming his identity. As for their true faces, they had all donned masks and hoods. Moreover, the art of disguise was not unknown in the martial world. Zhang Shan harbored no doubt that if he were to unmask the one Zayak encountered in Langhua village, they would undoubtedly be disguised as Li Hani as well. To deceive them. Humph, mere tricks, a display of skill. As he mocked, Zhang Shan's long sword slowly emerged from its sheath, floating ominously, its tip aimed directly at Jimu. Little prince, today I might finally regard you with some respect. The title of waste does not suit you, however. None of this matters now. Prepare to leave your life here. Wait, I believe there's some misunderstanding. I am not Li Hani. As Zhang Shan prepared to strike without further ado, Jimu felt a swell of frustration but was compelled to speak calmly. In that moment, a sense of DJVU washed over him. If I am not Li Hani, then who am I? Jimu. Jimu? TSK. How well prepared you are, even having chosen a name. I venture to guess that the one from Langhua village is likely named Li Hani. Isn't that so? As soon as he finished speaking, a smirk of derision crept onto Zhang Shan's lips. Attack! In an instant, all five sprang into action. Wait, I am not. Qingfeng Seal, Wuliang Fist, Bahuang Slash, Shadow Binding. A kaleidoscope of vibrant spiritual energies erupted in the night sky, all converging upon Jimu. With a resounding boom, Jimu's hastily formed spiritual shield shattered like glass. Following that, a technique hurtled directly toward his head. Jimu tilted his head just in time to evade. Yet even so, a few strands of hair were severed. The explosive force from the close-range blast of the spiritual shield sent his blood surging, and his hair was thrown into disarray. Accept your fate? Little prince, Zhang Shan sneered as he urged his sword onward. I told you I am not him. Jimu fumed, his anger boiling over. However, no one heeded his words. The five's attacks poured forth like an unrestrained torrent, the shields he conjured being obliterated one after another. The speed of his defenses could not keep pace with the rate of destruction. Jimu, battered by his own shattered shields, felt his head ringing, and as the onslaught intensified, he tasted blood in his mouth. Nevertheless, he dared not relent in forming his shields. Any one of these black-clad individuals could spell his demise if their techniques struck home. After all, he was merely at the first level of the hidden dragon, with no defensive capability whatsoever. Zhang Shan observed this scene with growing astonishment. Could a practitioner of the hidden dragon realm truly inflict harm upon him? So weak? He began to doubt the veracity of Wu Yu's information. This certainly did not resemble the strength of a Void Realm expert. His preparations momentarily slowed. They truly wished to kill me. On the other side, Jimu's gaze swept over the five black-clad figures, his eyes suddenly turning frigid. Very well, you have forced my hand. You were the ones to strike first, correct? I am merely responding in kind. This is only reasonable, is it not? Zhang Shan furrowed his brow. He could not comprehend why this prince only defended and refrained from countering, muttering to himself despite the blood trickling from his mouth. Was this weakness or confidence? The cacophony of explosive techniques drowned out Jimu's voice. After a brief moment, Zhang Shan shook his head. This is no longer important. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand, the violent spiritual energy swirling around his sword like a tempest. Regardless, today, you must die. Just as Zhang Shan prepared to strike, Jimu finished his incantation, lightly resting his hand upon the hilt of the gentleman's sword. With a gentle push, the blade extended half an inch. Jimu felt a surge of resolve. Chapter 32. The mystic dragon staff arises, striking the hidden dragon realizing he could wield the gentleman's sword. Jimu sprang into action. With a force akin to thunder, he swiftly affixed 2 golden talismans to his legs. Each talisman bore the character for swift. In an instant, Jimu's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Huh? Zhang Shan's focused sword suddenly lost its target, causing him to momentarily falter, but his countless experiences in life-and-death battles allowed him to react swiftly. He lunged toward one of the black-clad figures while bellowing. Be careful! The black-clad figure was, in fact, Wu Yu. Upon seeing the general charging toward him, Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet in the next instant, an icy chill shot down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, as if a cold breeze had swept through him. Emerging behind him was none other than Ji-mu. Without hesitation, a dark iron staff entwined with two golden dragons descended upon Wu Yue's head. Splattering his brains, a distinguished practitioner at the 8th level of the Hidden Dragon could not withstand a single blow from this iron staff. Though Ji-mu relied on the speed granted by the talisman of swift movement, there was indeed an element of surprise in his successful ambush. Nevertheless, the unparalleled lethality of the iron rod remained indisputable. This was one of the most formidable artifacts bestowed upon Ji-mu by the pawnshop owner, second only to the Jade Seal in its offensive power. The third-grade artifact, the Shenlong Stick, to slay a potential Dragon Realm adversary without resorting to sacred artifacts was no trivial feat with one strike. He roused the remaining 4 individuals from their stupor. It was only now that they truly realized they were facing a genuine master of the Void Realm, rather than a mere stationary target. Ji-mu's previous defensive posture had led them to a false sense of security, which shattered only after Wu Yu's demise. Zhang Shan, with a grave expression, instructed the remaining 3, scatter and provide cover from a distance. I shall confront the young lord. Ji-mu raised an eyebrow. Their failure to converge upon him was precisely to his advantage. Little did Zhang Shan know that Ji-mu's true realm was merely the first level of the potential dragon stage. Thus he issued commands based on his experience in battling a Void Realm expert. After all, an ordinary potential dragon would meet certain death in close quarters against a Void Realm opponent. Once they dispersed, Zhang Shan's gaze fixed intently on Ji-mu, tightening his grip on the azure long sword. The third-grade artifact, the Tianchuang sword. In the blink of an eye, Ji-mu sensed Zhang Shan had vanished. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly retreated. Almost simultaneously, a blue crescent sword aura struck the very spot where Ji-mu had just stood. Had he not evaded in time, it would have claimed his head. Not far away, Ji-mu managed to stabilize himself, his heart racing. The speed displayed was remarkably on par with the swiftness he achieved with the talisman. Taking a deep breath, he hurled a talisman towards the approaching Zhang Shan. Yang Yin, as the roaring crimson fire dragon surged forth, Zhang Shan chuckled. While dueling talismans are indeed rare, they cannot hinder me. Channeling his spiritual energy to the sword's tip, Zhang Shan's eyes glimmered as he prepared to counter the fire dragon. He inverted the Tianchuang sword and unleashed a sudden strike. Cold Moon, the azure sword energy transformed into a sweeping arc, exuding an icy aura, reminiscent of a celestial wolf emerging from a frigid realm. Rushing forth. Wherever it passed, everything froze in an instant. The fiery dragon collided with the frigid sword energy, intertwining dragon and celestial wolf amidst swirling steam and flames. On the plains, an extraordinary scene unfolded under the moonlight, where ice and fire danced together, creating a mesmerizing haze. However, ultimately, a mere dueling talisman proved insufficient to directly contend with a Void Realm master. Moments later, the balance tipped in favor of the flames, their intensity waning as the icy sword energy began to retract. Before long, Ji-mu's talisman dimmed, gradually transforming into ash, scattered by the wind. The azure sword energy cleaved through the fire dragon's body. Landing ahead as the mist dissipated, Zhang Shan frowned, realizing he could no longer see Ji-mu, nor did the sword energy strike anything tangible. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned sharply to look behind. His eyes wide with rage as he bellowed, "You scoundrel!" Unperturbed, Ji-mu pressed forward, slamming the Shenlong stick against the chest of another potential dragon 8th level adversary. With a sickening thud, the figure in black had no time to react. His chest caved in, blood and flesh mingling as his ribs and organs were obliterated by Ji-mu's strike. His eyes lost their luster, and his body was hurled several dozen meters away, collapsing lifelessly onto the plain. Although Ji-mu was merely at the first level of the potential dragon realm, he found it challenging to breach the formidable defenses of higher realm opponents. Even with the aid of spiritual energy, yet, the absolute offensive power of the Shenlong stick, combined with the unparalleled speed of the talisman, temporarily compensated for this shortcoming. The Shenlong stick possessed the remarkable ability to allow its wielder to adjust its weight in accordance with their spiritual energy, enabling Jimmu to wield it as lightly as a chopstick while imposing a weight akin to that of a cauldron upon his adversary. This terrifying combination required no extraordinary strength or high-level potential dragon physique from Jimmu. Under the talisman's acceleration, this strike became a guaranteed kill. Of course, the Shenlong stick was not without its limits, but even in the context of a surprise attack, those limits were beyond the capacity of an ordinary potential Dragon Realm cultivator to withstand. Both the Jade Seal and the Shenlong stick derive their power from the amount of spiritual energy infused within them. Thus, these two artifacts were of little use to the average practitioner. Every cultivator's reservoir of spiritual energy has its limits. Even with a continuous influx of natural spiritual energy, the conversion requires time. As one's realm increases, the efficiency and quality of this conversion improve exponentially. At the peak of enlightenment, it might even transcend mere conversion and become a form of spiritual elevation. However, regardless of one's realm, once the spiritual energy runs dry, it can lead to exhaustion at best or damage to one's very essence at worst, an outcome that is nearly irreversible. Consequently, most cultivators prefer a slow and steady approach to combat, taking care to avoid self-harm, rarely resorting to reckless tactics. Jimmu, however, was an exception. He felt no need to consider such matters. Spiritual energy conversion? What was that? Wasn't it simply a matter of using it as needed? Thus, the Jade Seal and the Shenlong stick, which relied entirely on the quantity of spiritual energy, were tailor-made for Jimmu. Every time he wielded them, his doubts deepened. Was that celestial master perhaps too generous with him? Yet, now was not the time for such reflections. After he had dispatched another figure in black, Zhang Shan was utterly enraged. The fact that Jimmu had chosen to kill in the midst of their serious duel with the fire dragon insulted his intelligence. You seek your own demise. Chapter 33. The gentleman embraces simplicity. I shall return to Unity. As the wind coalesced into sand, the sword lord commanded the center. Zhang Shan, with fingers poised in a precise gesture, directed the sword with his will, following Jimmu's consecutive slayings. He was evidently serious. As a fifth-level master of the Void Realm, Zhang Shan had just begun to grasp the threshold of intent. Among the 1,000 captains in the Yangzhou military camp, his strength undoubtedly ranked among the elite. With Zhang Shan's movements, the momentum of the swordstorm intensified, akin to a tornado sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The mid-tier secret technique, Sword Image of Wind and Thunder. This was one of Zhang Shan's trump cards that had allowed him to survive numerous battles. Coupled with the Tianshuang sword, also a third-grade artifact, as the Storm's core, the technique's power reached a terrifying level. As Zhang Shan infused his intent into the fray, Jimmu felt a palpable energy locking onto him, rendering any hope of evasion akin to a distant dream. Sensing the impending swordstorm, Jimmu's expression grew grave. This was not an attack he could easily withstand. As Jimmu pondered his next move, Zhang Shan was not inclined to grant him further contemplation. With his fingers slightly together, he forcefully pressed down, bellowing, "Go!" In an instant, the wind and thunder roared to life, a vortex tearing through the skies. The Tianshuang sword, at the vortex's heart, slowly aimed at Jimmu before descending amidst a tempest of wind and thunder. Jimmu's pupils constricted sharply. Even before the sword arrived, a fierce aura of slaughter enveloped him. He had no time to ponder whether he could withstand a full-force strike from a fifth-level master. Acting on instinct, he grasped the sword hilt, inverted the Junzi sword, and plunged the blade into the earth. As the sword storm approached, Jimmu closed his eyes, seemingly surrendering to the onslaught. Yet, within his mind, he clung to the vivid memory of that fateful day during the heavenly tribulation when a silver light traversed vast distances, repelling myriad forces and safeguarding him beneath the storm. What the gentleman safeguards is intent. Intent signifies unity, and why path must be one of consistency. Drawing upon the profound memory preserved during that life-and-death moment beneath the heavenly tribulation, Jimmu exhaled gently, channeling the righteous energy from deep within. He too possessed intent. Though he was unaware of its true meaning, he bore the weight of 20 years of scorn, never once retaliating. Swallowing all insults in silence, He had countless times ventured to the spirit hall on the back mountain, yet when he wept, he never entered to allow his mother to witness his sorrow. Instead, he would quietly wipe his tears in a corner, only entering afterward to ensure her memorial tablet remained pristine. He was the abandoned child of fate, inherently severed from spiritual energy, yet through countless days and nights. He never ceased his attempts to sense it, even if he returned desolate under the starlit sky each time. As the heavenly tribulation loomed, he rode alone into the night, amidst the rolling thunder. He knelt to receive the sword from the Sage of Books. He feared death, yet he never wished to burden anyone. Even during those days when cultivation was impossible, he never forgot his promise to one day ascend Mount Shumi and demand justice from the heavens with a single sword. Questioning the inequity he faced, that was his vow to himself. Regardless of whether he could achieve it, he was resolute in his journey. Even if the outcome remained unchanged, the difference between doing and not doing was profound. The process was irrelevant, the result inconsequential. Where the heart desires, I shall tread with unadorned steps. Forward. That was Ji-Mu's intent. With a gentle exhale, Ji-Mu raised his head and puffed out his chest. Lightly flicking the blade of his sword, as the tempest of sword blades descended upon him, Ji-Mu unexpectedly unleashed the unification sword technique. A gentleman embraces simplicity. I shall return to unity. Guard the singular sword. At the dining hall of the Sage's Academy on Mount Tai, the Sage of Books abruptly stood up, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked in a certain direction, drawing the attention of the Academy's disciples. Even grains of rice clung to his beard. This is impossible, Master. What has happened? A calm young man nearby inquired. The Sage of Books turned to him, his eyes laden with meaning. You may soon have an additional senior brother. The young man was taken aback. Previously, it was due to the Sage's guidance that Ji-Mu had managed to execute the unification sword technique. Yet this time, Ji-Mu had relied entirely on his own understanding. Though still somewhat crude, its momentum had already taken form. Remarkably, Ji-Mu had merely glimpsed this technique during the heavenly tribulation, and his comprehension had moved even the Sage of Books. However, the sage had overlooked the fact that Ji-Mu had been his student for a decade. Steeped in the noble aura of his teachings, the essence of the unification sword technique was something Ji-Mu had long possessed. Ian Huainan, Ji-Mu, clad in flowing white robes, stood with his sword as if he were an immovable object against all forms of attack. To be adept in offense, one must also excel in defense. This was the finest interpretation of the unification sword. The heavenly frost sword, imbued with unmatched killing intent, surged forth with the ferocity of wind and thunder, crashing towards Ji-Mu's 3-inch domain. This was the absolute realm of the guarding sword. A barely discernible barrier appeared between Ji-Mu and the tempest, seemingly as delicate as a cicada's wing. Yet utterly inviolable in that moment of collision, winds howled and vegetation was uprooted, an endless gale sweeping across the land, startling countless birds and beasts. As the dust settled, Ji-Mu remained serenely standing, his hair untouched by the tumult. With a crack, the heavenly frost sword shattered, disintegrating into fine ash. As a fellow sword-bearer, how could an ordinary weapon dare to confront a sacred artifact? This was the price of its overreach. Ugh! Zhang Shan spat a mouthful of blood, gazing at Ji-Mu in horror. The heavenly frost sword was his most treasured artifact, obtained after 20 years of military achievements, exchanged from the royal treasury. It was precisely for this reason that he had lost the opportunity to be promoted to the rank of a 1,000-man commander. He had cherished it as a treasure, even forging it into his life weapon, which had significantly enhanced his combat prowess. The latter had indeed become his greatest weapon, slicing through numerous foes, even those of a higher realm, contributing immensely to his victories. Li Hanja had selected him to lead the team, clearly demonstrating confidence in his abilities. Yet now, Zhang Shan found himself engulfed in profound confusion. The once invincible heavenly frost sword had shattered upon encountering Ji-Mu's seemingly tattered ancient sword. Shattered. Even now. Zhang Shan could not grasp the implications. What on earth was that sword? A horrifying thought suddenly flickered through his mind, plunging him into an abyss of fear. Ordinary, spiritual, magical, royal, sacred. This was the hierarchy of weapons based on their inherent power throughout the land. Weapons at the spiritual level were already exceedingly rare. Most cultivators would struggle to acquire even one before reaching the void stage. As for magical artifacts, they represented the pinnacle of offensive tools, wielded by cultivators of the void and established realms, placing them among the mid to high tier of combatants in the cultivation world. Royal artifacts possessed the power to topple cities and armies. With only a handful existing across the realm, carefully guarded within the great hidden sects and royal treasuries, their appearances often heralding bloodshed. And now, Zhang Shan felt he had fortuitously encountered one. However, the unfortunate reality was that he stood on the opposing side of this royal artifact. Zhang Shan's gaze froze as he looked at Jimu, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Royal artifact? Little did he know, the so-called royal artifact would also shatter against the sword in Jimu's hand. Observing the varied expressions of the three individuals before him, Jimu withdrew the Junzi sword from the ground and smiled gently. Who was it that wished to spare my life just now? Chapter 34. The Fall of the Deity. The fallen returned to the underworld outside Langhua village. Li Hani had concealed himself, setting numerous traps in hopes of luring enemies into a weakened state. However, as time passed without any pursuers, he felt a twinge of confusion. How strange. It's been so long, yet no one is chasing me? With a sigh, Li Hani shook his head, concluding that his brother's subordinates were lacking. He realized he had perhaps overestimated his younger brother's capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, however, a figure had traversed thousands of miles, silently bearing the weight of all against his will. In the southern village, Jimu toyed with a green token. His curiosity piqued. Your Highness, this is a 7th-tier defensive spiritual artifact. Upon activation, it generates a protective shield capable of withstanding any attack from cultivators below the 7th level of the Dragon Ascension stage. Zhang Shan explained, trembling at a marvelous treasure. Jimu's eyes sparkled as he casually stored the artifact into his spatial device. For someone with a frail constitution like his, this was undoubtedly a timely boon. A fleeting grimace of pain crossed Zhang Shan's face, though he dared not voice any protest. Having lost the Heavenly Frost Sword, he was no match for Jimu, who wielded a royal artifact. He could hardly afford to act recklessly. If he felt that way, the two others, Zhao Ku and another cloaked figure, were even less inclined to resist. The three of them nearly allowed Jimu to plunder them at will. Jimu then proceeded to relieve Zhang Shan of several small items, tossing them into his spatial device one by one. The other two followed suit. It was evident that the trio, having transcended the realm of novices, possessed a wealth of resources that left Jimu's eyes gleaming with delight. In the end, Zhang Shan and his companions were left with little more than their garments. Jimu's gaze lingered on their clothing, sending a chill down the spines of the three, an ominous feeling rising within them. After a moment's contemplation, Jimu coldly declared, "Strip." Zhang Shan's eyes betrayed a hint of murderous intent. "Do not overstep your bounds." "Oh?" Jimu's expression remained unfazed as he regarded him calmly. He tapped the sword in his hand and remarked, "If I weren't holding this, I would be lying on the ground as a corpse. Just like those two I killed earlier, with no opportunity to fleece you. If the roles were reversed, would I be the one overstepping?" Zhang Shan clenched his fists, his murderous intent hidden beneath the pressure of the Junzi sword. Too afraid to reveal even a fraction of it, after a while, he seemed to concede, nodding weakly, "I will strip." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shan appeared resigned, as if walking to the gallows, gritting his teeth as he began to loosen his garments. First, the mask and hood fell away, revealing his true face, followed by his outer robe, shirt, and trousers. Just as he was about to remove his last piece of clothing, Zhao Ku and the other fully realized Dragon Ascension cultivator suddenly moved. The surging force, as sharp as a blade, struck from two cunning angles towards Jimu, seemingly intent on completely sealing off his movements. Simultaneously, Zhang Shan's eyes gleamed with a flash of brilliance. Beneath that final garment lay a dagger the size of half a palm. Gripping the short dagger, he infused it with spiritual energy, thrusting it toward Jimu's chest with the utmost speed. From the beginning, his surrender and willingness to be plundered had been a ruse. All an act to bide his time for this moment. This dagger was named God's Fall, a weapon Zhang Shan had acquired after slaying a demonic cultivator. It was not a magical artifact, and its material was unknown, but it possessed a singular quality. Upon striking an enemy, it would siphon all their spiritual energy within mere moments. Strangely, if it pierced an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy, it would instantly drain their blood, leaving them as nothing but a desiccated corpse. After several trials, Zhang Shan had deemed it a treasure, commissioning a special material to forge a hilt and sheath for the dagger, which he named God's Fall, keeping it close as his most concealed killing tool. And now, that hidden ace was aimed at Jimu. With unwavering resolve, Zhang Shan thrust the dagger directly at Jimu's chest. In his mind, he envisioned Jimu, drained of all spiritual energy, at his mercy. But in the next instant, he met Jimu's gaze, devoid of any ripple of emotion. "Do you think I had you stripped for no reason?" With a piercing sound, the Junzi sword pierced through his chest. Zhang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with reluctance as he slowly collapsed to the ground. "Next time you consider ambushing someone, it would be wise to first learn how to conceal your murderous intent." Jimu spoke softly, yet Zhang Shan was destined never to hear it. Meanwhile, Zhao Ku and another figure clad in black were ensnared in a pair of green cubes in an instant. Although Wu Yong was capable of incapacitating a 6th-tier Qianlong, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed when faced with a practitioner at the pinnacle of Qianlong. Soon, the green cubes were riddled with cracks. However, this brief delay provided Jimu ample time to accomplish many tasks. Bending down, he retrieved a peculiar dagger from Zhang Shan's hand, his brow furrowing. After all, this weapon was rather diminutive, more akin to an ornament. Yet, judging by the confidence Zhang Shan exuded when he thrust it towards himself, this dagger seemed to possess a complexity beyond its unassuming appearance. After a moment's contemplation, Jimu's gaze shifted to the black-clad figure, who was frantically assaulting the green cube in a desperate bid for freedom. Chu Qi was in a state of panic, in truth, from the moment he first heard Zhang Shan's telepathic command to take action. A sense of unease had begun to gnaw at him. However, the lingering authority Zhang Shan had amassed over time in the military instilled a deeper fear within Chu Qi than in Jimu. Thus, upon receiving the order, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately complying. Almost immediately, he found himself ensnared by a rudimentary spell. Though crude, it layered upon him in such a way that he could not break free in the short term. Then, he witnessed the once invincible general being pierced through the chest by a sword. Here lay a formidable 5th-tier expert, who had fallen silently, without even a scream. Chu Qi felt a twinge of sorrow. But this sentiment was swiftly eclipsed by a more profound terror. He began to strike wildly at the barrier confining him, his fists hammering against the green cube, which soon bore cracks. Panic-stricken, he yearned to flee this place. The mission be damned. He simply could not afford to perish here. With full force, Chu Qi readied himself for another strike. But just as his fist was about to collide with the spiritual barrier, the space before him suddenly gave way. The cage that had entrapped him vanished. The momentum of his punch propelled him forward, and before him hung a dagger, shaped like a droplet of water, motionless in midair, which then embedded itself into his forehead. Jimu cast a puzzled glance towards this spectacle, perceiving little distinction between this dagger and an ordinary weapon, save for its remarkable sharpness. It effortlessly pierced the flesh of a fully realized Qianlong practitioner. It is worth noting that a typical mundane weapon could not even scratch a practitioner above the mid-tier of Qianlong. Yet, this dagger achieved that with ease, even embedding itself into bone without any apparent hesitation. But was that all? In the next moment, Jimu's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Chapter 35. Only in the dark night do the stars appear as the dagger, named Zhuan Shandi, pierced Chu Qi's forehead. Jimu sensed Chu Qi's spiritual energy depleting at an alarming rate, being absorbed entirely by the dagger as though devoured. When he placed his hand upon Chu Qi, he confirmed that there was indeed no trace of spiritual energy within him. Had they not just been engaged in combat? Jimu might have mistaken him for an ordinary person. Jimu gasped in shock. This dark red dagger, resembling a droplet of water, was eerily terrifying. At that moment, Jimu noticed that the tip of Zhuan Shendi was slowly forming a translucent crystal, akin to a droplet and strikingly similar to its original form, as if it had split off. Most importantly, Jimu sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanating from this crystal. Examining the split crystal, Jimu furrowed his brow, a glimmer of speculation igniting within him. He extracted Zhuan Shendi from Chu Chi's forehead, affixed a cleansing fire talisman to him, igniting it with spiritual energy before approaching Zhao Ku, who had long since ceased his resistance. He dispelled the green cube and positioned Zhuan Shendi against Zhao Ku's throat. "I have 2 questions for you," Jimu stated with an undeniable authority. Zhao Ku nodded, aware he had no power to refuse. "Were you sent by Li Hanzi?" "Yes." "How many of you are there?" 15 in total. Aside from us, the others are searching in different locations, but they pose no threat to you. "Is Li Hani in Langhua village?" "Yes." Just as Zhao Ku began to respond, his eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Jimu, exclaiming, "You're not the young prince?" Jimu regarded him as one might a fool. Zhao Ku slumped to the ground in disbelief. They had battled through the night, suffering heavy casualties, with their general even slain, only to discover they had misidentified their target. In that moment, Zhao Ku felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Jimu, unmoved by his emotional turmoil, inquired, "You recognize the one who wields this, correct?" He waved Zhuan Shendi in his hand. Zhao Ku nodded, still in a daze. Jimu pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words, and finally asked, "Has that individual experienced a sudden surge in cultivation recently?" After some contemplation, Zhao Ku affirmed with a nod. "Yes, oh?" Jimu raised an eyebrow. General Zhang's cultivation had previously progressed steadily, but in the past 2 years, he seems to have transformed entirely, with both his realm and strength skyrocketing. Pausing, Zhao Ku continued, "It took him 5 years to ascend from the 1st to the 2nd tier, yet he achieved the 5th tier in just 2 years. Many considered this quite unusual. However, given his ruthless efficiency in battle and numerous notable contributions, he garnered much favor from Prince Se, leading no one to dare investigate his secrets." Jimu lowered his head in contemplation, when suddenly, Zhao Ku remembered something and added, "Moreover, in these past 2 years, General Zhang's temperament has also changed." "Temperament?" "Yes, ever since he returned from a mission to eradicate a cult, his demeanor has grown increasingly volatile. He frequently berates his subordinates and has even unintentionally killed a few on several occasions. Yet, these incidents were ultimately suppressed." As Zhao Ku recounted this, his gaze dimmed, as if haunted by unpleasant memories. Jimu nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. If his suspicions were correct, the root cause of Zhang Shan's transformation lay within the peculiar dagger he now held. This dagger possessed the ability to absorb spiritual energy, and upon doing so, it would crystallize into droplets. The crystallized form likely represented the absorbed energy, which could enhance one's cultivation. Zhang Shan's rapid ascent in power was presumably a consequence of this. As for the side effects, they were evidently significant. After utilizing Zhuan Shendi to boost his cultivation, the host's mental state could gradually deteriorate. The act of devouring another's spiritual energy to enhance one's own was undoubtedly a malevolent practice. Jimu contemplated for a while before stowing Zhuan Shendi within his spatial device for temporary safekeeping. Whether a weapon is righteous or nefarious depends entirely on its wielder. Yet, despite his confidence, Jimu had no intention of wielding this dagger lightly, for a weapon that devours the spiritual essence of others bears the mark of transgression against the heavens. He silently hoped that day would never come. Jimu murmured to himself, then turned his gaze towards Zhao Ke. "Go, you have any last words?" Zhao Ku offered a bitter smile. He understood Jimu would not spare him, nor allow him to relay any warnings. With a sigh, he resignedly asked, "You claim you are not the young prince. Can you tell me your relationship with him?" Jimu pondered seriously for a moment, then replied, "He is both my employer and my friend." "What did he give you?" Furrowing his brow in thought, Jimu eventually tilted his head. "A pot of gin and chun?" Zhao Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he burst into laughter. Shaking his head in amazement, "So, it was youthful bravado? How splendid! Alas, I lost it long ago and cannot retrieve it. I hope you can maintain that spirit. Proceed." With a sigh, Zhao Ku gradually fell silent. All returned to tranquility. Jimmu remained quiet in the stillness of the night, exhaling softly before murmuring, "I harbor no such bravado. I simply wish to avoid burdening others." Shaking his head, Jimmu turned to walk into the night. Previously, they mentioned they were in Langhua village, so he needn't ask for directions. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome at this hour. He hoped that Ruffian wasn't sound asleep. Otherwise, he would have to use Zhuan Di to rouse him. In Langhua village, Li Hani, who had been lying in wait for nearly an entire night, was on the verge of collapse, muttering, "Why has no one arrived yet?" Finally, as if resigned to despair, he leaned against a hillock. Gazing up at the night sky, lost in the twinkling stars, he extended his hand, grasping the brightest star among them, a smile gracing his lips. "Surely, you too, like me, are reluctant to descend?" The stars only shine brilliantly in the night sky. With heavy arms, Li Hani seemed to have fulfilled a wish as he plucked a star and tucked it into his dreams, gently drifting into slumber. Morning broke. Jimmu finally located Li Hani behind that hill. Observing the scene of this scoundrel sleeping soundly and without a care in the world, Jimmu's forehead throbbed with rage, his murderous intent laid bare. Drawing a shard of divine essence from his spatial artifact, Jimmu approached Li Hani step by step. Perhaps sensing the ominous aura, Li Hani's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening his eyes, a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. Brother Jimmu silently concealed the shard of divine essence behind him. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 36. The matter resolved. Affection remains 3 days prior, within the royal court of Nanyue. Inside a grand palace, a stooped elder quietly opened an envelope resting on a table. After gazing at it for a while, a sudden glimmer ignited in the elder's eyes, and he abruptly stood up. He scrutinized the contents of the envelope repeatedly, as if seeking to verify its authenticity. After a long moment, unable to contain his excitement, he picked up a brush and began to sketch in midair. Before long, a human silhouette took shape. Just as the elder completed the final stroke, a living figure materialized before him. The figure depicted a strikingly handsome young man, fair-skinned and charming. Were he to walk through a bustling street, he would undoubtedly capture the attention of many young women. At this moment, upon appearing, the handsome youth was momentarily taken aback. 1 moment he had been cultivating in his estate, and the next, he found himself here. Yet, in just a heartbeat, he accepted his circumstances, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. He slightly bowed, respectfully greeting the elder, "Master." The elder nodded, "I have a task for you." The handsome youth expressed surprise. Ever since he embarked on his path of cultivation, it had been a long time since his master had assigned him a task. "Please instruct me, master." "You are to travel to the Central Plains, locate a certain individual in Huainan Dao, and bring him back to see me." The youth waited in silence, sensing that there was more to come. "But found none. Did I ask that all?" "That is all." Realizing her eldest disciple's confusion, the elder sighed and explained, "This individual is rather unique, suspected to be one of the 5 directions." Upon hearing this, the handsome youth's pupils constricted, and he swiftly raised his head. "Master, is this information credible? It was relayed by your junior brother. It should be accurate." "Junior brother has news?" Unable to suppress his excitement, the youth exclaimed. The elder nodded, then let out a melancholic sigh. "In the past, I had to alter your junior brother's appearance, allowing him to infiltrate the Central Plains alone. It was quite a hardship for him." The handsome youth smirked internally, thinking, "Old schemer." Yet, his expression remained solemn as he respectfully bowed again. Sincerely stating, "It is my duty to alleviate Master S. burdens, and I believe my junior brother shares this sentiment. There is no need for Master to worry." The elder nodded in satisfaction, then gestured. "If this mission proceeds smoothly, let your junior brother return with you. I shall heed your command." The youth replied, bowing once more. "When shall I depart?" "There is no time to lose. You shall leave at once." "Understood." Before you go, the youth turned back. "Does Master have any further instructions?" The elder casually tossed his brush into the youth's hands. "Take this. It may prove useful." The youth trembled as he received the brush, his heart racing. His master had actually entrusted him with his brush. Did this mission entail such danger that a sacred artifact was necessary? The elder waved his hand, cautioning, The Central Plains are fraught with peril. Do not act too ostentatiously and avoid alarming the enemy. Once the sacred artifact is used, you will have only 10 breaths to escape. After that, regardless of the outcome, you must retreat immediately until you have returned to Nanyue. Otherwise, even I cannot guarantee your safety. Furthermore, if circumstances dictate that you cannot succeed, it is better to eliminate the individual than to risk further complications. Though he was deciding another's fate, the elder's tone was remarkably indifferent. As if discussing a trivial matter, the youth inclined his head slightly, not sensing anything amiss, as if this were entirely normal. After issuing his instructions, the elder added, "Should you fail in this task, your path of cultivation may not hold much value. It will then be left to your junior brother." The youth's heart jolted, and he immediately knelt, solemnly declaring, "I shall not fail my mission." The elder nodded, stepping forth, and in an instant, vanished from the grand hall. After his departure, the youth remained in a kneeling position for some time, until he felt certain that his master had truly left. Then he rose, only to realize that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. In a village to the south of the city, Tianru awoke to the sound of her son Xiao Zhuang crying. Perhaps having intentionally forgotten and unwilling to recall, she hurriedly fed her son and lulled him to sleep. Only then did she sit down, suddenly remembering the events of the previous night. Sitting on the bed, covered in a quilt, she felt an overwhelming chill coursing through her body, trembling uncontrollably. Her husband, the man she regarded as a pillar of strength, was most likely dead. It was unfathomable to conceive the magnitude of such a blow to an ordinary woman, especially one burdened with a child who could not walk. Moreover, last night, she had nearly been violated, all while having a helpless child in the house. If not for the white-robed hero who appeared at the last moment, she would likely have thrown herself into the river by now. With this thought, a pang of guilt washed over Tianru. She hadn't even had the chance to express her gratitude. Just then, she noticed a faint golden talisman pressed under some silver coins on the table, alongside a piece of letter paper. Pausing for a moment, she seemed to grasp something and hurried to the table, picking up the letter to examine it closely. The words "Leave now" leapt to her eyes, accompanied by several lines detailing the talisman's purpose and how to use it. There was also a specially crafted small vial containing a wisp of spiritual energy, prepared by Jimu in case Tianru could not sense the energy needed to activate the talisman. Silver coins, tools for escape, with clear instructions on their use. Every detail was meticulously considered. Moreover, he had not forcibly taken her away. Leaving these items on the table indicated that he had granted her the freedom to choose. After reading everything, her expression grew complex. For a long while, she clutched the golden talisman tightly, burying her face in her arms as she sobbed softly. She had never imagined that a complete stranger would go to such lengths for her. Without even leaving a name, how could she easily succumb to despair and abandon everything? Though the world was fraught with hardship, there still remained a flicker of warmth. "Thank you." After calming her emotions, Tianru gazed at her son, who was sound asleep in bed. Once a delicate woman, in this moment, her eyes sparkled with an unwavering resolve akin to steel. She gently wrapped her son in cloth and secured him to her back, solemnly counting the silver coins on the table and putting them away. Having completed these tasks, Tianru affixed a talisman to each of her legs and turned her gaze toward the horizon. "Xiao Zhuang, you must grow up strong. When you are older, you must find our benefactor and repay him well." Chapter 37. The Saint of Seven Sounds, the Moon Fairy of the Mortal Realm, Part 1. On the official road to Jiangning, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, raced through the night. "Are you certain Jiangning is safe?" Jimu's face was etched with skepticism. Laihani patted his chest confidently, declaring, "What is Jiangning's surname?" "It's the Jiang family's territory. As long as the Jiang family exists, no one dares to harm us. Is that so?" Jimu replied nonchalantly. Laihani, brimming with self-assurance, was caught off guard by the unexpected response. Stumbling slightly, Laihani had no mount, and Jimu, still irked, refused to share a ride. So Laihani had no choice but to run on foot to keep up with him. With his half-step into the void cultivation, he was more than capable of outrunning a horse. At that moment, Laihani sprinted ahead, his body moving swiftly while his head turned sideways, eyeing Jimu with intrigue. "May I ask a question?" "You may not." How did you manage to kill Zhang the Butcher? He is a cultivator who has reached the 5th level of the Void. Li Hani, piecing together Jimu's description, was astonished to hear that Jimu had directly killed someone of such caliber. Is my big brother really that fierce? I merely dozed off for a moment, and you cleared the scene? The 5th level of the Void, while considered initial mastery within the realm, posed a formidable challenge for Li Hani. Facing such a powerful opponent, he could only think of fleeing, unless he resorted to an ace he wished to avoid using in a direct confrontation. It was utterly impossible. Yet, this seemingly frail scholar casually remarked, "Oh, you mean that loquacious assassin? I just stabbed him dead with a sword." Li Hani's mind buzzed. And no matter how he looked at Jimu, he appeared to be merely at the 1st level of the Hidden Dragon. He could not deceive his own senses. Yet, how could a 1st level cultivator defeat someone at the 5th level of the Void? Li Hani felt as though he no longer recognized the realm of cultivation. Although he was able to defeat Zhang Shan, it was solely due to Jimu wielding the sacred artifact. If the Junzi sword were to be handed to Li Hani, he would likely be unable to draw it. The ability to wield a sacred artifact is, of course, a remarkable skill. Both being, how could the disparity be so vast? In truth, it was not only Li Hani who was perplexed. Jimu himself was equally bewildered. Ever since the 3 talents opened up, no matter how he refined his physical body with spiritual energy, his cultivation in the realm remained stagnant at the 1st celestial layer, unable to advance even a fraction. Yet, once he engaged with spiritual energy, his progress was meteoric. It felt as though his realm had been severed by a blade. Jimu was left in a state of utter confusion, completely unaware of where he stood in the cultivation world. Was there anyone else quite like him? Alas, despite their individual troubles, both Li Hani and Jimu sighed simultaneously, their gazes meeting. Jimu assumed Li Hani was mocking him, and in a fit of rage, he brandished the Shenlong staff. Care for a spar? Faced with the imposing black staff, Li Hani gulped nervously and sheepishly pushed the weapon back. Calm down, Ji Go. Seeing Li Hani's demeanor improve, Jimu nodded in satisfaction and retracted the staff. Li Hani let out a sigh of relief. Ji Go is magnanimous. He understood that Jimu was not in the best of moods. Anyone would be furious if they were unjustly blamed and, after silently dealing with everything, found the original culprit asleep. Thus, throughout their journey, Li Hani remained exceedingly cautious. Little did he know, just before he awoke, he had already traversed the threshold of death. By the way, allow me to kindly remind you, Jimu suddenly spoke. What? Jimu pointed ahead and said ominously, You're about to crash into a tree. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Hani collided squarely with a large tree. You bastard. Jimu burst into laughter, his spirits instantly lifted, and he rode off into the distance. Ahead, the morning light illuminated the earth, casting a warm glow upon the young men. They galloped into the night. Racing toward the dawn at the same time Jimu and Li Hani set forth for Jiangning. A figure clad in red quietly departed from Chang'an. Her steps were delicate, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water. As she traversed the air, the hem of her skirt brushed past, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried the fragrance of flowers. As swift as the wind, she covered the distance that had taken Jimu nearly 7 days to traverse in less than half a day. Along the way, she paused briefly, seemingly to ascertain her direction, before gracefully continuing on her way. At one such moment, a little girl happened to catch sight of her. She tugged at the sleeve of a woman beside her with one hand while pointing toward the direction of the vanishing red figure with the other. Exclaiming, Mother, it's a fairy! The woman glanced back but saw nothing. She lightly flicked her daughter's forehead and sighed. Stop fooling around, I'll buy you candied hawthorn later. The little girl, momentarily pouting from the flick, brightened up at the mention of candied hawthorn and eagerly pulled her mother along. Skipping ahead. Hey, slow down. The girl was unaware that the instant she turned, her mother's expression had turned grave. She stared blankly in the direction where the red figure had disappeared, murmuring, How did she leave Chang'an? As Yu Yixiang paused briefly in Yangzhou, she silently surveyed the area outside the city. In just a matter of moments, several powerful auras surged from within the city, seemingly heading straight for her. Yu Yixiang frowned slightly, dismissing any distractions. After reassessing someone's location, she hurriedly made her way in that direction. After her departure, several figures radiating immense power arrived at the scene. The leader, with eyes closed, sensed the surroundings before opening them. His expression grave, that a Mingdao powerhouse. The exclamation sent shockwaves through the group. Such a formidable figure had not been seen in the mortal realm for many years, yet here they were, arriving in Yangzhou today. Should we report to the prince? One of them inquired. The leader pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps that great being is merely passing through, with those wolves at the border eyeing us hungrily. The prince is preoccupied with pressing matters. We should not disturb him over this. The others nodded in agreement, all too aware of the pressing situation at hand. Yu Yisheng pressed on, but just as she was within 100 miles of her target, a sigh echoed through the void, halting her progress. She furrowed her brow, her gaze icy as she scanned ahead. Show yourself, if you dare. Without a hint of hesitation, she acted the instant her gaze fell upon the source. Raising her delicate hand, she grasped the air, and in an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like crashing waves, rippling through the space around her. Accompanying her movements, an unexpected rain began to fall over a radius of several miles. The raindrops were not clear but a brilliant crimson, mirroring the vibrancy of her red attire. Moreover, the rain did not descend from above. Rather, it coalesced from the void surrounding her, enveloping the area in a spreading tempest. From a distance, it appeared as a swirling vortex of scarlet, consuming all in its path. Those with keen eyesight would discern that what fell from the sky were not droplets of rain, but countless crimson lotuses. Chapter 38. The Seven-Voiced Saintess, the Lunar Fairy of the Mortal Realm, Part 2. As the rain of red lotuses descended, Ji Mu abruptly reined in his horse, furrowing his brow as he glanced back. What's wrong? Li Hani, who had been riding beside him, halted in confusion. Did you hear something? Ji Mu's expression was serious. The buzzing of flies? Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz? As if to validate his own words, Li Hani clapped his hands together, killing a fly that had buzzed past him, and presented its lifeless body to Ji Mu. See? Ji Mu nearly lost his composure, wanting to slap this fool as he had the fly. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. Clearly, there were more pressing matters at hand. He slowly closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the spiritual energy in the air. Moments later, he dismounted and began applying a movement talisman to his legs. After his awakening, Ji Mu, naturally attuned to the spiritual energies of the world, could feel a powerful force in the distance, radiant and blazing like the sun, yet utterly untouchable. Ji Mu understood that if he were to step into that fiery aura, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. It was a sight to behold, but one not to be trifled with. While Ji Mu engaged in these unusual actions, Li Hani's attention was entirely misplaced. His gaze dropped slightly, and he exclaimed, "Wow, a doozy movement talisman? Jigu, you're quite the hidden treasure. Less chatter. Apply it quickly," Ji Mu snapped, glaring at him. Right away, right away." Li Hani hurriedly affixed 2 movement talismans to himself. He questioned the urgency, for Ji Gu had spoken. On the plains, once again accompanied by a sigh, a figure clad in Taoist robes emerged from the center of the realm of red lotuses. His expression one of resignation. Truly, the saintess is as fiery-tempered as the rumors suggest, but must she resort to such lethal force upon encountering an old Taoist? The old man's presence was peculiarly enigmatic. He exuded no discernible aura, as if he did not exist within the realm, yet he was undeniably there. This was a person known to Yu Yisheng. In fact, both Ji Mu and Li Hani recognized him, for he was the proprietor of a pawn shop in Chang'an and simultaneously one of the 3 great heavenly masters of Wuwei Temple. Yu Yisheng's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that the situation had undergone some changes unbeknownst to her. The saintess should not be here, the heavenly master stated, standing amidst the storm of red lotuses that flowed through him as if traversing the void. Where this lady wishes to go is none of your concern. Taoist, the heavenly master frowned. This matter does not pertain to the saintess. Do not misinterpret, I said. What this lady intends to do is beyond your jurisdiction. The Taoist may certainly attempt to intervene. Yu Yisheng smiled lightly. raising a finger to point at a certain spot in the void. Or perhaps rely on the true master who bestowed upon you your shell. She emphasized the words true master with a hint of malice. At her declaration, the heavenly master's expression shifted dramatically. How do you know this? Yu Yixiang's crimson lips curled slightly. Are you frightened now? I know much more than this. For instance, your master, in his efforts to send you cleanly into the central plains, did not hesitate to strip you of your Dao body and personally crafted your visage. However, while you managed to deceive those esteemed Taoists of Mount Zhongnan, you could not fool me. Alas, what a pity that your Dao body has ultimately become someone else's bridal gown, leaving you to toil endlessly for your enemies. Truly, it brings tears to the eyes of those who hear it, does it not? The third disciple of the painting saint, Wu Mian, silence. The celestial master trembled with rage. His voice laced with fury, a secret, buried deep within his soul, was laid bare by Yu Yixiang as if it were a cherished family heirloom. Over a decade ago, he had possessed an innate Dao body and was personally accepted as a disciple by the saint of painting, embarking on a path of cultivation that seemed destined for greatness. Yet, a task steeped in ancient lore concerning the 5 directions shattered everything he held dear. His master had personally stripped him of his Dao body, marred his visage, and inscribed a new countenance upon him with the sacred artifact, Sangtian, transforming him utterly into another being. Following this, that cold-hearted master, akin to a venomous viper, forcibly implanted a heart prison within him, compelling him to infiltrate the central plains, promising that upon the task's completion, all that had been taken from him would be returned manifold. He had no choice but to believe. For years, he toiled relentlessly, cautiously navigating his way through challenges, first entering the Zhongnan Mountain by passing the gate's assessment, then gradually revealing his innate talents, ultimately becoming the youngest external celestial master of the Wuwei Temple. He felt a sense of pride, convinced that no one else could achieve what he had. Yet, he was also filled with sorrow. Had his talents been allowed to flourish, he would undoubtedly have joined the ranks of the pinnacle cultivators in the realm. But fate had dealt him a cruel hand, leading him to a misguided teacher. In truth, from the very beginning, those who recognized his innate Dao body had set their sights on him, just as he had on Jimu. They had committed the same error, albeit their destinies diverged. At this moment, Yu Yixiang, with but a few words, unearthed the deepest and most sorrowful secret within him, shattering the last remnants of his pride. An uncontrollable surge of murderous intent ignited within him. He clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, and in an instant, a resplendent golden talisman was hurled forth. 6 Jia and 6 Ding, deities of the heavens. Suppress the evil spirits, protect my peace. As his voice resonated, the talisman erupted with divine light, illuminating the heavens. Eye in the sky, a towering figure, over 100 feet tall, descended, emanating an overwhelming majesty that subdued the earth. This figure donned golden armor, wielded a precious sword, and glared fiercely at the mortal realm. It was the general stationed at the southern gate of the heavenly court, the southern growth heavenly king. He merely lowered his head slowly, and an unending tempest ensued, uprooting trees and scattering stones in a furious whirlwind. Amidst the gale, Yu Yixiang lifted her gaze to meet the giant eyes of the celestial figure. Her exquisite features betraying no emotion, a celestial talisman, or perhaps the rarest summoning talisman. However, this will not hinder me. With a graceful lift of her jade-like fingers, she snapped her fingers lightly in midair. Snap! Even amidst the raging winds, the sound was crisp and melodious. At that very moment, an infinite deluge converged, and all the crimson lotuses in the rain drew together, merging as 1.1 lotus, 2, 3, 4, and countless others. In but a fleeting moment, the sky was awash with a singular lotus, a world-destroying bloom, slowly rotating towards the southern heavenly king's avatar. Each petal radiated an utterly terrifying aura, akin to the radiant glow of the setting sun illuminating all directions. Confronted with the audacity of the faceless one who dared to obstruct her, Yu Yixiang was now ignited with true fire. If the opponent relied solely on a celestial talisman to impede her, she would not hesitate to teach this little disciple of the saint of painting a lesson in the inferno of the mortal realm. although the means displayed by the faceless one were formidable. Yu Yixiang felt no trepidation, for she held another identity beyond that of a flower queen, the holy maiden of the Qin sect, the heir to the next generation of its leadership, and indeed, the foremost exponent of the Tao in this realm. Chapter 39. Where I stand, the sky fades on the official road. Jimu suddenly came to a halt. Li Hani took a couple of steps forward, sensing an emptiness beside him, something amiss, and turned back. Master Ji, why have we stopped? Jimu raised his gaze to the sky, murmuring, "It has grown dark." What, do you dislike the darkness? It is still midday. Is it going to rain? Jimu shook his head. Perhaps we cannot proceed. A chill ran through Li Hani's heart. Since Jimu departed from Chang'an, a subtle sense of disharmony had lingered, like dark clouds overshadowing his mind. Refusing to dissipate it was precisely this feeling that had prompted him to abandon his horse and hasten on foot upon hearing the distant sounds of chaos and spiritual energy in disarray. For a moment, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thickening with tension. In this heavy stillness, Li Hani could no longer contain himself, sighing before speaking, "You should go. This matter has nothing to do with you. It was my choice to leave the Wang residence. Unwilling to be mired in that quagmire, my dislike for that place has indeed led to this predicament. It is my own decision, and you have already helped me immensely. There is no need for you to involve yourself further." Jimu turned to him, regarding him with an expression of rare insight. Li Hani felt uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze. "What's the matter? Do you truly believe it is solely because of you?" "Huh?" Jimu shook his head. "I have come to understand on the road. If the only one targeted was you, then after I dealt with those assassins, we would have essentially been safe. After all, though you have been demoted to a commoner, you are not someone just any random person can touch." "Oh?" Li Hani raised an eyebrow. "Firstly, the one seeking to kill you is your brother. Both the palm and back of the hand are flesh. And moreover, the heir apparent of the Huainan Wang residence is now but a single individual, making it difficult for your father to choose. Would he truly demote both his sons for the sake of fratricide? Do you think that for him, the loss of a few captains and the sacrifice of his twin sons are of equal weight? Secondly, he is certain you will not die at the hands of these assassins. Can you guarantee that your clandestine cultivation will remain undiscovered by your father? After all, he is still your father. Do you genuinely believe that the foremost authority in Huainan Dao would be completely blind on his own turf? If the pillar of the Tang dynasty was only of such caliber, the borders would have long been trampled by invaders." Faced with Jimu's eloquence, Li Hani's mind momentarily faltered, and he blurted out, "Then why do we still need to flee?" Jimu shook his head, removing a spatial pin from his possession. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "I was too naive. In this world, aside from one's closest kin, there are hardly any who would treat you well without ulterior motives. Every gift comes with a price, and all things bear their respective value. I accepted others' generosity far too unguardedly, but realizing this now may be a bit late." Upon seeing the spatial pin in Jimu's hand, Li Hani's heart sank. Is there an issue with the Celestial Master? Jimu did not respond to his inquiry, but instead looked up toward a particular point in the void. Li Hani followed his gaze but saw nothing. He blinked, bewildered. Yet Jimu's eyes remained fixed there, as if he had no intention of diverting his attention. Some things cannot be perceived visually, however, the spiritual energy of the world cannot deceive. He sensed a particular expanse of space that felt unnaturally vacant, as if it had been forcibly excavated. All around, the spiritual energy flowed freely, yet that spot was eerily quiet, seemingly severed from all existence. Finally, under Jimu's unwavering gaze, someone in the void could no longer remain still. After a while, a youth clad in a robe of crimson and purple slowly emerged from the void. The moment his foot touched the air, the entire world instantly lost its brilliance. Mountains, rivers, skies, and lands, all hues faded like the ebbing tide, as if an invisible brush were cleansing their colors. In just a few breaths, the area within a 10-mile radius of the youth was reduced to stark black and white. "Where I stand, the sky fades." This was his declaration inscribed upon the Tao at the moment of his enlightenment. He was Dan Qing, the foremost disciple of the saint of painting. Simultaneously, He was also the crown prince of the southern Yu royal court. In the distance, Yu Yixiang, who was locked in battle with the Faceless One, paused momentarily, sensing something amiss, and her gaze snapped towards a certain direction. Upon perceiving that realm of silence, her exquisite features shifted for the first time. Dan Qing, how dare you send him to the Central Plains? Do you not fear the southern Yu royal court will be left without descendants? The Faceless One smirked silently, revealing a hint of amusement. The avatar of the southern heavenly king summoned by the celestial talisman had already been severely weakened by Yu Yixiang, its golden armor all but shattered. Although the summoning talisman called forth the southern heavenly king, guardian of the heavenly court, it could only project a shadow of his Dao realm, unable to withstand the searing onslaught of the crimson lotuses for long. Soon, the southern heavenly king's phantom cast one last profound glance at Yu Yixiang before gradually fading away into the sky. The talisman itself was no longer capable of sustaining his projection. Is there no other means? Yu Yixiang inquired coldly. Oh, not fret, holy maiden. The Faceless One has prepared for these years, and I assure you, it will meet your satisfaction. With a calm smile, Wu Mian leisurely retrieved a small tower from his spatial artifact and casually tossed it into the sky. The tower swelled in the wind, transforming in an instant into a magnificent 99-story pagoda. Enveloping both individuals within, inside the pagoda, a realm of its own was formed. In this little world, there lay a platform as smooth as a mirror, surrounded by towering mountains and sheer cliffs. This solitary flat expanse resembled a battleground meticulously crafted for those who entered the tower. On this ground, Wu Mian and Yu Yixiang stood facing each other. Simultaneously, several beams of golden light descended from above, illuminating Wu Mian and causing his aura to surge dramatically. An astonishing pressure ascended, dominating the earth beneath them. Almost at the same moment the golden light empowered Wu Mian, streams of ethereal light fell unavoidably upon Yu Yixiang, causing her aura to diminish significantly and her spiritual energy to become sluggish. In this exchange of strengths, the disparity in realms was evident. Yu Yixiang found herself a level beneath Wu Mian. For powerful cultivators of their caliber, such a difference in realms was akin to a chasm. As Yu Yixiang sensed her waning power, her expression tightened. The pagoda is actually in your possession. Chapter 40. The Pagoda and the Ancient Qin. The Pagoda, a 9th-grade royal artifact, ranked 7th on the royal artifact list released every 3 years by the Fengyun Pavilion. To be included in the top 10 of the royal artifacts signifies absolute supremacy, possessing the potential of a sacred artifact, yet lacking a master capable of ascending with it to the sacred realm. As one of the foremost artifacts on the list, the pagoda's capabilities were astonishing. It could absorb all cultivators below the sacred realm into its inner domain, forcibly bringing them and the chosen opponent of the tower's master to the battleground. Defeating an opponent on that platform was the only means of exiting the tower. Moreover, according to the will of the tower master, the pagoda could provide absolute enhancement to one side while simultaneously significantly weakening the opposing side. However, the extent of enhancement and suppression depended on the user's own strength and was not without cost. This explains the fluctuating status of the pagoda within the top 10 royal artifacts, as its power and the cost of usage were determined by the amount of lifespan sacrificed. At this moment, Wu Mian's utilization of the pagoda against the equally matched Yu Yixiang required an immense sacrifice of lifespan. To suppress a cultivator of Yu Yixiang's caliber would cost at least a decade of his lifespan. Wu Mian, feeling insufficient, further sacrificed an additional 10 years. Thus, he had just lost nearly 20 years of his life. After such a substantial offering, the pagoda's current power was undoubtedly beyond that of the 7th-ranked artifact. Upon sensing the arrival of Dan Qing, Wu Mian clearly defined his purpose: to bind Yu Yixiang at all costs, preventing her from interfering with his senior brother. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate her, witnessing her effortlessly obliterate his only trump card made him reconsider the feasibility of such a notion. Thus, he regained clarity, summoned the pagoda, and offered 20 years of his lifespan. Wu Mian understood that if he wished to detain this woman, he would need to make a significant sacrifice. Otherwise, he risked losing everything here. After all, 20 years of lifespan produced immediate effects. Under the pagoda suppression, Yu Yixiang's realm plummeted, crashing from the Ming Dao realm directly to the completion of the Li Yin stage. Are you intent on throwing your life away? Yu Yixiang coldly remarked, observing Wu Mian's hair rapidly losing its color and turning white. This is no concern of the Saintess. You should ponder how to escape from here, Wu Mian replied with a smile. Despite his body aging rapidly while his aura surged, damn it, witnessing Wu Mian sacrifice his lifespan, nearly dragging himself to the brink of death to hold her back, Yu Yixiang's expression turned icy, and a sense of urgency welled within her. Meanwhile, Danqing, an entity who had entered the Dao, posed a considerable challenge, and Yu Yixiang could hardly fathom how Ji Mu would confront such a being. In her contemplation, Yu Yixiang admitted that she had somewhat underestimated the rumored innate Dao body. More precisely, she had underestimated Wu Mian's determination to restrain her so that Danqing could secure Ji Mu's defeat. Though Wu Mian's combat abilities were not formidable, his tenacity was unparalleled in Yu Yixiang's lifetime. She could not afford to be held down any longer. Danger loomed on his side. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yixiang resolved, I possess a royal artifact as well, with a bite to her tongue. She smeared a drop of blood upon the vermilion mark on her forehead. Instantly, that mark brightened considerably, seemingly igniting. The vermilion mark on her brow flared to life. Yu Yixiang's realm remained at the completion of the Li Yin stage under the pagoda's suppression. Yet a perilous aura emanated from her, growing exponentially. The entire small world trembled violently, as if the pagoda could scarcely withstand her current might. Simultaneously, a seven-stringed ancient qin materialized slowly before Yu Yixiang. Fengyu, the second-ranked royal artifact on the royal artifact list, a half-step sacred artifact. Since you are willing to gamble with your life, this young lady shall grant your wish. Raising her jade-like arm, Yu Yixiang delicately placed her hand upon the strings, plucking them with a gentle motion. Prepare to meet your demise. In the silent black-and-white world, upon witnessing the emergence of the purple-robed youth, Ji Mu felt a weight settle in his heart as he surveyed his surroundings. This time, the barrier was not merely against spiritual energy but against them. Having long believed himself to be the target of pursuit, Li Hani finally reacted, covering his face in despair. Who on earth is entangling whom? However, what filled him with greater despair was the stark contrast between the imposing display of the assassin and his own. This makes me seem so weak. It's utterly humiliating. In contrast to Li Hani's tumultuous thoughts, Ji Mu appeared remarkably composed. At least, it was not the wrath of heaven. After Danqing established his sealed domain, he stepped forth to stand before Ji Mu. Care to share how you discovered my presence? He inquired with keen interest in my eyes. You are more conspicuous than the sun, Ji Mu replied calmly. He spoke the truth. Although Danqing concealed himself within the void, his aura inadvertently created a stagnant space around him. Given Ji Mu's abnormal perception of the world's spiritual energies, it was unrealistic for him not to notice. Intriguing, you certainly live up to the expectations of my master, Danqing remarked. Master? Bring back? Ji Mu keenly grasped the significance of those two phrases. Who are you? That is of little importance. What matters is that you may face death, Danqing replied in an unperturbed tone, as if announcing a trivial matter. Why? Danqing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, before seemingly finding it too bothersome and smacking his forehead. Because some believe your existence to be a calamity upon this world. Have you ever heard of the 5 directions? Ji Mu shook his head. Tiangang, Tanlang, Tai-I, Nanhuang, Shaohao. The 5 imperial stars from ancient legends. Danqing gazed at Ji Mu with a fervent gleam in his eyes, although he was unsure why his junior brother considered Ji Mu to be one of them. He surmised that Ji Mu must possess some unique qualities. However, encountering him before he could truly grow, Ji Mu might have been among the unluckiest. May I know who believes we should perish? Ji Mu interjected, interrupting Danqing's elaborate speech. He found the man's musings rather absurd. Danqing cast Ji Mu an annoyed glance, but perhaps due to his recent ease in locating Ji Mu, he refrained from reacting harshly. In response to Ji Mu's question, Danqing chuckled, casting a significant look at him as he pointed towards the sky. In this world, many adhere to it. For this group, your existence is heretical. Is that why I must die? No, it is because you are too weak. Chapter 41. The scholar's ambition, the gentleman's pride. Faced with Danqing's unrelenting words, Ji Mu fell into silence. He realized he could not refute them. For in this moment, everything Dan Qing stated was correct. All of this stemmed from his current weakness, his powerlessness, rendering him unable to alter any situation and merely a target for slaughter. Were he to possess the strength to rival a saint, Dan Qing would not dare to appear here, nor would he even think to show his face. Jimmu could easily label those who sought his demise as heretics. It all came down to strength. Jimmu clenched his fists, then gradually relaxed. What will happen to me? Dan Qing glanced at Jimmu. You will accompany me back to Nanyue. After that, my role will cease. I am only responsible for completing the task. Though he did not explicitly state it, Jimmu could easily imagine that those who branded him as a heretic would hardly treat him kindly. I wish to negotiate a condition. You lack the standing. Jimmu pointed at Li Hani behind him, continuing, You intend to take me away, but he is unrelated to this, correct? Moreover, he is the eldest son of the king of Huainan. If you were to kill him here, do you truly believe you could withstand the wrath of the king of Huainan? Dan Qing remained silent. Unlike the marginal troops of the Yangzhou garrison, the 200,000 Jinan army served as the true pillar of the Tang dynasty, undoubtedly one of the most formidable forces in this realm. Within this army, cultivators were even more numerous than ordinary soldiers. Once arrayed, it was a power that even saints would hesitate to confront head-on. Seeing that Jimmu intended to let him run away, Li Hani, standing behind Ji Yi, suddenly grew anxious and was about to speak when Jimmu, enveloped in spiritual energy, delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Gritting his teeth and murmuring, Silence! Dan Qing cast a glance of appreciation at Jimmu. You are indeed clever and righteous, but your strength is insufficient. I imagine that if you were allowed to grow unchecked, many would soon follow you wholeheartedly, would they not? Yet, such a prospect is destined to remain unrealized. Time is short. We must depart. I would not stoop to slay an inconsequential ant, so whether your little brother survives in my domain depends solely on his own fortune. Upon finishing his words, Dan Qing took immediate action. The swirling black and white energies coiled around Dan Qing's arms like two writhing dragons, emanating an irresistible pressure. What is that? At that moment, just as Dan Qing was about to strike, he suddenly sensed something, halting his movements and gazing into the distance in confusion. That aura belongs to that madwoman. Dan Qing abruptly turned his head towards Jimmu. How have you become entangled with her? She cannot be your mistress, can she? Jimmu's expression grew peculiar. Although it was not the case, he inexplicably felt as if he had been caught in an adulterous act. Dan Qing inhaled sharply. Brother, you have stirred my admiration. You are ridding the world of a menace, however. Now that this madwoman has arrived, it is likely that attention will soon be drawn to this place, and I can no longer afford to delay. My sect has issued commands, and I am bound by them. Blame yourself for being too weak. Yet, as a token of my newfound admiration for you, I shall not wipe you out entirely in a moment. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time. If you can withstand my grasp for that duration, it will suffice to prove that you are not weak, and I shall release you. But if you cannot, then perhaps you should reflect in the underworld on why you are so feeble. Dan Qing chuckled lightly and then lunged at Jimmu. As a formidable cultivator of the Tao, does it truly require a single breath to capture a minor cultivator of the hidden dragon realm? He merely enjoyed witnessing Jimmu's struggle. Dan Qing had never anticipated that the one his master had tasked him with capturing would be so weak. Aside from the gentleman's sword on Jimmu's person, which he regarded with some caution, there was no threat whatsoever. Yet, what if that gentleman's sword, which had not been unsheathed for a decade, could be drawn? This task seemed rather too simple, however, if he acted now. It was likely that the Sage of Books would seize the sword, at which point he would have to contend with his master's brush. Only a sacred artifact can counter another sacred artifact. Nevertheless, should he infiltrate the Central Plains, that secret would soon be uncovered. He had merely 10 breaths to deal with Jimmu. Hence, it was not out of mercy that he offered this reprieve, but rather a necessity. After 10 breaths, regardless of the outcome, he would have to leave, lest he become trapped here forever. The waters of the Central Plains run deep, yet Dan Qing remained unperturbed. Even if he had only 10 breaths, what of it? If he could not subdue Jimmu in that time, he might as well return to the womb and be reborn. Why continue cultivating? Danqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Intending to test Jimu first, to see if he truly possessed any extraordinary qualities. With a shift in intent, he casually extended his hand and pressed lightly Neil, within the confines of his domain. The black and white energies surged violently, akin to a tidal wave, cascading down like a waterfall, as if the very world were being pressed down by Danqing's gesture. In the face of Danqing's seemingly casual command, Jimu felt as though he were suffocating. Within the realm of black and white, this moment embodied the weight of the world. Jimu was nearly compelled to kneel before the overwhelming pressure. As an adept of the Tao, and within his own domain, every movement Danqing made was imbued with the power of the laws. There was no need for elaborate techniques, within the extent of the black and white domain. Danqing was an absolute deity. Under this immense pressure, Jimu's mind rang with a deafening roar, nearly severing his capacity for thought. The same was true for Li Hani behind him. The earlier description of a trivial ant had deeply provoked him. After all, he too bore the blood of the Li family. He had never endured such humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he fought to maintain his composure, as their legs began to crack and bleed, excruciating pain coursing through them. Yet both chose to ignore it, resolutely standing upright, though not kneel. This was the united roar of their hearts. Oh? Danqing was somewhat astonished. Given the vast disparity in their realms, although he had not exerted himself fully, how could two minor cultivators of the hidden dragon realm withstand his pressure? In reality, Jimu and Li Hani were not resisting. They were sacrificing their lives to endure. Jimu's entire body began to tremble, his knees grinding against each other under the high pressure, an unprecedented agony flooding his heart. He was covered in blood, yet still stood tall. No kneeling. As one who emerged from the academy, the creed of the academy was deeply etched into Jimu's very bones, ingrained in his flesh, fortifying his spine. After spending a decade in the academy, Jimu had merely learned how to use a breath to temper a bone that had shed all its delicacy. That breath represented the youthful spirit of a scholar. That bone was the proud integrity of a gentleman. This was the flame of a scholar's life. This was the foundation of a young man's path. This was everything to Jimu, his faith, and his journey. This breath sustained him entirely, enabling a mere youth to dare plunge into the night, fully aware of the impending death. It emboldened him, a child of the heavens abandoned, to draw his sword against the sky in the face of tribulation. He was weak and would make mistakes. He was not perfect, but as long as he stood, he would never bow to anyone. Even if he were as humble as dust, how could he bend like a festering sore? This indomitable spirit granted Jimu a fleeting moment of defiance against the overwhelming pressure of the Taoist master. Yet, despite this fortitude, the chasm of their realms was akin to an impassable abyss. Danqing snorted coldly, intensifying the pressure of his domain to its utmost limit. Jimu felt himself nearing the brink of collapse, on the verge of losing consciousness. But at that moment, a warm current suddenly coursed through his heart, gradually filling his limbs, allowing him to move slightly beneath Danqing's divine oppression. He had no time to ponder the source of this warmth. Almost instinctively, Jimu stiffly raised his hand to grasp the gentleman's sword at his waist, firmly seizing the hilt. Through clenched teeth, stained red with blood, Jimu slowly uttered two words: return to unity. In the 42nd chapter, I wish to walk with you, sharing our hearts and souls. The 10 years of righteous spirit coiled around the sword's body, the unyielding resolve converging at the sword's edge. At the brink of life and death, Jimu raised his chin and puffed out his chest, gently drawing the sword and executing the return to unity sword technique. Within the inkwash domain, a brilliant silver light emerged, a purity that cleansed all impurities. As this sword light appeared, Jimu, standing closest, instantly regained his former color, and then the silver light slowly expanded, reaching 3 inches of the sword's length. Within that 3 inches, no evil could intrude. All laws would retreat. The inkwash domain was forcibly cleaved open by the return to unity sword, creating a stark contrast between the black and white energies and the brilliant sword light. It resembled a radiant moon crashing down upon a pitch-black wilderness. Danqing's expression shifted dramatically. You were able to draw the gentleman's sword? It was hard to fathom the scene of Jimmu unleashing the return to Unity sword technique, stirring a tremendous storm within Danqing's heart. Just moments ago, he had concluded that Jimmu could not unsheathe the gentleman's sword. Yet now he not only drew it, but also executed the return to Unity sword technique in his presence. This was akin to receiving a slap, and then, taking advantage of the moment of shock, delivering another one, leaving Danqing's head spinning. A minor cultivator of the hidden dragon realm could unsheath the gentleman's sword? The return to Unity sword technique could be utilized so casually? Even if he were indeed one of the 5 directions, he was still merely a hidden dragon cultivator, was he not? That was a sacred artifact and a technique of the Tao. Such a level of swordsmanship, regardless of the realm, would be futile without understanding the true meaning. Otherwise, after over a decade in the academy, it would be impossible for anyone to be unable to draw the gentleman's sword. Yet, witnessing Jimmu casually draw the sword and slash with it, it seemed no more challenging than drinking water. Is this even human? Danqing's worldview was beginning to crumble. Though he understood Jimmu to be special, he was unaware of the specific nature of that uniqueness. The one who had contacted Jimmu and sent word was the faceless figure residing in Chang'an. Danqing had simply received the command of the Sage of Paintings to hurry here. Thus, he was oblivious to Jimmu's vast reservoir of spiritual power, nor did he know of the 10 years of righteous spirit he had absorbed while serving alongside the Sage of Books in the guise of a scribe. From Danqing's perspective, Jimmu had merely drawn the sacred gentleman's sword with the cultivation of the hidden dragon's first realm, and within his absolute domain, he had forcibly carved out his own space with the return to Unity sword technique. A veritable prodigy, Danqing's expression gradually grew colder. This individual must not be allowed to survive. He harbored thoughts of certain death, although he might have been taken back to the next stage by him. At this moment, Danqing even wished that Jimmu wouldn't survive the journey ahead. The longer the night, the more dreams it harbors. Such a perverse being should not exist in this world, and it would be better for him to perish sooner rather than later. After all, his master had already added a warning before his arrival, stating that certain actions should not be taken. Therefore, returning with a corpse was well within his master's acceptance. Seizing the opportunity while Danqing was momentarily lost in thought, Jimmu turned back within the unification sword domain and silently cast a glance at Li Hani, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. He is coming for me. You should leave now. Li Hani had nearly perished under Danqing's domain's might. But thanks to Jimmu's defiant strike with that sword, he finally managed to catch his breath. Upon meeting Jimmu's gaze, Li Hani spat in disdain and raised a middle finger at him. After expelling a mouthful of congealed blood onto the ground, Li Hani silently retrieved 2 golden talismans from his pocket, igniting one and, filled with anger, declared, "I still owe you a life. If you die, won't I be indebted for a lifetime? Let's settle this later. We can still keep each other company down there. Besides, you've already taken all the glory. Won't I become an inconsequential ant? Do I not care for my own dignity?" Seeing this fool still concerned with his pride at such a moment, Jimmu was furious, nearly ready to curse him. However, at that moment, Danqing, with lethal intent, transformed his palm into a seal and mercilessly struck down upon the unification domain. The imprint of his palm radiated with swirling black and white energies, carrying the might to obliterate all, crashing down violently, boom. The clash of black and white energies collided with the ultimate silver light in an instant. Poof! At the moment of impact, Jimmu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his momentum instantly deflating to the utmost degree. The true might of an entering Tao expert was simply beyond what Jimmu could contend with at his current level. With such a nonchalant strike, the indestructible 3-inch domain swiftly contracted to merely 1 inch. Should another strike follow, perhaps the Junzi sword, due to its sacred artifact status, could withstand it, but Jimmu would undoubtedly be unable to maintain the unification sword domain. The power of entering Tao was terrifying indeed. Yet, at this moment, Danqing's killing intent surged even higher. For Jimmu had truly managed to withstand one of his strikes with sheer willpower within his domain. One must understand, in the eyes of an entering Tao cultivator, it was merely a matter of a slap, hardly stirring up any waves. But now, a fledgling scholar stained with blood, trembling to the point of barely holding his sword steady. Could he not be killed by a single slap? Danqing felt insulted. A glimmer of icy light flashed in his eyes as he raised his palm, grasping at the void, causing the black and white energies of heaven and earth to erupt into a frenzy. Wildly converging in his hand, in just a moment, a long spear, interwoven with black and white, began to tremble the very fabric of the domain space, firmly held in his grasp. Looking at Jimmu, who leaned precariously against the Junzi sword, Danqing smirked coldly. Now, let's see if you live or die. The spearhead slowly aimed at Jimmu. With a whoosh, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, the spear shot towards Jimmu like a meteor, tearing through space, penetrating everything. The absolute disparity in realms rendered the remaining protective domain nearly ineffective against this strike. The black and white spearhead paused just an inch from the sword body, merely for an instant, and then, without any obstruction, it thrust forward. The unification sword domain shattered completely. Jimmu's mind went hazy. His body felt like a house with all its windows open to the wind. Riddled with wounds, having reached its limit, he gazed at the spearhead that magnified infinitely in his eyes, a helpless smile forming on his lips. So, this is where it ends? He slowly closed his eyes. And the next moment, poof, it sounded as if something had been pierced. Yet, there seemed to be no sensation. Jimmu was taken aback, abruptly opening his eyes, only to see his pupils constricting sharply, for, before him, a figure had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. At that moment, a black and white spear was embedded in Li Hani's chest, still exuding an aura that threatened to annihilate everything, violently wreaking havoc on his internal structure. Yet, he summoned every ounce of strength, burning everything, gripping the spear's handle tightly to prevent it from penetrating further into his body. For behind him stood Jimmu. Only then did Jimmu suddenly remember. Just before Danqing hurled the spear, Li Hani had produced 2 golden talismans. Those were the Instantaneous Movement Talisman, Chapter 43, the Green Garment Path, and the Guardian Heart Mantra. Jimmu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Li Hani would go to such lengths for him. He stared at the spearhead protruding from Li Hani's chest, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Blood even dripped from the spear's tip. Faced with the pressure of an entering Dao expert, Jimmu, who had not faltered, now slowly collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with rage, but more so with an overwhelming sorrow, a profound sense of helplessness and despair. Why? Opposite him, a hint of mockery crept onto Danqing's lips, overreaching oneself. Yet, just as Danqing's scorn hung in the air, Jimmu's sorrow flowed like a river. Li Hani, still with the spear embedded in his chest, slowly turned his head and grinned at Jimmu. Hey, Jigu, am I not handsome? The expressions of both men froze on their faces. You fool, not long ago, at Taishan Academy. The moment Jimmu's unification sword domain was breached, the Sage of Books sensed it through the will left on the Junzi sword. After a moment of puzzled contemplation, the sage seemed to understand something, his expression instantly darkening. He slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. Below, the disciples of the academy observed with composed expressions, having long grown accustomed to it. The teacher has not been in a good mood lately. But just then, the sage's gaze fell upon a corner where a young man sat, his face covered by a book, already snoring. Not even the sound of the sage's furious table slam had disturbed his sweet dreams. Luu. The Sage of Books called out mildly to, in no response. The sage took a deep breath. At that moment, a student who was quite close to the young man sat not far away. He gently nudged the sleeping youth with his elbow and whispered, Luu, your chickens at home are about to be stolen and roasted by Brother Duanmu. Who the hell dares touch my chickens? In the blink of an eye, the previously dreaming Luu stood up, a murderous intent radiating as he surveyed his surroundings. Then he realized something was amiss. All eyes in the lecture hall were on him. Soon after, he locked eyes with the Sage of Books, who regarded him with indifference. Luu swallowed hard. Good day, old teacher? The sage said nothing, merely picked up a dark ruler from the table. Sensing the impending doom, Luu transformed into a streak of azure light and bolted for the exit, his legs propelling him into a run. The speed of that azure light was astonishing. Traversing from the lecture hall to the foot of the mountain in almost an instant, however, Just as the azure light was about to escape Taishan, the sage let out a cold laugh. Stepping forward and appearing directly in front of the fleeing light, he then raised the ruler in his hand and smacked it down hard on Lu Yu's forehead. Sleep? I command you to sleep. Today, I shall ensure you sleep to your heart's content, the academy echoed with resounding booms. Moments later, Lu Yu, sporting a swollen head, followed the sage of books with a mournful expression. After a couple of steps, he hesitated, asking in a muffled voice, "Teacher, why did you wake me this time?" He had slept in the lecture hall for so many years, and the sage had called him up only a handful of times. Each instance proved there was something he needed to do. However, what frustrated Lu Yu was, if you have something to say, just say it. Why must you always beat me in front of everyone? Do I not have any dignity in the academy? The sage ignored Lu Yu's grumbling, his expression serious, saying, "There have been some minor movements to the south recently. People from that side should have been dispatched to Huainan Road. Changfeng has gotten entangled there. Currently, you are the only one who can make it there. In terms of speed, once you leave the Taishan gates, even I cannot match you. But Changfeng and they have already clashed. So I hope you can still make it in time." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu understood the gravity of the situation and no longer dwelled on the fact that his teacher had just pummeled him. He slightly bowed to the sage and solemnly declared, "I will set off immediately and definitely save junior brother." Although Jimu held the position of a mere scholar in the academy, over the past decade, the 72 Junzi of the Dao Character Hall had long regarded him as their junior brother. Thus, upon hearing that Jimu was in trouble, Lu Yu would certainly not sit idly by. He knew his teacher could not intervene in the conflicts among disciples and did not inquire about who was in Huainan Road. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished. Aside from the sage, no matter who came today, they must remain here. The Central Plains are not so easily trespassed. Why not just die instead? Jimu looked at Li Hani, a smile gracing his lips. Not handsome? How did you survive? Danqing furrowed his brows, his complexion far from pleasant. Today had been fraught with unexpected events. The very spear that embodied the laws of his domain was still lodged in the heart of Li Hani. By all appearances, survival seemed improbable. Yet, Li Hani was remarkably lively, even waving at him, which ignited an uncontrollable fury within Danqing. Did he truly consider him a fool? Just then, something caught his eye, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. He noticed that at the site where Li Hani had been pierced by the spear, a series of glowing inscriptions emanated a faint light, swirling around his heart. With each rotation, the momentum of the black and white spear diminished. As if being absorbed by the inscriptions, beneath that ethereal glow, Li Hani's heart appeared to be in stasis, unaffected by the spear's intrusion, allowing him to move without hindrance. The guardian spell, Danqing murmured to himself. Surprised? Unexpected? Li Hani's face beamed with joy. The guardian spell, a formidable protective incantation of the Taoist arts, was said to have been created by a prodigious celestial master from the Zhongnan Mountains. This spell was notoriously difficult to cultivate, could not be used on oneself, and could only be cast once in a lifetime on a single individual, requiring endless mental fortitude from a powerful practitioner of a higher realm. The recipient could withstand a single lethal attack from an adversary of equal or lesser cultivation. However, if the attack's intensity surpassed that of the caster, the spell would fail. Thus, the fact that Li Hani could withstand his strike indicated that someone of equal or greater prowess than Danqing had cast this spell on him. A singular act in their lifetime. Danqing had only heard of this so-called world's most useless spell but had never witnessed its application until now. Jimu, puzzled, inquired, "Did you know about this all along?" Li Hani turned back mysteriously, hesitated for a moment, and softly uttered 3 words. "I don't know, Jimu, Danqing." Jimu had grown somewhat accustomed to Li Hani's eccentricities, so he was merely a bit exasperated. Whereas Danqing was on the verge of losing his temper. With a flick of his wrist, a brush materialized in his hand. Saint Artifact, Sangtian. Danqing gripped the artifact, his murderous intent almost palpable. "You seek death." Normally, one would not need to employ such force to kill a mere chicken. Yet Danqing's patience had completely evaporated. In reality, facing 2 injured opponents, It would be a simple matter for him to deliver a decisive blow. But these two were too extraordinary, leaving Danqing no choice but to eliminate any potential threats to himself. One strike to end the conflict. If this continued, even if these two were to perish, they could very well become his inner demons. Chapter 44. The Scholar Wielding a Staff, Facing the Underworld. What Danqing did not anticipate was that the moment he summoned Sangtian, something seemed to stir. The Junzi sword suddenly floated into the air, its tip aimed directly at Danqing. An overwhelming sharpness of silver sword aura filling the AI art in the martial world. There existed an unwritten rule. During battles between disciples of saints, the saints themselves must not intervene. Danqing hailed from Nanyue as the foremost disciple of the painting saint. Jimu was a student of the academy from the Central Plains. The conflict between them was a delicate balance that the saints could not disrupt lightly. Thus, regardless of Jimu's peril, the will of the book saint residing within the Junzi sword remained passive, instead dispatching another disciple, Lu Yu, to the battlefield. You dare to use your Dao to deceive a disciple of the hidden dragon realm. I shall send one of a higher level, which is quite reasonable. Yet, under no circumstances could the saints make a move. However, at that moment, the Sangtian in Danqing's grasp exuded a potent, murderous aura, emanating a saint-level fluctuation. Someone was defying the rules. The tip of the Junzi sword slowly pointed toward Danqing, more precisely, toward the Sangtian in his hand. In that instant, the power radiating from the Junzi sword was incomparably greater than when Jimu had wielded it mere moments ago. For now, this sword bore the true will of a saint. A glimmer of silver illuminated the scene, frost enveloping the world. The sword's brilliance caused Danqing's hair to stand on end, compelling him to retreat several paces. The tip of the Sangtian trembled slightly, a flicker of ethereal light flashing, and the entire realm, the mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna, seemed to transform into a painting. Moreover, as the brush quivered, all entities depicted within it surged toward the Junzi sword. With a swift flick, mountains crashed down. Such magical prowess had transcended the limits of human capability, merely manipulating a saint artifact from afar. The true saints remained miles away, refraining from direct engagement. The battle between genuine saint-level figures had not occurred for decades. The sword aura of the Junzi sword clashed with the painted scenes of the Sangtian, a collision of the laws entwined within the wills of saints. In an instant, the heavens split open, and the rivers royal. Danqing's black and white domain could not withstand such a collision, instantly torn apart by the rampant spiritual energy and laws, shattering like a broken mirror. Danqing promptly retracted his domain, yet the backlash caused him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, injuring his very essence. Nonetheless, the two saint artifacts hovering in midair disregarded his plight, as both sensed the others were firmly locking onto them. Unless one party was vanquished, neither could act. A brief moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, the brush quivered slightly, and from a vertical position, it swung horizontally as if someone had suddenly grasped it. The brush's tip swiftly turned, using the mountains and rivers as paper and vital energy as ink, inscribing a single character in the air: stabilize. As the final stroke was made, a resplendent golden light filled the heavens and earth, shaking the very mountains. Just then, countless waves of righteous sword aura surged forth, devouring the golden light. The thunderous roar echoed across the landscape as swords cascaded into the rivers and seas. The two saint artifacts collided explosively. Another complication arose. Witnessing his brush diverted to confront the Junzi sword, Danqing's complexion faded, his teeth gritted in frustration. He understood that time was running short, as the power of the saint artifacts became fully apparent. In the eyes of those formidable beings, this place was not far removed from the sun. No longer focusing on the battlefield across from him, his gaze was directed squarely at Jimu. Although his black and white domain had been shattered by the sword's aura and could not be restored in the short term, this did not mean that Danqing had grown weaker. To Jimu and Li Hani, he remained an insurmountable peak. Danqing took a deep breath, his expression turning solemn as he cast aside any notions of underestimating his opponent. In this moment, he regarded Jimu as a peer of equal cultivation, placing him on the same level as himself. In the distance, he sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching. He no longer had the luxury of making mistakes. With each step he took, the dual energies of yin and yang swirled around his palm, finally converging explosively to form a black and white patterned carving knife. Xian. This was Danqing's innate royal weapon, and it was also the artifact he intended to ascend to sainthood with. The instant the carving knife manifested, it felt as though heaven and earth had fused into a single entity. Impurities rose and purity descended. The sky no longer resembled the sky, and the earth no longer resembled the earth. In that moment, it seemed as if their roles had reversed. The only one able to move freely was Danqing, wielding the Xian carving knife. Meanwhile, Jimmu felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness coursing through him, making him feel disoriented and unsteady on his feet. Ultimately, Jimmu slowly closed his eyes, if his heart was in disarray. It was best not to look from the other side. The sound of someone collapsing to the ground could be heard. Jimmu had no time to pay attention, for he could sense that a knife capable of cleaving the heavens and earth was hovering above him. Even before it descended, he felt a series of tearing sensations throughout his body. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the Xianlong staff tightly, channeling boundless spiritual energy into it. In the past, he had always needed to restrain the amount of energy he infused, even when facing the cloaked figures, never reaching his limits. But this time, Jimmu had no intention of holding back. He was on the brink of death. As he fully unleashed his spirit, Jimmu's body transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Around him, a sea of spiritual energy coalesced. He no longer needed to consider the issue of conversion. He could draw directly from the vastness of the heavens and earth, receiving as much spiritual energy as was available. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as he recklessly consumed spiritual energy, his body seemed to become more ethereal, growing lighter, a transformation even Jimmu himself failed to notice. As this immense spiritual energy surged in, the weight of the Xianlong staff amplified to an unfathomable degree. 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 800 pounds, 1,000 pounds. Keep going. A glint of determination shone in Jimmu's eyes. Devoid of hesitation, his movements unwavering. This was the only means he could conceive to momentarily delay Danqing. 2,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds, 8,000 pounds. The more spiritual energy he infused, the paler Jimmu's complexion became, as if his body were emitting smoke. Just moments ago, when Danqing shattered the Gi sword domain with a single slap, Jimmu had sustained severe injuries, and even now, blood seeped from multiple wounds across his body. Yet he remained blissfully unaware. Increase. This was the roar from the depths of his being. 10,000 pounds, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Finally, accompanied by a faint crack, Jimmu discovered a barely perceptible crack had appeared on the surface of the Xianlong staff. At this moment, the Xianlong staff had accumulated a weight of 60,000 pounds. Was this approaching its limit? Jimmu murmured to himself. In truth, even if the Xianlong staff had not yet reached its limit, he had almost no spiritual energy left to infuse into it. Not only had the surrounding spiritual energy been depleted, but his own body was nearly transparent. It was impossible for him not to notice. However, he had no inclination to dwell on this matter at present. Without opening his eyes, he merely kicked Li Hani, who lay at his feet, a short distance away, and silently lifted the 60,000-pound Xianlong staff. His expression calmed. Jimmu knew that with this alone, he was far from being able to contend with Danqing. But he understood that fear would serve no purpose. Feeling the will that threatened to tear him apart, he lifted the staff and softly uttered, "Come." Chapter 45. White robe, red garment, an instant of eternity. Danqing let out a cold snort, his carving knife flipping effortlessly in his hand. Eye in the sky, a projection of the knife appeared, slicing through the heavens and directly aimed at Jimmu's brow. Before the blade's aura even reached him, the world had already been divided into yin and yang, once again painted in black and white. Jimmu could not see that blade of energy, but that did not mean he was unable to sense the turbulence of spiritual energy in the world around him. He took a deep breath, gently raised his hand, twisted his waist, and bent his knees. Then he swung the staff. Given Jimmu's currently abysmal physical condition, this was likely the last strike he could muster. Yet, What surprised Danqing was that the 60,000-pound Qianlong staff was not used to block the blade's energy, but was instead thrown directly at Danqing. As the staff flew through the air, the ground trembled, and fierce winds roared. Before throwing it, Jimmu infused one last surge of spiritual energy into the Qianlong staff, causing the already strained staff to become riddled with cracks. Jimmu knew that even if the Qianlong staff were used for defense, it would not withstand a single blow at his current level, and if the staff, laden with an enormous amount of spiritual energy, were to explode in his hands, it would spell certain death. Thus, he relinquished his final means of protection, gifting the Qianlong staff to Danqing. As Danqing watched the approaching staff, he frowned slightly. However, he paid it little mind, considering it merely a magical artifact. Therefore, he did not dodge or evade, but simply tapped it lightly with the blade. This action, like the final straw that broke the camel's back, caused the Qianlong staff to shatter completely. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the compressed, massive amount of spiritual energy erupted violently against Danqing's face. Danqing's hand jolted, and the Xianin knife flew from his grasp. While the rampant spiritual energy sent him hurtling away, the first to suffer the explosion was his cheek. "You seek death," Danqing cried out in pain, his murderous intent surging. For those at the Dao realm, although this blow was heavy, it was far from enough to injure the essence. Yet, it felt as though Jimmu had personally slapped him across the face. The damage was minor, but the humiliation was profound. Danqing had never anticipated that Jimmu could wield such a level of offensive power even without the Junzi sword. He had completely overlooked the presence of energy on the Qianlong staff, focusing solely on the unprotected Jimmu. Yet, this single strike left him feeling the sting of defeat. Meanwhile, the black and white blade energy continued its descent towards Jimmu without any obstruction. As Danqing gazed at the impending strike aimed at Jimmu's brow, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Just then, a streak of azure light appeared on the horizon. It was Lu Yu, who had arrived at Huainan Dao without any delay since departing from the academy. As the fastest man under heaven, he had covered a distance of 1,000 miles in the span of a mere tea session. From afar, Lu Yu caught sight of Jimmu's perilous situation, and his heart sank. However, he was still somewhat distant. If he continued at a normal pace, he would surely be too late. Lu Yu raised his brow and, with a light stamp of his foot in midair, he invoked the technique of shrinking the earth by 30 miles. As if his words were law, with Lu Yu's utterance, the mountains and rivers shifted. In the blink of an eye, the location of Jimmu and Danqing was beneath his feet. It was as if he had teleported. He appeared like a gust of wind, initially far away, yet in the next moment, he stood before Jimmu. He raised his hand, a flash of azure light flickering, shattering the blade energy that was aimed at Jimmu, then coldly glared at Danqing. "So, you dare to bully my junior apprentice brother?" Danqing turned to the unexpected appearance of the azure-robed scholar on the battlefield, his expression instantly darkening. Given his current state, facing Lu Yu, who ranked 6th on the Xianbang of Fengyun Pavilion, the outcome was all but certain. Upon seeing that familiar silhouette, Jimmu paused for a moment, then slowly exhaled in relief. Senior brother Lu Yu glanced back at him with a nod. He then noticed Jimmu's translucent form and furrowed his brow slightly. On the other side, Danqing shot a resentful glance at Jimmu, and without hesitation, sheathed his carving knife and vanished into thin air. With his full strength, he could not gain the upper hand against Lu Yu, let alone now that his domain had been shattered by a holy artifact. If he did not leave soon, he would be unable to return. Lu Yu, observing from a distance, turned to Jimmu and said a couple of words. "Junior brother, wait for me a moment. I will knock him out and bring him to you. Wounded my junior brother and think to escape. Not so easily." Lu Yu's words were filled with confidence. He snorted coldly and transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing, watching his senior brother, who had suddenly appeared to save his life only to disappear again. Jimmu let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head, feeling utterly drained as if all vitality had been sapped from his being. He had already reached his limit. Were it not for the last ounce of strength he had mustered to strike at Danqing, he would have likely collapsed long ago. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and glanced toward a figure lying humbly on the ground. Looking at him with an expression of profound resentment, "I'm sorry. I am weak. I'm sorry. I am unworthy." Jimmu fell silent for a moment, silently averting his gaze. It seemed that Kick had inflicted significant harm on him. Perhaps it was best to pretend he hadn't seen. In truth, he was running low on energy to pay attention to external matters. His body had already been pushed to its limits. He gently closed his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The exhaustion following the fierce battle made Jimmu unable to resist the urge to succumb to sleep. However, just as he was about to close his eyes, a sigh jolted him awake. Upon recognizing the visitor, a chill ran through Jimmu's entire being. Alas, women are truly troublesome. I almost got killed. What a close call. I've dragged this out for so long. I thought everything here was finished, but it seems I must take action myself. Where has my senior brother been cultivating all these years? Truly useless. If I had known, I would have acted in Chang'an. The burden still falls on me to bear. Damn. Fortunately, I left a hand, setting up a directional array. Otherwise, returning would be quite difficult to report back to the master. A familiar aged figure now stood before Jimmu. Gritting his teeth, and without any hesitation or delay, he pressed his withered palm onto Jimmu, who was utterly defenseless. Not far away, in the void, both Lu Yu and Dan Qing suddenly sensed something, turning their heads sharply. The former's expression changed drastically, and he was about to teleport away. Yet Dan Qing reacted equally swiftly, wielding his carving knife, and without hesitation, swung it towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu disregarded everything, allowing the blade to strike his back. Violently spewing forth a mouthful of blood, yet his figure instantly vanished into thin air. However, that strike still caused him to falter for a moment. The very moment the pawnshop owner appeared before Jimmu. A streak of crimson radiance appeared on the horizon, seemingly igniting everything as it rushed towards this direction with all its might. The figure within the crimson glow was none other than Yu Yixiang. Upon spotting the scene from afar, Yu Yixiang's brows furrowed in anger. Her jade-like face flushed with rage as she shouted, "How dare you!" Although this distance is negligible for a powerful figure like Mingdao in ordinary times, at this moment, no matter how fiercely she burns, she cannot reach it no matter how fast she moves. She cannot surpass the hand that is pressing down on Jimmu's head, in the fleeting instant before his body shatters. Jimmu glances at Yu Yixiang, revealing a smile tinged with helplessness. His lips move slightly, as if he wishes to convey something, but it is too late. That seemingly casual yet devastating hand turns everything he is into mere ashes. In fact, the words Jimmu had yet to complete were, "Indeed, how beautiful it is." However, Yu Yixiang is destined never to hear them. Her fury, along with Jimmu's smile, becomes eternal in this moment. This instant establishes the most profound distance between them. She finally stands before him. At this moment, even the presence of Wumian right in front of her fades from her mind. She simply stares blankly at the gradually dissipating Jimmu. Rendered speechless for a long time, she can no longer hear his voice. Only a space pin and a half-moon jade pendant, made from an unknown material, remain untouched beneath Wumian's hand, gently falling to the ground with a crisp sound. This jade is the Heartstone. The material from which it was crafted is far more precious and ancient than the rise and fall of a dynasty. It is the Three Lives Stone. Perhaps their fates were intertwined long ago. Yet, like stars gazing at each other in the night sky, they waited a long time for their paths to intersect, only to vanish without a trace in an instant. Chapter 46. Mountains and Rivers, Sword of the Skies. At the moment Jimmu dissipated into nothingness, the Junzi sword and Sangtian, engaged in battle in mid-air, each trembled. The will of the Saint of Books carried by the Junzi sword sensed the disappearance of Jimmu's aura below, causing great agitation, while the will of the Saint of Paintings embodied in Sangtian revealed a sense of exhilaration. Having achieved his goal, the Saint of Paintings showed no desire to linger in battle, directing Sangtian to slice through the air, tearing open a spatial rift and retreating into the void. The Junzi sword aura surged into the clouds, pursuing him relentlessly. Did he think he could escape so easily? Impossible. After striking Jimmu dead with a single blow, Wu Mian glanced at his own palm, feeling puzzled. The sensation was peculiar. He sensed something was amiss, yet could not comprehend it in that moment, nor was it appropriate to ponder. Yu Yixiang stood before him, or rather, she was gazing at the air where Ji Mu had just stood. Wu Mian wished to leave, but feared that any movement would awaken Yu Yixiang. Although she was currently motionless, the murderous intent emanating from her was palpable. Even if he had not been at a disadvantage, having burned 20 years of his own lifespan, what difference would it make? He would still be overwhelmed by Yu Yixiang, who could crush him in the floating pagoda. Thankfully, he had relied on a backup plan, instantly transporting to another battlefield, only to find that he had arrived just in time. Sang Tian had drawn away the Junzi sword. Dan Qing had lured away the path. Initially, Wu Mian did not intend to act personally, yet this scene felt as if Ji Mu had been waiting for him to make a move. Wu Mian felt speechless. Was his senior brother truly that incompetent? He had delayed Yu Yixiang for so long, yet had failed to take Ji Mu away. Had it not been for the Junzi sword being beside Ji Mu and Chang'an, he wouldn't have needed to send a message back to Vietnam. He could have resolved everything alone. Wu Mian was confident of this. However, as events unfolded, they no longer had the opportunity to bring someone back. Thus, when Wu Mian appeared via a fixed-point teleportation, he only hesitated for a second before ruthlessly striking Ji Mu. For those who believed in the will of Sumeru, the death of the Five Directions was far more pleasing than bringing back a living one. The deceased posed no threat. If they failed to bring Ji Mu back alive, both he and Dan Qing would face dire consequences. Their master even held his life in their hands. They had to complete one of the two tasks, to bring someone back or to kill. Dan Qing had not succeeded, so the responsibility fell solely on him. At that moment, Yu Yixiang seemed to be entirely oblivious to the presence of another, as she bent down to gently pick up the half-moon jade pendant that had fallen to the ground. Staring at it in a daze. Just like that, he died. A flash of azure light appeared, and the figure of Lu Yu emerged. A deep knife wound marred his back, a testament to the price he paid to hasten his journey. Under normal circumstances, Dan Qing would not even have grazed the hem of his clothing. After surveying the surroundings, Lu Yu's gaze fell upon the entranced Yu Yixiang and the jade pendant in her hand. And in that instant, he seemed to understand something. After a moment of silence, his figure vanished once more. He paid no heed to Wu Mian, for he knew that Yu Yixiang would never let him go. He still had his own mission to fulfill. In mere moments, Dan Qing, who had already distanced himself significantly from the central plains, reappeared in Lu Yu's line of sight. Upon seeing him, Dan Qing's expression shifted dramatically. With a flick of his wrist, the Xian carving knife was instantly grasped in his hand, and the dual forces of black and white coiled like dragons in the sky. Lu Yu silently observed his movements. His gaze as frigid as 1,000-year-old ice. Today, only one of us can return. Lu Yu paused, pointing to his own head. Either you bring my head back to Nanyue, or I take yours back to the academy. After a long silence, facing Wu Mian, who had quietly retreated several steps, drenched in cold sweat, Yu Yixiang slowly uttered, "Tell me, how do you wish to die?" Wu Mian's breath hitched. Without any hesitation, he flung the royal artifact floating pagoda, which transformed into a 100-foot structure, blocking the path between him and Yu Yixiang. Then, Wu Mian turned and fled. He actually discarded this royal artifact to obstruct her, as he watched the floating pagoda grow larger in his view. A murderous glint flickered in Yu Yixiang's eyes, followed by a cold smile, trying to escape. As the phoenix language materialized, Yu Yixiang gracefully raised her delicate hand. Her fair fingers plucked the strings of the guqin twice. The resonant sounds rang out. The first sound. The floating pagoda trembled violently, struck by a wave of sound as forceful as an ocean wave, crashing into Wu Mian's back, causing him to stagger, and his breath faltered. Simultaneously, Yu Yixiang's complexion paled slightly. The second sound. The sound waves caused the very fabric of space to tremble violently. Wu Mian found himself as if submerged beneath the sea, countless torrents of water cascading toward him. Overwhelmed by the weight, he collapsed to the ground, breath barely a whisper, nearly unable to rise again. After suffering the backlash of the floating pagoda, he was no match for the furious Yu Yixiang, who was also fighting for her life. As the second note echoed, Yu Yixiang's brow began to crack. a trail of blood slowly sliding down her face. Just as her final finger was about to descend upon the Phoenix language Guqin, a disturbance in the void occurred, and a paintbrush suddenly pierced through the air, swiftly reacting. The tip of Sanction quivered intensely, and suddenly, countless brushes appeared between heaven and earth. Yet, only one was real. The rest were mere phantoms arising from the brush's movement at its peak. In an instant, beneath the brush, mountains and rivers emerged, sketching out a magnificent palace hidden within the clouds, radiating an aura that suppressed the heavens. Yu Yixiang's playing halted abruptly. She let out a muffled groan, a sweetness flooding her throat, yet she forced herself to swallow the blood. Although she was the foremost figure of Mingdao, the force she faced now was true saint-level power. The palace of mountains and rivers in the sky was the culmination of the Saint of Painting's enlightenment upon achieving sainthood. One of the unparalleled 8 maps that dominated the world, the map of mountains and rivers. Fortunately, just as the sacred artifact Sanction displayed its might, a flash of silver light appeared in the void, and the pursuing Junzi sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a single character. The sword chi surged, eclipsing the sun and moon. Hundreds of miles away, one could see this soaring sword light. The shaft of Sanction's brush received a harsh blow from the Gu Yi sword technique. With a crack, the mighty sacred artifact was unexpectedly struck with a fissure by the Junzi sword. However, the landscape painted by the brush successfully delayed Yu Yixiang. The momentum of the Sanction's pin tip diminished as it touched the unmasked figure, and a formation was swiftly inscribed, instantly transporting him away. The cost of this maneuver was that he was once again struck by the sword energy of the Junzi sword, landing a grievous blow upon his essence. This strike nearly shattered Sanction, causing even the Sage of Painting, far away in the palace of Vietnam, to spew blood. Suffering significant injuries, he exerted the last vestiges of Sanction's will to manipulate it. Tearing open the fabric of space once more, retreating into the void. It appeared he could only take one with him in the Grand Hall. His sigh echoed softly. Chapter 47. A poem, a drink, a sword in the Jianghu, witnessing the unmasked figure being transported away right beneath her eyes. Yu Yixiang stamped her foot in frustration. Just as she intended to pursue, a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to falter in order to unleash the 3 sounds of the broken army order. She forcibly elevated her realm using secret methods, almost backfiring on her own essence, leaving her in a state of utmost weakness. Yet she was still unwilling to let these individuals escape. She had finally found the one holding the other half of the heart jade. When she inquired whether the dull-witted scholar would sell it to her, her heart was filled with trepidation. However, upon hearing his refusal, a surge of delight coursed through her. The threads of love, intertwined by the jade. From her childhood to her growth, through cultivation and traversing the Jianghu, she had clutched that piece of jade, always alone. She had truly waited for a long time. Perhaps it had little to do with affection. It was merely a simple curiosity about the person possessing the other half of the heart jade. If she found them unappealing upon meeting, she could simply knock them unconscious and seize it. This notion had emerged countless times in her solitary nights of stargazing. Indeed, it had even become a driving force in her cultivation. For what if she found them undesirable and was unable to overcome them? Countless nightmares of such scenarios had jolted Yu Yixiang awake. Upon their meeting, however, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. For her opponent was no match for even a single finger of hers. Moreover, she found him not unpleasant, at least not detestable, but now, she was left without an emotional tether, and the jade she had not purchased was now in her possession. Yet, her heart was devoid of joy. She felt profound sorrow. Thus, the unmasked figure must perish. With a light step, Yu Yixiang prepared to soar in pursuit. Just then, a resolute voice resonated from below. I shall collect his head later. Yu Yixiang paused, casting a faint glance at him. Then you must be quicker than I. No sooner had she spoken than she departed, her crimson garment sweeping up a cloud at the horizon. Li Hani let out a sigh. Sister-in-law, must you bully me so? At that moment, on the official road, apart from Li Hani, there was no other soul in sight. Alone, he gazed at the desolate expanse, clenching his fists until his fingertips embedded into his palms. Slowly oozing blood, an action he remained oblivious to. He had witnessed Jimmu turn to ash before his very eyes. At that moment, he had been the closest, yet could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless. He possessed only 2 momentary talismans. Before he had sufficient strength, he could protect nothing, not even the freedom he longed for. Drawing a deep breath, he bent down to gently scoop up a handful of yellow earth. Tearing a piece from his garment to wrap it, with not a shred of clothing left, he sighed, finding a suitable spot nearby, taking a considerable amount of time to erect a mound of earth for Jimmu. After patting his hands, Li Hani sat before the mound, giving it a gentle pat, and called out with a smile, "I wager, Ji Yi, you simply did not wish to repay me for that 10 jars of Jian Nanchun." Having spoken, he fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, he quietly rummaged through his spatial artifact, finally retrieving a jar of wine. It was his last jar of Jian Nanchun, in the backyard of the Sage's Academy. Within a cavern, the white-haired book sage hurried to the waterfall cascading down the back mountain, bending to scoop water with a gourd. Whether it was the gourd's ill shape or the tremor of his hands, after a prolonged effort, he managed to gather but a mere drop, causing him to angrily hurl the gourd to the ground, exclaiming, "Does this gourd even resemble a gourd? Is this truly a gourd?" 2 young men happened to pass by. Witnessing this scene, one turned to his companion, garbed in hemp, and inquired, "What has happened to the master?" The academy's eldest disciple pondered for a moment, then sighed softly. "The master misses his junior disciple." The student nodded thoughtfully. "It seems we haven't seen him in quite a while." At that moment, a flash of azure light appeared, revealing the bloodied Lu Yu outside the cavern. He held 2 items in his hands. One was the Junzi sword, and the other, the head of a lifeless man. The student who had previously spoken intended to greet him, but was abruptly pulled aside by the eldest disciple, who shook his head in warning. "You did not enter the cavern." Instead, he solemnly leaned the Junzi sword against the wall of the dwelling, placing the head of the painter beside it. After completing these actions, he deeply bowed toward the cavern, uttering not a single word. Before turning to leave, a sigh emanated from within the cavern. "This is not your fault." Lu paused, offering no reply, and continued on his way. He exited the backyard, left the academy, and arrived at the gate at the foot of Mount Tai. He then turned, straightened his attire, and with a resounding thud, the illustrious 6th disciple of the academy, a being of great power at the Dao realm, ranked 6th on the sage list, Qing Shun Lu Yu, knelt before the academy's gate in full view of the world. He had not slept since. And so he knelt. For 3 years, in the Jianghu, storytellers had been reaping a bountiful harvest of gold and silver, for there were an abundance of tales to tell. Yet, the most captivating of all revolved around a certain white-clad scholar. Facing the heavenly thunder, he ventured into the night alone. Upon reaching Chang'an, he fell asleep beneath the moon fairy. This tale remains unverified. The top scorer of the imperial examination, he regarded it with disdain. Capable of wielding the Junzi sword and employing the return to unity technique, he fell as a solitary figure. Qing Shan Lu Yu beheaded the painter's greatest disciple, Dan Qing, at the final border marker between Central Plains and Southern Yu, returning to Mount Tai to kneel before the academy's gate in penance. The moon fairy, Yu Yixiang, returned to her sect in pursuit of the unmasked figure, leading a multitude of disciples from the Seven Sounds sect, breaking through 14 cities in a relentless advance, sending shivers down the spines of Southern Yu's cultivators, rendering the borders deserted. Ultimately, at the painting pavilion of the Southern Yu royal city, she personally severed the unmasked figure's arms. Yet under immense pressure from all sides, she was compelled to retreat with a heavy heart. The astonishment of all, the esteemed painter, the guardian deity of Southern Yu, dared not show his face throughout these events. For behind Yu Yixiang stood the master of the Seven Sounds sect. Following this, on Mount Tai in the Central Plains, the book sage personally emerged from the academy, wielding the Junzi sword to the border. And with a single strike along the Great Wall to the south, he cleaved a third of the painting pavilion's loft, shaking the world to its core. In addition to these grand events, there was also a lesser-known occurrence. Li Hani, having been demoted to a commoner, stealthily absconded midway, evading his assigned location, and quietly ascended a Taoist temple. Strangely, Neither the emperor nor the Duke of Huainan seemed to take notice of this. As no one mentioned it, these formidable figures, whether enlightened, at the Tao or sages, had long remained out of sight, and the battles that erupted over the decades could be counted on one hand. The Jianghu had languished in solitude for far too long. Prior to this, no one could have anticipated that an inconspicuous white-clad scholar would provoke a confrontation that would reverberate throughout the world. Like a meteor crashing into a still pond, he unwittingly stirred the waters of the Jianghu. Chapter 48, Deception and the Mysteries of Tao. At this moment, Jimmu was oblivious to the nature of his current state or his whereabouts. He once thought he had perished. Had he not been reduced to ashes? How could he have crumbled so easily, like tofu? This perplexed him. Yet, despite the difficulty in accepting it, he should indeed be dead. However, as the sound of flowing water reached his ears, doubts about this established fact began to arise. Why was there the sound of water? The yellow springs. He wished to open his eyes and take a look, but an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, silently engulfing him like a raging wave drowning a reef. Time passed. He had no conception of how long it took for Jimmu's consciousness to awaken again. After considerable effort, he began to piece together his scattered awareness and fragmented memories, striving desperately to pry his eyes open. Outside, the sound of water continued to flow. For some unknown reason, his eyelids seemed to have detached from his body, utterly disobeying his commands, the upper and lower lids glued together with formidable strength, rendering them completely unable to open. Yet Jimmu did not surrender. After a prolonged struggle, his efforts bore fruit. His eyes finally opened a crack, only to retreat and close again, overwhelmed by the long-awaited light. Yet that brief glimpse left Jimmu feeling perplexed. Wasn't it a bit too bright for the yellow springs? Jimmu took a deep breath and opened his eyes once more. This time, he successfully managed to do so. Sitting up, he felt his entire body sway slightly, a reminder that he was not on solid ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, the scenery before him left him momentarily stunned. It was a scene of tranquil azure waters, a solitary boat gently gliding. The banks adorned with lush willows swaying gracefully in the breeze, rustling softly in the distance. Enchanting green mountains rose majestically, partially shrouded in swirling mists. The river beneath him sparkled with shimmering reflections, flowing ceaselessly along the mountain's path, day and night. Jimmu gazed at this familiar sight, lost in silence. Indeed, this was the Qilong River, and he was seated upon the light boat of an old man. After a considerable time, Jimmu finally accepted the reality that he was still alive and present in this place. Turning his head quietly, he caught sight of the old man deftly maneuvering the oars. Jimmu dared not delay and immediately bowed in respect. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Even he, despite his usual dullness, understood that his current presence here was inextricably linked to the old man before him. This boatman was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Beneath that weathered face lay a profound serenity, and his deep, time-worn eyes seemed to have witnessed the cycles of life and death. How could such an elder merely be a boatman? Noticing Jimmu's gaze, the old man turned, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Young friend, did you sleep well?" Jimmu was about to respond when he suddenly paused, as if struck by a realization, and blurted out, "Senior, how long have I been asleep?" The old man leisurely raised 2 fingers. 2 days, he replied. Jimmu felt a wave of relief wash over him. 2 years, he was left in utter shock. After a long while, Jimmu swallowed hard and asked, "Did I continue to sleep after you saved me?" The old man shook his head. "You have indeed been sleeping. But it was not I who saved you. Then who rescued me?" Jimmu felt his mind racing, struggling to comprehend. "Young friend, you never encountered any danger, so what is there to save you from?" "What do you mean? Was I not struck to ashes by a faceless palm in Huainan Dao?" Jimmu's voice dwindled, yet his pupils widened in disbelief as he contemplated the implications. Just then, as if to validate his thoughts, the old man turned back to him with a knowing smile. "You never left my boat, young friend." A profound silence enveloped the small vessel as it glided past the myriad mountain peaks. However, Jimmu was too preoccupied to notice the scenery along the banks. His throat felt parched, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. The implications of the old man's brief words were staggering. He had remained on the small boat all along. What then of the tribulations he had faced? The sword of the book sage aimed at the heavens, the uncertain fate of Ji Yin Feng, and his journey to Chang'an. The beautiful women he had met and the battles for survival he had fought in Huainan Dao, what were they? A grand illusion. Was this some sort of jest? At this moment, Jimu felt a surge of anger, as if everything had devolved into a farcical performance. Sensing his turmoil, the old man spoke with a smile, though you were on the boat. Everything you experienced was indeed real, not an illusion. Observing Jimu's lingering confusion, the old man shook his head and waved his hand, causing a strand of hair from Jimu's head to detach and drift into his palm. It was only then that Jimu realized the old man needed nothing from him, for he could effortlessly take what he desired without asking. The old man tossed Jimu's strand of hair into the wind. Watching it gently fall to the riverbank to that moment, Jimu's eyes widened in astonishment. For what landed on the shore was not merely a strand of hair, but another Jimu, standing there. An identical Jimu. The likeness, demeanor, and even the minutest details of every hair were indistinguishable. The only difference was that this doppelganger remained with eyes shut, motionless, as though it were an empty shell devoid of a soul. Yet in that instant, Jimu comprehended fully. Indeed, as the old man had said, he had never truly left this place. To be precise, his physical form had always remained on this boat. The day he disembarked and returned to Jiangnan, it was merely a strand of hair carrying Jimu's soul that had departed. This explained why he had been unable to make any progress in his cultivation, even as his spiritual energy was vast and boundless. For that was but a manifestation crafted by the old man's formidable powers, not the essence of Jimu himself. The reason this manifestation could wield spiritual energy was due to Jimu's unique soul. As for why he had awakened, it was because Ji Yin Feng shattered the Shanhai Pan, leaving behind a piece that allowed Jimu to cultivate in secret without being detected by the will of Shumi. Though they were strangers, the combined efforts of two formidable beings had forged Jimu's destiny. Deception, awakening, manifestation entering the soul, and feigned death returning. This was the truth. The true Jimu had remained in a state of absolute safety all along. Only his experiences and memories of death were real. Simultaneously, the reason the faceless palm had felt incorrect was due to this fact. It had shattered the manifestation of Jimu's strand of hair. Never once touching the genuine GMU.IT was only when that strand of hair had endured numerous battles, having been depleted by Jimu's infusion of the Xinlong staff, and finally receiving that palm strike that it had completely exhausted itself. Causing Jimu's soul to return to the Qilong River, it was at that moment that Jimu truly awakened. As he pieced together this revelation, a chill coursed through Jimu's scalp. This was beyond anything he could fathom. What level of divine powers was this? To create such a convincing illusion, capable of deceiving him completely? Had he truly been unaware the entire time? What manner of being was the old man? In the time Jimu spent in stunned silence, the old man waved his hand once more, causing the Jimu on the riverbank to float up and revert to his original form. Drifting back to Jimu's head and reattaching itself, Jimu reached up to touch it, feeling no sense of separation, as if that strand had always been a part of him, never having left. After the earlier shock, Jimu had grown somewhat accustomed to the extraordinary that moment. The old man seemed to recall something and spoke with a hint of apology. I apologize, young friend. Earlier, in order to create a convincing illusion, the piece of the heart jade I took with me was indeed genuine. Now that your manifestation has dissipated, it has been lost in the outside world. You will need to retrieve it yourself in the future. If I am not mistaken, it should be among those people from that day. Jimu felt his waist, finding it indeed empty. While there was a sense of loss over the precious item, it was clear that now was not the time to dwell on it. Taking a deep breath, Jimu bowed once more to the old man. Senior, I have a question that troubles me. May I ask you to clarify it? You wish to know why I chose to assist you? Jimu hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Have you heard of the 5 Directions Emperor Stars? Jimu's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that this term would resurface in his life. The first time he heard it from Danqing, he had thought it mere nonsense from a charlatan. Yet now, it was uttered by an enigmatic and powerful being. Jimmu pondered for a while, then nodded, only to shake his head. He had heard the term, but that was the extent of his knowledge. The old man set down his oars, allowing the boat to drift along the river. He pointed to Jimmu, then gestured to the heavens. "You are the Tiangang star? I am Tiangang?" Even hearing it directly from the old man's lips, Jimmu felt an unsettling strangeness. Seeming to anticipate his reaction, the old man replied nonchalantly, "Otherwise, do you think the will of Shumi would waste its time striking down a mere newborn child with heavenly thunder?" Jimmu's pupils constricted in realization. So that was the case. This meant he had indeed caused trouble for his mother. After a moment of silence, Jimmu clenched his fist and looked up to ask, "Senior, what exactly are the 5 directions? When your strength is sufficient, you will naturally come to know everything." Jimmu fell silent, understanding that the old man was subtly indicating his current inadequacy. "Then, is your willingness to help me because I am the Tiangang you speak of? Did you foresee my impending death?" The old man pondered for a moment before replying, "My original intention was to help you through the 3 talents' heavenly tribulation, but I did not expect that this generation of mortals would yield several exceptional talents. Taking the lead ahead of you, I thought my assistance would be unnecessary, yet it turned out to inadvertently help you navigate through a calamity. The waters of the mortal realm are growing increasingly murky. Even I find it hard to see through that as for why I chose to help you. It is simply because I have a request of you." Jimmu was taken aback by this revelation and immediately replied, "Senior, please do not jest. With your cultivation, what could I possibly assist you with? Wouldn't I perish if I merely grazed it?" It was merely a request to retrieve an item. Although the old man spoke lightly of the matter, Jimmu could not shake the growing unease within him. He was in a state of sheer panic. Surely, acquiring something from such a formidable existence could not be a trivial task. Even if one were to beat Jimmu to death, he would not believe it. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to summon a reason to decline. Had it not been for the old man's extraordinary abilities shielding him from calamity, he might not even have had the chance to stand here now. Seeing Jimmu's furrowed brow and troubled expression, the old man found it somewhat amusing. "You needn't be overly concerned about this matter. When the time comes, simply act accordingly. Until then, you and I may consider ourselves allies." Jimmu nearly blurted out an inquiry about what would happen afterward, but he managed to restrain himself. He dared not voice it. The old man fell silent again. In an instant, the small boat was enveloped in a sudden stillness. After a while, Jimmu busied himself for a moment, then abruptly looked up in shock at the old man. "Senior, what have you done to my body?" It was hardly surprising that he was taken aback. For when Jimmu focused his mind inward, he was astounded to discover that his entire being, every limb and bone, was infused with an overwhelming internal force. Though he had previously possessed spiritual energy, he had been exceedingly fragile, terrified of enemies drawing near. Yet at this moment, Jimmu was brimming with explosive power, meticulously honed from within, concealed beneath his muscles, ready to unleash. Should he face Wu Yong of Chang'an City now? Jimmu would not need to exhaust his spiritual energy from a distance. With mere physical strength, he could undoubtedly send his opponent flying with a single punch. Furthermore, his true realm had transcended the stagnant first level of the Hidden Dragon. Advancing into the 3rd level, reaching the pinnacle of the initial realm of the sudden arrival of such fortune was astonishing. Surprised? The old man chuckled, gesturing towards the river ahead. "I had some idle time before and, while you were in slumber, I submerged you downstream. That is the most turbulent part of Chulong River, enhanced with herbs and some minor techniques, which helped refine your physique for 2 years. Since your spirit was absent, you wouldn't feel any pain. It was an excellent opportunity for body tempering. It's not that I underestimate you. Rather, the waters of Chulong are too intense for someone with your spirit present. You would likely not survive even a moment. Though your realm may not have risen significantly, when it comes to the physical foundation of the first 3 levels of, only those divine beasts born from the essence of heaven and earth could rival your current self." Long ago, the old man had engaged in a wager with a friend, curious to see if a person of inherently fragile constitution could topple a divine beast solely through physical prowess. Jimmu was merely the old man's experiment. Jimu listened quietly to the old man's words, feeling the power coursing through him akin to that of a rampaging dragon, and he found himself parched. He even began to suspect whether this old man harbored ulterior motives against him. Since the lesson from Wumian, Jimu had developed a reflexive wariness towards anyone showing him inexplicable kindness. However, the old man's next words dispelled his doubts. Should you lose in the end, you must return the wager yourself. Oh, well, that's no problem then. Chapter 50. The water of Chulong transforms into a dragon. Riding the winds for thousands of miles, though somewhat resigned, Jimu was filled with joy. Since he opened his meridians, he had diligently trained, yet his efforts seemed to vanish like a drop in the ocean. Unaware that he was but a single strand of hair, now, everything was finally yielding results. That strand of hair, transformed into his avatar, served as a protective barrier for Jimu's spirit. Should it suffer damage beyond its capacity, it would dissipate entirely, condensing the remaining energy to return Jimu to his original form, i.e. the 7 tribulations of the forsaken child of heaven. The first 4, though immensely powerful, lacked wisdom, merely embodying the instinctual will of a single Sumeru, allowing for easy evasion. For instance, Ji Yinfeng had manipulated the 3 talents tribulation with the art of stellar shifts, shielding Jimu from a thunderbolt. Even if Ji Yinfeng had not intervened, the 3 talents tribulation would have assumed Jimu's avatar was dead after striking it down, never seeking his spirit. However, after the 4th tribulation, when a thunderbolt surged forth, annihilating all, neither Ji Yinfeng nor the old man could employ such a ruse, for that thunder would be the true wrath of heaven. After experiencing his newfound strength, Jimu leaped about on the small boat for quite some time. He practiced various punches that had previously lacked power, yet now they sliced through the air with force. He could finally train normally. He also attempted to cultivate his spiritual energy, realizing that the essence of heaven and earth he absorbed did not flow as freely as before, nor could it be transformed as quickly. However, the spiritual energy that emerged seemed more refined, imbued with a faint golden glow. After some experimentation, Jimu felt the spiritual energy he had extracted was denser than that of ordinary cultivators. He wished to inquire of the old man, but as he lifted his gaze, he was inadvertently drawn to another sight. It was only then that he noticed, as the small boat drifted onward. Not only did the scenery around them constantly shift, but so too did the sky. Just moments ago, it had been the bright midday sun, yet after traversing a few miles, Jimu could already see the setting sun. This scene sent a shockwave through Jimu's mind, prompting him to exclaim, "Senior, where are we headed?" The old man glanced at him with a hint of amusement. "Where do you wish to go?" Jimu pondered in silence for a moment, then quietly raised his hand, pointing towards the vast sky. The old man let out a hearty laugh, dipping the wooden oar into the water with great force. What courage! As he rowed, the once calm surface of the river suddenly erupted into tumultuous waves. Jimu felt the boat lurch beneath him, and when he steadied himself and looked up, he was left in shock. Eyes wide, for in his line of sight, the peaks of the mountains on either side were now level with him, and they appeared to be growing shorter. Beneath him, the roaring waves surged skyward, transforming the entire Chulong River into a massive silver dragon, soaring upwards into the heavens. The dragon emerged from the water. The small boat stood firm upon the dragon's head, defying the raging torrents. The silver dragon ascended, while the old man stood at the prow, unyielding against the relentless winds. Behind him, Jimu's eyes widened, feeling the earth and all its creations recede further away, while the vast sky loomed ever closer. At last, having crossed through an infinite sea of clouds, he caught sight of a mountain in the distance, a mountain that captivated his every thought, one he could not shake from his mind. It rose from the depths of the 9 underworlds, shouldering the heavens, piercing through the boundless cosmos, majestic and magnificent, vast and limitless. It bore the weight of the earth, encompassing all living things, orchestrating cycles of evolution. Before this mountain, nothing could stand beside it. Even heaven and earth were but a fragment of its grandeur. In its presence, all things seemed minuscule. At this moment, Jimu could not think of anything else. His mind was wholly consumed by this mountain. At that moment, the old man's resonant voice gently echoed in Jimu's ears, gradually bringing him back to reality. In this vast world, there exists a mountain, founded upon the 9 underworlds, grounded in the mortal realm, with the heavens as its waist, proudly overlooking the universe's zenith. This mountain is called Sumeru. Just then, Jimmu recalled the bold declaration he had made while drinking with Li Hani during the spring of Jiannan. One day, he would ascend Sumeru Mountain and strike a sword towards the heavens. Now, gazing upon this monumental peak, whose entirety he could scarcely comprehend, Jimmu sighed. That sword will not be easy to strike. Beneath those words lay the slow tightening of his fists. With the dragon soaring for miles, rising to the 9th heaven, Jimmu stood upon the dragon's head, looking down upon the earth, where all creation seemed as insignificant as dust. Mere fleeting moments in the river of time and space, Jimmu understood that what he beheld today would be the greatest fortune he had ever received. He would witness a world that countless individuals spent their entire lives yearning to see. As the silver dragon ascended, the earthly realm became almost imperceptible until it vanished entirely from Jimmu's view. At that moment, the old man's voice carried on the wind, "Little one, do you know what the moon you gaze upon every day looks like?" Just as Jimmu was filled with curiosity, the old man's voice resounded again. "Look to the side." Following the old man's direction, Jimmu gazed and found himself unable to tear his eyes away. His mind blank, utterly incredulous at what he beheld. For he saw a colossal silver beast reclining in the void. The enormity of this beast was beyond comprehension. He could not glimpse its entirety from up close. It lay coiled in a circular form, utterly still, as if in slumber, surrounded by an eerie silence, unperturbed by any other presence. It was like the sovereign of the night in ancient times. The primordial chaos birthed yin and yang, creating all things, and among them, the yin was the lunar divine beast, the moon god Yueying, which you now behold. Hearing the old man's words, coupled with the overwhelming visual impact, Jimmu felt parched, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word for quite some time. Just then, the old man delivered another heavy blow to his still reeling emotions. What you stand upon is but a fragment of this divine beast's soul. It took considerable effort for me to summon it here. Yet even a fragment of the soul can guide us across the vast expanse of the heavens. Jimmu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the old man. In comparison to the origins of the colossal dragon beneath him, he was far more astounded by the old man's celestial abilities. Can this thing truly be contained? It seemed he was pondering. As if reading Jimmu's thoughts, the old man chuckled, stroking his beard. Of course, it was captured while it slumbered. Otherwise, if this creature were to unleash its wrath, no one in heaven or earth could restrain it. At that moment, Jimmu suddenly felt that this old man might be an exceedingly dangerous individual. Had he unwittingly boarded a pirate ship? Since I'm here, I might as well make myself comfortable. After silently reciting the teachings of the academy for a considerable time, Jimmu gradually calmed his turbulent thoughts. Then, in the next moment, a thought sprang into his mind, one he could scarcely believe. "Senior, could it be that the sun is also a sacred beast?" The old man laughed heartily, casting a meaningful glance at him. "Ah, a promising youth indeed. Indeed, where there is shadow, there must be light. The primordial chaos gives rise to yin and yang. Yin transforms into the ethereal glow, yang manifests as illumination. The harmony of yin and yang fosters all creation. These are the two most powerful and noble sacred beasts in the world, and even the one seated in the grand celestial realm today dares not show the slightest disrespect. This is also why I have the audacity to bring you here. We ride upon a sacred soul, the Chi Dragon, the ethereal glow, and the moon in the heavens." End of Volume 1, Chapter 51. A long journey ahead. May we reach the light of heaven in March, amidst the misty rains of Jiangnan. In Tianxiang County. 3 years ago, the streets here thrived with life, but now only a few pedestrians could be seen. At the site of the former Yuming Tower, a figure clad in a broad-brimmed hat and a white mask stood silently. He remained there, quiet and unassuming, yet exuding an undeniable aura that made him seem like the sole entity in the universe at that moment. Beneath the mask, his eyes sparkled with the clarity of a spring, but the slight rise and fall of his chest betrayed the calm demeanor he projected. Transforming water into a dragon, he opened the gateway to the great path. Traversing the vast world, Jimmu bid farewell to the old man, finally stepping out of the Chi Dragon River. However, upon his emergence, he was struck by the realization that a year had passed since his last mortal demise. In other words, he had soared through the heavens for an entire year. The very first thing Jimmu did upon his return was to journey back to Jiang'an. He needed to ascertain something. Though he had long prepared himself, standing here before the desolate Yuming Tower, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. Why was it that even after traversing countless realms and witnessing wondrous sights, with his spirit refined and complete, Jimmu could not achieve a tranquil heart in this moment? The memories of Ji Yanfeng, Ji Shaoshua, Shaolian, and the scenes of the past at Yuming Tower flooded his mind. Yet not a single person appeared in his reality. Deep down, Jimmu understood that he was unlikely to see his father again, yet he clung to a flicker of hope as he returned to Mingyue Villa. However, what he encountered was far more shocking than the emptiness of Yuming Tower. For a radius of 10 miles, all was flat and barren. The bamboo groves, the study pavilions, the lakeside gazebos, everything had vanished without a trace. Only the Wang Nan Pavilion stood there, silent and solitary, appearing utterly forsaken. Jimmu rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. Yet the reality was undeniable. In that moment, he realized with a jolt that his home, his final refuge, had disappeared entirely. At that instant, he became a true wanderer, with only the path ahead remaining beneath his feet. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him, rendering him speechless with tears. This sadness seemed to arise from nowhere, yet it lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. As twilight approached, Jimmu was reluctant to depart. He gently brushed the dust from the steps, seated himself at Wang Nan Pavilion, and did nothing but stare vacantly into the distance. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving him enveloped in the ink-black of night, steadfast and unwavering. Jimmu sat at the foot of the steps. Yet he could no longer see the once vibrant koi swirling or hear the songs of birds and insects. He remained there throughout the night, until the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, at which point he wiped away the tears that had silently flowed. Rising silently, Jimmu faced the direction of Wang Nan Pavilion and knelt, performing a solemn 3 prostrations. However, as he completed the final bow, he sensed something unusual at the steps. After a moment of silence, he approached and fiddled with a few stones, discovering that one of the blue bricks was loose, almost impossible to detect unless one were to bow down as he had. He removed the brick to reveal a wooden box concealed beneath. Cautiously extracting the box, Jimmu opened it to find a perfectly arranged container for game pieces. Just as he touched the jar's surface, what had seemed an ordinary container suddenly radiated with brilliant light. Intricate golden symbols emerged upon the jar, and with just a glance, Jimmu felt a piercing pain in his eyes, forcing him to avert his gaze. This was after he had traversed the vast world. Had this been before, such a gaze would have inflicted significant harm upon him. Once he looked away, Jimmu suddenly felt the Wang Nan Pavilion beneath him tremble slightly, the vibrations intensifying until he could no longer maintain his footing. He was compelled to step back. At that moment, the entire Wang Nan Pavilion, its pillars, bricks, and steps, began to emanate golden symbols identical to those on the jar. Then, as the tremors reached a crescendo, the entire Wang Nan Pavilion began to shrink and transform into a stream of ethereal light, diving into the jar. Simultaneously, from afar, a massive white entity raced toward him. Jimmu squinted, and just before it shrank into the jar, he suddenly recognized it as the Yuming Tower that had once stood in the city. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. In the world of Sandalwood, a growth-type low-grade royal artifact, its power depends on the number of game pieces it possesses. This is the only legacy your father could leave you. Currently, there are only 2 pieces in the world of Sandalwood. You must find the rest on your own. If one day you can gather and refine 361 pieces, then in this realm, there shall be none who can contend with you. Muir, grow well. May you walk in the light. Your father awaits the day you stand atop Mount Sumeru. Farewell. Although Jimmu was aware that he was holding something extraordinary in his hands, he was entirely consumed by an urgent desire to find the owner of the voice in his mind. Father, where are you? Where are my elder sister and Shaolian? Are you all well? Are you alive? Why won't you come out to see me? Where are you all? The morning breeze gently swept through, teasing the dust in the sunlight. This was the only response from the surroundings. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, Ji-mu despondently sat down, striking the ground with his fists, creating several indentations. After a considerable while, Ji-mu calmed his racing thoughts, gazing at the now subdued jar of golden light in his arms. Taking a deep breath, he stood up, slowly clenching his fist. I will find you all, no matter where you are, whether alive or dead. The underworld is not a place I have not visited before. Surveying the surroundings, Ji-mu indelibly etched this place into his heart, then gracefully turned and departed, never looking back again. His footsteps were light, evoking not a whisper, as he quietly returned and subsequently slipped away, leaving no one disturbed. Alone, he traversed the tranquil night. From that moment forth, his life would reveal only the path ahead, obscuring the return. This step he took was one he was reluctant to embark upon, yet could not avoid, a childhood he had to leave behind. Following this step, the terrain beneath his feet was vast and distant, while upon his shoulders lay the weight of the world. Suddenly glancing back, he realized it was but a fleeting memory. With this step, he gently entered the realm of chivalry. Chapter 52. The new rankings, the unparalleled white guest in recent years, significant events have unfolded within the realm of chivalry. The daughter of the Qin sect's Qin saint, Yu Yixiang, has concluded her earthly training prematurely and formally returned to her sect to assume power. On Mount Zhongnan, a figure renowned in the realm for his carefree demeanor, unexpectedly took a closed-door disciple, bestowing the title Dao Yi. Rumor has it that Dao Yi has only just ascended to the second tier of the entry to Void Realm, and even some young disciples who have merely entered the Wu-Wei Temple surpass him. Yet his seniority is astonishing. Even the celestial masters must respectfully address him as junior brother. The Western Region's Nalanda Temple, a newly ordained young monk, took to the stage to preach, becoming the youngest speaker in history. Since the conclusion of the cataclysmic conflict 2 years ago, which even summoned the intervention of saint-level beings and shook half the realm, the landscape of chivalry seems to have undergone some nameless transformations. Numerous previously reclusive forces have emerged like mushrooms after rain, gradually revealing themselves to the world. Recently, Fengyun Pavilion has released various new rankings. The Saint and Virtuous rankings, representing the older generation of formidable cultivators, have seen little change. The former remains steadfast. However, the new generation's entry to Void rankings have rapidly evolved, introducing many new names. Among them, Dao Yi from Mount Zhongnan has notably secured a spot on the list, albeit at the very bottom, likely due to his relatively low cultivation level. Conversely, the Yiling Master from the Western regions has astonishingly surged into the top 3, claiming the second position on the list and becoming the most surprising contender. As for the star rankings representing the potential of the Hidden Dragon Realm, the top 10 names are all occupied by demonic beasts. Since Fengyun Pavilion's rankings do not adhere to strict criteria, theoretically, any being with potential from the southern Zhan continent could ascend the list. This has resulted in a stark disparity, with the names of humanity scarcely represented in the face of the demonic beast's innate physical prowess. Thus, this ranking has not gained widespread recognition among the human cultivators, as it would be too embarrassing to share. For centuries, there have been few humans capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the demonic beasts in this realm. Only upon entering the void did human cultivators begin to showcase their talents. The realm of physical prowess has never belonged to humanity. Yet, on the recently posted star rankings, a human cultivator's name has quietly appeared in the 11th position, sparking a wave of discussion across the chivalric world. This individual is elusive and shrouded in mystery. Had it not been for an incident where he provoked a minor sect and was subsequently pursued, revealing his prowess in the Hidden Dragon 3rd layer as he single-handedly incapacitated an elder from the Hidden Dragon 7th layer with 3 swift strikes before vanishing, Fengyun Pavilion would have remained unaware of his existence. Although the elder had underestimated him and refrained from employing spiritual power, the fact that this individual could breach the defenses of an opponent 4 realms above him with mere physical might is still remarkable. Fengyun Pavilion evaluates rankings based on strength, realm, and potential. Thus, for a Hidden Dragon 3rd layer cultivator to ascend the rankings is not solely a matter of potential. There are underlying motivations from those evaluating the list. After all, humanity is eager to secure a place on the star rankings. Consequently, while the demonic beasts scoff at this development, humans discreetly turn a blind eye and silently commend those responsible for the rankings. However, due to the individual's brief appearance, akin to a fleeting glimpse, Fengyun Pavilion could not ascertain his name and thus named him based on his singular public persona, adorned with a white mask and a wide-brimmed hat. Resembling an unparalleled hero, Fengyun Pavilion designated him as the White Guest, placing him on the star rankings as the 11th, the unparalleled White Guest. Hunan Province is a region of exceptional significance, not only to the Tang dynasty but to the entire world. Over 300 years ago, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty designated a territory to attract demonic beings, allowing them to settle without fear of being driven away by humans. This land is known as Hunan Province. Its largest city, Luoyang, often referred to as the Eastern Capital, is where humans and demonic beings coexist. In exchange for this sanctuary, the demonic beings are obliged to provide the Tang border with over 1,000 beasts annually, serving a term of 3 years before returning, thus fostering an essential alliance between the two. Therefore, while Hunan Province is the most populous region for demonic beasts in the Tang dynasty, where they can roam freely without concealment, it is not exclusively inhabited by demonic beings. A considerable number of human cultivators also reside here. In Luoyang, fighting is strictly prohibited. There are even dedicated institutions established to resolve disputes between demonic and human beings, with representatives from both parties residing there. Consequently, those permitted to dwell within the city are primarily demonic beings that have developed intelligence or possess gentle natures and pose no threat. Here, humans and demonic beings coexist peacefully. However, this coexistence is confined to the city. Outside, in the plains or forests, when faced with untamed demonic beasts that have yet to develop intelligence, as long as one possesses strength, one can engage in as much slaughter as they desire without consequence. Of course, if one lacks the strength and becomes prey for the demonic beasts, one can hardly blame anyone else. Not only do humans require the slaughter of demonic beasts for alchemical materials and artifacts, but demonic beasts also seek out refined prey for their evolution. Human cultivators in peak condition are prime targets. Hence, this region serves as an unspoken chaotic trial ground accepted by both the demonic beings and the Tang dynasty. Within the city, it is paradise. Outside, it is hell. Numerous prodigies who have ranked high in the Fengyun Pavilion have traversed this land, earning their illustrious reputations, albeit only after entering the Void Realm. While there have been instances of hidden dragon cultivators daring to venture here, countless painful lessons from history have proven that physically, humanity cannot compete with demonic beings. Regardless of how advanced a hidden dragon cultivator's physical training may be, in this place, one will learn that there are beings beyond humanity, and even realms beyond the heavens. Within the western regions, to the east of Hunan Province lies a secluded forest known as the 100 Beasts Forest. Here dwells a multitude of demonic beings who harbor disdain for humanity. Many of these demonic beasts refuse to reside in the city, preferring to live freely in the wild. Hence, numerous such places populated by marginal demonic beings exist near the county cities. They look down upon their city-dwelling counterparts, believing they have forsaken their true selves and disdain both sides. Encounters often lead to mutual hunting. On this particular day, however, a significant number of demonic beings from the 100 Beasts Forest, who had previously held such beliefs, began to flood into a small city about 10 kilometers away. Even many untamed demonic beasts abandoned their homes, gathering beneath the city walls, pounding their chests and roaring frantically to be allowed entry. As the lord of Yaofeng City, a silver fox in her true form, Fei Xue found herself in a predicament. According to the orders of the great demon lord of Luoyang, there are no restrictions on demonic beings entering or leaving the city, except for the most bloodthirsty species. Thus, faced with the tide of beasts outside, Fei Xue found herself without the authority to refuse entry. Yet the problem lay in the fact that there simply wasn't enough space to accommodate them. Chapter 53. The Golden-Eyed White Tiger, Whiskers for Medicine. Yaofeng City is quite small, its area equivalent to that of 2 or 3 villages, placing it at the lower tier within the entire demon domain. It has long been filled to capacity with both humans and demonic beings, leaving no room for these uninvited guests. Moreover, Why would these demonic beings, who previously looked down on those residing within the city, suddenly change their minds and seek entry? What of the pride they held so dearly? Have they abandoned their cherished freedom? As another group of demonic beings from the Hundred Beasts Forest was allowed entry, the city was on the brink of overflowing. Feishua's face darkened. She leaped from the city walls and positioned herself in front of the advancing crowd. No more entry. There is no room left in the city. Stopped by her was a three-tiered bear of 2 meters in length, evidently still lacking in developed intelligence. Upon encountering an obstruction, the beast immediately erupted in fury, swatting towards Fei Shui with a powerful paw. Although it could not yet articulate speech, Fei Shui, having evolved from her beastly form, could easily discern its intent to make her leave. Instantly, her expression turned icy. With a graceful step of her elongated jade legs, she moved beyond the confines of Yaofeng City, preparing herself for action. Her snow-white fox tail quivered lightly, fluttering slightly, and soon after, a fierce whirlwind of spiritual energy struck the black bear squarely in the chest. The tempest, imbued with a fragment capable of rending space, instantaneously carved numerous gashes into its body. Blood sprang forth. As the lord of a city, Fei Shui was not merely a pretty face, beyond her decisiveness and cunning. She was also a formidable shape-shifting beast, least among the uncivilized beasts remaining outside the city. None could rival her prowess. This was precisely why she dared to leap from the city walls. Those with formidable strength had long since been admitted within. Inside the city, apart from Luoyang City, various cities in the demon domain were fortified with formations laid by the officials of the Tang dynasty, ensuring no one dared to stir trouble within. After demonstrating her might, Fei Shui's gaze swept over the gathered beasts as she inquired in a solemn tone, "What on earth is going on?" At that moment, the last to enter the city, a 7th-tier diamond monkey, sighed deeply, turned around, and addressed Fei Shui. "My lord, let them in. We have nowhere else to go. A demon has come to the Hundred Beasts Forest." Half a month prior, in the Hundred Beasts Forest, a 5th-tier beast, the golden-eyed white tiger, resided in its lair. A figure cloaked in a white mask and a conical hat approached the colossal beast. Under the bewildered gaze of the golden-eyed white tiger, this human, appearing to it as insignificant as a sprout, committed an act beyond its comprehension. Seizing the moment of its astonishment, the figure casually reached out and plucked one of its silver whiskers. The whiskers of the golden-eyed white tiger served as medicinal ingredients. Indeed, a most unexpected gain. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and only when the beast's intelligence had not yet fully developed did it grasp what had transpired. At that moment, the audacity of the figure to reach for a second whisker was unfathomable. One could hardly imagine the fury that coursed through the golden-eyed white tiger. It trembled with rage, letting out a thunderous roar that sent flocks of nearby birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Yet, at the epicenter of this tempest, Jimu remained unperturbed, even pulling down another whisker with a swift motion. Tucking it into his cloak, roar. Deep within the Hundred Beasts Forest, 2 figures, one large and one small, collided with a resounding crash. After departing from Jiangnan, Jimu traversed his way to the demon domain. Having suffered a significant setback, he was acutely aware of the sensitivity of his identity in this realm. Thus, upon his return, he refrained from brazenly seeking out old acquaintances, opting instead to conceal himself, wandering the world while stealthily honing his skills to elevate his strength. His first destination was this very place. Along the way, he also dealt with a bully who preyed upon the common folk due to his status as a cultivator, which inadvertently attracted the ire of the bully's sect. Initially, Jimu thought it best to avoid unnecessary trouble and hastily escape. However, just as he neared the borders of Jiangnan, those pursuers remained relentlessly on his tail. In a fit of irritation, Jimu turned back, delivering 2 heavy punches to the leader of the chasing group, and amidst their momentary bewilderment, he made his escape. Throughout this encounter, he was unaware of the cultivation level of his adversaries. As long as they were not at the void level, he held no concern. Jimu's assessment of the combat capabilities of those in the potential dragon realm was gauged by the number of punches exchanged. The individual he had incapacitated was thus deemed to possess a 2-punch strength. Following this, Jimu delivered another blow, rendering that sect elder incapacitated. As for realms and levels, what significance did they hold? Since the elder from the Qilong River had forged a perfect foundation for Jimu, he had not encountered many practical opportunities. His soul had only recently returned, leaving him somewhat unsteady in matters of control. He required extensive life and death battles to solidify the connection between his spirit and body. Not those one-sided encounters, but genuine confrontations. The more extreme the struggle, the more it would awaken his physical potential. Hence, Jimu found himself at this renowned arena for talented individuals. To refine his physique, he had to seek out the demon race. Engaging in physical combat with humans in the potential dragon realm was akin to two infants squabbling over a toy. The first to third tiers represented the initial stage, while the fourth to sixth tiers constituted the intermediate stage, with each 3 tiers marking a threshold. Crossing the threshold from 3 to 4. The martial practitioners referred to this as awakening from a dream, symbolizing a person's realization of the true world. Crossing from 6 to 7 was termed the fish leaping over the dragon gate, signifying a mortal's genuine entry into the path of cultivation, embarking on a long journey with no return. Crossing into the void at 9 was called the dragon raising its head, representing the transition from a lurking dragon to a soaring dragon. Officially transcending mortality and ascending to the realm of the divine, Jimu now faced the first major hurdle of the potential dragon realm, the awakening from a dream. Unfortunately, he found himself tragically stymied. Though the elder had equipped him with the most robust foundation in the world, it also meant that Jimu needed to exert effort far exceeding that of ordinary individuals to achieve a breakthrough. For months, Jimu had diligently refined his body according to the initial descriptions of the potential dragon realm, yet to little avail, however. During the chase and subsequent battles, he felt a slight loosening of his cultivation. This realization confirmed to Jimu that this major hurdle could only be surpassed through combat. Thus, plucking a whisker from the golden-eyed white tiger seemed trivial. He intended to challenge the entirety of the 100 Beasts Forest. Chapter 54. Bloodline Suppression, Divine Beast Shapeshifting. How dare mere ants dare to toy with my whiskers? They are utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. They shall become my sustenance, scum. If Jimu could comprehend the golden-eyed white tiger's roars, he would surely hear such thoughts. When the tiger's paw fell mercilessly upon Jimu, it was filled with regret. He felt as though it had struck not a human, but a mighty rock that had stood for a millennium. The figure remained unmoved beneath its strike, yet the tremors reverberated back to the tiger itself. The golden-eyed white tiger retracted its claw, momentarily bewildered. Just then, it felt a sharp pain in its mouth. Yet another whisker had been plucked by Jimu. Roar! The golden-eyed white tiger was now in a state of total fury. It stomped its front paw heavily, causing the surrounding forest to tremble violently. Simultaneously, its eyes sparkled with brilliance, flickering with the essence of thunder. After but a moment of gathering strength, 2 brilliant beams of golden light shot forth, aimed directly at Jimu's chest. Wherever the golden light passed, it illuminated the heavens, causing resonances to echo throughout the space. Yet, the instant it made contact with Jimu's skin, the formidable golden light dissipated into 2 wisps of azure smoke, slowly vanishing. The only evidence of their existence was the 2 holes left in Jimu's conical hat. Beyond that, not even a scratch marred his skin. Golden-eyed white tiger? It was perplexed. It could not comprehend. It was unable to accept this reality. That golden flash of thunder was the very essence that allowed the golden-eyed white tiger's lineage to secure its place within the 100 Beasts mountain range. In critical moments, it could even enable them to confront foes across territories. Yet, this most potent trump card, when unleashed upon this human, merely resulted in a puff of smoke. The golden-eyed white tiger was bewildered. When had a human in the potential dragon realm been able to stand before it and withstand a full onslaught unscathed? The golden-eyed white tiger scrutinized Jimu closely. The latter had undoubtedly not utilized spiritual energy. Thus his cultivation level could not exceed its OWN. It questioned itself. Had it been in its place, receiving such an attack, it would surely have been charred inside and out. Yet this human had the audacity to pluck its whiskers. With a swift motion, yet another whisker was indeed removed. The golden-eyed white tiger was on the verge of tears. Who was truly the beast here? It pondered. it could not discern. Yet, it gradually came to believe that the figure standing before it was certainly not human. With only 6 whiskers in total and 4 now in the hands of this human, the golden-eyed white tiger slowly began to relinquish its resistance. This individual was undoubtedly a powerful shapeshifter, beyond its capacity to provoke. Thankfully, it was merely whiskers being plucked, not its skin, flesh, or tail. Though it could not fathom how the figure had perfectly concealed its demonic aura, the golden-eyed white tiger was convinced that no human could withstand its divine light, much less someone at the 3rd level of potential dragon. This was a matter of its clan's honor. It could not afford to back down. At that moment, Jimmu halted in his plucking, observing the remaining 2 whiskers on the left and right. After a moment's hesitation, he reached for the longer one on the left, and with a reassuring pat on the golden-eyed white tiger's head, he said, "Fear not, brother tiger. I've left you one." As a flicker of emotion subtly stirred within the heart of the golden-eyed white tiger, a sudden whoosh echoed in its ears, and the last whisker was deftly plucked by Jimmu. The two, a man and a tiger, exchanged silent glances. Jimmu cleared his throat awkwardly, wrestling with his thoughts for a while, and ultimately, with a pained expression, he presented the recently acquired whisker to the golden-eyed white tiger. "For you," he offered. Roar. The previously pale golden eyes of the tiger now blazed a fierce crimson, unleashing a magnificent aura that shook the earth. Jimmu remained unperturbed, quietly storing the 6 precious silver whiskers into the sandalwood world. Then cast a formal glance at the golden-eyed white tiger, gauging the intensity of its aura at that moment, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, it was no wonder that this beast was formidable. Its 5th-tier cultivation was already on par with that of the once formidable elder of the 7th heaven. Clearly, I have not come to the wrong place, Jimmu thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Then, he slightly turned to the side, assuming a boxing stance. It was a rather ordinary starting position, commonly seen in the martial world. Yet the moment he adopted this posture, Jimmu's aura underwent a remarkable transformation. In the eyes of the golden-eyed white tiger, Jimmu's figure seemed to expand infinitely. This human, who had seemed weak moments ago, now transformed into a colossal beast of primordial might the moment he became serious. The aura emanating from him was faint, yet it sent ripples of terror through the heart of the tiger, as if it were instinctively subjected to a bloodline suppression. A mere human exerting bloodline pressure upon a beast with even a trace of divine white tiger blood. Should this matter circulate? Neither humans nor beasts would ever believe it. Yet, here it transpired. The golden-eyed white tiger felt a chill coursing through its body. The bloodlust that had just surged within it was extinguished in an instant. Retreating within. "Look at this aura," it mused. "I told you he was no mere human, but a beast of legend. No, this must be a transformed divine beast. To be plucked of a few whiskers by such an entity is an honor, not a disgrace." This was the thought echoing in the heart of the proud golden-eyed white tiger. On the other hand, Jimmu, noticing the diminishment of its aura, was somewhat taken aback but did not dwell on it. He beckoned to the golden-eyed white tiger, inviting, "Come, let us practice." Yet, the tiger remained motionless. Jimmu was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing? Attack!" The golden-eyed white tiger shook its head like a rattle drum. Confused, Jimmu pondered for a moment, then retrieved the 6 silver whiskers from his pocket, waving them in the air. "Hey, esteemed tiger, you are a tiger, right? The king of beasts, and yet I, a mere human, have plucked your whiskers, and you do not offer any response?" The golden-eyed white tiger took a step back, contemplating, then slightly parted its mouth, uttering in a delicate tone, "Meow?" Suppressing the tumultuous emotions rising within him, Jimmu took a deep breath. After calming himself, he pointed to himself, declaring, "I am a 3rd-tier potential dragon, a human." Then he pointed to the golden-eyed white tiger, stating, "You are a 5th-tier great demon, the king of beasts." Pausing for a moment, Jimmu suddenly bellowed at the tiger, "What are you afraid of? Strike me!" Upon hearing the divine beast's wrath directed at it, the golden-eyed white tiger trembled in fear and promptly lay flat on the ground. It even turned around, presenting Jimmu with an exceedingly convenient angle. While wagging its tail, Jimmu's expression darkened. The message was clear. If Jimmu wished to mount it at that moment, the golden-eyed white tiger would offer no resistance. However, the veins on Jimmu's forehead bulged in an instant. Damn it. Chapter 55. The Dragon Sovereign's Handwritten Manuscript. The technique of moving heaven. Recently, Jimmu found himself in a state of urgency. Ever since the demise of the Ji family in Jiangnan, coupled with his sensitive identity that forbade him from appearing in public, Jimmu had lost many forms of support, including his status as a disciple of the Sage Academy, and was compelled to confront numerous challenges alone. Among these challenges, the foremost was the impending heavenly tribulation. Although the chess sage Ji Yinfeng had leveraged his celestial prowess to buy him some time, Jimmu was acutely aware that as long as he lived, the tribulation would loom over him like a sword suspended above his head, demanding his growth. Should he dare to pause, death would be his only fate. The four symbols tribulation could descend upon him at any moment, and Jimmu had to exhaust every ounce of his potential, striving to grow stronger in the shortest time possible to shoulder it all. Before returning from the Qilong River, the old man had gifted Jimmu an ancient tome. This tome, rather than being merely a method of cultivation, resembled a handwritten essay, chronicling various discourses on refining the pinnacle physique of the potential dragon realm. According to the old man's account, this manuscript was penned by a formidable being from another continent. That being was, in fact, a high-ranking dragon who had been born of a union between a dragon clan and a pinnacle human adept. The cultivation methods inscribed within this manuscript were not confined to a singular approach, but were complex and diverse, encompassing a wide range of techniques. Jimmu casually perused it and discovered no fewer than a dozen methods for refining an ultimate physique. Addressing the vast majority of physical constitutions from both dragon and human lineages, it was hard to fathom the immense value of this manuscript. Just this one tome surpassed all potential dragon realm cultivation manuals on Earth. Entitled The 11 Techniques of Moving Heaven, the manuscript opened with the proclamation: mastering any technique within to its utmost limit would bestow upon one the ability to move heaven itself. While somewhat exaggerated, it undeniably reflected the author's absolute confidence. In exchange for this ancient tome, once Jimmu had matured, he was to assist the old man in retrieving an item from a specific location, and in the meantime, he would also comply with one of the old man's requests without objection, as long as it did not violate his principles. Jimmu had agreed without hesitation, given the manuscript's extraordinary value. As long as he did not cross any lines, Jimmu could readily commit to being at the old man's beck and call. He understood that the old man had chosen this manuscript with great care. Each technique documented within was remarkably powerful, yet they were also compatible, allowing for the simultaneous cultivation of other methods. This was designed to guide Jimmu on a unique path of unparalleled strength. After 2 years of immersion in the Qilong River, Jimmu had already embarked on a journey distinctly different from that of others within the potential dragon realm. What was the Qilong River? It was home to the Qilong, and what was the Qilong? It was one of the 2 sacred beasts of sun and moon residing at the pinnacle of Sumeru, the soul fragment of the moon god Yueying. This was the fundamental reason Jimmu could exert bloodline suppression over the beast's. 2 years of immersion had inadvertently imbued him with a trace of the sacred beast's aura. Throughout human history, there had occasionally emerged individuals with extraordinary physiques across various dynasties, and when combined, they formed a considerable number. Yet, no one had ever attempted to refine their physique using a fragment of a sacred beast's soul. Because no one had ever possessed such a condition, in pursuit of a breakthrough, Jimmu had long begun to explore the 11 techniques of moving heaven, yet many of the techniques were unsuitable for him. Ultimately, he decided to merge 2 of them, crafting a unique cultivation method of his own. External refinement, internal nourishment. He would ingest spiritual herbs rich in vital energy, then subject his body to the intense shocks of life and death moments, repeatedly hammering his physique while forcing the medicinal properties to activate throughout his body. Much like the process of forging iron, he would endure countless trials. This, then, was the path Jimmu chose for his cultivation. Of course, this method would prove far more agonizing than the gentle refining methods employed by ordinary individuals, as the injuries and pain Jimmu endured were all too real. Yet, he had no other choice. It was the only shortcut available to him for swiftly breaking through to the 9th tier of potential dragon and scaling the heights. He simply did not have the luxury of time. With 20 years of spiritual energy isolation, Jimu's progress had already lagged significantly. His peers, who were nearly of the same age, had begun to ascend the ranks and even make their mark in writing. Meanwhile, he had barely reached the third tier of potential dragon. How could he face the imminent Four Symbols tribulation? Thus, Jimu set his sights on the slaughterhouse, for it promised to provide him with a wealth of life and death combat pressure to extract his potential. However, upon his arrival, eager to commence his unique training regimen, he was met with his first beast encounter, a herbivore. Where was the anticipated bloodthirstiness and irascibility of the demon clan? Jimu glanced at the golden-eyed white tiger before him, whose tail was wagging like that of an exuberant dog, and felt that he was now more irritable than the beast itself. "Strike me," he urged. "Meow. Strike me." Driven to the brink, Jimu seized the ear of the golden-eyed white tiger, demanding, "Why won't you hit me, Wong?" A moment later, the golden-eyed white tiger lay sprawled on the ground, its body bruised and swollen, its golden gaze dulling to despair. "Why? Why me? That dead monkey next door? And that irritable octopus and that grumpy bear? Why must it be me?" Tears welled in the tiger's eyes, and just then, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in its mind. If this pestilence did not seek out the others, perhaps they could be brought to him, with their temperaments. Oh, the possibilities! With this thought, the golden-eyed white tiger's eyes brightened, and it quickly regained some strength, bounding into the depths of the beast forest. Jimu watched in exasperation as the seemingly lifeless golden-eyed white tiger lay on the ground. Feigning death in a fit of anger, he stomped his foot and transformed into a streak of light, darting through the forest in pursuit. Thus began a nightmare that would instill fear in the hearts of all beasts within the 100 Beasts forest for generations to come. In Yaofeng City, the sight of several hundred beasts, including those of the 7th and 8th rank, being ruthlessly subdued by a single human was simply unfathomable. The fact that this individual had not even resorted to using spiritual power throughout the ordeal left them incredulous. Fei Xue, upon hearing the accounts from the beasts of the 100 Beasts forest, felt as though she were listening to a fantastical tale. Yet, the terror etched on their faces suggested otherwise. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck her. Where was Lord Yaoming? The King Kong monkey sighed heavily. We haven't seen her in quite some time. Over the past fortnight, Jimu had engaged in countless battles, defeating a multitude of beasts. Each time he vanquished an adversary, he would claim an item from them. He never inflicted mortal wounds, yet the cumulative toll from an entire forest's worth of beasts was staggering. The battles varied. Sometimes he would achieve swift kills, at other times, the fights would be evenly matched. Occasionally, he would encounter powerful beasts and suffer setbacks, often leaving him battered and retreating like a stricken doji in this place. He abandoned the reserve of a scholar, provoking adversaries, sustaining injuries, fleeing, healing, and then repeating this cycle in a relentless quest for self-torture. After each near-fatal encounter, he would find a place to hide, recuperate for a night or two, and then re-emerge, rejuvenated and ready to confront the beast that had bested him. Though he frequently found himself on the brink of death, what astonished the beasts was that every time he returned, he would come back stronger, in both speed and power. It was utterly bizarre. They had never encountered such an extraordinary human in the hidden dragon realm. Thus, after half a month, the entire forest was deserted. At this moment, Jimu wandered through the desolate 100 Beasts forest, feeling a sense of ennui. His aura fluctuated erratically, occasionally bursting forth in waves of pressure around him. This was a sign that he was on the verge of breaking through the Dreamstart barrier. Chapter 56. Solitary in the deep forest, midnight whimpering. After walking deeper into the forest for a while, Jimu's pace gradually slowed. Unbeknownst to him, his brow had furrowed in concern. If his instincts were correct, there should be very few beasts remaining in this forest. However, at that moment, he inexplicably heard the sound of crying. It resembled the voice of a child. Though faint, it lingered in his ears, having persisted for quite some time. Initially, Jimu dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, but as time passed, the sun set, and silence enveloped the forest, he began to sense something amiss. This was the 100 Beasts forest, a veritable slaughterhouse for mortals. How could there be the sound of crying, especially that of a human child? He had spent the entire afternoon searching without even catching a glimpse of a beast, and now, in this moment of profound stillness, he was hearing the cries of a human child. The nearest town was several miles away. How could a human child have arrived here? In the tranquil forest, only a few strands of pale moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating Jimu's solemn visage. Having spent half a month in the Hundred Beasts forest, he had never seen another human being enter. The remoteness of this place and the fact that most of the beasts here were beneath the 9th rank made it a true gathering ground for marginal beasts. Human cultivators seeking to hone their skills in the beast domain were typically at least at the void stage and regarded this place with disdain. They preferred to venture towards the more renowned Beast King's forests west of Luoyang City or to assemble teams to train in larger slaughterhouses. No one would traverse the beast domain to arrive at such a peripheral location. This was precisely why Jimu had chosen this locale for his training, an unfrequented area that allowed him to conceal his presence more effectively. Yet, in this neglected forest, the sound of a child's whimper was highly anomalous. Jimu took a few steps forward, noticing that the eerie whimpering had intensified, seemingly emanating from just ahead. Faintly, he discerned a few words woven into the cries, as if pleading, "Help me." Jimu's brow furrowed, and after a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and retraced his steps. He was not the type to act recklessly. The midnight whimpering felt too uncanny. A wise man does not stand before a precarious wall. Even if a child awaited him for rescue, without knowing the full situation, he would not advance another step, lest he find himself ensnared. Although he was easily deceived, he was not foolish. Furthermore, he had learned a profound lesson from a previous encounter. Thus, in the face of this bizarre scenario, Jimu chose to retreat. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If need be, he could always find another forest to train in. The beast domain, while lacking in large slaughterhouses, boasted hundreds of smaller ones like the Hundred Beasts forest. It would not be difficult to find another. Moreover, he had nearly exhausted the beasts in this forest. The moonlit pavilion in the Sandalwood world was already filled with various materials harvested from the lower-tier beasts. Yet, throughout his endeavors, aside from his daily sustenance, Jimu had never indiscriminately slaughtered any of the beasts within the forest. This was not due to an excess of compassion, but simply because he had no need for the corpses of so many beasts. If Jimu's training in the Hidden Dragon 9th realm required him to annihilate every beast he encountered, the resulting carnage would be immense and unacceptable, risking exposure to the world. Under the heavens, all beings are equal. These creatures were either born with or on the cusp of developing sentience. Jimu had already taken from them, and there was no need for total extermination. As Jimu continued to run, a sudden realization struck him, causing him to halt once more, his expression darkening. "I can't leave, can I?" He discovered that he had returned to the same spot. Beyond the Hundred Beasts forest, a throng of several dozen figures surged toward him. All were beasts, the weakest among them being 6th rank. Leading the group was none other than the Lord of Yaofeng City, Fei Xue. After hearing the pleas of the beasts from the Hundred Beasts forest, Fei Xue could no longer ignore their entreaties and had come in person. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming for Yaofeng City, with many still in their untransformed state, effectively counting as multiple beings. This would incite considerable discontent among the city's original inhabitants, which included not only beasts but also humans, an undeniable force within the city. After centuries of evolution and development, the humans who managed to survive in the beast domain were far from ordinary. Most hailed from established cultivation families. Among them was the Feng family, which housed an ancient being whose power rivaled her own. She could not allow an excessive number of beasts to encroach upon their territory, as that would disrupt the delicate balance within the city. Moreover, she harbored a personal motive. Every 7 years, the Beast Domain held the grand event of the 10,000 Beasts Conference, where each race was required to send 1 to 3 representatives to reassess their standings. Each city was also obliged to dispatch 2 teams composed of both spirit-forming and transformation stage members, each consisting of 3 to 7 individuals, to determine the allocation of resources. While human participation was not entirely excluded, it was restricted to those at the same level as the spirit-forming stage. Human cultivators at this stage were publicly regarded as weak, and thus the beasts did not take them seriously. As no one dared to step onto the beast domain's fighting stage, Yaofeng City was already considered a low-tier city within the beast domain, and each time the standings were reassessed, they found themselves at the bottom. The strong remained strong, while the weak grew weaker at this rate. After one or two more rounds, Yaofeng City would struggle to maintain the resources necessary to sustain the city's array. Fei Xue had only recently assumed her position and was naturally unwilling to accept such a fate. She was an ambitious beast. Thus, for this year's 10,000 Beasts Conference, she had made extensive preparations, including seeking external assistance. The team for the transformation stage was complete, but they were still in need of a powerful leader for the spirit-forming stage. After hearing the descriptions of the intruder's combat prowess from the beasts of the 100 Beasts Forest, Fei Xue boldly considered this previously unknown human as a potential candidate. What was the harm in having a human participate? As long as one's strength is formidable enough, Fei Xue is willing to be the one to first taste the forbidden fruit. Yet, she wonders if the beings hidden within the forest truly possess the mystique spoken of by the demon clan. Her gaze gradually settles upon the depths of the 100 Beasts Forest, murmuring to herself. After surviving for half a month within the forest, Jimu has developed the habit of leaving a mark after traversing a certain distance. Just moments ago, he discovered a mark he had carved on a nearby tree, which has now appeared before him for the third time. He has never altered his path. Standing silently for a while, Jimu takes a deep breath, flipping his hand to reveal the sandalwood world he holds. Then, he turns and strides deeper into the forest, heading toward the source of the eerie cries. If he cannot walk away, then he shall not. His desire to avoid trouble does not equate to fear. Having faced death once, there are few things that could truly alter his expression now. He is determined to uncover what lies ahead. Chapter 57. Human Doubts, Inexhaustible Schemes. As Jimu continues his descent, the earlier mark no longer appears in his vision. He is acutely aware that since the moment he heard the cries, his only remaining path leads deeper into the forest. The cries grow progressively clearer as he ventures further, and he can almost discern that the source seems to be a girl. Is anyone there? Please help me. Jimu walks on, coldly scoffing. Humph, a pathetic performance. He anticipates that when he reaches the source of the cries, a pitiful little girl will be hiding in some concealed corner, pleading for help, while a wolf or tiger prowls nearby. Just as his compassion swells and he focuses on confronting the ferocious beast, the little girl behind him will suddenly reveal a sinister smile, then launch a surprise attack, turning Jimu into a tragic corpse. The wolf and the little girl have always been in league with one another. Such absurd tales were plentiful in the books he read as a child. During his time at the academy, the place he spent the most time was the library, where the collection included not only classics but also rural ghost stories and strange anecdotes, which he often perused in secret, lest his teacher discover it and impose upon him the task of transcribing texts repeatedly. Thus, the current scene feels eerily familiar to Jimu, and he inadvertently immerses himself in the anticipated narrative. After a considerable time, he navigates through a dense thicket and arrives remarkably close to the source of the sound. The cries for help are now right beside him. Is anyone there? Please save Nuar. Although Jimu has yet to lay eyes on the girl, a colossal creature has entered his field of vision. It is a pitch-black earth demon bear, low in rank but towering at twice the height of a person. Wandering nearby, a knowing expression flickers across Jimu's face. Just as I thought. Help! Help! Save Nuar! The child's plaintive cries ring out again. Following the sound, Jimu notices, not far off, a scarcely perceptible cave, where the owner of the cries resides. There stands a remarkably adorable girl, resembling an angel, with her hair styled in two horn-like braids, her face displaying a hint of fear and fatigue. Yet, this cannot overshadow the purity and brilliance of her eyes, which shine like stars. Jimu is captivated by those eyes at first glance, momentarily entranced. Are the spirits in stories truly this adorable? Outside the 100 Beasts Forest, a group of demon beasts is about to step into the woods when Fei Xue, leading the charge, abruptly halts, sensing something amiss. With an irate expression, she turns to confront the leader of the 100 Beasts Forest, a spirit-level 9-tier howling moon wolf, demanding, "Did you not say you hadn't sensed Lord Yaomeng? What is this aura now?" Moreover, considering the timeline, She should not awaken for several more years. Do you realize the grave consequences of failing to report such matters in a timely manner? The Howling Moon Wolf. Sensing the aura, changes expression. I do not understand. Before we set out, I could not detect her presence. We thought she had long departed the Hundred Beasts forest. Damn it! Facius stamps her foot in frustration. Then without hesitation, she leads the way into the Hundred Beasts forest. Stay close. The mission has changed. Our immediate priority is to locate Lord Yaoming. Otherwise, if the great demon lord is displeased, none of our heads will be spared. Jimmu silently observes the little girl for a moment, his prior predictions wavering, but this thought is swiftly suppressed. Humph, the cuter they are, the easier they are to deceive. The scene before him, aside from the girl's excessive adorableness, follows the narrative he deduced not long ago. Even the concealed cave is strikingly similar. Following this, he should engage the Earth Demon Bear, and then the little girl will seize the opportunity to ambush him. Dividing his remains, with a chuckle, Jimmu clutches the sandalwood world and slowly approaches the two. As Jimmu draws nearer, the little girl hidden in the cave finally notices his presence. Thinking that someone has come to rescue her, her eyes brighten, but upon recognizing Jimmu, her expression shifts to one of worry. You're not from the village, big brother. Nora has never seen you before. Are you a bad person trying to invade our village? Jimmu's footsteps falter, his hand holding the sandalwood world freezing midair. He stands there dazed, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. This unexpected turn of events leaves him momentarily speechless. He, a solitary figure in the depths of the night at a meat grinder, is being questioned by this peculiar little girl about being a bad person? Jimmu nearly chokes with indignation. Big brother, you still haven't answered Nuer's question? Before Jimmu can respond, the Earth Demon Bear, drawn by their conversation, slowly turns its head. The little girl notices the bear's movement and her expression turns urgent. Well, never mind. Given the circumstances, Nuer will trust you this once and assume you are a good person. With a tone of exaggerated maturity, she sighs and, as if reluctantly, gestures for Jimmu to come closer. Quickly hide. You look so thin and foolish. You definitely can't defeat that big fellow. Jimmu, taken aback by the little girl's anxious demeanor, finds himself bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. A massive question mark looms in his mind. What on earth is going on? Moments later, Jimmu and the little girl are huddled together in the same cave, staring at each other with wide eyes. The entrance to the cave is quite small, but once inside, the space expands sufficiently to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals comfortably, allowing Jimmu and the little girl ample room. Clearly, the choice of hiding spot was astute. Given the cave's entrance, even if the Earth Demon Bear were to discover them, it would be unable to reach in due to its size. Inside the cave, Jimmu clutches the sandalwood world tightly, his expression grave as he watches the little girl, wary that she might suddenly transform into some grotesque creature and bite him. What exactly are you? The little girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, does not respond, equally guarded as she studies Jimmu, instinctively inching back. Her large, blinking eyes scrutinize him for a while before her gaze shifts to the chest jar he clutches tightly. Ah, I understand, she exclaims. Huh? Jimmu is taken aback. Big brother, you're a wandering beggar, aren't you? Puffed. Chapter 58. The 7 Techniques of Sky Moving, Crushing Mountains with a flick. Jimmu spits out a mouthful of blood. His heart suffering a grievous blow, he looks down at himself, realizing that after half a month of relentless battle, his attire is utterly tattered. The chest jar he holds resembles a small wooden bowl upon closer inspection. Being mistaken for a beggar is, perhaps, understandable. Seeing Jimmu's stunned expression, the girl, calling herself Nuer, assumes her guess was correct, and her wariness begins to wane. She scampers over to his side, and with an air of exaggerated maturity, she pats Jimmu's leg. Originally, she intended to pat his head, but upon realizing she cannot reach it, she settles for whatever is nearby. Alas, wandering in the deep mountains at night in search of food. You rather pitiable, big brother. However, Nuer has no money or food. Contemplating this, Nuer appears troubled for a moment, hesitating before reluctantly producing a crumpled dry pancake from her belongings. after what feels like an eternity. She tears off a small piece, her face pained, and hands it to Jimmu. Here, eat this. During the process, she even turned her head away, as if unable to bear the sight of her own provisions being consumed by others. Jimmu, that, big brother isn't hungry? Little sister, you may eat by yourself. The illustrious hero, ranked 11th on the new star list, found himself at a loss for words. Big brother, you're not eating? Oh, then I shall eat it myself. As if fearing Jimmu might change his mind, Noir swiftly stuffed a small piece of cake into her mouth, her movements a stark contrast to the grace with which she had offered it to Jimmu moments before. Jimmu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Faced with a girl who appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from her. The instant he laid eyes on her, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her, which felt decidedly unsettling. He resolved to reclaim the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Noir, "Little sister, is your name Noir? What brings you to the depths of the mountains all alone at such a late hour?" And Noir, "My surname isn't," she corrected Jimmu with utmost seriousness before proceeding to respond to his question. Noir has come to gather herbs. Gather herbs? Yes, my grandfather is ill, and everyone in the village says that the only medicine to cure him can be found in the territory of the spirit-tail leopard. So you ventured here all by yourself? In response to Jimmu's question, Noir seemed somewhat anxious, perhaps due to the stealthy nature of her departure. She nervously pinched the hem of her clothing and timidly nodded. Throughout the conversation, Jimmu never loosened his grip on the sandalwood world in his hand. Little sister, which village do you reside in? Before coming here, Jimmu was certain that there were no villages near the 100 Beasts forest. Yet this little girl adamantly claimed to hail from one. Thus, Jimmu remained on high alert, unwilling to relax his guard despite her seemingly harmless demeanor. I live just down the mountain. Down the mountain? Yes, Noir nodded earnestly, but suddenly recalled the warning from the adults in her village, promptly covering her mouth with her hand. Oh no, if I spill the beans, I won't grow tall anymore. Jimmu's lips twitched involuntarily. At that moment, the cave was abruptly plunged into darkness. The earth demon bear outside had finally tracked their hiding place by scent, its massive form blocking out the remaining moonlight within the cave. Awe! And Noir screamed in terror, shrinking to the furthest corner of the cave. Jimmu silently observed her reaction, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Everything felt profoundly incongruous. What struck him as most unusual was that this little girl, Noir, behaved far too much like a normal person. Her expression, demeanor, and even her adorably naive charm exhibited no signs of anything amiss. She did not seem like a girl associated with the bizarre. When responding to Jimmu's clumsy questions, there was not a hint of deception in her words. It was as if everything she said was the unvarnished truth. Yet Jimmu knew that this was simply impossible. Roar! The thunderous roar at the cave entrance shattered his train of thought. Driven by the proximity of food, the earth demon bear began to frantically claw at the cave, but its enormous size and the cave's hard rock prevented it from reaching Jimmu and Noir for the time being. However, the visual shock of the creature looming so close was still difficult for a child of only 6 or 7 to endure. Noir pressed herself tightly against the cave wall, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, her small hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Yet perhaps due to her pure nature, even in fear, she didn't forget to advise Jimmu. Big brother, don't stay at the entrance. It's dangerous. Come hide with Noir. It can't reach us. Big brother isn't afraid, right? When dawn breaks, everyone in the village will surely come looking for me, and they will rescue us together. Observing her frightened yet caring expression, Jimmu remained silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Since being tricked by the faceless one, he wondered if he had become slightly unhinged. Shaking his head, he slowly rose to his feet. Staying frozen here was not a viable solution. No matter how strange the circumstances, they must ultimately confront them. If only you were truly an ordinary little girl. Huh? Big brother, what are you saying? Before Noir could finish her sentence, her mouth fell agape in shock. For just as she spoke, the earth demon bear outside, in that fleeting moment where she hadn't completed her sentence, exploded the rocky cave entrance into a mist of blood. The 7th style of the moving heaven technique, Mountain collapse. In the 11th style of the moving heaven technique, each style not only represents a different method of body refinement, but also derives various physical talents. Jimmu, having self-created a body refinement method by merging two styles of the moving heaven technique, found the mountain collapse to be one of the two physical techniques he could utilize after a month of rigorous body training. With his already formidable physique, unleashing this physical technique against an earth demon bear that had yet to reach the 4th rank left it utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, Jimmu stood quietly at the newly opened cave entrance. Moonlight streaming in and casting a delicate silver sheen upon him. Draped in this splendid aura, he smiled and turned back to Anuar, extending his hand. Come, little sister Nuar. Let us go see your village together. Chapter 59. The Awakening of the Holy Spirit. All Beings Entering the Dream, Part 1. At the outskirts of the 100 Beasts Forest, among the search party, a newly transformed wolf demon approached Fei Shui. Puzzled and asked, Lord City Master, why does everyone fear this demon dream master so much? Has she done anything particularly noteworthy? Fei Shui turned around, casting a cold glance at him. Were it not for the fact that he was one of the candidates to represent Yaofeng City in Luoyang, such a question might have earned him a slap. At that moment, not far away, the howling moon wolf could no longer contain himself. After all, this was his kin, and it was too embarrassing for their kind. So even though the other was a rank higher than him, he directly retorted, Fool! When this esteemed one visits your home, you'll understand why we must fear her. The Demon Dream Master is a primordial holy spirit, ranked 3rd among the divine beasts in the monster compendium. Were it not for her low realm and inability to control herself, she would already be one of the demon lords. She possesses a remarkably unique ability. Whenever the Demon Dream Master awakens from her slumber, all beings within a certain domain are forcefully drawn into a dream without their awareness, and this dream extends infinitely based on each individual circumstances. In other words, if the dream's master remains oblivious, they could continuously create a world within the dream, never to awaken. Then why are we approaching her? Aren't we afraid of being dragged into the dream? The wolf demon asked, somewhat alarmed yet confused. Currently, the Demon Dream Master is of low realm, so she can only affect beings below the transformation stage and the human race in the void realm. Since I am about to transform, I will barely be affected. As for the others who have yet to reach this realm. The howling moon wolf glanced around at the many beasts still in the spirit-shaping stage and sighed softly before continuing. But the effect of her influence grows with each awakening. Each time she awakens, both the realm she can affect and the range will increase significantly. After each evolution, the duration of the Demon Dream Master's slumber becomes longer. Since the Demon Lord discovered her existence, she has only awakened twice. The first time, she could only influence ordinary people, and her range was limited to a single village. However, during her second awakening, she was able to affect beings that had just begun to cultivate, and her influence extended to a small city. According to the Demon Lord's calculations, the third awakening will correspond to beings above the spirit-shaping stage, but below the transformation stage. Pausing, the howling moon wolf's expression grew solemn. But if she continues to evolve like this, one day when she awakens, she could silently drag all beings in the world into a dream, causing the entire world to fall asleep. Then, within that dream, she could create another world. The Demon Lord, based on ancient texts, predicts her next awakening should occur in 3 years. It's just unclear why it has been advanced this time. Isn't anyone considering how to contain her? The wolf demon felt the gravity of the situation, a chill running down his spine. The howling moon wolf shook his head. A primordial existence is not so simple. To ensure her growth, primordial holy spirits often possess some self-preservation talents when they are weak. For instance, after each awakening, the Demon Dream Master will involuntarily become ethereal and drift through space. Although her form will gradually solidify as her realm increases, for now, no one can touch her unless she chooses to appear. Not even the Demon Lord? The wolf demon's voice shifted. The howling moon wolf shook his head and sighed. Thus, the Demon Lord has decreed that all demon clans in the demon realm must report to Luoyang whenever they see the slumbering Demon Dream Master drifting nearby. They must constantly relay her whereabouts to facilitate a response when she awakens next. Several years ago, she made a fleeting appearance in the 100 Beasts Forest, prompting the city of Luoyang to send scouts to investigate. However, she soon faded from sight once more. The exploration team, along with all the demons, believed she had departed, only to discover that she remained here. Just then, the sounds of beasts collapsing echoed through the searching party. Both Fei Xue and the Howling Moon Wolf paused in their tracks. The former's expression grew serious for a moment, yet as the lord of the city, she quickly composed herself and issued a series of commands. As we approach the influence zone of Lord Yaoming, it is fortunate that the spread is slow, possibly due to an early awakening. All spirit-shaping tier demons retreat to the periphery for support. If we do not emerge shortly, return to the city and relay the message to the demon capital. Those at the transformation tier and those who have achieved full spirit shaping shall enter alongside the city lord. Remember, do not indulge in reckless thoughts at this critical juncture, for even if it falls outside the influence range, one can easily be drawn into a dream. Upon locating Lord Yaoming, we will together establish the soul locking array to temporarily suppress the expansion of her dream realm while we await reinforcements from the demon capital. 10 miles away lies Yaofeng City. Should the influence reach there, the consequences would be unbearable, so everyone must remain vigilant. Should any slip-up occur, I shall hold you accountable, understood? The few remaining transformation tier demons shouted in unison, each rushing deeper into the 100 Beasts forest. After a brief moment, Jimu, holding a Nuar's hand, stood solemnly at the entrance of a village. He had not anticipated that after following a Nuar through the forest's twists and turns, they would indeed stumble upon a village. Having spent over half a month in the 100 Beasts forest, Jimu was certain that he had never seen this village before tonight, and even the path they had taken seemed to have materialized out of thin air. "Elder brother, aren't you coming in to sit for a while?" a Nuar asked, her lovely eyes blinking. Jimu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Before long, Jimu found himself in a quaint, yet exquisitely crafted small house. Curiously surveying his surroundings, the space was modest, yet it was furnished with all the essentials. Jimu cast a slightly surprised glance at a Nuar, who was busily pouring him a cup of water, and inquired, "Do you live here alone?" A Nuar paused momentarily, and after a brief interval, she handed him the bowl filled with clear water, softly replying, "Nuar has no parents." Observing the hint of melancholy in her expression, Jimu's heart tightened involuntarily, yet this unusual emotion caused him to furrow his brow slightly. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. "We found Nuar? I just saw her enter with an outsider." "Outsider? Could she be in danger? Damn it. Grab your weapons, let's go check it out. Whoever dares to harm Nuar, I'll make him pay." In the demon capital, within the Hall of the Three Kings, a strikingly handsome and towering man sat before a table, his golden eyes scanning the documents submitted by various cities from the demon realm. He was one of the 3 great demon lords of the demon capital, a peerless demon of the clear light realm, equivalent to a human being of the harmonious path realm, the golden-winged bright king. The documents on the table were lists of participants from various cities preparing to attend the grand assembly of 10,000 demons. Not far away, a demon clad in crimson scales stood attentively beside him. After a moment, the golden-winged bright king had reviewed all the documents and, furrowing his brow, looked up at the standing demon. "I recall there being 29 prefectural cities. Why is one missing?" The demon guard's heart sank. He had not expected the king, despite his myriad responsibilities, to notice such a minor detail, causing him to become flustered. "Your Majesty, the missing city is located in a remote area and has consistently ranked lowest in previous assemblies, so this time, they likely lacked confidence and did not send a list." The golden-winged bright king's gaze fell heavily upon the guard, his pale golden eyes bearing down like a mountain, causing the guard to break into a cold sweat. Merely moments passed, yet the guard felt as though an eternity had passed until the king's indifferent voice resonated through the hall once more. "Which city is missing? Your Majesty, it is Yaofeng City." The golden-winged bright king, too preoccupied to mind the trembling guard, pondered the information regarding this city, his expression gradually shifting. "That can't be," hearing the commotion outside. Jimu pushed open the window and was taken aback. A large crowd, approximately 30 to 40 people, had gathered outside. Ranging from elderly individuals in their 80s to infants cradled in arms, men and women of all ages stood ready. Each brandished a shoulder pole or a hoe, their faces flushed with righteous indignation, as if a mere spark could incite them to charge forth and bludgeon the first person who emerged from the house. Jimmu, stepping out, observed the crowd silently, deep in thought. Assessing their levels of power, he felt slightly reassured. The strongest among them did not exceed the fifth layer of the celestial realm, and most had yet to embark on the path of immortality, completely within his capacity to handle. However, faced with the tense atmosphere, Jimmu refrained from taking immediate action, instead casting a meaningful glance at the visibly embarrassed Anuar behind him. What's going on? Before Anuar could explain, the elder at the forefront stomped his foot and declared with fervent indignation, "Little Nuar, do not be afraid. Everyone is here today, and no one can harm you." As the oldest among the group, the others looked to him for guidance. Upon hearing his words, they all directed their fierce, murderous gazes toward Jimmu. Everyone, the elder, not allowing Jimmu a moment to speak, spat on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and with trembling hands pointed at Jimmu, shouting with a half-hoarse voice, "Get him!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in fervor, the stronger among them seizing weapons, while the weaker women grasped vegetable baskets filled with rotten produce and foul eggs. In an instant, everyone surged toward Jimmu. In the face of this bewildering scene, Jimmu maintained an expression devoid of upheaval, making no defensive moves, merely observing the crowd with the semblance of a smile. Just then, a petite figure stepped in front of him. "Stop! Big Brother is a good person. Nuar, do not be deceived by these outsiders. Each one of them harbors a dark heart, and you are still young. Step aside. Big Brother is not like that. He just saved." At that moment, Jimmu sighed softly and gently called out, "Nuar, that's enough." Huh? Although he was addressing Anuar, Jimmu's gaze remained fixed on the crowd before him. "Throughout this journey, I have contemplated for quite some time. Big Brother, what are you talking about?" Anuar tugged at his sleeve, perplexed. Jimmu shook his head, continuing to speak to himself. "Initially, I believed the threat stemmed from you. The moment we reunited, I even considered taking action. However, as I remained uncertain, I managed to restrain myself. Later, after hearing your answers to my inquiries, I thought the danger originated from this village. Yet, only when I walked with you and opened the door did I realize. None of this is truly what threatens me, is it?" Anuar listened quietly, her demeanor shifting in an instant. Though still appearing as the lovely girl she was, the tranquility etched upon her face was strikingly different from before. "How did you discover that?" At that moment, just as the villagers were about to make contact with Jimmu, they began to inexplicably vanish one by one. In the end, only Jimmu and Anuar remained in the village. Jimmu smiled, as if completely unfazed by the unfolding events. In truth, the realization was simple, yet comprehending it took considerable time. "Everything here exists because of me, correct?" Anuar instinctively furrowed her brow. Jimmu continued, "Speaking slowly, you actually do not possess such great power. You are simply special. Otherwise, you would not have to approach me in this manner. If I am not mistaken, you can glimpse into parts of people's hearts and subtly guide their subconscious based on what you observe. You saw that I had read numerous tales of the wilderness, and thus, the cries from the forest were your initial attempt at guidance. Had I completely ignored them, I doubt you would have been able to influence me. However, when I hesitated, choosing to retreat or investigate, either choice meant I had already accepted the truth of the forest being haunted. And thus, the story began. I suppose, at that moment, I had fully entered your dream." "Oh, no, wait, it was my own dream. You suggested the existence of sinister creatures in the forest, allowing you to gain manifest power within my dream realm, and that power was bestowed upon you by me. The subsequent cave and the scene with the earth demon bear also originated from my mind before materializing into reality, correct? All of this is precisely what you wished for me to contemplate. I must admit, your guidance is remarkably astute, perfectly exploiting my own sense of dissonance to fabricate numerous scenarios within the dream that are advantageous to your development. Prior to this, I had never considered that the source of all this strangeness lay within myself. Even when I later inquired of you, you repeatedly mentioned that you hail from a village that, in reality, does not exist. It was merely in that fleeting moment of hesitation, pondering whether there truly might be a place I had yet to discover. that I unwittingly allowed that village to manifest in this world, even though I swiftly dismissed the thought. Moreover, those paths I had never traversed and the villagers I encountered were, in essence, of the same nature. The instant I opened the window, those villagers, who sought to lay hands on me, officially emerged into existence. You simply concealed yourself beside me, subtly guiding my thoughts and thereby enabling me to conjure them into being. Anuar's expression darkened considerably. I underestimated you, it's true. Had I continued to follow your lead, creating further, I would undoubtedly have perished within the dreamscape of my own making. It is merely unfortunate that you discovered my intentions prematurely. But what of it? You remain unable to escape the confines of your own dream. Jimmu chuckled softly. I never anticipated that even now, you would still endeavor to guide me. You are incapable of accomplishing these feats on your own, which is precisely why you echo my words. You wish to lead me to believe in the predetermined reality that I shall perish within my own dream, correct? Had I hesitated or acquiesced to your assertions just now, I would have been ensnared in your trap, truly succumbing to my own dream. Am I correct? At that moment, Anuar's expression genuinely shifted. Jimmu seemed oblivious to her emotional transformation, continuing to speak. As for your last statement, it comes across as somewhat self-defeating. I cannot escape my own dream? Or is it simply that you do not wish for me to escape? As Jimmu spoke, he opened the sandalwood world. You cannot confine me. The only one who can ensnare me is myself. Within the moonlit pavilion, nestled in a corner of the sandalwood world, endless silver light converged, eventually coalescing into a long silver-white magical blade, which gently descended into Jimmu's hand. Holding the long blade, he did not hesitate to pierce his own chest before Anuar's astonished gaze. If I desire to exit, what difficulty lies therein? The fragmented dreamscape reverberated with his final murmurs. Chapter 61. Innate Sacred Spirit, Illusory World Spirit Butterfly, Part 1. In the moment before awakening, Jimmu was unequivocally certain. The source of the crisis resided not within the dream, but rather in reality. Thus, he was entirely prepared. Deep within the beast forest, the instant Jimmu opened his eyes, the sandalwood world erupted in resplendent light. A beam of golden radiance arced forth, manifesting as a pavilion against the horizon. Upon the pavilion's emergence, all the moonlight beneath the night sky recoiled, converging at the pavilion's apex, crystallizing into a stream of white luminescence. With a mere thought, this white light could instantaneously descend upon any being within a 10-mile radius. Summoning the sandalwood pavilion and revealing the moonlit pavilion, condensing the moonlight, was accomplished in the blink of an eye. It was only after completing these actions that Jimmu's eyelids fluttered open, revealing the outside world, a familiar scene. Glancing aside, Jimmu spotted a mark carved into a nearby tree. As anticipated, he had not been mistaken. The moment he chose to retreat upon hearing the cries, he had indeed entered a dream. As for his subsequent encounters with Anuar, vanquishing the Earth Demon Bear, and all that followed, those were all dreamscapes conjured by Jimmu under the guidance of Anuar or some other entity's will. Such abilities were utterly unfathomable. The mere recollection sent chills down Jimmu's spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. Had he not remained vigilant, he would have met his demise today. No, the matter is not yet concluded. Jimmu suddenly recalled that if the entity that had drawn him into the dream sought to eliminate him, then striking while he was ensnared in slumber would undoubtedly be the optimal strategy. This was precisely why he had summoned the sandalwood pavilion without hesitation upon awakening. Regardless of the adversary's intentions, he needed to be prepared. Jimmu's gaze scanned the forest, seeking potential enemies lurking nearby. In the next moment, he seemed to have made a discovery, yet it left him momentarily stunned. While he had not identified any foes, he found a trinket adorning himself. A trinket, indeed. At that moment, a small girl was perched upon Jimmu, her arms outstretched in an embrace. Although she appeared to be of a similar age to Anuar from the dream, her appearance was markedly different, yet both were equally adorable. However, what caught Jimmu off guard was that the little girl had buried her entire face in his chest, occasionally rubbing against him with an expression of bliss. Jimmu? What on earth is this situation? Smack! To ascertain whether he had truly awakened from the dream and returned to reality, Ji-mu delivered a resounding slap to himself. This was a strike from the pinnacle of the extreme potential realm, sending his ears ringing. Simultaneously, it roused the entranced little girl resting upon him. Like a child caught in mischief by an adult, the little girl hastily lifted her head, her gaze locking with Ji-mu's as he sat up. In that instant, Ji-mu beheld a pair of eyes as radiant as stars, filled with a dreamlike quality. The girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, young yet possessing long hair that shimmered like crystal, not black but transparent and bright. Her skin was pale with a hint of rosy undertones, seemingly delicate enough to break with a mere touch. Furthermore, she exuded an ethereal aura, her form an ephemeral blend between corporeal and ethereal, inhabiting a state that Ji-mu found perplexing, as she had initially been reclining on Ji-mu. When he sat up, she was instinctively drawn into his embrace, settling onto his lap. Parting his lips, Ji-mu remained dumbfounded for a moment before finally inquiring, "Are you a Noir?" "I am Dyer." A Noir is merely someone Dyer glimpsed in a future fragment of Big Brothers, and I have borrowed her appearance temporarily. "I am not the real Noir," the little girl with long, colorful hair protested, shaking her tiny fists in discontent. In that moment, Ji-mu was overwhelmed with a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, unsure of where to begin. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and asked his first question. "Who exactly are you?" The little girl, who called herself Dyer, displayed a pained expression. She struggled momentarily, seemingly attempting to flee, but Ji-mu, quick on the uptake, seized her collar and pulled her back with ease. Simultaneously, the ethereal pavilion trembled, and the condensed moonlight slowly locked onto her form. The little girl kicked her legs in the air, her arms whirling like a windmill, yet she could not reach Ji-mu, and the radiant white light from above instilled fear within her. After a few futile attempts, she appeared to resign herself, her head drooping in defeat. "How vexing!" Ji-mu stared intently into her eyes, and after a prolonged moment, she finally muttered weakly, "I already told you, Dyer is simply Dyer. Are you human or demon?" "A sacred spirit." "An innate sacred spirit. I suppose that qualifies as a demon beast?" Dyer swayed in Ji-mu's grasp like a pendulum, finally resting her chin on her hand in a thoughtful pose. Ji-mu took a deep breath, striving to suppress the surging emotions threatening to overwhelm him, and calmly inquired, "What is your ability? Why did you pull me into the dream?" Dyer sniffled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she replied, "What? Dyer cannot control it either. Every time Dyer awakens, someone must fall asleep. Dyer's ability involves glimpsing a being's past, then extracting their future and drawing them into the present dream." Ji-mu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time before a look of understanding crossed his face. He comprehended the peculiar little girl's abilities. She could peer into Ji-mu's past filled with wondrous tales, which served as the first step. Following that, she guided Ji-mu's current thoughts to believe in the bizarre troubles lurking deep within the beast forest, marking the second step. Once Ji-mu accepted this notion, the conditions for entering the dream were essentially met. The third step involved extracting a compatible figure or scene from his future. Since Ji-mu had envisioned a little girl in the depths of the beast forest, Dyer-S will within the dream had appropriated a similar image from his future fragment. Thus, she embodied a Noir. Chapter 62. Innate Sacred Spirit, Illusory World Spirit Butterfly, Part 2. The past, present, and future are all indispensable. Yet simultaneously, these are all aspects of the dreamer's own essence. One could assert that Dyer-S true ability lies in the act of peering and guiding, then harnessing the dreamer's thoughts to gain power and forge a dream world. Whether prior to entering the dream or after, the creation and perpetuation of the dreamscape have always rested within the dreamer themselves. Upon sensing an anomaly, Ji-mu, without the slightest hesitation, eliminated the version of himself that bore the dream, thereby shattering the dreamscape. Yet, had he lacked such decisiveness and allowed himself to be led by a Noir, the dream would have deepened increasingly. Ultimately, Ji-mu might have confronted a collision between dream and reality, and at that moment, if he had entertained even a shred of doubt regarding the authenticity of the dream, it could potentially transform into a tangible world, replacing reality. Meanwhile, the Jimu lying in the beast forest would become merely a dream, forever unable to awaken. The thought sent a shiver down Jimu's spine. He gazed at the seemingly innocuous Daier in his embrace, a chill coursing through him. What manner of being is this? You still haven't explained why you pulled me into this dream? And what were you doing lying on me just now? Jimu regarded Daier with a wary expression, while above, the silvery moonlight continued to firmly ensnare this place. Regarding the Sandalwood world, apart from its vast storage capacity, Jimu could momentarily only wield the Moonlight Tower as a chess piece, yet it remained insufficient to contend against the might of the dragon's vein. It was his strongest trump card. Daier's power stemmed from her uniqueness, her combat ability was virtually non-existent, and her cultivation level was low, barely equivalent to the transformation stage of the demon race. Furthermore, in her awakened state, lacking the ability to disappear into the void, Jimu's invocation of a royal artifact surpassing his own realm could still inflict harm upon her, coupled with Jimu forcefully shattering her dream. Facing her true form at close range, she was utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Observing Jimu's unsavory countenance, Daier, looking rather aggrieved, exclaimed, "Woo-woo, it's because you carry the scent of the elder sister on you. It's so fragrant." Daier had caught a whiff of it even in her dreams, which is why she awoke early fragrant. Jimu sniffed himself and, aside from the sour odor of sweat accumulated from days of intense combat, detected no aroma, prompting him to glance at the little butterfly with a moment of complexity in his expression. "You wouldn't?" Seeming to realize her misunderstanding, Daier suddenly pouted, her small face puffing up in indignation as her tiny hands swung wildly towards Jimu. "What are you thinking, big brother? I meant the scent of you, Ingjia." Jimu mulled over the name for a moment before a sudden recollection struck him. Months prior, while journeying across the vastness on the Qilong, he had seen at the peak of Mount Shumi the primordial holy beast, the moon god Yu Ing. How could he possibly carry her scent? At that moment, Jimu recalled that his physical body had been forged in the Qilong River. The Qilong River is but a fragment of Yu Ying's soul. Thus, it was at that time that Jimu possessed a trace of the holy beast's aura. Since you claim to be a primordial holy spirit, then this human form cannot be your true self, can it? And what do you mean you cannot control yourself? Knowing that she could not evade this line of questioning, the little girl sighed softly. In the next instant, Jimu felt a sudden emptiness in his hand, and simultaneously, a dreamlike, multicolored butterfly materialized in the sky, gracefully fluttering before gently landing in the palm of Jimu's hand. "This is Daier's true form," the little girl's voice echoed in Jimu's mind. As Jimu beheld the emergence of the colorful butterfly, he gasped. The dream butterfly of the illusory world. "Oh, big brother, you know quite a bit, huh?" "No need for explanations then," heed. Jimu inhaled deeply, his emotions tumultuous. Though he had suspected for some time, the moment it was confirmed, a tidal wave of astonishment surged within him. During his travels across the vastness, Jimu had been like a curious child, inquiring about everything he did not understand, and the old man had patiently elucidated each query. He had encountered various beings from the 4 great continents, including divine beasts soaring atop mountains, and had committed these memories to heart. Aside from those divine beasts, there existed many primordial beings that shared the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth. The old man had specifically mentioned these extraordinary and powerful entities to Jimu. The primordial sun and moon divine beasts hung majestically atop Mount Shumi, illuminating the vast world. Throughout history, regardless of the changes in the world below, no existence had ever been able to shake their status. Besides these 2 primordial holy beasts, there were numerous other equally powerful primordial beings residing in the Shumi Sea. The dream butterfly of the illusory world was one of them. While Jimu had not encountered this butterfly during his journeys, the old man had thoroughly described this extraordinary existence to him, detailing its form and abilities. The demon lord, having gleaned from ancient texts what Daier represented, speculated that such a being, if it reached its ultimate growth, could perhaps draw an entire world into its dream. Yet, it remained unaware that the true potential of a fully matured dream butterfly far surpassed its imagination. Only beings like the old man, who dared to tame the fragments of holy beasts as mounts, truly understood the terror of such creatures. Currently, Dai could merely be regarded as a juvenile butterfly. Otherwise, she would not be so restricted in her interactions with Jimmu, nor would she be so easily evaded by him. A fully developed dream butterfly would be a truly invincible entity, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun and moon divine beasts above. According to the old man's descriptions, the dream butterfly inherently contained the laws of the world, and if it reached its pinnacle, it could indeed reshape the world, drawing an entire realm into its dreams and restarting the cycle. Upon its rebirth, it would become the new heavenly path. Perhaps due to its extraordinary nature, the emergence of the dream butterfly was exceedingly rare. Two could never coexist simultaneously. Only when one completely vanished from this world would another dream butterfly be born. However, as the old man had stated, no one had ever witnessed a dream butterfly that had fully matured. The reason for this remains uncertain. It could be that before such a defiant existence could devour the world, it would be beset by multitudes, leading to its demise before it could take the final step. Alternatively, the fully matured dream butterfly may have already successfully consumed the world, transforming into the very fabric of existence. Little one, you have seen much of the vast world. Do you believe that the endless beings living upon Mount Shumi, amidst the boundless mountains and seas, are truly real? Jimmu could never forget the profound gaze of the old man as he posed this question. Yet, he never anticipated that he would encounter this Holy Spirit, which could only exist as a singular entity within the entirety of the four great continents and the Mount Shumi Sea. Chapter 63, A Shattered Dream, the fourth level of the Hidden Dragon. Right? Dai transformed back into her adorable little girl form, hopping excitedly before gazing at the dazed Jimmu with a grin. What is it? Big brother. Dai senses that you are about to break through. Just as Dai's words fell, before Jimmu could respond, he felt a tremor throughout his body, an astonishing force surging upwards, sending powerful waves of energy rippling around him. Jimmu was astonished to discover that he had indeed broken through the barrier of the dream, officially stepping into the hidden dragon's intermediate realm. Beneath his skin, a faint golden light shimmered, coursing throughout his entire being. Jimmu attempted a punch forward, and a powerful gust of wind erupted from his fist, crashing against a massive boulder ahead, leaving a deep imprint upon it. This was merely a strike from a distance. If he were to land a direct blow, no one below the 8th level of the Hidden Dragon realm could withstand it. His physical strength had doubled. Feeling the surge of power within him, Jimmu turned to Dai in confusion. He shouldn't have broken through this quickly. Big brother, you were already on the brink. All you needed was an opportunity. You shattered Dai's dream, so the energy from the broken dream was absorbed by you. Those energies were originally meant for Dai, though Dai complained. She bore no significant displeasure in her heart. Every time she awakened, dragging all surrounding beings into her dream was never her intention. Though the more individuals ensnared in her dream, the longer it extended. Allowing her to grow faster, all she truly desired was to sleep. The rest mattered little to her. Each time she awoke and inadvertently released her abilities, numerous independent dream avatars would emerge, seeking hosts to guide into dreams. However, Dai could not control these avatars at will. Their sole mission upon birth was to lead the dreamers to create dreams and extend them infinitely, without harboring any extraneous emotions. This was also why Dai claimed she could not control her abilities. At this moment, observing Dai's somewhat aggrieved expression, Jimmu pondered for a moment, channeling a portion of his spiritual energy to present it before her. Had it not been for this pure dream energy, his breakthrough might have taken much longer. Although it was a serendipitous occurrence, it had indeed aided him significantly, so he felt compelled to express some gratitude. Since you enjoy the scent of the moon god, this refined spiritual energy from me should contain some of it, right? Wow! As soon as Dai's eyes sparkled with delight, she immediately lunged forward. Delicious! Observing her dainty bites as she devoured the spiritual energy orb, Jimmu couldn't help but chuckle. Could such a simple creature truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine beasts of sun and moon? Shaking his head, the golden light from the sandalwood world flickered, and Jimmu withdrew the floating pavilion from the sky, turning to stride towards the edge of the forest. Where are you going? Big brother? Dai exclaimed, Noticing Jimu, the delectable morsel, was about to leave, her urgency palpable. Swallowing the spiritual energy orb in one bite, she hurriedly trotted after him, tugging at the hem of his garment with tearful eyes. "Are you going to abandon Dyer?" Jimu sighed in exasperation. "When you're awake, wherever you go, you'll draw a crowd. Even if I wanted to take you along, I wouldn't be able to. Others may not, but Big Brother can," Dyer insisted with unwavering certainty. "Why is that?" Jimu asked, taken aback. "The aura of the moon god on you can suppress Dyrus abilities, as long as you occasionally provide Dyer with spiritual energy orbs. It will be sufficient. Besides, Dyer has many abilities that can assist." "Oh," Jimu raised an eyebrow. "Apart from luring people into dreams, what else can you do?" Dyer beamed. "I can create illusions, subtly altering what a person perceives. I can even help Big Brother transform and become invisible." "And?" Jimu prompted, intrigued. Also, Dyer is very cute." After pondering for a long while, Dyer seemed to draw a blank and suddenly burst into tears. "Woo-woo, Dyer will grow up. Dyer doesn't want to wake up alone all the time. The orbs are so delicious. Big Brother, please take Dyer with you." "Wait a moment," Jimu said, placing a hand on the eager Dyer who was about to leap onto him. He then asked earnestly, "You mentioned that my spiritual energy can suppress your abilities. First, tell me how many orbs like the one you just consumed I would need to create to restrain you in your current state without luring anyone into dreams?" Dyer thought deeply, then bashfully extended a finger, her sweet smile illuminating her face. "About 10,000. Jimu turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Even though his energy conversion and storage capabilities far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, it was utterly impossible for him to produce such a staggering number of orbs. Doing so would surely drain his energy reserves. While many of Dyrus' abilities could indeed aid Jimu immensely, at present, even if he could create spiritual energy while converting it simultaneously, he could at most produce around 1,000 orbs before his resources ran dry. This was only possible because he had recently broken through to the 4th layer, allowing his internal energy reservoir to expand and fill. A mere 10% of his energy could not possibly restrain Dyrus' abilities in her awakened state. Watching Jimu stride away with determination, Dyer hurriedly followed suit, her tiny steps quickening behind him. Don't leave Dyer behind. Dyer can exchange dream energy with Big Brother. If spiritual energy runs low, breaking through will be attainable again." Jimu paused, slowly turning around. "What did you say?" Dyer felt a surge of excitement. This time, Dyrus' awakening has caused many nearby to fall asleep. "Woo-woo, Dyer can help Big Brother wake them up, and then we will have dream energy like before." "How will I wake them?" Jimu's breath quickened with anticipation. That fragment of dream energy had allowed him to break through a significant barrier, and if there were many such fragments, consuming them one by one would surely enhance his strength tremendously. "Dyer can form a contract with Big Brother and become your contracted spirit. And then?" Jimu pressed, his curiosity piqued at that moment. It seemed the roles of Jimu and Dyer had completely reversed. He feared Dyer might turn and run away. Chapter 64. Forming a contract, eternally together having witnessed the miraculous powers of the dream butterfly, Jimu was acutely aware of how extraordinary a sacred spirit could be. If a contract could be formed, it would undoubtedly become the most formidable ally on his path of growth. Seeing Jimu's interest, Dyer grinned. "Once the contract is signed, Dyer will be Big Brother's exclusive contracted spirit. You can summon Dyer anytime and share in her many abilities. Dyer can share her ability to create dream clones, allowing Big Brother to possess the qualities of Dyr's clones, just like a Nuar from your dream before. Then, I would enter the dreams of those in slumber." Jimu mused, confirming his thoughts. "Exactly, as expected of Big Brother." Dyer clapped her hands in delight, then added, "Once you enter the dream, find the dream's master and either make them end the illusion or defeat their consciousness. That will shatter the dream." Jimu stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had to admit, breaking into others' dreams to shatter them and collect the fragments was highly lucrative but fraught with peril. Freshly emerged from a dream, he understood all too well that while dreams might seem tranquil, they were rife with danger. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences, trapping him forever. Moreover, he would be entering countless dreams, even with Dyer as a safeguard. Success was not guaranteed. Noticing Jimu's contemplation, Dyer blinked her eyes and, for the sake of her orb production, continued to encourage him. Big brother, you're so powerful. You can surely awaken them. Dyer has awoken so many times. But this is the first time I've met someone like Big Brother who can shatter dreams directly. What will happen to them if I don't enter their dreams? Jimu suddenly posed an unrelated question. Dyer fell silent for a moment before responding somberly. They will all become Dyer's nourishment. Jimu was taken aback, quickly falling into silence as he grasped the weight of Dyer's words. In that moment, he felt a pang of compassion for the little girl. If she were truly cold-hearted, she could easily discard everything, awaken repeatedly, and in no time rise to the pinnacle of the food chain. But it was evident she was not. This certainty struck him the moment he gazed into her pure eyes. Beneath her laughter lay sorrow. She yearned for someone to break free from the dreams. Which is why when she witnessed Jimu do so, her joy was palpable. For Dyer, feasting upon others' dreams was not a means of growth, but rather a torment. Surely, she had borne the weight of many heavy lives alone? Jimu sighed deeply, resolute in his decision. What had transpired was beyond his control, and he could only let time heal the wounds. However, for what had yet to come, he still had much to accomplish. How do we form the contract? Upon hearing this long-awaited question, Dyer's eyes sparkled, and she rushed forward to embrace Jimu tightly, her little head nuzzling against him. Jimu, somewhat helpless, patted her head. After a moment, Dyer released him, giggling joyfully. Gradually, her figure became ethereal, transforming into a myriad of colorful lights, ultimately coalescing into a dreamlike, vibrant butterfly that shimmered softly and flitted gracefully. Finally, the dream butterfly alighted gently in Jimu's palm, her silvery voice resonating in his mind. Big brother, once the contract is formed and you enter the dream, if you encounter deeply established dream worlds, be cautious. The dream's master may have transformed into an invincible deity within their dream. When facing individuals whose realms surpass yours, Big Brother should avoid direct confrontation. You must find a way to make the dream master believe you are stronger. This way, regardless of how they attack, they can never surpass Big Brother. In summary, make the dream master aware that the dream must end or forcefully eliminate them, which will shatter the dream and release the fragments. Jimu could sense Dyer's voice had grown somber. After contemplating for a while, he suddenly recalled something and asked, if I awaken everyone, how will you grow? Big Brother can exchange orbs. Dyer can sense that until she reaches the Demon Clan's enlightenment stage, Big Brother's orbs will aid her cultivation. The orbs consumed earlier are nearly enough to replenish the energy lost from the shattered dreams. Moreover, as Big Brother absorbs more dream fragments, you will break through. And each breakthrough will yield many orbs. At that time. Heh. As Dyer spoke, she broke into a silly giggle. Jimu nodded thoughtfully. Then let us begin. All right. As the words fell, the butterfly stirred. She gently flapped her wings, and an enigmatic aura instantly filled the void. On the delicate wings of the illusory dream butterfly, a complex formation emerged, with endless runes intertwining and shimmering. Though the wings were small, so too was the formation itself. Yet, at a glance, Jimu seemed to perceive an entire vast sea of runes from the core of the formation, the intricacy of which surpassed even the inscriptions he had witnessed during the first manifestation of the Sandalwood world. Just one look left Jimu feeling dizzy, his mind roaring, and blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. He quickly averted his gaze, no longer daring to look further. The contract formation of this rank was beyond Jimu's current realm to directly fathom. I apologize, Big Brother, I forgot to remind you that the primordial contract holds a higher rank, which might cause you some discomfort, she said. However, once the contract is established, that will no longer be the case. Since your current realm is relatively low and I am a whole realm above you, I can temporarily channel some power to stabilize the contract formation. You only need to sign it. At that moment, Jimu felt an odd sensation, akin to being pampered. Big Brother, please drop a drop of blood onto the formation. Jimu nodded, biting his fingertip to extract a drop of blood. By the way, you might experience a bit of a headache shortly, so please bear with it, she added. Jimu was taken aback, but it was evidently too late. That drop of blood had already landed on the contract formation. With a thunderous sound, a torrent of vast memories surged through his mind like a raging wave. In that instant, Jimmu felt as though his head might explode. In his daze, he seemed to glimpse a butterfly flapping its wings, lifting the sky with its delicate appendages, soaring alone beneath the starlit expanse, beautiful yet solitary, and from the wings of the butterfly, Jimmu felt as if he could see the myriad beings of mountains and seas. Chapter 65. The Spirit Butterfly is Contract, Perfect Amplification. In this moment, Jimmu's sensations were extraordinary. He felt his body gradually become lighter, as if transforming into a dream butterfly, freely dancing beneath the sky. In an instant, he established a profound connection with Deer, the innate Holy Spirit. Jimmu even sensed that with just a thought, no matter where Deer was, she would respond to his summons and come to his side. Simultaneously, several innate abilities of the illusory dream butterfly seemed to manifest within the depths of his soul, ready to be wielded at his will. These were the powerful talents bestowed upon Jimmu following the establishment of their contract. Given his current realm, there were several highly practical abilities, among them one of which was the much-needed illusory form ability. He could alter his appearance at will, and with the innate rank of the dream butterfly, it would be entirely undetectable to anyone below the level of a saint. If he wished, he could even transform into a graceful woman. However, the targets of his illusions were limited to faces Jimmu had previously seen. The core of the illusory dream butterfly's ability relied on intent, much like how one must possess the dreamer's will to maintain a dream. Jimmu could not conjure an entirely new visage he had never encountered. Thus, he could not generate the corresponding thoughts and intentions. Nevertheless, for someone as identity-sensitive as Jimmu, the illusory form ability was a fortuitous boon. The second ability, while comparatively ordinary, was also quite remarkable. This ability was the power of flight. After the contract, Jimmu could manifest 2 radiant butterfly wings from his back, enabling him to hover in the air even within the potential dragon realm. It is worth noting that most cultivators can only achieve aerial flight after ascending several levels in the Void Realm. However, unlike ordinary cultivators, Jimmu merely flapped his wings in addition to these 2 abilities. Jimmu also acquired a talent that required him to reach a slightly higher realm to utilize, Absolute Dread. Once activated, this ability allowed Jimmu to exert pressure over anyone, surpassing his own realm. However, this ability had a prerequisite. The target must believe he could impose such pressure. In other words, the effectiveness of this ability relied fundamentally on the enemy's inner fears. The deeper the fear, the higher the realm he could transcend in exerting pressure. If the fear reached an extreme level, Jimmu could even emanate saint-level pressure while still in the potential dragon realm. Illusory form, flight, absolute dread. These 3 capabilities were the innate talents Jimmu directly acquired upon signing the contract. Higher-ranked talents would only be developed as Jimmu and the contract spirit's realms grew. It was only after truly establishing the contract that Jimmu clearly felt the might of the innate. Although most of the talents were functional and revolved around illusions, rendering them unsuitable for direct combat, their practicality was extraordinarily enhanced. Moreover, the illusory dream butterfly bestowed upon him far more than just that. A surge of energy flowed. Jimmu remained in the 4th layer of the potential dragon realm. Yet the prerequisites for entering the void realm, the Sea of Qi, suddenly expanded outward in an instant. The 1st to 3rd layers of the potential dragon realm primarily focused on tempering the physical body, and it was only after breaking through to the 4th layer that the formation of a cyclone within the body commenced. Yet even after forming the cyclone, the spiritual energy remained latent until one reached the 7th layer and leaped through the dragon gate, at which point the spiritual energy could be released. Before entering the void realm, if one were to liken the Sea of Qi to water, a typical person's Sea of Qi would be roughly equivalent to a bowl of water. Upon entering the void realm, it would transform into a well. Subsequently, in the 36 layers of the void realm, every 6 layers would undergo a fusion. The first 4 fusions would sequentially yield a spring, a lake, a river, and a sea, after which the 5th fusion would begin, termed condensation, at which point the Sea of Qi would cease to expand and instead begin to compress inward. The final transformation, or the 6th elevation, would result in a complete qualitative change. At this stage, a golden steel would condense above the Sea of Qi, residing at its center. That steel would be the steel of declaration. Upon inscribing one's oath on the steel of declaration, a cultivator would officially step into the realm of declarations. Whether as a child of destiny or a celestial general, Jimmu inherently diverged from the ordinary. Perhaps due to the prolonged suppression by the heavenly Tao, Jimmu had formed an almost lake-sized sea of qi upon opening the first layer, and he could directly release it later, after being tempered by the Qi Dragon River. His physical body was refined, and his sea of qi underwent a cleansing, reverting back to a spring. Yet now, Jimmu felt his sea of qi expanding once again, nearing the size of a lake. At that moment, Deer's silver bell-like voice chimed from his shoulder. Hee, how is it? I told you I could be of assistance, right? Deer smiled with uncontainable joy. As an innate Holy Spirit, she was not one to choose her master lightly. She was no fool. In fact, there existed no being in the world more intelligent than the illusory dream butterfly. Throughout history, there had scarcely ever been a being capable of establishing a contract with the illusory dream butterfly. Especially not a frail human. The moon goddess's aura merely served as an introduction. What truly captivated Deer was Jimmu's unwavering resolve within the dream. This man displayed no hint of fear, nor did he ponder the consequences of making a wrong guess. After all, that could lead to true death. Deer had never encountered someone so decisive and confident. Jimmu was the first to break through the dreamscape and return in such a forceful manner. Conversely, none of those she had drawn into the dream had managed to awaken independently. Thus, for her, Jimmu was an exceptionally unique individual. Although he appeared to possess a lower realm at present, Deer could distinctly sense the immense potential hidden within him. However, what ultimately led her to resolutely bind herself to Jimmu was not solely due to the aforementioned qualities, but rather the glimpse she had seen of his future, one that could cleave through mountains and seas. Chapter 66, Fifth Layer Realm. Sea of Qi transformed into a lake. The reciprocal enhancement from the innate Holy Spirit's contract caused Jimmu's Sea of Qi to surge uncontrollably. His realm, which had just recently broken through to the early stages of the fourth layer, shot up directly to the mid-stages of the fourth layer, and the growth continued. Fourth layer late stage. Fourth layer perfected. Then, with a resounding boom, Jimmu, who had only just broken through, unexpectedly advanced once more, entering the fifth layer of the potential dragon realm. Furthermore, the momentum of growth showed no signs of abating until it finally stabilized at the mid-stage of the potential dragon fifth layer. Feeling the earth-shattering changes within himself, Jimmu took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward Deer, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. Deer, you? Jimmu could clearly sense that Deer's aura had significantly diminished. The mutual cultivation benefit of the primordial contract was reciprocal. Deer could elevate Jimmu's realm due to her being a whole realm higher, yet Jimmu's realm was inherently lower than Deer's. Thus there was little she could replenish. Perhaps in the future, as Jimmu grew stronger, he would be able to reciprocate, but for now, Deer could be considered to have incurred a loss. She had gained nothing. Noticing the hint of apology in Jimmu's expression, Deer, in her small girl form, giggled. Once Big Brother grows stronger, you'll protect Deer, right? Jimmu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Unless I am unable to rise again by that time, I will, although he was acutely aware that, as a being of innate sanctity, the enemies that Dai might attract in the future could far exceed his imagination. Jimmu understood even better that if he did not swiftly rise and grow stronger, he would have no so-called future at all. The contract forged with Dai would enable Jimmu to traverse the realm of the hidden dragon at an accelerated pace. There are both advantages and disadvantages, but having made a choice, one must naturally bear the corresponding responsibility. Upon hearing Jimmu's response, Dai patted her small chest, letting out a sigh of relief. In truth, it was impossible for her not to comply. After all, the primordial contract was a shared fate contract. Just as Jimmu had resolved himself, his expression suddenly froze, and his voice changed. He turned his head stiffly, fixing a penetrating gaze on Dai, incredulously asking, "What did you say?" Cough, cough. Dai's eyes darted around, avoiding Jimmu's gaze, yet she finally stuck out her tongue and forced a sweet smile. "You are definitely doing this on purpose." Jimmu was infuriated. and in a split second, he summoned the moonlit tower, the silver-white moonlight coalescing and locking onto the forest, seemingly ready to unleash a strike on Daaer. Sensing the impending danger, Daaer twirled her fingers in front of her chest and weakly inquired, can we let this cuteness of Dai go? Hee. About half a stick of incense later, a small patch of red suddenly appeared on Daaer's forehead, causing her to sniffle while gripping Jimu's hand tightly. Resolutely ignoring him, her stubborn little face seemed to scream 3 large characters of defiance. Jimu led her along. Feeling quite helpless, he had merely flicked her lightly. After taking a few more steps, Jimu halted, sighed deeply. With a slight gesture of his other hand, several white spheres of spiritual energy materialized, hovering before Daaer. Cough, don't be angry. Daaer still remained silent, striding forward with determination, though she secretly swallowed a few gulps. Unbeknownst to her, Jimu, who had been observing her closely, saw everything clearly. He smiled to himself as larger white spheres floated in front of Daaer, blocking her path. Gulp. This time, the sound of her swallowing was distinctly audible. She attempted to lift her foot but found herself unable to move. How infuriating! After a moment, she ceased to resist, quietly bringing a sphere to her mouth while pouting disdainfully, declaring, Dai is not yielding. It's just that there is something in the way. Jimu nodded frequently, secretly amused. This silly girl is too easy to fool, isn't she? In the beast forest, the duo, one large and one small, held hands in silence, wandering further under the moonlight. However, just as they were about to exit the beast forest, Jimu slowed his pace, coming to a halt and letting out a sigh. Daaer. What's wrong? While speaking, Daaer continued stuffing the spheres into her mouth, casting a fleeting glance at Jimu from the corner of her eye. Oh, you know that I am the child of heaven's abandonment? Jimu had finally mustered the courage to speak, but his words were abruptly stifled. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, Daaer, if you know this, why would you sign such a contract with me? Aren't you afraid of being dragged down by me? Before, I thought it was just an ordinary contract. Jimu was acutely aware of what a shared fate contract entailed. Should the master perish, Daaer, as the contracted spirit, would also vanish under the terms of the contract, and Jimu bore the burden of the 7 heavenly tribulations, meaning he could perish at any moment beneath the wrath of heavenly lightning. Signing such a contract with him was tantamount to courting death, was it not? Upon hearing Jimu's question, Daaer paused her munching, gazing up at him earnestly. Then, she asked with utmost seriousness, Big brother, do you think you will die under the heavenly tribulation? Jimu was rendered speechless, completely caught off guard by her question. At that moment, Jimu realized he had never truly faced himself. He did not even believe that he could have a future, so all his so-called efforts had merely been self-deception. He had never truly fought for his own life. It was always others who compelled him, never himself. After a long while, as if coming to a realization, Jimu clenched his fist tightly, then gently released it, exhaling slowly. I understand now. Thank you, Daaer. Hee. Daaer flashed him a sweet smile and then took another bite of the sphere. Exclaiming, OM! Jimu affectionately ruffled her little head, silently resolving within himself that just as Daaer had disregarded his identity as the child of heaven's abandonment to become his exclusive contracted spirit, he would never allow this little girl to suffer any harm as long as he could still stand. This was not about the contract. It was purely from the heart, and at that moment, the final step of the primordial contract was fully realized. With a resounding boom, Jimu's energy sea surged, transforming into a lake, his formidable spiritual power rolling in like a tide. He had achieved this with the cultivation of the hidden dragon realm. Yet his energy sea was no less than that of a practitioner at the 12th layer of the void. Though many geniuses had cultivated their energy seas early, none had ever transformed their energy sea into a lake without stepping into the void realm. Moreover, at that instant, Jimu felt an even closer connection with Daaer, accompanied by many wondrous changes. He could even distinctly sense Daaer's emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness at that moment, at least for now. She was exceedingly happy. Influenced by her, Jimu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as well. The final step of signing a contract with an innate spirit required sincerity. Otherwise, all the abilities previously gained would merely be borrowed and ultimately reclaimed. In that moment, Jimmu truly became the master of the illusory world spirit. Dream Butterfly, Chapter 67. Harvesting Dreams, Quantitative Change of Energy C, Part 1. After their dual breakthroughs, Jimmu and Daier emerged from the beast forest. As soon as they stepped out, Jimmu was taken aback. Outside the beast forest, dozens of figures stood frozen in their tracks, appearing to be asleep. They were none other than Fei Shui and her entourage from Yaofeng City. They had not even entered the forest, yet had unknowingly fallen into a dream outside its borders. The prediction of the Demon Lord was not entirely accurate. This time, with Daier's awakening, even these transformed demon beings could not escape the consequences. Some of them Jimmu recognized, such as the Howling Moon Sky Wolf, which had previously given him considerable trouble. However, after enduring much, he had managed to instill a fear in it, only to find it back again now. Those with human forms were all evidently powerful demons. Once demons reach the transformation stage, they can take on human forms, yet they typically retain some features of their original forms, such as dragon scales, foxtails, or cat ears. Hence, Jimmu could effortlessly identify who was human and who was demon. At that moment, Daier dashed to a tall woman adorned with a silver foxtail, gazing up at her in awe. "Wow, what's the matter?" Jimmu approached, intrigued. "Big brother, will Daier also grow tall and big like this sister in the future?" Daier asked with a face full of longing. "What is a spirit like you have to compare with humans?" Jimmu replied, feeling quite helpless. Just then, he suddenly sensed something amiss. "Tall? What do you mean by tall?" His gaze instinctively followed Daier's. Then, he beheld a pair of magnificent peaks. Jimmu silently averted his eyes. "Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate." He chanted the Academy's mantra 10 times in his mind before turning back to Daier. Perhaps out of habit, his eyes unwittingly darted to the same spot, a flat expanse. Indeed, the mountains are high and the road is long. Jimmu nodded inwardly. Ow. From Jimmu's gaze, Daier's delicate heart suffered a tremendous blow, and she bit down hard on his arm, only to lose a few teeth in the process. The physical form of the divine beast was indeed formidable. She sat down in confusion, staring at the scattered teeth beside her, and burst into tears. Jimmu rubbed his forehead, sighed, and then conjured a large sphere, pushing it toward Daier. Her sobs ceased abruptly. "Silly girl." Moments later, Jimmu selected a spirit-shaping Tier 7 mountain rabbit and said to Daier, who was munching on the spheres, "Let us start with this one. Big brother, be careful when entering the dream. If anything feels off, just send a mental message, and Daier will immediately pull you out." During the time spent in the dream, Jimmu's body would be entrusted to Daier. "Rest assured, Daier will definitely protect you." As Daier spoke, she forcefully patted her chest, asserting her trustworthiness. Jimmu cast a skeptical glance at her. Feeling somewhat uneasy, yet he had no alternative. Apart from the two of them, there were hardly any other conscious individuals nearby, and even if there were, Jimmu could never entrust his body to a complete stranger. Nodding, Jimmu confirmed, "All right, I understand. Let us begin. Big brother, relax your mind. Daier will guide you into the dream of the Dream Master." Jimmu obediently closed his eyes. He heard only a single phrase. "This is a garden brimming with rare treasures." After that, the only sound that remained was the wind rustling through the trees. When he opened his eyes, Jimmu found himself in a garden suffused with ethereal energy. "Amazing!" Jimmu couldn't help but exclaim. Soon after, he directed his gaze elsewhere and indeed spotted a mountain hare voraciously devouring a 1,000-year-old ginseng not far away. Perhaps due to its excessive feasting, its size far surpassed that of its counterparts in the outside world. "TSK, it's evident that it has become too engrossed in its role," Jimmu mused, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I in the outside world." Upon seeing Jimmu successfully enter the dream, Daier stealthily surveyed the surroundings. Discovering that she was the only one awake, a foolish grin spread across her face. She scampered back to Jimmu's side, exerting all her strength to lay him down against a nearby tree. Then placed a stone in front of him. Heave-ho! With a leap, She hopped onto the stone, looking down at Jimu with an air of authority, as if her demeanor had transformed in an instant. With hands on hips, she playfully slapped Jimu's forehead. Hee hee, that's what you get for flicking Dire's forehead. For pressing on Dire's head. Now you know Dire's prowess, right? After this? She gleefully prepared to do it again. Just then, Jimu suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at her with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely serious. In that moment, Dire seemed to be frozen in place, her stubby fingers lingering just above Jimu's brow. After a monumental silence, Dire awkwardly managed a smile. Big brother, you didn't enter, did you? I'm back. Oh. Big brother is truly impressive. Indeed, but not as impressive as a certain little cutie who flicks foreheads while people are asleep. Jimu replied with a smile. The conversation abruptly came to an end. The world fell silent once more. Dire leaned back, collapsing onto the ground in a state of despair. Come on, Dire is all set. Jimu sighed. Enough of this, it's time for the next one. Dire scrambled to her feet. So, big brother, did you really enter the dream just now? What else could it be, in such a short time? How did big brother manage to break the dream? Dire felt that this dream had been deeply entrenched. Well, I just shouted from the side, and it probably imagined me as a golden-eyed white tiger. Then I smacked it down. Dire felt the urge to cry. How could there be such a foolish beast, ruining its own chance for revenge? But there will be plenty of opportunities, with that thought. Dire grinned. Big brother has absorbed quite a bit of dream fragments and has become much stronger. Let us hurry to the next dream. There are many more to explore, and many more chances to flick foreheads. Right? Yes, no, wait. I mean, there are many more dream fragments to collect. As she realized the discrepancy in her words, Dire quickly corrected herself. Jimu chuckled. Indeed, Dire was correct. His internal energy had substantially increased. Just a single fragment of a dream could save him no less than half a month of arduous training. His heart ignited with excitement. If he were to collect them all, would he not cultivate a substantial energy reservoir in the potential dragon realm? At that moment, the mountain hare blinked in confusion. What is this? Bang. Its words were abruptly cut off as it tried to rise but fell back down again. Jimu retracted his fist, standing indifferently behind it, lost in thought. Right? After they wake up, I'll have to knock them out one by one, or they will pose a threat to me and Dire. TSK, there are still many in the transformation stage. This could be somewhat troublesome. After dealing with the mountain hare, Jimu approached the howling moon sky wolf. Big brother, this demon is on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage, and the dream is even deeper than the previous one. It will be quite dangerous. Are you sure? Dire asked with concern. Jimu affectionately patted her head. Don't worry. All right, Dire will connect to the dream now. Jimu sat cross-legged beneath the tree, closing his eyes halfway before suddenly opening them again. No funny business, all right? Dire trembled slightly, not daring to meet Jimu's gaze. I wouldn't he do anything weird, big brother? Do you still not trust Dire? Jimu regarded her for a while, eventually resigning himself to closing his eyes. Fine, with my physical body, no matter how much Dire plays around, she won't leave a mark. Let her be. When Jimu opened his eyes, he found himself in the dream. The scene remained the beast forest. Why does a mere human dare to provoke me so recklessly? Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? The howling moon sky wolf roared furiously. Indeed, you cannot kill me, came the reply from a figure donning a white mask, who cackled ominously. You seek death. Jimu's lips twitched slightly upon overhearing their exchange. What do you think of yourself? Am I really that insignificant? The dream of the howling moon sky wolf was evidently connected to Jimu. Not long ago, Jimu had rampaged through the beast forest, even driving the howling moon sky wolf away, a fact that weighed heavily on its mind. In this moment, the figure battling the howling moon sky wolf in the dream was an imagined version of Jimu, while the real Jimu stood silently observing the battlefield. The forest echoed with explosive sounds as trees shattered from their clashes. Yet, no matter how fiercely the howling moon sky wolf attacked, its strikes landing brutally on the foe Jimu, the latter remained unscathed and tireless, leaping back into action as if reborn. Jimu couldn't help but cover his face. You imagine me as invincible. How could I possibly be defeated by you? At that moment, the Howling Moon Sky Wolf suddenly noticed another presence nearby. After forcefully tossing the foe Jimu aside, it warily regarded the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to itself. Suspicion glimmering in its eyes. Who are you? Jimu pondered for a moment, a smirk playing on his lips. He pointed at the foe Jimu and, imitating its earlier cackle, declared, I am his master. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf instantly went dumbfounded in the outside world. Having learned from previous experiences, Dire did not act immediately upon Jimu entering the dream. Instead, she quietly crept up to Jimu's ear and called softly, Big brother? No response. Big brother, stop pretending. Dire knows you're back. Still no reply. Dire's eyes darted around, her mind whirring. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she plucked a blade of grass and merrily skipped back to Jimu's side. Seemingly unable to contain her excitement, she called out once more to confirm, Big brother? After a moment of silence, witnessing no reaction, she chuckled mischievously and began to poke Jimu's nose with the grass. He, you've fallen asleep this time? Haven to you. You can't resist Dire anymore, can you? Achoo! The two shared a silent gaze, neither speaking. After a while, Jimu wearily sighed. Next. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf, being on the brink of transformation, possessed dream fragments containing energy that far surpassed that of the mountain hare. After Jimu absorbed the fragments, he felt his energy reservoir expand significantly once more. For Jimu, this was a delightful experience of gaining cultivation through the absorption of dream fragments. Yet for the Howling Moon Sky Wolf, it was a nightmare that lingered into reality. Upon awakening, it found that the demon haunting its thoughts stood right before it, beckoning. Then, Jimu delivered a punch to its forehead. Jimu clapped his hands, all set. On to the next, golden-eyed white tiger, diamond monkey, earth demon bear, black-striped leopard. One by one, the dream realms of these spirit-constructing level demon beasts were shattered at an astonishing speed by Jimu, who collected the fragments of their dreams and absorbed them for cultivation. After experiencing a significant surge in his realm, dealing with demon beasts of this caliber required little more than brute force. In just one punch, the battle would conclude. Often, the dream owners did not even catch a glimpse of Jimu's form before hearing the crack of their bones shattering along with their dreams. Among this group of formidable demons, those at the spirit-constructing level were predominant, numbering over 40. Jimu paid no heed to the few higher-tier transformation demons, until his realm was sufficiently advanced. Recklessly entering the dreams of beings of a much higher realm would be too perilous and inefficient. Thus, he first swept through the spirit-constructing tier, engaging in battle to enhance his own strength, devouring their dream fragments one by one, intending to confront the transformation demons once his realm had risen. Were it not for Jimu, these demons might have wandered ever deeper into their dreams, never to awaken. Therefore, he bore no psychological burden in absorbing their dream fragments for his cultivation. After devouring dozens of dream fragments, Jimu's growth was remarkable. His chi-si expanded several times over, and his potential in the hidden dragon realm exuded an aura comparable to that of an illusory realm cultivator. Moreover, his realm had completely broken through to the sixth heaven. After tossing a substantial amount of dumplings to Dire, who would take some time to consume them, Jimu shifted his gaze towards the transformation tier demon beasts. The first he focused on was Fei Shui. Yaofeng City. 20 figures simultaneously appeared above the city. Each bore wings, exuding an imposing presence, all having reached the transformation tier. Leading them was a striking young man with crimson hair and distinctive dual pupils, whose aura indicated he had attained a level equivalent to the human realm of formulation, a demon of the concentration realm. They were members of the Wudong Guard, a private army under the auspices of the Golden Winged Ming King in the Three Kings Palace of the Demon City. Comprising predominantly avian demon beasts, this unit was renowned as the fastest in the demon realm. Since powerful avian demon beasts were exceedingly rare, the entire Wudong Guard numbered no more than 100. However, the lowest ranking among them were all mid-transformation, with the 5 leaders all being of the concentration realm. This 20-member contingent was indeed one such group, and the crimson-haired youth at the forefront was none other than Cheng Hao, a descendant of the formidable bloodline beast, the Zhua Ming bird. At this moment, Cheng Hao's gaze scanned the city below with a grave expression. Just as anticipated by the demon lord, Yaofeng City was eerily silent. Resembling a ghost town, in an instant, he stood within the city, kicking open the door of a household. As expected, the entire family had lost consciousness, plunged into slumber. After pushing open several courtyards, he found the same situation. Observing the Wudong guard, who were also searching throughout the city, he noted that they all shook their heads. With a cold snort, Cheng Hao carelessly seized an individual, delivering a resounding slap to their face. When he discovered that even with blood seeping from their mouth and nose, they did not awaken, his inner conviction was confirmed. The entire city's inhabitants had fallen into a dream. Tossing the still unconscious human aside, Cheng Hao muttered to himself, as everyone in the city slept, there was naturally no one to remind him of the rule against violence, nor was anyone there to activate the formations. The Wudong guard remained silent, as if they had chosen to ignore it entirely. Having confirmed his suspicions, Cheng Hao turned his gaze toward a direction outside the city. He recalled that the Ming King had mentioned to him before his departure that the demon dream had appeared in a certain forest. Without wasting too much time, he flared his fiery wings and soared skyward, leading the Wudong guard straight out of the city. Their destination was unmistakably the 100 Beasts Forest. Chapter 69. Entering the play. Fei Shui, fist shattering the Zhuoming. Big Brother. In the Dream Realm. For the first time, Jimu heard Daier actively conveying information to him. What is it, Daier? What has happened? While asking, Jimu's gaze remained fixed ahead. A graceful woman adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in feathered garments strolled along a crimson carpet, her disdainful gaze sweeping over a vast expanse of demon beasts kneeling below. She was none other than the dream's owner, Fei Shui. Beside her stood several formidable male guards, unwavering in their presence, all bare-chested, exuding an unparalleled masculine energy. Truly, the dream realm is a mirror reflecting one's true nature. Jimu mused from a corner. Is there any hope left? Just then, Daier's voice continued to relay urgent news. Big Brother, something terrible has happened. A horde of large black chickens is rushing towards us. Their realms are exceedingly high, and my dream cannot affect them. Black chickens? Jimu was taken aback. Indeed, and there are so many of them. It seems we cannot possibly defeat them. What shall we do? Jimu pondered briefly and surmised that the black chickens Daier referred to were likely a group of formidable demon beings, and her panicked tone suggested that her relationship with them was not amicable. How long until they arrive? Their speed is astonishing. They should arrive just about the time it takes Daier to eat 3 dumplings. Jimu's heart raced with alarm. That means they will be here imminently. He cast a glance at Fei Shui, feeling a twinge of regret. If he could absorb the dream fragments from such a deeply immersive dream, it would undoubtedly cause his qi to swell significantly once more. However, it was clear that now was not the time for tranquil cultivation. Without hesitation, Jimu's figure flickered, and he stood directly before Fei Shui, startling everyone around. The male guards beside Fei Shui shouted, "An assassin! Protect the demon lord!" Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd. The demon lord scoffed, "Mortal, why do you obstruct my path? You are dreaming. Mortal, do you not realize you are playing with fire? You are dreaming. Mortal, you are dreaming." You! Just as the demon lord Fei Shui was about to explode with fury, Jimu silently chanted in his heart, "Depart." In an instant, he vanished from this world in an inexplicable manner, as if he had never existed at all. In the dream realm, everyone was momentarily stunned. Fei Shui's eyes glinted with menace, her powerful pressure permeating every corner of the demon realm as she sought the figure of the audacious intruder. But ultimately found nothing that a hint of doubt arose within her. Who is he? How could he escape my divine perception? Did he just say I am dreaming? The demon lord Fei Shui frowned slowly. In that moment, the entire world before her suddenly wavered. Having planted a seed of doubt in Fei Shui's heart, Jimu returned to reality. Upon waking this time, no one attempted to harm him. As Jimu emerged, Daier eagerly seized his hand, urging him to run into the forest. "They are almost here. We must hide." Jimu shook his head. The 100 Beasts Forest was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Creating a dead end, if they entered, it would be a one-way street. Should their pursuers have enough manpower, they would easily be discovered, and they were already here. Daier paused. Glancing back, and indeed saw 20 figures appearing on the horizon. Swiftly approaching their location, she muttered in frustration, "Can Dyer eat dumplings that quickly?" Jimmu could see their figures, and naturally, they could see him as well. Awake individuals? In mid-flight, Chonghao spotted Jimmu from a distance, his figure darting forward to land directly before him. The Wudong guard followed closely behind, each taking their position, subtly enclosing him in a circle. Upon sensing that Jimmu's realm was merely at the 6th level of Hidden Dragon, Chonghao let out a cold laugh, releasing a powerful pressure that weighed down upon Jimmu. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Jimmu furrowed his brows slightly, but it was only a fleeting moment before he relaxed. There were many adversaries. It was better to endure if possible. Without a word, they had directly exerted pressure, and this display did not seem like a friendly inquiry, Jimmu thought to himself. However, based on the group's composition and the evident leader's might, they indeed possessed the capability to do so, a formation of concentration realm and all transformation tier beings. Had Jimmu's realm remained at the level it was before entering the 100 Beasts Forest, he would have undoubtedly been unable to raise his head in their presence upon first meeting. In response to Chonghao's question, Jimmu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I have met my senior. I am but a junior. The Demon Dream Master?" At that moment, Chonghao's gaze flickered, and he noticed Dyer standing behind Jimmu, his expression shifting to one of surprise. He disregarded Jimmu's words entirely. Striding directly towards Dyer, "Demon Dream Master, you are indeed here. It has been quite the search." As a descendant of the Zhuoming bird, even in human form, Chonghao possessed a remarkably imposing physique. As he approached, his massive shadow under the moonlight loomed over Dyer, bringing her an overwhelming sense of pressure. Dyer timidly shrank behind Jimmu, stammering, "What do you want with Dyer?" In the presence of Dyer, Zhonghao exhibited considerably more patience than he did when addressing Jimmu. "Naturally, it is to escort you back to the Demon City. Your recent activities have indeed stirred quite a commotion, causing the entire nearby city to be ensnared in a dream. However, there is no cause for concern. Such fringe cities are predominantly inhabited by inconsequential humans. Our demon kin are few, and allowing them to serve as your sustenance could be considered their honor. Should you feel any qualms, Lord Ming has taken the liberty of constructing a residence for you in the Demon City. You need only to take up residence there, and regardless of whether you awaken or remain in slumber, you need not worry about affecting anyone else. This is precisely what you desire, is it not?" Jimmu's brow twitched involuntarily. At that moment, as if recalling something, Zhonghao produced a golden chain from his bosom. The chain was adorned with intricate inscriptions. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these inscriptions were ancient characters of gold, each serving as a binding seal. "Indeed, Lord Ming specifically instructed me to ensure that you wear this first, so you need not worry about causing any disturbance along the way. Admittedly, wearing it may prove somewhat uncomfortable, so I kindly ask for your patience, Demon Dream, until we arrive at the Demon City, at which point Zhonghao will personally remove it for you." Dyer, now capable of controlling a portion of her powers, softly interjected that she no longer required the prisoner's lock. She was clearly aware of the purpose of the golden lock, yet her voice remained subdued, evidently fearful of implicating Jimmu. She sensed the formidable strength of these individuals. At least at Jimmu's current level, it would be challenging to contend with them. Even if she were to be taken to the Demon City and imprisoned, it would merely result in a loss of freedom, as she trusted that the golden-winged Ming King would not harm her. However, should Jimmu take action against the Wu Tong guards at this moment, it would irrevocably position him against the Three Kings' Palace. The golden chain was specifically crafted to suppress demon beasts, instantly locking their spiritual energy and rendering them powerless. "You can control a portion now?" Zhonghao furrowed his brow slightly, then shook his head, his tone growing more resolute. "I apologize, Demon Dream, but this is Lord Ming's command, and I must ask you not to make things difficult for me." Suddenly, a creaking sound pierced the air. Jimmu had clenched his fists tightly. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior lurked a barely restrained fury. Although Jimmu was a newcomer to the demon realm and unfamiliar with its circumstances, he could clearly discern that Zhonghao was not here to negotiate with Dyer. There was no indication that he sought her consent. His words were more akin to an edict. "Are you apprehending a prisoner?" Jimu inquired, enunciating each word with precision. Zhong Hao halted, standing directly beside Jimu, their proximity palpable. He cast a cold glance at Jimu. A human of the hidden dragon realm who knows not his place dares to interrupt my conversation with Demon Dream. Cannot you see that she is unwilling to accompany you? Human, I have said. Zhong Hao's icy words were abruptly cut off. At that moment, a fist loomed larger in his vision, culminating in a sudden and forceful impact against his face. Seventh style of the heaven-shattering fist, mountain collapse. If words alone would not suffice, did he truly believe himself to be a person of significance?